Chapter 92. The secrets of extraordinary abilities must not be revealed. It is quite simple. All you need to do is post a picture of your meal on your social media account. And perhaps express some praise for our culinary offerings, Lin Man added with a smile. If even the emperor is fond of these delicacies, surely the affluent will follow suit and indulge in them. Once our reputation is established, the business of our restaurant is bound to flourish. Agreed. The emperor, upon hearing such simplicity, immediately acquiesced. After all, assisting his daughter-in-law in her business was a small favor, especially considering the benefits to be gained. The thought of relishing a year of complimentary gourmet cuisine filled the emperor with eager anticipation. Just then, Elder Jiang suddenly approached the table. "Your Majesty, Marshal, and Madam Marshal," Elder Jiang greeted with a grin, bowing slightly to the assembly. His gaze lingered on the bottle of wine on the table, unable to tear itself away. The emperor, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of regret for not having hidden the wine bottle away sooner. "Please have a seat," he said, suppressing his displeasure as he addressed Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang expressed his gratitude cheerfully and took a seat, his eyes still fixated on the wine bottle. The emperor, suppressing his irritation, finally extended his hand to pour Elder Jiang a glass. "Weren't you enjoying your meal at that table? What brings you here?" he inquired. It was no wonder he felt disdain towards the old man. After all, the latter had been eyeing his wine for quite some time. Ever since the last encounter, when Elder Jiang discovered his stash of wine, he had been eager to mooch off the emperor's collection. Only after the emperor promised to gift him a jar of new wine did Elder Jiang relent. Well, it seemed that today, the old fellow had returned once more. Elder Jiang's gaze remained fixed on the wine glass, completely oblivious to the emperor's words. Noticing that the emperor had only poured him half a glass, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, your majesty, do pour me a bit more. I can handle it." Lin Man couldn't contain her laughter and burst out giggling. Immediately, both the emperor and Elder Jiang turned their attention to her, prompting Lin Man to stifle her laughter. The emperor, feeling somewhat awkward, shot a disgruntled glare at Elder Jiang before filling the glass to the brim. Conversely, Elder Jiang showed no signs of embarrassment as he raised his glass and took a satisfied sip. Nothing compares to the wine brewed by Madam Marshal. Recently, our Agricultural Institute attempted to create some wine using new grape varieties and added sugar, but the taste always feels a bit lacking, Elder Jiang lamented. Lin Man's expression froze momentarily. The emperor, noticing this, interjected, "The wine you are currently enjoying was crafted by my own hands." Elder Jiang regarded the emperor with a knowing glance. "But your majesty, the grapes and sugar you used were all provided by Madam Marshal, were they not?" he retorted. A flicker of guilt flashed in the emperor's eyes. Well, he had previously mentioned to Elder Jiang about his ventures at Greenfield Manor and the sight of the large grapes. Lin Man, catching the emperor's gaze, began to understand the situation. "Ahem, Madam Marshal, I have heard that you and the Marshal have relocated to Greenfield Manor. I wonder if there might be a convenient time for me to pay a visit?" Elder Jiang inquired. He had learned from his previous questioning of the emperor that the emperor had gifted Greenfield Manor to Madam Marshal. The Agricultural Institute had long coveted that estate, believing it would serve as their new base. The emperor, however, had quietly bestowed it upon someone else without their knowledge, leaving them in suspense. Lin Man exchanged a glance with Qingzhou, sharing an awkward smile. "Well, we have only recently moved, and many areas of the manor are still under renovation. It may not be very convenient for guests. If you have matters to discuss, Elder Jiang, please feel free to speak directly." Elder Jiang's expression turned to one of disappointment, but soon grew serious again. "Indeed, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you." Lin Man immediately adopted a posture of attentive listening, prompting the emperor to focus earnestly as well. Elder Jiang cleared his throat. "Ahem. Do you sell this kind of wine, Madam Marshal?" His face was already brimming with longing. The emperor's eyes widened in surprise. After his initial displeasure faded, he grew anxious as he turned his gaze towards Lin Man. Well, if this old fellow could procure some, he too would like to buy it. After all, he had tasted the wine brewed at the Agricultural Institute, and compared to his own, it was indeed lacking. No, it was significantly inferior. Lin Man's expression momentarily faltered. She hadn't anticipated Elder Jiang would inquire about this. Just as she was about to respond, Elder Jiang continued, "Furthermore, I would like to sample the genuine flavors of the dishes from your shared restaurant. Would you be able to sell me some?" The emperor had previously boasted about the exquisite delicacies he had savored at his eldest son and daughter-in-law's home, claiming they were so delicious they made one drool at the mere thought. Chapter 93. Watermelons and tomatoes. Lin Man observed the reactions of the father and son, feeling somewhat speechless at the emperor's response. "By the way, Madam Marshal. The new grape variety you previously reported to our Agricultural Research Institute has received an overwhelmingly positive market response and has significantly aided our institute. Should you have any other new varieties of fruits or vegetables, please feel free to report them to us. I assure you, I will offer a favorable price. Zhang Lao looked at Lin Man with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, the emperor turned his gaze towards Lin Man as well. He had discussed with the old man and was almost certain that his eldest daughter-in-law possessed more excellent seeds of vegetables and fruits. Yet he did not wish to resort to coercion. A smile flickered in Lin Man's eyes. Indeed, there are 2 new crop varieties. If Zhang Lao is interested, I can arrange for some to be sent to your Agricultural Research Institute once I return. As for the subsequent details, we can discuss them later. With the development of planet DQ001 imminent, she required a substantial amount of funds. Selling seeds to the Agricultural Research Institute would not only be profitable, but would also continue to attract the attention of the 4 major consortiums towards the institute. Additionally, during her previous visit to planet LX008, the researchers from the Agricultural Research Institute discovered that the watermelons and tomatoes she cultivated were rather unique and had secretly harvested branches from both plants. This time, she decided to officially hand over these 2 crops. After all, the more prestigious the Agricultural Research Institute became, the safer she would be. Zhang Lao's eyes lit up at her words. There truly are new crop varieties. Splendid. When can you deliver them? Will both the fruits and plants be sent? Can you bring seeds as well? I can certainly provide you with some fruits and plants. However, as for the seeds, we will need to sign a contract first. Although she trusted the Agricultural Research Institute's credibility, it was unnecessary to put herself at risk. Was it? That makes sense. Very well. I shall await your fruits and plants. Once I have received them, I will conduct an assessment promptly and then discuss further with you. Zhang Lao, brimming with excitement, was no longer as enthusiastic about the wine. Lin Man responded with a smile. After conversing with Zhang Lao for a while longer, she bid farewell to the emperor and Zhang Lao when the banquet was nearly over and left the palace with Qin Zhou to return home. Upon arriving at the Greenfield Manor, Lin Man instructed a cultivator to select some tomato and watermelon plants from the vegetable base. They were carefully excavated with soil intact, stored in her spatial ring, and then dispatched to the Agricultural Research Institute for Zhang Lao. Approximately an hour later, Zhang Lao, who had been anxiously waiting, finally received the items sent from Greenfield Manor. Upon seeing the tomato and watermelon plants bearing fruit, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly transplanted the plants into the ground and summoned the core members of the Agricultural Research Institute to test the data of these 2 crops. The researchers were equally astonished at the sight of the tomatoes and watermelons. After working diligently for over an hour, they finally computed the data for the watermelon. Director, this crop known as watermelon contains a purifying factor that is only second to our new grape variety. Moreover, its purifying factor's potency is not significantly inferior to that of the new grape variety. This watermelon is indeed a fruit. Additionally, its genetic composition is nearly perfect. It is a 100 heirloom crop. One researcher exclaimed, holding the data report with excitement. It is astonishing. It is indeed a fruit. This fruit differs from all existing fruits on the market. From the data, its plant appears to belong to the category of soil-cultivated vegetable plants. Soil-cultivated vegetable plants can be cultivated even by intermediate cultivators. Director, if this data is accurate, the rule prohibiting intermediate cultivators from growing fruits will be overturned. Upon hearing this, all the researchers were left in stunned silence. Zhang Lao maintained a calm exterior in front of his subordinates, yet internally, he was engulfed in tumultuous waves of excitement. After a considerable time, he managed to suppress his astonishment. Soil-cultivated vegetable plants are easier to nurture, but are also relatively fragile. If the watermelon vines indeed belong to the soil-cultivated plant category, the advantage is evident in their ease of cultivation. However, the drawback is also apparent. As annual vines, they have a limited yield. All right, send me the watermelon data report and continue testing the tomato data. Zhang Lao instructed calmly. Understood, the researcher replied. They promptly sent the watermelon data report to Zhang Lao and continued testing the tomato data. Upon receiving the data report, Zhang Lao opened it for review. After some time, he managed to rein in his excitement and sent a message to the emperor. Your Majesty, the Madam Marshal has sent me 2 types of plants. After sending this message, Zhang Lao attached a photo of the 2 plants. The green-skin melon is called watermelon. Following data analysis, it turns out to be a fruit. After sending this, Zhang Lao quickly forwarded the watermelon data report to the emperor. Your Majesty, Please take a look at this data report. It indicates that the watermelon vines belong to the soil-cultivated vegetable category. This means that even intermediate cultivators can nurture watermelons in the future. Moreover, the purifying factor content and potency of the watermelon far exceed those of the fruits produced by the 4 major consortiums. If the watermelon comes to market, it will undoubtedly disrupt the fruit market. Emperor Shaolin, having indulged in considerable grape wine at the wedding banquet, felt somewhat tipsy. Once he returned to his chambers, he lazily reclined on the sofa. Hearing the incessant notification from his light brain, he initially paid it no mind. However, the notifications persisted, compelling him to check the situation. He then saw the messages from Zhang Lao. Upon reading that intermediate cultivators could now nurture fruits and that the introduction of watermelon could disrupt the fruit market, Shaolin could no longer afford to be languid. He swiftly opened the data report sent by Zhang Lao, scanning through the lines, his mind sharpening with each detail. He finally understood why military expenditures had suddenly surged and why the military seemed unfazed by the dangers posed by the 4 major consortiums. Glancing over the data report once more, a surge of excitement welled up within him. His initial intention in collaborating with Zhang Lao to establish the Agricultural Research Institute was to contend with the 4 major consortiums. Yet, despite the institute's contributions over the years, it had still been unable to prevent the consortiums from expanding and even monopolizing the market. Now, however, with the introduction of the new grape variety, and now the addition of watermelon and tomatoes, the era of the 4 major consortiums' monopoly over fruits would surely come to an end during his reign. Suppressing his emotions, Shaolin typed a response. At any cost, secure the seeds of watermelon and tomatoes. Upon seeing the emperor's reply, Zhang Lao's expression brightened with joy. After reading the text, he felt even more exhilarated. With His Majesty's authorization, he felt reassured. Yes, Zhang Lao excitedly replied with a single word and put away his light brain. After approximately another hour, the data report for the tomatoes was also completed. Chapter 94. The Division of Profits. The results revealed that tomatoes were also classified as fruits. Their purifying factor content and potency were impressively high, albeit slightly inferior to that of watermelons. They were nearly on par with the high-quality fruits produced by the 4 major consortiums. Furthermore, the tomato vines also fell under the category of soil-cultivated plant vines, which intermediate cultivators could also cultivate. Simultaneously, the strength of the tomato vines surpassed that of the watermelon vines, indicating that a single tomato plant would yield a far greater quantity than a watermelon plant. Upon reviewing the report, Zhang Lao, though mentally prepared, was still overwhelmed with excitement. He promptly sent the tomato data report to Shaolin before hastily returning to his office. Once in his office, Zhang Lao sat for a moment before activating his light brain to video call Lin Man. After a brief wait, Lin Man finally answered. From the background, it appeared she was in a hovering vehicle. The reality was that Lin Man had just been in the orchard, expending her extraordinary energy. Just as she finished, Zhang Lao had initiated the video call. Madam Marshal, we have obtained the data for the watermelon and tomatoes. The results are astounding. They are poised to enter the market, which will undoubtedly alter the long-standing decree that intermediate cultivators cannot propagate fruits. The imperial fruit market will also experience a significant upheaval upon their release. Madam Marshal, on behalf of the Agricultural Science Institute, I sincerely thank you for your invaluable contribution to the empire.
Lin Man smiled warmly.
You flatter me, old Zhang. The seeds of these 2 crops are not offered without due consideration. Old Zhang's expression momentarily stiffened, a hint of regret revealing that his moral persuasion had not succeeded. Ahem. Regarding the rewards for contributing new crops, I can exceptionally elevate the compensation for your 2 varieties to 20 billion star coins. What do you think? Lin Man's lips curled upward once more. Isn't there also a profit-sharing option? She inquired. Once planted, a single grapevine can yield dozens, if not hundreds, of clusters, and only advanced cultivators can grow grape seedlings. Although the grape seeds are of high quality, the number of buyers is limited, so a one-time purchase does not significantly impact her. However, the watermelon and tomato seeds are quite different. These 2 plants are annuals and can only bear fruit once or a few times. Moreover, since intermediate cultivators can also propagate them, the market for these seeds will undoubtedly flourish upon their release. Old Zhang's expression faltered slightly, as he lamented that the other party was not in need of funds at the moment. Well, there are options. For profit sharing, I can exceptionally offer you a sales commission of 2 for a period of 50 years, Old Zhang stated. According to regulations, the highest commission rate is, in fact, 15. But having promised the Madam Marshal a high price, he must uphold his word. After all, who knows what other varieties of crops the Madam Marshal might have at her disposal? Lin Man pondered for a moment. I accept this price, but I have a condition. Please do tell, old Jiang urged. The Marshal and I are planning to develop the DQ001 star, which will likely require a considerable number of cultivators. Would the Agricultural Science Institute be able to assist us in recruiting some junior and intermediate cultivators when the time comes? The assessment agency for cultivators falls under the jurisdiction of the Agricultural Science Institute. If the institute agrees to assist, recruiting cultivators for DQ001 will be significantly easier. Old Jiang was taken aback. You intend to develop DQ001? I'm aware of the situation there. Very well. The Marshal has pushed the front lines forward several planets, and the military headquarters protective shield has been upgraded. What the former princess and the previous Marshal could not accomplish, the current Marshal and Madam Marshal might very well achieve. Indeed. Thus, I require your assistance, Lin Man stated. Old Jiang contemplated for a moment. All right, I shall agree to your request. Lin Man beamed with delight. Then let us proceed with the contract. Once the contract is finalized, I will immediately dispatch someone to deliver the watermelon and tomato seeds to you. By the way, the watermelon is exceptionally flavorful. The vine-ripened watermelon I previously sent you is now ripe. You may harvest it and taste it. The red flesh can be consumed as fruit, and if you do not mind, the watermelon rind can also be used in cooking. Haha, I shall certainly give it a try, old Jiang replied. He then sent the drafted contract to Lin Man. Upon receiving it, Lin Man reviewed the document, signed it, and returned it to old Jiang. Thank you, old Jiang. The seeds will arrive shortly. After a brief exchange, they ended the call. At the Agricultural Science Institute, after old Jiang hung up the video call, he promptly rose and headed to the plot designated for planting watermelons. He then picked a large watermelon, which was quite hefty, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. After collecting the watermelon, old Jiang glanced around to ensure no one was watching and hurried back to his office with the fruit. Once in his office, old Jiang scrutinized the watermelon several times before retrieving a knife from his space ring. After making a few marks on the rind, he cut it open. The large watermelon was soon halved, revealing the vibrant red flesh, which looked exceptionally tempting. Without hesitation, old Jiang used the knife to carve out a piece of the flesh and placed it in his mouth. The sweet flavor burst on his palate, causing his eyes to light up. Without further delay, he continued slicing and devouring the watermelon. When he finally paused, he realized he had consumed nearly half of it all by himself. Letting out a satisfied burp, old Jiang wore a contented expression. This watermelon was simply delightful to eat. This bodes well. The Empire is about to introduce a fruit that even the common folk can occasionally afford. After a moment's hesitation, old Jiang retrieved a bag from his space ring, placed the leftover watermelon into it, and stored it away. Good things should not go to waste. He would enjoy the remainder later without letting anyone else benefit. After securing the watermelon, old Jiang proceeded to harvest some tomatoes. The bright red tomatoes appeared enticing, though they lacked the sweetness of the watermelon. With the watermelon having set a high standard, old Jiang's enthusiasm for the tomatoes waned. Shortly thereafter, personnel from Greenfield Manor arrived. After receiving the watermelon and tomato seeds, old Jiang immediately summoned his team to conduct tests on the two varieties in the experimental fields. The data from their earlier tests proved accurate. Intermediate cultivators could indeed induce growth in these two crops and yield fruit. Although the seeds within the fruits lacked reproductive capability, this was a normal occurrence, as intermediate cultivators inherently lacked the ability to produce seeds. Upon receiving the test results, the researchers at the Agricultural Science Institute were all exhilarated. With the addition of watermelons and tomatoes, their institute's influence would surely elevate. Old Jiang recorded the testing process on video and sent it to the emperor. After viewing it, the emperor promptly requested 2 large watermelons and some tomatoes from old Jiang. Chapter 95. The Agricultural Science Institute's fortunate days have arrived. Old Jiang did not hesitate and personally induced the growth of watermelons and tomatoes for the emperor, ensuring they were delivered to the palace. A week later, the Agricultural Science Institute announced the discovery of 2 new fruits, namely watermelon and tomato. These fruits boasted a near 100 genetic retrogression rate, with an exceptionally high concentration of purifying factors and remarkable strength. Even more astonishingly, their vines belong to the class of soil-cultivated vines. The Agricultural Science Institute also stated in the announcement that they had confirmed through testing that intermediate cultivators could propagate watermelons and tomatoes. The decree that only advanced cultivators could cultivate fruits had officially come to an end. As soon as the news broke, It rapidly spread across the internet. Various self-media outlets published an array of reports, with some even claiming that the era of high-end fruits being monopolized by conglomerates would soon come to a close. Countless intermediate cultivators were elated, inundating the Agricultural Science Institute with messages, eager to apply for seeds of watermelons and tomatoes. The Agricultural Science Institute calmly responded, stating that they would cultivate enough seeds for distribution and sale soon. Meanwhile, the official seed stores in the Imperial Star section had already begun selling seeds, inviting cultivators to inquire and purchase as needed. Within half a day, videos of intermediate cultivators propagating watermelons and tomatoes surfaced online, alongside videos evaluating these two fruits. Reviewers offered high praise, declaring these fruits to be miracles in the realm of produce. As watermelon and tomato seeds were made available for sale, several fruit and vegetable stores began stocking them. These two fruits, offering exceptional quality at affordable prices, quickly became the best-selling items in many stores. A week later at the Agricultural Science Institute, Old Jiang and his colleagues convened early in the day to discuss the ongoing issue of insufficient advanced cultivator manpower. Director, in accordance with your instructions, we have temporarily halted some vegetable breeding efforts over the past few days to focus entirely on cultivating watermelon and tomato seeds. However, cultivators are currently excessively enamored with these two fruits, and the pre-orders at our outlets are already booked a month in advance. At this rate, even if we were to suspend all vegetable breeding and solely cultivate watermelon and tomato seeds, we might still be unable to meet market demand. A researcher, both elated and anxious, remarked that during the week when watermelon and tomato seeds were launched, an almost miraculous sales feat was achieved. The official seed store under the Agricultural Research Institute recorded sales of these two types of seeds that equaled the sales of the previous 2 months within just 1 week. This occurred despite the ongoing scarcity of these seeds. If the quantity were to be unrestricted, it is conceivable that the sales in a week could surpass not only the previous 2 months, but perhaps even the half-year mark. After all, watermelon and tomatoes are classified as fruits, and although the pricing of their seeds is merely about 5 times that of other fruit seeds on the market, it still far exceeds the cost of the most expensive vegetable seeds by nearly tenfold. Elder Zhang's expression was grave. Our Agricultural Research Institute is still significantly lacking in the reserve of senior breeders. Let us do this. Those who meet the criteria should temporarily suspend their current tasks and assist the breeding department. I will personally join them. The breeding of other vegetables will be paused for 2 days, prioritizing the cultivation of watermelon and tomatoes. The 4 major conglomerates and several other institutions are also supplying vegetable seeds, and since the official stock of vegetable seeds is already available, the impact of halting their cultivation will be minimal. Our institute is not a non-profit organization. The opportunity to profit is right before us. We must seize it and strive to earn. Furthermore, he instructed the personnel department to continue recruitment efforts. While there may be a scarcity of senior breeders in the private sector, they certainly exist. Intermediate-level breeders, as long as they have a clean background, will also be considered for hiring. It's a pity that only senior breeders can engage in cultivation. Although the Agricultural Research Institute has been established for decades, its foundation in senior breeders cannot compare to those of the large conglomerates and institutions. After a meeting that lasted half an hour, Elder Jiang announced its conclusion. Given the urgency, and since no one could offer valuable suggestions, he preferred to go to the breeding base to cultivate more watermelon and tomato seeds. Meanwhile, at Greenfield Manor, after finishing her tasks in the orchard, Lin Man came across reports regarding the watermelon and tomato on the Starnet. A week had passed since the Agricultural Research Institute began selling these seeds, yet the fervor surrounding these two fruits remained unabated. The predominant topic of discussion was the issue of insufficient seed supply. Numerous breeders shared their experiences of visiting the official seed store only to find that they could only place pre-orders, with purchase limits and wait times extending to at least a month. The sales of seeds directly impacted their shares. Seeing this news, Lin Man felt a sense of disappointment regarding the breeding capabilities of the Agricultural Research Institute. Just as she pondered whether to reach out to Elder Jiang, Fang Qing arrived. Thus, Lin Man decided to converse with Fang Qing first. Watermelon and tomatoes were indeed the 2 most popular fruits of the empire at present. In their shared dining establishment, the newly introduced cold sugar tomatoes, spicy stir-fried watermelon rinds, and watermelon juice had all garnered considerable acclaim. One customer even left a message requesting that they convey to the higher-ups of the Agricultural Research Institute not to be complacent and to intensify the cultivation of tomato and watermelon seeds. At this point, Fang Qing couldn't help but chuckle, which in turn made Lin Man laugh as well. After their laughter subsided, Lin Man remarked, I actually believe they are not being idle. Rather, the market demand is simply overwhelming and they cannot keep up. As she spoke, Lin Man pointed out a recruitment announcement released by the Agricultural Research Institute for Fangqing to see. Fangqing appeared somewhat astonished. The Agricultural Research Institute is even seeking intermediate breeders this time. It seems they are indeed short-handed. As if struck by an idea, Fangqing turned to Lin Man. Young madam, our company now also has senior breeders, and we have as many as 6. They can handle breeding tasks as well. Remember, the first batch of intermediate breeders I helped recruit with Director Zheng's assistance has all become senior breeders under your guidance. Moreover, I have since recruited nearly 10 additional intermediate breeders and 40 junior breeders. These individuals have shown remarkable growth in their wood spirit powers since joining Greenfield Manor. I am confident that it won't be long before we see new senior breeders emerge from our company. Currently, our senior breeders are occupied with your directives, engaging in the breeding of various vegetables and fruits in preparation for future planting operations on DQ001 star. However, since the development of DQ001 star has yet to commence, and even once it does, there will be a considerable interval before planting, I believe it would be more advantageous to collaborate with the Agricultural Research Institute rather than solely focusing on breeding. After all, I have inquired about the prices of watermelon and tomato seeds, and they are indeed quite enticing. But I have signed a contract with the Agricultural Research Institute. While I can use the seeds for my own breeding after submission, I am prohibited from selling them externally. Moreover, did we not previously agree to refrain from engaging in the seed business until our company is sufficiently robust? Elder Zhang's cooperation with the Agricultural Research Institute was indeed essential for her to delve into the seed business. Otherwise, she would not have contributed seeds to them in the first place. Her company was still in its nascent stages, and maintaining a moderate profile was advisable. Overexposure could lead to complications. You misunderstand, young madam. I do not intend for us to sell seeds independently. Rather, I propose we sell our bred watermelon and tomato seeds to the Agricultural Research Institute at a discounted rate of 70 of the market price. The Agricultural Research Institute could then turn a profit of 30, and I believe Director Zhang would be quite amenable to this arrangement. Even at 70 of the market price, they would still earn significantly, considering the high cost of watermelon and tomato seeds. Moreover, the Agricultural Research Institute already possesses established sales channels. They can sell whatever quantity of seeds they cultivate. Additionally, when breeding watermelon and tomatoes, the flesh can be repurposed. Our culinary restaurant is set to open tomorrow, providing ample fresh ingredients. Lin Man felt a twinge of temptation. There is still my 20 commission in the sales, she mumbled. Fangqing's eyes brightened. Then our profits would be even greater, she immediately responded. I will contact Elder Jiang shortly to inquire whether he can accept our goods. Lin Man quickly replied. Fangqing smiled. You should give it a try. By the way, if Elder Jiang disagrees with the 70 price, we can settle for a lower percentage. As long as it is no less than 50. Lin Man was somewhat taken aback, only to exclaim, oh. Fangqing, relieved, shifted the conversation to the culinary restaurant and the food streamers. We have recruited a total of 40 food streamers, and they have all arrived. Tomorrow, when the culinary restaurant opens, I plan to have them learn and assist there before they start streaming. As for the live streaming location, it will be set at the culinary restaurant to conveniently promote our establishment. Lin Man nodded in agreement. That sounds good. Fangqing's face lit up with a smile. Additionally, the inheritance and transfer procedures for DQ001 star have been completed. Young madam, you are now the owner of DQ001 star. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Man's eyes as she turned to glance at her husband, only to find Qin Zhou's gaze filled with affection. My marriage leave has concluded, and I am currently utilizing my accrued vacation days. However, I cannot exhaust all my accumulated leave. I've been away from the front lines for too long and must return to assess the situation. Lin Man's expression stiffened. Qin Zhou gently stroked her hand. Do not worry. Even if I must leave, it will be next week. Upon my return to the front lines, I will urge the Ministry of Defense to install protective shields for DQ001 star. Once the shields are in place, I will return to bring you to the front lines. Being near DQ001 star will facilitate your leadership in the development of the Baron star. But my company and assets are all situated in the capital, she protested. I will arrange for someone to take over the matters at Greenfield Manor, ensuring that the company continues to operate normally, Fangqing reassured her. Lin Man cast another glance at Qin Zhou, suppressing her feelings of reluctance. After Fangqing departed, Qin Zhou retreated to the inner quarters to communicate with military personnel. Lin Man activated her holographic device to contact Elder Jiang. At this moment, in the breeding base of the Agricultural Science Institute, Elder Jiang had just induced the maturation of seeds from several large watermelons. With his wood spirit power diminished to a mere 20, he decided to indulge in a few slices of watermelon to rest before continuing. However, he received a video call from Lin Man. Upon seeing her call, Elder Jiang immediately answered. "Hello, Elder Jiang." Lin Man greeted first. "Greetings, Madam Marshal. What brings you to me?" Elder Jiang replied with a smile. Lin Man nodded with a smile and then retrieved a jar of wine from her spatial ring. Upon seeing the jar, Elder Jiang's composure faltered. This is the rice wine we have been brewing recently. I tasted it today and found the flavor delightful, Lin Man explained. Elder Jiang swallowed hard upon hearing this. Is it tastier than grape wine? He inquired. That may not necessarily be the case. Everyone has different tastes. I personally prefer the fruity aroma of grapes. So I still find grape wine more enjoyable. However, both the Marshal and Aunt Fong believe the rice wine has a superior flavor. Would you like to give it a try? If you wish, I can have someone deliver 2 jars for you and His Majesty. Absolutely. Yes. Elder Jiang eagerly responded, nodding vigorously, repeating his affirmation. Anything produced by Madam Marshal, especially wine, is a must-have. Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. All right, I will arrange for it to be sent to you. By the way, there is something I would like to discuss with you. A hint of hesitation crossed Lin Man's face. What is it? Please, speak freely. Elder Jiang urged, almost patting his chest in assurance. It is like this. I have heard that the production of watermelon and tomato seeds at the Agricultural Science Institute is struggling to meet demand. Coincidentally, we at Greenwild Manor have a significant stock of watermelon and tomato seeds. Since the development of Planet DQ001 is not imminent, I was wondering if we could supply some seeds to your institute. Elder Jiang's expression brightened at her words. How many seeds do you have on hand? He asked immediately. I'm not entirely sure of the exact quantity, but our company currently has 6 breeders. If they are given free rein, they should be able to cultivate a considerable amount of watermelon and tomato seeds, Lin Man replied. Elder Jiang was taken aback. Your company was just established. Yet you have already recruited 6 senior breeders? The Agricultural Science Institute has spent decades amassing a total of 58 senior breeders. Has your company even been operational for 2 months? Was he underestimating Director Zheng's capabilities? How could the military have so many familiar and willing senior breeders signing contracts with Madam Marshal's company? Why would they choose to contract with her company rather than the Agricultural Science Institute, which is an official agency serving the country, as opposed to a mere private enterprise? It was Director Zheng who introduced them, Lin Man clarified. How could Director Zheng possibly introduce senior breeders? If he truly had that capability, the military would not have been so easily choked by them earlier. Those senior breeders in her company were undoubtedly nurtured by her. But could she openly admit to this? Certainly not. Oh, this matter is not a problem. Elder Jiang suppressed his envy and responded. Please feel free to send us whatever quantity of watermelon and tomato seeds you possess. We will settle with you at 50% of the market price. Additionally, we will also accept future seeds. The time frame is tentatively set for 1 month. Once market enthusiasm stabilizes and the Agricultural Science Institute recruits more breeders, they will be able to sustain themselves. Well, if Madam Marshal's company can recruit breeders, the Agricultural Science Institute, being an official institution, should surely be able to increase their hiring efforts, he added, confident that they would not struggle to find personnel. Chapter 97. Spiritual Energy. Upon hearing the 50% market price, Lin Man felt a wave of relief wash over her. Aunt Fong had mentioned that anything above 50% would suffice, so this was at least a solid foundation. Is it only 50%? Could we possibly negotiate for a bit more? Lin Man ventured, reaching for the jar of wine beside her. She truly was not adept at bargaining. But faced with a substantial sum, she steeled herself to press for a better deal. Elder Jiang followed her gaze to the wine jar, his cravings stirring once more. Swallowing hard, he turned his attention back to Lin Man. Let us settle at 60%. I cannot offer more. The Agricultural Science Institute incurs costs when distributing seeds to various seed shops, and the operational costs of the major seed stores also need to be considered. Cough. Then could I possibly have 2 additional jars of the rice wine? Can we negotiate for a bit more? I can provide you with 6 jars of rice wine. Lin Man replied, feeling a little shy about continuing to haggle, but she still pressed on. Elder Jiang's expression froze momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the wine jar once more. 63%. The highest I can offer, which includes your 2% commission, totals to 65%. However, you will need to provide me with 10 jars of that wine." Seeing that Lin Man was about to respond, Elder Jiang hastily interjected, "This is my final offer. If you find it unacceptable, I can only turn down your request for more wine." Upon hearing this, Lin Man finally nodded in agreement. "Very well then." Elder Jiang broke into a broad smile. He truly feared that Madame Marshal would persist in her negotiations, for he was genuinely intrigued by her brewed rice wine. After a brief discussion, they had settled the matter. Once the video call concluded, Lin Man reached out to Fang Qing to inform her of the results from her conversation with Elder Jiang. Fang Qing was astonished to learn that Lin Man had managed to negotiate the price of watermelon and tomato seeds down to 65% of the market price and showered her with compliments, nearly leaving Lin Man feeling dizzy from the praise. "All right, young madam, I will arrange for someone to deliver the rice wine to Elder Jiang and His Majesty. As for the watermelon and tomato breeding matter, I will assign tasks to the senior breeders," Lin Man affirmed. Thus, after the video call, Lin Man accessed her holographic computer and opened the task group for the senior breeders she had assembled. The 6 senior breeders in her company, upon successfully advancing, directly fell under her jurisdiction and would receive tasks she published within this group. Typically, she would assign them weekly tasks, which generally required about 40 hours of their time. Lin Man maintained a relatively lax approach to managing the senior breeders, as long as they completed their tasks on time. She did not concern herself with how they executed their work or arranged their schedules. The breeders seemed to enjoy this method of task distribution, often opting to work overtime in the 3 days leading up to each task deadline, completing their weekly assignments. Subsequently, during their 4 days of leave, they would not venture out but instead assist in the orchard. Lin Man was pleased to have them working harder, distributing some fruit seeds and young saplings she had only induced to sprout, allowing them to experiment in the orchard. Currently, while their results were not particularly outstanding, they appeared to be quite enthusiastic about their work. Lin Man contemplated her words and then sent a message in the group chat. "Hello, everyone. The new week's tasks are here. This week, please concentrate on breeding watermelon and tomato seeds. Each person is tasked with producing 50,000 watermelon seeds and 200,000 tomato seeds. I would like to emphasize that this batch of seeds is being cultivated for the Agricultural Science Institute. Once they are ready, they will be handed over to the Institute for distribution to the official seed sales stores. Therefore, please pay close attention to the quality and ensure that every single seed produced is viable. Additionally, if you complete your task and have the capacity, feel free to cultivate more seeds. The surplus seeds can be purchased back by the company at the price of 20 star coins per watermelon seed and 5 star coins per tomato seed. The senior breeders in the company receive a fixed salary and will earn their full wages upon task completion. If the tasks are not completed, a portion of their wages will be deducted. Since the demand for seeds from planet DQ001 is not urgent, I have not mandated any overtime. However, this collaboration with the Agricultural Science Institute is aimed at profit, so I certainly hope my subordinates will work diligently." Once the message was sent, responses began flooding in. Soon, a series of acknowledgements appeared. Lin Man's lips curved into a smile as she closed her holographic computer. Meanwhile, Elder Jiang, having concluded his discussion with Lin Man, eagerly anticipated the arrival of the rice wine. This time, he waited only about half an hour before the rice wine arrived. Upon receiving the rice wine, he could hardly contain himself. Casting a quick glance at the doorway, he promptly retrieved a wine glass from his spatial ring, eager to sample the flavor. The moment the liquid graced his lips, his eyes narrowed in delight. Although it seemed devoid of spiritual energy, its taste was far more refreshing than that of grape wine. After a second sip, Elder Jiang savored it thoroughly, quickly discovering his profound affection for this rice wine. With a third and fourth sip, he swiftly emptied the glass. Having finished the drink, Elder Jiang was now convinced that the rice wine was truly to his liking and indeed superior to grape wine. As for the spiritual energy, he was now uncertain whether the grape wine he had previously procured from His Majesty truly possessed such essence. Was that indescribable flavor merely a figment of his imagination? His gaze drifted toward the jar of rice wine, and he pondered. Surely, it must be an illusion. No matter how exquisite, it remained an ordinary wine, devoid of any spiritual essence. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Emperor Shaolin also received the rice wine sent by the Greenfield Manor. Having just concluded his bureaucratic duties, the Emperor was thrilled by this delightful news. Without hesitation, he opened a jar of rice wine and poured himself a glass to taste. However, upon tasting it, the anticipation in his eyes faded. While the rice wine was indeed more to his palate than grape wine, it lacked something when compared to the 2 jars of grape wine gifted to him by his eldest daughter-in-law. What was missing? Xiao Lin found it difficult to articulate this sensation. Yet he could make comparisons. Thus, he retrieved the last small jar of grape wine he had brought back from the Greenfield Manor from his spatial ring, poured another glass, and began to taste. In comparison, he confirmed that the rice wine indeed lacked a certain quality that the grape wine possessed, something elusive, a feeling akin to spiritual energy. Staring at the 2 jars of wine for a considerable time, he finally sighed and put away the half-full jar of grape wine. Some matters he would eventually come to understand. The following day marked the grand opening of the culinary restaurant. On the most bustling commercial street in the imperial capital, Fang Qing had invested a substantial sum to acquire a building as the site for the Man culinary restaurant. The majestic exterior of the edifice displayed a massive advertisement screen that had been showcasing the introduction of the Man culinary restaurant and its opening announcement for over half a month. At 7 in the morning, Lin Man, Qin Zhou, the emperor, and Elder Jiang arrived at the entrance of the building, accompanied by tight security. The emperor personally cut the ribbon for the restaurant, marking the commencement of its operations. In the grand hall on the 110th floor, an array of delectable dishes were being heated in the central areas of each hall. Guests could either self-serve by paying for dishes in the designated area before dining in the hall or book private rooms based on reservations, or by logging into the system on site, paying a room fee to dine privately. Whether dining in the hall or in a private room, orders could be placed through a mini-program, and within minutes, waitstaff would deliver the dishes. For those wishing to take food away, the waitstaff would ensure that takeaway orders were handed to guests before they departed. Additionally, for pure takeaway orders from the platform, the restaurant employed dedicated personnel and robots to package and arrange deliveries. Accompanied by Lin Man and Qin Zhou, Xiao Lin and Elder Jiang entered a private room on the 10th floor. As soon as they stepped into the room, a wave of waitstaff arrived with an abundance of dishes. Since Lin Man had already coordinated with the emperor and Elder Jiang to promote the restaurant, the quantity of food delivered was substantial, filling a large round table. Upon seeing the lavish spread, both the emperor and Elder Jiang were elated. After taking photos, they quickly began to eat. As the food touched his palate, Elder Jiang's face lit up with delight, while the emperor momentarily froze in contemplation. Indeed, these dishes seemed to lack something akin to spiritual energy. He recalled a meal at his eldest son and daughter-in-law's home during his visit to the Greenfield Manor, where the flavors were imbued with such energy. Observing Elder Jiang relishing the food, the emperor concealed his expression. It appeared that the matter of spiritual energy was something he alone had discerned. Without making a fuss, he continued to savor the culinary delights. Even in the absence of spiritual energy, it did not detract from the exquisite flavors. He could simply enjoy the meal. Both Lin Man and Qin Zhou noticed the emperor's expression and, seeing he did not inquire further, felt relieved and joined in the meal. After more than half an hour, when the emperor and Elder Jiang finally set down their chopsticks and activated their holographic devices to fulfill their promise of promoting the restaurant, they discovered that the Man culinary restaurant was already being advertised across the Star Network. Lin Man opened her device to find even more information about the restaurant. Numerous media outlets reported the emergence of a unique dining establishment in the imperial capital. Some content creators visited the restaurant personally, live streaming or creating videos that they shared across social media platforms. The streaming platform Yo-Yo had also promoted the Man culinary restaurant. In the shared dining space, many diners expressed envy and a desire to visit the restaurant themselves, but the exorbitant prices deterred them. A meal costing tens or even hundreds of thousands of star coins. I cannot afford that. Dining at a physical restaurant would cost me enough to eat hundreds or thousands of meals at a shared dining venue. To celebrate enjoying the same delicacies as the wealthy, I have decided to indulge in 3 shared meals today. The expensive dishes at the culinary restaurant are fantastic. The pricier they are, the more worthwhile my shared meals seem. I've made up my mind. I will work hard and save money to order a dish from the physical restaurant. Enough talk. Today I will order 3 shared meals and indulge excessively. Jealousy compels me to splurge. Seeing these comments, Lin Man couldn't help but chuckle. After some maneuvering, the emperor and Elder Jiang promoted the Man culinary restaurant on their respective social media accounts. Ahem, I have a busy schedule today, so I won't be coming for lunch. I will place my order directly through your restaurant's mini-program, the emperor remarked to Lin Man. Oh, by the way, when I receive the dishes at noon, I will also post an update, he added. Hastily, Elder Jiang chimed in, I am quite busy at the Agricultural Institute as well, so I won't be coming for lunch. I will also place my order through the mini program. Oh, and I will help promote your restaurant with another update. Given the pressing matters concerning watermelon and tomato seeds, both the Agricultural Institute and Elder Jiang were inundated with work. There was no need to mention the senior cultivators. Even those at the intermediate level were bustling with activity. Watermelons and tomatoes were in high demand in the market, and the Agricultural Institute was not only cultivating seeds, but also growing various fruits and vegetables for sale. Previously, they had focused solely on new grape varieties, but now they had expanded to include watermelons and tomatoes. Since intermediate cultivators could also handle watermelon and tomato cultivation, Elder Jiang could not allow them any respite. "Thank you, Your Majesty and Elder Jiang," Lin Man said with a smile, personally seeing them off alongside Qin Zhou. At that moment, in the lobby on the first floor, Lin Rahai and Tang Xuemei were dining. Ever since Lin Yao and Lin Chen were apprehended, they'd been trying to contact Lin Man. Unfortunately, despite their efforts to reach out to numerous individuals, they could not establish communication with her. Although they had learned that Lin Man resided in the Greenfield Manor, upon arriving, they found themselves unable to enter the premises. Throughout their attempts to connect with Lin Man, they discovered more and more about her accomplishments. Their daughter was truly remarkable. Despite her low spiritual strength and potential, she had reached heights unattainable even by senior cultivators. Their visit to the Man Culinary Restaurant was motivated by a desire to see their daughter once more. It would be most advantageous to reconcile with their daughter. Yet even if that proves unattainable, at the very least, they ought to ease the tensions in their relationship, allowing her to remove them from her blacklist. As long as they can restore communication with her, the matters concerning their son will eventually resolve themselves. The Lin family, indeed, has a promising future ahead. In fact, during the ribbon-cutting ceremony earlier, they caught sight of their daughter. However, she was accompanied by the Marshal and His Majesty the Emperor, surrounded by numerous security personnel. Rendering it impossible for them to approach her, they could only remain here, hoping for a fortuitous encounter. Apart from Lin Ruahai and Tang Xuemei, members of the Yan family were also dining in the lobby on the first floor. Merely 3 days prior, Yan He had finalized his divorce from Lin Yao through legal proceedings, employing certain tactics to achieve this outcome. Yet his sister, Yan Qian, was on the verge of trial due to her actions against Lin Man. The Yan family exerted considerable effort to delay Yan Qian's court date, seeking ways to mitigate her sentence. To do so, they needed to gain the understanding of the victim, Lin Man. With no means to contact her, they, like the Lin family, opted to test their luck by coming here. Not long after both families entered the restaurant, they spotted one another. However, despite their previously amicable relationship, neither side acknowledged the other, choosing instead to ignore one another. While savoring his meal, he was captivated by the exquisite flavors. With such a plethora of delectable dishes and the emperor himself having come to inaugurate the restaurant, it was certain that this establishment would thrive. Additionally, the shared restaurant featured in the live broadcasts was witnessing a remarkable surge in daily sales. Lin Man's current wealth likely surpassed anything the Yan family could boast. Yan's parents, having been thoroughly enchanted by the culinary delights, relaxed significantly, albeit occasionally glancing towards the entrance. In a short while, the couple had satisfied their appetites. With no financial constraints, Yan's mother pulled out her holographic device and placed an order for several dishes to take away. She had never tasted such exquisite food in her life. Today, she had merely intended to apologize to the Marshal's wife, yet unexpectedly encountered the finest cuisine. With such offerings, this restaurant would surely succeed. Her foolish son, choosing a vile and malicious woman over the exceptional Lin Man, was truly blind to her worth. Noticing his wife's actions, Yan's father did not intervene but rather leaned in to select a few of his favorite dishes. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from the elevator. Many diners in the lobby turned their attention towards the entrance. Among them were Lin Man, Qin Zhou, the Emperor and Elder Jiang, escorted by several bodyguards as they made their way toward the exit. Upon seeing Lin Man again, He instinctively rose. Yet, just as he stood, one of the bodyguards turned their gaze toward him. The bodyguard's expression was stern, casting a warning glance that set He on edge. In that critical moment, Yan's father grasped his son and pulled him back down into his seat, simultaneously offering an apologetic smile towards the bodyguard. Only then did the bodyguard avert their gaze, escorting Lin Man and the others out of the restaurant. Seeing Lin Man depart, He called out anxiously, "The Marshal and his wife must be escorting someone. They will return shortly, so do not fret," his father reassured him. This calmed He somewhat. Nearby, Tang Xuemei struggled to contain herself, but was held back by Lin Ruohai's firm grip. Yan's father felt the weight of someone else's gaze upon them and turned to find Lin Ruohai meeting his eyes. The two, bound by decades of friendship, exchanged a brief look before diverting their gazes. It would be best if the marshal's wife could show leniency towards Qian Qian. If not, we must not press the issue. Yan's father suddenly remarked. He immediately turned his attention to his father, while his mother grew anxious. Yan's father sighed. Today, our aim is simply to approach the marshal's wife. Perhaps, if fortune favors us, we might exchange a few words. However, Lin Ruohai and his family are also here. The marshal's wife appears to hold greater animosity towards the Lin family than towards us. Should Lin Ruohai approach them, it could provoke the marshal's wife, and if that happens, we shall withdraw. After all, Qian Qian was at fault initially, and given the circumstances, her sentence should be lenient at most. If she does end up incarcerated, we can seek ways to apply for a reduced sentence afterward. But if we offend the marshal's wife, the situation may become considerably more complicated. Yan's father looked at his son. We are here to resolve issues, not to exacerbate them. Hearing this, Yan's mother felt tears welling in her eyes but restrained them. Remaining silent, she understood that her husband spoke the truth. He longed to argue but, after considering his father's analysis, found his desire to dispute waning, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. At 25 years of age, he had not lived a life of unbridled luxury, yet he had been well regarded, navigating life with relative ease. However, of late, his world had unraveled entirely. Once confident in his ability to dictate the course of his life and even the futures of others, he now felt like a small vessel tossed upon turbulent seas. Unable to steer his own direction, beset by storms that threatened to capsize him at any moment.
Did you hear that?
Yan's father did not wait for his son's response, speaking in a low voice. He quickly regained his focus, murmuring an acknowledgement. Witnessing the concern in his parents' eyes, along with their suddenly aged appearance, he resolved that he must muster his strength. Seeing this, Yan's father felt a slight sense of relief. At that moment, Lin Man and Qin Zhou returned. The bodyguards who had previously accompanied them had left with the emperor, and now the two were unaccompanied. An opportunity had arisen. Just as he prepared to rise, he noticed Lin Ruohai and Tang Xuemei already standing. Lin Man furrowed her brow upon hearing Tang Xuemei's loud call, while the latter dashed toward the entrance, followed closely by Lin Ruohai, who was also making his way toward Lin Man. His actions were thwarted by his father's watchful eye, who signaled for him to remain seated. At the entrance, upon hearing the commotion, Lin Man spotted Tang Xuemei and Lin Ruohai approaching her and frowned. In response, Qin Zhou activated his holographic device to summon security. When Lin Ruohai and Tang Xuemei arrived, security personnel were already rushing in from outside. Realizing the situation was amiss, Tang Xuemei hastily spoke. Lin Man, we mean no harm. We simply wish to talk. You are our daughter. How can you blacklist both your father and me? Lin Man's brow furrowed again at these words. Did they truly not understand why she had placed them on her blacklist? Remove these two from here. They are not permitted to enter the restaurant in the future. Qin Zhou declared, positioning himself protectively behind Lin Man's security promptly moved to apprehend the intruders. What are you doing? Do not touch me. I am the mother of your employer. Tang Xuemei shouted. Lin Man, you must make them stop. She cried sharply. Sensing the attention of numerous onlookers, security hesitated, momentarily deterred. Finally, Lin Man spoke. Please have them leave. If they do not comply, I will call the authorities. With that, she instructed Qin Zhou to escort her away. Seeing this, Tang Xuemei shouted once more. This time, security acted without hesitation, expelling them from the restaurant and alerting the police. As Lin Man ascended the stairs, she cast a glance at the Yan family seated in the lobby. Observing Yan's complex expression directed at her, she did not linger a moment longer. Nor did her pace falter. He realized that Lin Man had indeed seen him, yet she had chosen to disregard him. As this thought crossed his mind, he discovered he felt a twinge of disappointment, but no anger. Lin Man and Qin Zhou took the elevator to the top floor, where a private lounge had been specially constructed for Lin Man. Upon entering the suite, Qin Zhou settled her onto the sofa and poured her a glass of water. Lin Ruohai and Tang Xuemei, how do you intend to deal with them? He inquired. The wife's previous handling of Lin Chen and Lin Yao had already made their stance towards the Lin family abundantly clear. If Lin Ruohai and Tang Xuemei had refrained from seeking her out, the matter could have concluded there. However, The audacity of the two to approach her in a public dining establishment and entangle her in their affairs necessitated intervention. A flicker of irritation crossed Lin Man's eyes. Is it possible to find some leverage against the Lin family and have them incarcerated as well? She harbored no fondness for those two. Their unwelcome intrusion left her with no choice but to retaliate. Chapter 100. Happiness. Certainly, Qin Zhou responded without a moment's hesitation. He was due to return to the front lines next week and intended to eliminate any lingering threats to his wife before his departure. The warmth in Lin Man's heart swelled at Qin Zhou's unreserved support for her decision. Tentatively, she ventured, "Do you think I am being too heartless? After all, they are indeed the parents of my predecessor." Qin Zhou drew Lin Man into his embrace. "They are the parents of Lin Shun and Lin Yao, and have no connection to you. Even if there were, it is one of enmity," he murmured. Lin Man felt a soothing comfort within. This assertion resonated with her deeply. She is not the predecessor. She is indeed unrelated to Lin Ruhai and Tang Xuemei. Yet, with the memories of her former self, she bore a grudge against them. "By the way, I noticed Yan He and his parents in the lobby earlier." Shifting her focus from Lin Ruhai and Tang Xuemei, Lin Man continued. Qin Zhou furrowed his brow slightly. "Your former fiancé?" he asked, laced with a hint of jealousy. Although neither the Lin family nor the Yan family had acknowledged any connection between Yan He and his wife, the engagement had originally been between Lin family's daughter and Yan He, while his wife was the true daughter of the Lin family. Lin Man chuckled. "What kind of fiancé is he?" At the time of the engagement, the Lin family was unaware that Lin Yao was an imposter, and the Yan family had accepted Lin Yao as well. When I returned to the Lin family, neither side brought up the matter of Lin Yao relinquishing the engagement. Lin Yao had maliciously schemed against me, perhaps due to Yan He's influence. It seems that Yan's matriarch held disdain for her status as an adopted daughter. Wait. A realization struck Lin Man as she turned to Qin Zhou. "I have had little to no interaction with Yan He. You, however, were genuinely engaged to Li Jiaojiao, correct?" Qin Zhou hastily tightened his hold on his wife. "That engagement was arranged by our forebears. I had no dealings with her. Furthermore, Man, have I not explained this to you already? I harbor no feelings for her whatsoever. If she wishes to marry Xiao Rui, I truly wish her well." After speaking, Qin Zhou cautiously glanced at his wife, fearful that she might cling to this topic. Had he known better, he would have held his tongue. Even though he was fully aware of Lin Man's lack of involvement with Yan He found himself unreasonably jealous. "Humph," Lin Man playfully rebuked, allowing him a reprieve. Seeing this, Qin Zhou let out a slight sigh of relief. "The Yan family is likely here to seek you out as well. Shall we address that too?" he suggested, aiming to shift the conversation. Lin Man reflected momentarily on the sight of the Yan family trio. "They must be here concerning Yan Qian," she muttered. "Let us leave it be. Just send them a message to refrain from pestering me again. Otherwise, they should not blame us for taking vigorous action regarding Yan Qian. As for the Yan family, we are not incapable of dealing with them either." Lin Man's tone turned frosty. Qin Zhou's lips curled into a smirk. "Very well," he said indulgently. He promptly activated his hollow brain to make arrangements. In the lobby on the first floor, the Yan family watched helplessly as Lin Man and Qin Zhou departed together. Upon seeing the server deliver the takeout she had ordered, Yan mother lost interest and sank into her chair in dejection. "Father, should I go inquire if I might meet the marshal's wife?" Yan He knew the odds were slim, but was unwilling to concede. Yan father sighed. "Let it be." As they spoke, their gaze drifted toward the entrance. In that brief moment, the raucous Lin Ruhai and Tang Xuemei had already been escorted away by the police. The response from law enforcement had been remarkably swift. Yan He opened his mouth, intending to say something, but the words failed to materialize. After a while, just as Yan father prepared to rise and lead his family away, a figure clad in security uniform approached their table. Noticing the security guard halting at their table, Yan mother's heart raced. Yan father maintained his composure despite his unease and addressed the guard. "May I inquire what you require?" The guard regarded Yan father, then retrieved his hollow brain to compare the trio's photographs before stowing it away. "The marshal has instructed me to convey 2 messages. Please refrain from further harassing the marshal's wife. Otherwise, the matter concerning Yan Qian will not be resolved so easily. Moreover, do not invite trouble upon your Yan family." The guard spoke with a chilling indifference. Yan father's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly rose to his feet. "Please relay our apologies to the marshal. We have taken note of your words. We will not dare to contact the marshal's wife again." We deeply regret the actions taken by the Yen family regarding Yen Qian, and here is a token of our apology for the Marshal's wife. We kindly ask that you pass it along. Additionally, we wish the Marshal and his wife a loving and blissful union, eternally immersed in love. As he spoke, Yen father produced a gift box from a spatial ring and extended it toward the guard. The guard glanced at the box, hesitating briefly about whether to accept it. Noticing the guard's reluctance, Yen father hastily nudged the box forward, placing it within reach. You may pass it to the Marshal. It is a small gesture from us. With no expectation of a response from the Marshal or his wife, he insisted. Only then did the guard accept the gift box. Very well. He then glanced at the Yen family's table. Once you have finished, you may leave. Yes, we will take our leave at once. Yen father nodded vigorously. He beckoned to his family and hurriedly exited. As they stepped out of the dining establishment, Yen father finally slowed his pace. Leaning back against the seat in their hovering vehicle, he allowed himself a moment of relief. It seems the crisis for our Yen family has passed. Let us return home. He remarked with a sense of having survived a calamity. Yen he too relaxed. With a grunt of agreement, he activated the hovering vehicle. Meanwhile, Qin Zhou swiftly received the gift from the Yen family. Upon opening the box, he discovered a stunning blue sapphire necklace, its beauty unmistakable and undoubtedly valuable. Lin Man's eyes sparkled upon seeing the necklace. Previously, Her Majesty had gifted her 2 pieces of jewelry, yet both were unsuitable for public wear, forcing her to purchase adornments at the last minute for earlier events. Though those pieces were costly, she found them lacking in charm. This sapphire necklace, however, was exquisite and perfectly aligned with her taste. Most importantly, it was a gift from others free of charge. Observing the expression on Lin Man's face, Qin Zhou internally remarked, "Little spendthrift. Allow me to try it on for you," he offered, picking up the necklace. Lin Man turned slightly to oblige. The relatively weighty necklace was draped around her neck, and she felt a surge of happiness. After securing the necklace, Lin Man activated her hollow brain, using the front camera to view her reflection. The woman on the screen had fair skin, and the sapphire necklace gleamed on her swan-like neck, enhancing her beauty and elegance. Behind her, a handsome man gazed at her with affection, adjusting the necklace for her. A tender warmth flooded Lin Man's heart as she realized how blissful her life was. Chapter 101: The Poisonous Scheme. At that moment on the Star Network, following the posts from the Emperor and Elder Jiang, news about Man Man's dining establishment surged in popularity, quickly climbing the trending lists. While the average individual merely enjoyed the spectacle, the affluent, capable of indulging in such luxuries, were inspired to try the restaurant upon seeing endorsements from both the Emperor and the director of the Agricultural Institute. The reputation of Man Man's dining establishment grew ever larger. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 10th floor, Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao had also arrived. The couple, married for some time now, had entirely laid bare their dissatisfaction with one another. It is merely the opening of a restaurant. Yet she has summoned both the Emperor and Director Jiang to lend their support. Who does she think she is? After satiating her appetite, Li Jiaojiao activated her holographic device to browse the internet, where she stumbled upon news regarding Man Man Culinary Restaurant. The images and videos revealed Lin Man's radiant smile and the adoring gaze of Qin Zhou by her side, igniting a burning anger within Li Jiaojiao. The individual standing beside the Marshal, with such a look of affection, ought to have been her. The one deserving of such a gaze from the Marshal was indeed her. How dare that lowly wretch steal away her most beloved man? Upon hearing Li Jiaojiao's remarks, Xiao Rui immediately countered. Who is she? She is the chairwoman of Man Man Culinary Cultural Company, as well as Yu Live Streaming Company, a rising star in the business world, lauded by industry insiders as the most astute female investor. The reason the Emperor and Director Jiang chose to visit is that the dishes at this culinary establishment are unparalleled in taste. As Xiao Rui spoke, he cast a glance at the pile of empty dishes that Li Jiaojia had left behind, silently questioning her understanding of why this restaurant thrives. Li Jiaojiao, stung by Xiao Rui's words, smirked with disdain. No matter how you exalt her, I remain your wife. With that final statement, Li Jiaojiao deliberately jabbed at Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui, momentarily taken aback, quickly chose to retort. Indeed, we are married, but Qin Zhou's wife is Lin Man. Li Jiaojiao, incensed, rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Rui. He raised an eyebrow, then reached out to push her finger down. Since our goals align, rather than squabbling incessantly, why not collaborate? What do you say? A wicked glint danced in Xiao Rui's eyes. Li Jiaojiao paused, not in fear, but intrigued. How do you propose we collaborate? I will help you deal with Qin Zhou, and you will ensure I have Lin Man. As he spoke, desire flickered in Xiao Rui's gaze. Witnessing this, Li Jiaojiao felt a wave of revulsion, but was nonetheless captivated by his proposal. Given that Qin Zhou is a marshal and enjoys the Emperor's trust, how do you plan to assist me? Noticing the anticipation on Li Jiaojiao's face, Xiao Rui felt a twinge of disgust, but masked it well. I have received word that he is to return to the front lines next week. I will mention it to the Emperor and arrange a farewell banquet under the guise of a family gathering, inviting him and his wife to the palace. The Emperor will undoubtedly comply. Once they are in the palace, Xiao Rui's malevolence deepened. The thought of Xiao Rui's scheme ignited a spark of excitement within Li Jiaojiao. You intend to drug him during the meal? Suddenly realizing something, she shot a warning glance at Xiao Rui. You shall not harm Qin Zhou. Xiao Rui, somewhat at a loss, replied, would I be foolish enough to poison Qin Zhou and leave evidence against myself? While he might wish for Qin Zhou's demise, he had never contemplated accompanying him to the grave. Rest assured, I will not poison him. Merely a substance to induce confusion will suffice. Otherwise, how could you seize your opportunity? With that, Xiao Rui's disdain became evident, this time without any attempt to disguise it. Li Jiaojiao felt irked by his gaze, yet acknowledged the validity of his reasoning. The marshal is too principled. Should anything occur between them, he would never neglect her. At that point, she need not fear being unable to entangle him, nor would she disrupt his relationship with that lowly woman. And what of Lin Man? Xiao Rui smirked. As for Lin Man, I have my own plans. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Li Jiaojiao surmised Xiao Rui's sordid intentions. While feeling disgusted, a sense of vindictive pleasure arose within her. Noble? Let the marshal witness that woman's degradation at the hands of Xiao Rui, then let us see how noble she remains. With this thought, a gleam of determination shone in Li Jiaojiao's eyes. It's a deal. She then raised her hand towards Xiao Rui. He smirked and shook her hand in agreement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The business at Man Culinary Restaurant flourished immensely, with numerous patrons dining in the establishment. The takeout orders were countless, and the reports about the culinary haven on Starnet never ceased. Fong Qing, witnessing the daily revenue, was elated, her smile even lingering into her dreams. At this moment, in Greenwild Manor, Fong Qing was again reporting the restaurant's status to Lin Man. Young madam, in the past 3 days, our monthly, quarterly, and annual cards have sold remarkably well. According to the data, 65 of the patrons have purchased one of these services. Given the rising number of diners and takeout orders, I plan to recruit additional staff. Furthermore, I intend to have food streamers begin live broadcasts next week at the restaurant, allowing patrons to observe the experience in real time. Oh, and by the way, we have added 2 senior cultivators in Greenwild Manor. Could you please retain one to assist the restaurant in producing some fruits and vegetables? The culinary establishment consumes significant quantities, especially fruits, and replenishment is somewhat lagging. Certainly, you may select one to keep, while the other should contact me to report. Lin Man readily agreed. In these past few days, her senior cultivators had been tirelessly nurturing watermelon and tomato seeds. Completing tasks was one aspect. They were also quite eager to earn overtime pay. This was evident as, after fulfilling basic duties, they exhibited less enthusiasm for the orchard, opting instead to persist in cultivating seeds for additional earnings. Lin Man welcomed this development, as her collaboration with the Agricultural Research Institute to sell watermelon and tomato seeds had led to substantial daily income. The more diligently her team worked, the greater her profits. Moreover, the senior cultivator's reduced attendance in the orchard did not significantly impact her orchard management. Just yesterday, her abilities had successfully ascended to level 4, allowing her to nurture even more fruit tree seeds and saplings each day. Her daily output could now rival that of her entire team working together for over a month. Thanks to her relentless efforts, she had already established a significant portion of her orchard. Chapter 102. Who is disgusting? Now that her powers had strengthened once more, she anticipated the swift completion of her orchard, with new cultivators continually joining the manor and their rapid growth in skill. She was confident that it would not be long before she could delegate the management of the established orchard to some senior cultivators. Very well, young madam, Fong Qing cheerfully responded. After briefing Lin Man on other matters, she turned and departed. At that moment, Qin Zhou had just finished his tasks and emerged from the inner room. Has Aunt Fong left so soon? The man glanced at the door and casually inquired. Yes. Aunt Fong came to report on the restaurant's situation. She mentioned that everything is going well, and she intends to recruit more staff. Qin Zhou responded with a simple acknowledgement, moving to sit beside Lin Man. With a long arm, he effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. Lin Man did not resist. Sensing the man's mood was somewhat off, she relaxed against his chest. "What's wrong?" she gently asked. "His Majesty has requested us to visit the palace tomorrow evening. It seems Xiao Rui has suggested a farewell for me." Lin Man recalled the discord between Xiao Rui and the Empress. "Are they not at odds with you?" she queried. "Indeed they are," Qin Zhou replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Yet His Majesty wishes to see Xiao Rui and me on amicable terms." Lin Man understood Qin Zhou's predicament. "So, have you agreed to go to the palace?" "Yes," Qin Zhou replied wearily. Zheng Sun contacted him, urging him to request additional military funds from the emperor. At this juncture, it would be inappropriate to decline. Lin Man patted Qin Zhou's chest. "Then let us go. Once we have eaten and drunk, we shall return. I am here with you, so there is no need to fear them." Qin Zhou was amused, and the shadows in his heart dissipated considerably as he held his wife a little tighter. The following evening, Lin Man and Qin Zhou entered the palace to attend a banquet. In this family gathering, only the emperor appeared to be in high spirits. Shortly after the feast commenced, the empress, having had her fill, excused herself, showing little regard for the emperor's dignity. However, Xiao Rui was noticeably more cordial than usual. He not only initiated conversation with Qin Zhou but also inquired about various matters from the front lines. Qin Zhou responded with polite retorts, maintaining a balanced demeanor. "Sister-in-law," suddenly chimed in Li Jiao, sweetly addressing Lin Man. Lin Man looked at Li Jiao, noting her delightful smile, yet sensed an undercurrent of malice. By proper etiquette, Li Jiao should have referred to her as cousin-in-law, but informally calling her sister-in-law was also acceptable. Could it be that Li Jiao was already aware of Qin Zhou's status as the emperor's eldest son? Lin Man was uncertain. "Your Highness, the prince's consort." Lin Man responded politely. "Why so formal, sister-in-law? There are no outsiders present. Just call me Jiao." Li Jiao replied, feigning innocence with a bright smile. Lin Man refrained from responding hastily and instead glanced at Qin Zhou. "Haha, Jiao speaks true. Little man, we are all family here." "There's no need for formality," the emperor interjected, relieved to see that his younger son and daughter-in-law seemed to be getting along better than he had feared, especially considering the previous engagement between his daughter-in-law and his eldest son. "Well then, Jiao," Lin Man feigned shyness in her response. Internally, Li Jiao cursed Lin Man for her pretense, though her outward demeanor remained radiant. "Oh, how delightful," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Xiao Rui, observing Lin Man's expression, was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for Li Jiao nudging him beneath the table, he would have remained lost in thought. "Sister-in-law, the Mon gourmet restaurant you opened, we visited on its opening day and have been ordering from it these past few days. The dishes there are simply exquisite. Where do you find such talented chefs?" Li Jiao looked at Lin Man with admiration. Lin Man smiled in response. "The restaurant is managed by Aunt Fong. I'm not sure where she finds her chefs. By the way, if you truly enjoy the food and plan to order regularly, you might consider purchasing an annual membership. For just 5 million star coins, you'll enjoy a 25% discount on all future orders, valid for a whole year.
Oh.
And you can also participate in the restaurant's promotion program. If you help promote Mon Gourmet Restaurant on social media and reach a certain number of likes, you can receive a free monthly, quarterly, or even annual membership." Lin Man's words were obviously intended to irk Li Jiao. She knew the latter was not short of money and would likely not assist in promoting her restaurant. Yet, it did not deter her from sharing such information. After all, in Lin Man's eyes, she came from humble beginnings, lacking any sophistication. It was perfectly normal for someone with her background to enthusiastically recommend such offers to family members.
Was it not?
Li Jiao was indeed repulsed, almost unable to maintain her composure. Had it not been for Xiao Rui's discreet grip on her hand beneath the table, she might have lost her temper. My social media account doesn't have many followers. Even if I posted, I probably wouldn't gather many likes, so I'll pass on that," Li Jiao replied, her face stiff. As the eldest daughter of the Li family and a fashionista in the industry, now also a royal consort, her follower count was over 8 million, far from insignificant. To promote a restaurant owned by a woman of humble origins for a mere 5 million star coin discount membership? Insanity. The emperor's smile faded slightly upon hearing this. He had previously looked into his daughter-in-law's social media and was aware of her substantial following. My social media following is quite considerable. I'll definitely promote your restaurant when I place my order tomorrow, Xiao Rui suddenly declared, his voice bright. Sincerity evident in his gaze directed at Lin Man. He did not perceive Lin Man as unsophisticated or naive. Rather, he found himself increasingly admiring her, believing that her recommendations were genuinely for their benefit. A shiver ran down Lin Man's spine at his gaze. Just as she was about to shift the topic, Qin Zhou gently nudged her plate with food. Try this, he suggested, effectively diverting Xiao Rui's fervent attention away. Lin Man returned Qin Zhou's gesture with a sweet smile, akin to a blissful young woman, as she savored the food he had offered her. Then, somewhat shyly, she offered him a bite as well. I noticed you've only been drinking, you should eat some vegetables. Qin Zhou accepted her kindness with a doting gaze, oblivious to the world around them. The emperor observed this exchange with satisfaction, while Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao across the table felt a pang of envy. Moments later, a palace attendant brought in several plates of sliced watermelon. Upon seeing it, Xiao Rui's eyes brightened, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Li Jiaojiao. Everyone, do try this watermelon. It's from the Li family estate and is exceptionally sweet, Li Jiaojiao announced eagerly. The emperor, hearing this, cast a meaningful glance at Lin Man. This watermelon was what his eldest daughter-in-law had reported to the Agricultural Institute. Due to its large size, high moisture content, and excellent taste, it had gained immense popularity in the market. Despite the Agricultural Institute's efforts, the demand for these watermelon and tomato seeds remained unfulfilled across various seed stores on the Empire Star. My daughter-in-law is indeed resourceful, the emperor mused. Lin Man glanced at the small plate of sliced watermelon before her, feeling somewhat disdainful, yet deciding to give it a try, as it seemed more palatable than the array of dishes before her. However, just as she speared a piece of watermelon to her lips, she sensed something amiss. Her wood-based abilities bestowed upon her a heightened sensitivity to plants and their fruits, and now, her abilities warned her that the watermelon she had chosen was compromised. In the apocalypse, she had encountered similar situations where either the plant or fruit had gone bad, rendering it inedible, or had been tampered with, containing something harmful to the human body. As her gaze shifted to Li Jiaojiao, she indeed caught her staring intently. Upon meeting Lin Man's gaze, Li Jiaojiao quickly averted her eyes. At that moment, Lin Man was certain that the watermelon had been laced with something. Furthermore, her instincts suggested that while the substance was harmful, it was not lethal. At that instant, Qin Zhou reached for the watermelon in front of him. Lin Man swiftly tugged at his sleeve beneath the table. His hand paused momentarily before he turned to look at her. Leaning closer, Lin Man whispered in a voice only Qin Zhou could hear, "There's something in our watermelon." Qin Zhou was taken aback, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. He didn't need to question how his wife knew. He simply believed her words. It dawned on him that Xiao Rui's sudden attentiveness was indeed a pretense for something sinister. What should we do? Lin Man pressed, concerned. Although the poison was likely intended for just her and Qin Zhou, the scandal that would ensue if this came to light would be disastrous for both Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao, regardless of their royal status. Qin Zhou cast a dark look at Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao, causing both to flinch and quickly avert their gazes. The emperor, witnessing this, wore a worried expression but chose to remain silent. He reached for a piece of watermelon, and just as he was about to take a bite, Qin Zhou suddenly interjected. "Your Majesty." The emperor's motion ceased as he held a forked watermelon, casting his gaze towards Qin Zhou. Qin Zhou's eyes fell to the watermelons speared by the emperor. The hue of these watermelons appeared somewhat lackluster, and for the sake of health, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from consuming them, he remarked in a low voice. The emperor glanced at the watermelon he had skewered, deeming its color perfectly normal, and it did not seem stale to him. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of the tense expressions on his younger son and daughter-in-law's faces. At this moment, suspicion arose within the emperor. Abruptly, he tossed the watermelon back onto the plate. Seeing this, Xiao Rui realized that his father had grown suspicious. To avert any complications, he hastily forked a piece from the small plate before him and took a bite. "Not fresh. I think it's quite all right. It tastes very sweet." After finishing, he added. Li Jiaojiao, noticing this, also took a piece from her own small plate. "It's quite fresh," she insisted. "I had this watermelon pre-ordered from the farm and instructed the kitchen to cut it fresh. It can't possibly be stale." Li Jiaojiao, feeling the pressure, glanced at Qin Zhou. However, Qin Zhou's expression remained dark. At this juncture, Lin Man spoke up. Perhaps he simply misjudged. Nevertheless, our stomachs haven't been well recently. Watermelons are cooling, so we can't partake. This fruit is precious, and the portions are limited. How about you two, Rui and Jiao Jiao, eat our share? Without waiting for Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao to refuse, Lin Man stood up and placed the 2 small plates of watermelon from her and Qin Zhou's side in front of Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao. Xiao Rui was unfazed, but Li Jiao Jiao's face turned pale. We've had our fill. How could we possibly eat so much? The emperor, witnessing this scene, could no longer doubt the situation. He immediately offered his plate of watermelon to Xiao Rui. I also shouldn't consume anything too cooling lately. Let Rui eat it on my behalf, he stated in a deep voice. Xiao Rui dared not meet the emperor's gaze. Under the table, his hand firmly grasped Li Jiao Jiao to prevent her from saying anything further. Yes, he replied to the emperor, and then he began to eat the watermelon. First, he tackled the emperor's plate, followed by his own, and finally the one Lin Man had passed to him. Li Jiao Jiao watched from the side, feeling both sympathy and fear. The emperor observed Xiao Rui finish all 3 plates of watermelon, and his expression lightened considerably. Jiao Jiao, you should eat as well. Just then, Lin Man smiled at Li Jiao Jiao. Li Jiao Jiao's expression froze. Noticing this, the emperor's authoritative gaze fell upon her. Xiao Rui quickly tugged at Li Jiao Jiao beneath the table. Li Jiao Jiao harbored a deep resentment towards Lin Man but could only force a smile and agree, joining Xiao Rui to consume all the watermelon. Xiao Rui had previously mentioned that the substance he administered was merely a potent aphrodisiac, not poison. Moreover, if Xiao Rui could consume it, she should be fine as well. Once the emperor's attention shifted away from Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao, Lin Man and Qin Zhou exchanged a glance, both anticipating the unfolding drama. However, before long, the emperor declared, "It seems we've eaten enough. It's getting late. Let us all return." A flicker of disappointment crossed Lin Man's eyes. It appeared that His Majesty's mind was as clear as glass. Having determined that the effects of the substance Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao ingested were not lethal, he sought to help them cover up the incident. Qin Zhou, understanding the emperor's intentions, took Lin Man's hand and stood. "Your Majesty, we shall take our leave," he said respectfully. The emperor nodded wearily, a hint of fatigue evident in his voice. Lin Man turned to the now flushed Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao. "Rui Jiao Jiao, we will take our leave now." Their expressions were somewhat dazed, appearing innocent and sweet. Yes, Xiao Rui suppressed the rising desire within him, daring not to look at Lin Man. After Qin Zhou and Lin Man departed, Xiao Rui struggled against the effects of the substance for a while. After a couple of minutes, he finally took Li Jiao Jiao's hand and stood up. "Father, Jiao Jiao can't handle her liquor. We shall take our leave." Xiao Rui felt as if Li Jiao Jiao's hand was like ice, offering relief to his heated body, and he yearned to whisk her away and claim her. Chapter 104, Facing the Issue. Li Jiao Jiao was in a similar predicament, yearning to collapse into Xiao Rui's arms to alleviate her discomfort. Had she not retained a modicum of reason, she might have completely lost control. The emperor raised his eyes, coldly regarding Xiao Rui. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Rui would have been terrified. Yet, due to the drug's effects, he felt little fear, only irritation. All he desired was to leave quickly. The consequences could be addressed later. The emperor, observing the sheen of sweat on Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao's faces, relented. "Go," he commanded in a deep voice. Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily taking their leave, practically running away. After their departure, the emperor beckoned to a palace servant who promptly approached. "Go and investigate," he ordered. The servant understood, responded affirmatively, and quickly departed. After about 40 minutes, the emperor awaited the servant's return in his chamber. "Your Majesty, the prince and princess consort have ingested a potent aphrodisiac." Upon returning to the palace, the servants recalled what they had seen and heard, and they are still in shock. The emperor furrowed his brow. What would my younger son and his wife want with such a substance for my elder son and his wife? Soon, the emperor's expression darkened further. "What else did you hear?" he inquired. The servant tensed, not daring to conceal anything, and recounted the dialogue he had overheard between Xiao Rui and Li Jiao Jiao. The emperor's visage grew increasingly grim as he listened. "Outrageous!" he bellowed in anger. "How shameless! How could I have such a base son? And that Li Jiao Jiao! To toy with both my sons! How could such a woman marry into our royal family? The servant fell silent, frightened into submission. After a moment, he softly urged, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." The prince was merely confused in the moment. Fortunately, you discovered it in time, preventing him from committing a grave error. Humph. This isn't mere confusion, it's premeditated. He seeks to satisfy his lascivious desires while attempting to sow discord between me and Zhou Heir, even to incite a rift between the royal family and the military. The emperor was seething with rage, breathing heavily. Does such a person truly deserve to be the crown prince? Can he ensure the stability of the empire and the borders? After the fury subsided, a sense of helplessness washed over the emperor. He was acutely aware that Zhou Heir's capabilities far exceeded Xiao Rui's. Yet, Zhou Heir refused to acknowledge him. He could not risk alienating the Qin family by reinstating him to the royal fold. More critically, Zhou Heir's fertility value had plummeted to 0.5 or even lower. Even if he could overcome all obstacles to restore Zhou Heir to the royal family and crown him, a crown prince without offspring would ultimately struggle to command respect. Additionally, the Wang family would not simply let this matter rest. Reflecting on these issues, the emperor pinched the bridge of his nose. He realized that he had been overly indecisive. In light of such events, he must confront a difficult truth. Xiao Rui was indeed unworthy of being his successor. But whom could he choose instead? It was a pity. If only Zhou Heir could have a child with Lin Man alternatively, if Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao could swiftly produce an heir. Although the child's lineage might be flawed, he could later take the child under his wing and nurture them. With this thought, the emperor could not help but sigh. He had been negligent in properly educating Xiao Rui, allowing him to be shaped into this disgraceful version by his mother. He could only hope for a chance to rectify the situation. Meanwhile, in Xiao Rui's chamber, he and Li Jiaojiao had already plunged into a fervent third round. Both had lost their senses, one calling out Man and the other Marshal, treating each other merely as vessels for their unbridled desires. Engrossed in their passionate encounter, they remained blissfully unaware that the Empress had caught wind of their return to the chamber and was hastening to confront them. On this evening's family banquet, the Queen barely touched her meal before excusing herself from the table. Her reluctance to dine alongside Qin Zhou stemmed from a desire to convey her discontent to the emperor, asserting that she did not intend to align herself with Qin Zhou's family. Given that this gathering was proposed by her own son, the queen returned to her chambers increasingly agitated, resolved to confront her son and daughter-in-law about the matter, seeking to rally them to her cause. However, upon reaching the doorway, she was taken aback by the embarrassing sounds emanating from within. While it was not unusual for a married couple to engage in some intimacy, the peculiar calls of Man and Marshal raised her suspicions. Pressing her ear against the door, she confirmed her fears, her face darkening with fury. Suppressing the impulse to storm in and reprimand them, the queen maintained her composure and turned to a palace attendant. She instructed them to discreetly inquire about what the prince and his wife had been doing in the emperor's chambers that evening and to report back promptly. Having served the queen for many years, the attendant had already formed suspicions about the unfolding events. After acknowledging the queen's command, they hurried away. An hour later, within the queen's chambers, the attendant returned and leaned in to whisper the information they had gleaned. "Scoundrel!" The queen seethed, her fist striking the armrest of the sofa. That wretched Li Jiaojiao had actually incited her son to drug Qin Zhou and his spouse. Not only had they undertaken such an act, but they had also been discovered. Fortunately, the emperor had safeguarded their dignity. Otherwise, the queen shuddered at the thought of her son and Li Jiaojiao calling out each other's names, wishing she could cleanse her ears and deliver a slap to each of them. After a considerable time, she regained her composure. "I must see the emperor. Tomorrow morning. Those two scoundrels must come to see me." With that, the queen rose and made her way to the emperor's chambers. Although the events of the night had not been publicly exposed, it was likely that the emperor was already aware. She needed to ascertain the situation while also reassuring him. Upon arriving at the emperor's door, however, the queen was denied entry. Ultimately, she had no choice but to return to her own chambers. Meanwhile, Lin Man and Qin Zhou had returned to the Greenwild Manor and were preparing for bed. "Darling, aren't you curious how I knew that Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao had drugged the watermelon we were going to eat?" Lin Man leaned against Qin Zhou, inquiring. Qin Zhou chuckled softly, patting Lin Man's arm. "Not curious. If you say it, I believe it." A smile graced Lin Man's lips, a sensation of happiness blossoming within her heart. "Then let us sleep." With that, she pulled the blanket over herself and lay down. Qin Zhou paused for a moment, expecting his wife to explain further, but then smiled and lay down beside her. He was in no hurry. One day, he would eventually hear her confide in him, revealing her secrets. The following day, after a tumultuous night, Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao awoke to a fierce argument. Both were dissatisfied with having spent the night together, especially after everything that had transpired. Their quarrel escalated to insults and even physical confrontation. Fortunately, the queen's attendants arrived just in time to intervene. Upon learning that the queen wished to see them and was aware of their activities from the previous night, they quickly set aside their grievances, tidied themselves up, and followed the attendants to the queen's chambers. In the queen's chambers, Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao had not been there long before an intense argument erupted. The queen placed the blame squarely on Li Jiaojiao, slapping her across the face. How could she not strike her own son but take it out on someone else's daughter? As the sole daughter of the Li family, Li Jiaojiao had never endured such humiliation and was incensed. It was your son's idea. He had someone drug the food. What does it have to do with me? Li Jiaojiao glared at Xiao Rui. You, as a man, should clarify this with your mother. What kind of ability is it to send a woman out to take the blame? Seeing Xiao Rui avert his gaze only fueled Li Jiaojiao's anger, and she turned to confront the queen directly. Yes, I like Qin Zhou and look down on your son. What right does that spineless creature have to be compared to him? Enraged, the queen raised her hand again. However, this time, fortune did not favor her. Not only did she fail to strike Li Jiaojiao, but she received a slap in return. A triumphant expression crossed Li Jiaojiao's face. Old witch, do you think I fear you? You've ruined my happiness for a lifetime and still want to bully me. Not a chance. The queen and Li Jiaojiao soon found themselves in a physical altercation. With the attendants dismissed by the queen, she could not even call for help. Ruier, help. In desperation, the queen called for her son. Hearing this, Li Jiaojiao intensified her assault, taking advantage of her youth and strength to retaliate. Xiao Rui, this is between me and your mother. Stay out of it. Ruier, help. Pull her away. The queen struggled against Li Jiaojiao, soon finding herself pinned to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Rui rushed in to assist. Whom was he helping? Naturally, it was his mother. As a man, Xiao Rui possessed significantly more strength than Li Jiaojiao, easily pulling her away. Xiao Rui, get away. How dare you touch me? Ruier, oh Ruier, please help me deal with that crazy woman. Once freed from the ground by her son, the queen fell into Xiao Rui's embrace, glancing back to see Li Jiaojiao charging at them like a rabid chicken. Screaming at her son, Xiao Rui quickly pushed his mother aside, confronting Li Jiaojiao himself. Though Li Jiaojiao held a distinct advantage against the queen, she found herself outmatched against Xiao Rui, unable to compete with his strength. Enough! Xiao Rui bellowed, seizing Li Jiaojiao's arm and tossing her aside. Li Jiaojiao lost her balance and fell to the ground with a thud. As her arms scraped against the floor, she sustained a painful abrasion, tears welling in her eyes. Looking up, she met Xiao Rui's exasperated expression and the queen's smug face. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, her tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls falling from a broken string. Xiao Rui, you bastard. I want a divorce. With that, she scrambled to her feet and dashed out. Xiao Rui felt a flicker of remorse, but as his mother tightened her grip on his arm, that remorse vanished. Li Jiaojiao was indeed a madwoman. How dare she lay a hand on his mother? She deserved to be dealt with. Don't worry about her. The Li family will never let her divorce you, the queen said tersely. Her son had to stand by her side. As for Li Jiaojiao, she had little faith that the Li family would truly sever ties over this incident. Xiao Rui's eyes reflected a sense of helplessness as he assisted his mother to a nearby sofa. Meanwhile, Li Jiaojiao, feeling wronged, stormed back to the Li family home. She intended to return to her parents, revealing the true nature of the man they had insisted she marry. Within half an hour, Li Jiaojiao arrived at her family home. Upon seeing her precious daughter, tear-streaked and bearing injuries on her face and arms, Li's mother was filled with concern and immediately contacted Li's father to return home. Following this, she comforted her daughter and inquired about the situation. Yet, Li Jiaojiao merely sobbed, holding back words, waiting for her father to arrive so she could explain without her mother intervening prematurely. The more Li Jiaojiao suppressed her emotions, the more her mother's heart ached, tears streaming down her own cheeks. Eventually, Li's father returned, and upon seeing his daughter in distress, he embraced her tightly, feeling the warmth of affection surge within him. Your mother didn't mention any reasons during the video call. What exactly happened? Li Jiaojiao wept uncontrollably, her sobs echoing through the room. Even the hardest of hearts, that of her father, softened in the face of her distress. "Speak to me, my dear, who has wronged you?" he queried gently. His daughter, known for her spirited nature, had always been the one to impose her will on others, never having found herself in such a disheveled state. What indignities had she endured outside? Amid her tears, she stammered, I told you, can you not seek justice for me, father?" Her eyes were filled with skepticism as they met her father's. "Why would I not champion your cause? I, Li Chang, would never allow my daughter to be unfairly treated," he replied sternly, a hint of regret creeping into his voice for having been overly severe with her previously, which had evidently led to her mistrust. Gradually, her sobs subsided, yet doubt lingered in her gaze. "If I were to say that it was Xiao Rui and the Empress who laid hands on me?" she ventured. The expressions of both her father and mother shifted dramatically. "How could that be? How could His Highness and the Empress possibly act against you without cause?" The warmth in Li Chang's eyes dissipated, replaced by a stern countenance. Li Mu hurriedly enveloped her daughter in a comforting embrace. "You have not even ascertained the facts. How can you stand with them?" For once, Li Mu, who typically aligned with her husband, opposed him fiercely. Before Li Chang could retort, she tenderly stroked her daughter's head. "Look at Jiao Jiao's face and arms. How could my perfectly fine daughter, marrying into the royal family, sustain such injuries?" Upon seeing his daughter's wounds, Li Chang's concern deepened. "What transpired?" he inquired. Li Jiaojiao wiped her tears and recounted the events of the previous night's banquet in the emperor's palace. "It was Xiao Rui who drugged me, driven by his base desires for Lin Man, seeking to disrupt the relationship between the marshal and her. When the truth emerged, the empress unjustly lashed out at me. The following day, after summoning both Xiao Rui and me, she berated me and struck me across the face. As she spoke, she covered her reddened cheek, tears cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread. And this injury." She lifted her wounded arm. "I was incensed and argued with the empress. Without hesitation, Xiao Rui pushed me to the ground. This injury, I received it when I fell," she lamented, downplaying her own fault and casting all blame onto Xiao Rui and the empress, painting herself as the ultimate victim. Li Mu was incensed. "Is this the fine son-in-law you chose? One who covets another man's wife, the wife of the marshal, and goes so far as to drug her at the emperor's table? Such outrageous behavior, and he dares to lay a hand on our daughter? And you still claim he possesses good character, destined to become the crown prince?" After their daughter's marriage, Li Mu had regretted losing contact with her. Seeing her now suffer such indignities only deepened her remorse. Had she known, she would have sided with Jiao Jiao, rejecting the royal match, even if it meant ending any chance of reconciling her with the marshal at the very least. She could have spared her from the flames of the royal family. Li Chang's brow furrowed tightly upon hearing his wife's grievances, and instead of responding immediately, he turned to his daughter. "Is what your mother says true?" His concern for his only daughter was palpable, and he could not bear to see her mistreated. If Xiao Rui and the empress truly had acted thusly, he would not allow his daughter to suffer in silence. Li Jiaojiao's gaze shifted to her father. Her eyes filled with despair. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and despite her biting her lip in defiance, her vulnerability was evident. Li Mu's heart ached at the sight of her daughter in such plight. Is she to be forced into silence, never daring to return to us with her troubles? Li Chang felt a lump in his throat. "I shall confront them," he declared before turning on his heel and departing. A flicker of triumph crossed Li Jiaojiao's face as she once again buried herself in her mother's embrace, sobbing anew. After leaving his daughter's room, Li Chang retreated to his study. He paced restlessly until he finally initiated a video call with Xiao Rui. Meanwhile, in the palace, after Li Jiaojiao's departure, Xiao Rui spent considerable time soothing the empress before finally retreating to his own chambers, utterly drained. Just then, his father-in-law's video call came through. Upon seeing the caller's name, Xiao Rui felt a surge of anxiety. His finger hovered over the decline option for a moment before he ultimately chose to answer. As the video connected, Li Chang's stern visage appeared on the screen. Seeing Xiao Rui's pale complexion and dark circles under his eyes ignited Li Chang's anger. "Your Highness," Xiao Rui acknowledged, aware of his misdeeds towards Li Jiaojiao, feeling somewhat guilty in the face of her father. "Is it true that you still recognize me as your father-in-law?" Li Chang replied sharply. "I entrusted Jiao Jiao to your care, yet you allowed her to return home wounded and aggrieved. Is this how you treat your wife? Dismissing the Li family?" Xiao Rui's guilt intensified. "There has been a misunderstanding. Things are not as you perceive them, he attempted to clarify.
Oh,
So it was not you who coveted the marshal's wife and arranged for her to be drugged at the emperor's table? Li Chang inquired, suppressing his fury. Xiao Rui's face froze in discomfort, realizing Li Jiaojiao had divulged this information. Reflecting on her behavior at the banquet, he recognized that she had likely exposed his misdeeds. His anger erupted uncontrollably. You come to accuse me without even questioning your daughter if she was aware of my actions, or if she conspired with me. Yes, I have feelings for Lin Man, but what is she worth? Does she not desire Qinzhou? Li Chang's eyes widened in shock at the audacity of Xiao Rui's words. Yet, despite the shamelessness, he sensed the possibility that Xiao Rui might not be entirely lying. And the reason she received a slap from my mother was due to her disrespect towards her elders. This morning, my mother merely chastised her, and she dared to retort. Being struck was her own doing, a mere junior, and she still had the gall to retaliate against the Empress, the mother of the empire. I merely pushed her away, showing restraint. Yet she had the audacity to return home and complain. Your daughter, instead of being reprimanded, should reflect on her own conduct. Xiao Rui vented all his frustrations. Li Chang felt suffocated by the revelations. He had not anticipated the truth would unfold in such a manner. Xiao Rui met his father-in-law's gaze fearlessly. At a loss for words, Li Chang ultimately relented. I shall seek clarity from Jiao Jiao, he concluded before ending the call. Xiao Rui, feeling drained after the conversation, collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Li Chang, still fuming, stormed back to Li Jiaojiao's room, intent on uncovering the truth from his daughter. However, before he could enter, he encountered his wife emerging from the room. What are you doing? Our daughter just fell asleep. Whatever it is, wait until she awakens. Li Mu admonished with displeasure. Casting a glance into the room, Li Chang snorted in frustration. Come with me, he commanded tersely, then turned and walked away. Despite his anger, he could not bear to disturb his daughter's rest just yet. Li Mu, feeling irked, believed that their daughter's predicament was a result of her husband's actions.
now.
He was dismissing her concerns, which only fueled her ire. Upon reaching the study, Li Chang recounted the details of his video call with Xiao Rui and the accusations the young man had hurled at him. Initially inclined to confront her husband, Li Mu fell silent. Could it be that Xiao Rui is lying? She finally asked after a moment. Li Chang shot her an exasperated glare. Do you not know your daughter's character? Moreover, she is currently at home, and we can inquire about the situation at any moment. Is it necessary for Xiao Rui to deceive me? He is foolish, fully aware of his daughter's character. Yet he believed her words so readily, and even called to confront his son-in-law. What shall we do about this? Motherly expressed her concern. The events that have transpired at the very least indicate that Xiao Rui's heart is not truly with our daughter. With the Empress stirring up trouble again, our daughter will undoubtedly suffer under her hand in the future. Since neither of them holds affection for the other, what should we do? Fatherly cast a warning glance at Motherly, urging her to silence herself. What do you understand? Do you think the Wang family and the Empress are so easily offended? And does the royal family lack dignity? If Jiao Jiao marries Xiao Rui, our Li family will be bound to the Empress and the Wang family. Now, asking for our daughter to divorce Xiao Rui is not merely a matter of separation. It would severely offend both the Empress and the Wang family. Do you possess the capability to withstand the fury of the Empress and the Wang family, as well as the animosity of the royal family? What then shall we do? Are we to let our Jiao Jiao return to that den of wolves? To witness her being bullied by Xiao Rui and the Empress? Motherly wiped away her tears. Previously, she had listened to her husband, which led to her daughter's immense suffering. Now, she could not allow her daughter to continue enduring such pain, knowing she was unhappy in her marriage to Xiao Rui. She would not permit her to be mistreated. Fatherly replied immediately. However, divorce is out of the question. Upon hearing this, Motherly's tears flowed even more fiercely. Seeing this, Fatherly felt a pang of compassion and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Jiao Jiao is not marrying an ordinary family. She can do without her husband's love. As long as she can bear a son for Xiao Rui, ensuring the royal lineage continues, her mission would be accomplished. If Xiao Rui were to become the next emperor, she would be the Empress, the mother of the crown prince. Should the throne be directly passed to the royal grandson, she would become the Empress Dowager. As he spoke, Fatherly's voice took on a deeper tone. Xiao Rui is so reckless, and the emperor is in good health. I believe the latter scenario is more likely. If our daughter can become the Empress Dowager, it will greatly benefit the Li family. At that point, Our family would be closer to the emperor and no longer subordinate to the Wang family. The Leaf family might even surpass the Wang family and ascend to the pinnacle of the four major conglomerates. Mother Li, upon hearing this, was somewhat moved, yet deep down, she still held reservations. Being a conservative woman, she wished for her daughter to receive her husband's affection and for her son-in-law to cherish his wife. Father Li, noticing the expression on Mother Li's face, deduced her thoughts. Rest assured, Jiao Jiao is our only daughter. I would never harm her. Once she bears an heir for the royal family, even if she becomes empress, they cannot do anything to her. Regarding this incident, while our daughter may share some blame, Xiao Rui was in the wrong first, and I will seek justice for our daughter from the empress. The empress and the Wang family have miscalculated if they think they can manipulate our Li family. No matter the reason, my daughter, Li Chang's daughter, is not so easily subdued. Such matters will not occur again. Hearing her husband's words, Mother Li finally felt a sense of relief. Realizing she could not alter her husband's decision, she sighed in acceptance of reality. In stark contrast to the chaos between the empress and her son and the Li family, the Greenfield Manor remained tranquil and harmonious. Lin Man, as per usual, was leisurely laboring between the orchard and the main residence. Early in the morning, Fang Qing arrived to report that the manor had welcomed a total of 20 new junior and intermediate cultivators, and among the previous cultivators, 2 had advanced to the rank of senior cultivators. Lin Man waved her hand, assigning the newly promoted senior cultivators to join the breeding work for watermelons and tomatoes. The seeds of watermelons and tomatoes produced at Greenfield Manor were increasing in abundance. The following day, after delivering goods to the Agricultural Science Institute, Elder Zhang's video call reached Lin Man. Madam Marshal, you haven't recruited another senior cultivator, have you? The quantity of watermelon and tomato seeds sent from Greenfield Manor has significantly increased compared to before. Elder Jiang inquired tentatively. Is it truly that easy to recruit senior cultivators? Recently, he had instructed the HR department to intensify recruitment efforts, yet after much exertion, only 1 senior cultivator had been hired. The breeding base was under immense pressure, and he truly sought a shortcut to resolve the issue. Indeed, we have recruited new senior cultivators, Lin Man responded. Internally, she mused, recruiting senior cultivators is not that simple. When the cultivators at Greenfield Manor joined, none of them possessed a high level of wood spirit power. It was solely through the nourishment of the ingredients she had cultivated, combined with sufficient seeds of her own vegetables and fruits, that she had elevated their wood spirit power. But could she disclose this? Certainly not. Truly recruited? Where did you find them? Elder Zhang's voice brimmed with excitement. Upon noticing Lin Man's awkward expression, he realized he had exaggerated. Madam Marshal, it is indeed the case that our Agricultural Science Institute is in dire need of manpower. If you have any connections, please assist us. We can offer compensation. Lin Man wore a gentle smile. I would genuinely like to assist you. However, our company is also in need of senior cultivators. As for the watermelon and tomato seeds, we have already established a collaboration. Moving forward, we will do our utmost to help your Agricultural Science Institute cultivate more of these 2 types of seeds. Difficulties are merely temporary. Issues can and will be resolved in due course. However, Elder Jiang found himself at a loss for words. But having assistance provided and cultivating independently is quite different. Nonetheless, he conceded that since Madam Marshal was the contributor of these 2 types of fruit seeds and Greenfield Manor was fundamentally different from the 4 major conglomerates, collaborating with one's own kind was not so. Wait, when did Madam Marshal become one of their own? Considering the recent relationship between Greenfield Manor and the Agricultural Science Institute, as well as his personal connection with Madam Marshal, Elder Jiang reaffirmed his musings. Indeed, Madam Marshal was one of their own. He had contemplated bringing her into the Agricultural Science Institute, yet he had never had the opportunity to propose it. Now it seemed this matter could not be delayed. He at least had to try. Thus, Elder Jiang cleared his throat. Ahem, Madam Marshal. Would you be interested in joining our Agricultural Science Institute? Lin Man's eyes widened in surprise. Please do not rush to decline. Listen to my terms first. Seeing Lin Man preparing to speak, Elder Jiang hurriedly interjected. Lin Man's smile returned. All right, please continue. Ahem. I would like to invite you to be the vice president of our Agricultural Science Institute. At this point, a sly glimmer passed through Elder Jiang's eyes. Upon becoming vice president, the substantial allowances were self-evident, and she would also participate in crucial decisions of the institute, representing it at significant imperial events, among other responsibilities.
Oh,
And if necessary, you could also mobilize certain cultivation departments under the institute to cultivate vegetables and fruits for the military. Elder Jiang believed this aspect would be somewhat enticing to Lin Man and gazed at her expectantly. However, Lin Man merely smiled lightly, opting to decline. Thank you for your invitation, but I have established a company and need to manage and oversee Greenfield Manor. My hands are already quite full. You won't have to worry too much. You can just be an honorary member. Once you have that title, you can still manage your company and oversee Greenfield Manor, Elder Jiang quickly countered, determined to secure her involvement. Upon hearing this, Lin Man felt a flicker of temptation. Yet after some contemplation, she ultimately declined. Chapter 108. Returning to the front lines. Let us leave it at that. The Marshal is returning to the front lines tomorrow, and afterwards, we will begin the development of DQ001 star. My company will inevitably venture into the sale of natural ingredients sooner or later. At that time, I will bear the title of Vice Dean of the Agricultural Institute, which may bring trouble to the institute. Old John's expression revealed disappointment, knowing that his invitation would not come to fruition. Well, that's fine. After chatting for a while longer, Lin Man concluded the video call with Old Jiang. Shortly after, Qin Zhou arrived. Lin Man informed Qin Zhou about Old Jiang's invitation for her to become the Vice Dean of the Agricultural Institute. What a pity. I was so close to becoming the Vice Dean of the Agricultural Institute. The allure of such a position is immense for a cultivator, she lamented. Qin Zhou chuckled and playfully tapped the bridge of his wife's nose. Isn't being the Marshal's wife enough for you to bask in glory? He said, pulling Lin Man into his embrace. Lin Man laughed. Being the Marshal's wife is due to your status as the Marshal. I merely share in your splendor. However, the Vice Dean position would have been a recognition of my own capabilities. But, alas, I am not yet ready to draw attention to myself. If I were to truly take up the Vice Dean role, I fear the 4 major consortiums would immediately cast suspicion upon me. She had resolved the military scarcity of premium fruits, leading the 4 major consortiums to conduct numerous investigations, though she was uncertain of their current progress. I hope their focus remains on the Agricultural Institute, allowing me to quietly continue my plans for financial gain. Qin Zhou tightened his embrace around her. Once I reach the front lines, I will ensure everything is settled and send someone to bring you over. The situation in the Imperial City is complex. I cannot leave you alone here. Lin Man looked up, admiring the handsome line of his jaw, and responded with a contented hum. Suddenly, she found herself lifted off the ground, discovering that he had swept her off her feet. The night of their parting was destined to be particularly fervent, with the 2 of them indulging in each other until dawn. The next day, when Lin Man awoke, Qin Zhou was already gone. He had left a note for her, informing her of his departure. Lin Man commenced a life without Qin Zhou's companionship. Within just half a day, she felt a profound sense of discomfort and even loneliness. In merely over a month, she had developed such a strong reliance and yearning for someone. Meanwhile, Qin Zhou was not faring much better. On the way back to the front lines, he found himself missing his wife. After years in the military, the past month spent with her felt dreamlike yet profoundly real. Upon returning to the front lines, Qin Zhou immediately contacted the Ministry of Defense, urging them to install a protective shield for DQ001 star. Simultaneously, he dispatched personnel to refurbish his Marshal's residence. Previously solitary, he had spent most of his time at the military headquarters despite having his own estate. However, things were different now. He had a wife and needed to prepare the Marshal's residence for her arrival, as well as designate an area on DQ001 star to construct a city. The day after Qin Zhou's departure, Fang Qing reported to Lin Man that the Lin family was in trouble. 3 days prior, the tax bureau had begun an audit on the Lin family, and Lin Ruhai had been taken into custody. This matter had been deliberately suppressed and had not surfaced on the Star Network. Now, the results had emerged, revealing severe tax issues for the Lin family, which would lead to hefty fines. Furthermore, the prosecution had gathered evidence of Lin Ruhai's bribery, signaling the end for the Lin family. Fang Qing conveyed this to Lin Man. Upon hearing this, Lin Man displayed no particular emotion. What about Tang Xuemei? She casually inquired. Tang Xuemei returned to the Tang family, and their only condition for accepting her was that she divorce Lin Ruhai. A flicker of admiration crossed Fang Qing's eyes when thinking of the elder Tang, who had led the Tang family to stability and prominence over the years. With the Lin family's predicament, the Tang family had anticipated the reasons and sought to protect Tang Xuemei, choosing to sever ties with the Lin family. Did Tang Xuemei agree? Lin Man asked, curious.
Yes.
The elder Tang persuaded her and personally contacted me to inform me that Lin Rahai had signed the divorce agreement. He also made it clear that the Tang family would no longer have any relations with the Lin family, and Tang Xuemei would no longer be entangled with you. Lin Man was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Yen family had just learned of the Lin family's troubles. The news of the Lin family's downfall sent chills down the spines of the Yen family members. They were relieved that they had not sought out the marshal's wife at that time, thus avoiding inciting her wrath. They were also thankful for the extravagant gifts they had sent as an apology, which had placated the marshal's wife and mitigated her grievances against them. A month passed in the blink of an eye. In the Imperial Star, Lin Man remained secluded within Greenfield Manor, refusing all visits and invitations, not stepping foot outside. Nevertheless, she was far from idle. By the end of the month, the orchard at Greenfield Manor had been meticulously arranged, yielding an abundant harvest of premium fruits. Naturally, these high-quality fruits did not enter the market. The majority were sent to the military, while the remainder was transformed into fruit wine, preserves, canned goods, or other snacks. The surge in premium fruits delighted Jung Sun, as his military supply department finally had a stock of high-grade purifiers, and the inventory was rapidly increasing. However, his joy was short-lived when he realized that military funds were once again running low. Within Greenfield Manor, not only had the orchard begun to produce in large quantities, but the cultivator's skills also advanced remarkably. Over the course of the month, the number of advanced cultivators under Lin Man's command had grown to 32 and continued to rise. These advanced cultivators produced vast quantities of watermelon and tomato seeds daily, generating immense profits for Lin Man. Although old Jiang had started to sense something amiss at Greenfield Manor, he could not ascertain the cause. He could only periodically initiate video calls with Lin Man, expressing concern and continuing his subtle inquiries. In addition to the substantial profits from Greenfield Manor, the earnings from Lin Man's shared and gourmet restaurants were also climbing steadily. The shared restaurants user count had surpassed the 100 billion mark, with most customers having repeat purchase records. As for the gourmet restaurant, it had become the most popular and highly rated establishment in the Imperial Star, captivating the affluent with the quality and exquisite taste of its dishes. Recently, Fengqing had been planning to open branches in surrounding cities of the Imperial Star. On this day at the front lines, after more than a month of Qinzhou's persistent monitoring and urging, the Ministry of Defense finally completed the installation of the protective shield for DQ-001 Star. Despite the fact that the city of Mancheng was still under construction, Qinzhou could hardly wait and contacted his wife in the Imperial Star. Chapter 109 Pregnant. Man. The protective shield for DQ-001 Star has been completed, and the Marshal's residence has been renovated. Shall I send someone to bring you to the front lines? Upon hearing the news, Lin Man's eyes brightened, though she did not immediately agree. What about the situation in Mancheng? She inquired instead. Mancheng is the first city developed on DQ-001 Star. As the protective shield was being installed, the development of Mancheng was progressing simultaneously. The feedback from Zhengsun indicates that within 2 months, all basic infrastructure and land organization will be completed. Currently, the city lord's mansion and several surrounding streets have been constructed, capable of accommodating 4,000 to 5,000 residents. The total population at Greenfield Manor is less than 2,000, so all can easily relocate to Mancheng. Lin Man felt somewhat tempted, but still did not agree right away. I will discuss it with Aunt Fong and get back to you. All right, Qin Zhou responded without pressing her further. The couple shared a tender conversation before ending the video call. After the call, Lin Man reached out to Fong Qing. Fong Qing directly sought out Lin Man in her room, informing her of the detailed progress regarding the development of Man City. The protective dome had been successfully established. But could the pace of development be hastened? What I mean is, besides Man City, could we simultaneously develop other cities? After hearing this, Lin Man turned to Fong Qing and inquired. Developing a single city requires a time frame of 3 to 4 months. Having perused the planning document for planet DQ-001, she was aware that a total of 13,861 cities would be constructed on this planet. If we were to develop only one city at a time, with each city's development taking 2 to 3 months, it would indeed be an eternity before the entire planet could be fully developed. Financially, this could pose a significant challenge, Fong Qing remarked, visibly troubled. Noticing Lin Man's look of surprise, Fong Qing elaborated. The development of Man City has engaged over 100,000 personnel, with the machinery and mechas utilized numbering almost in the millions, coupled with material costs, making the project exceptionally costly. Although some of the machinery and mechas used for construction can be reused after their initial deployment, the majority have been integrated into the city's construction. Furthermore, as the construction progresses, continuous procurement and additional deployment will be necessary. While the company boasts strong profitability, it would be arduous to sustain the simultaneous development of a second city. Moreover, the development of a city entails not only the foundational construction of facilities and agricultural bases, but also the subsequent arrangement for personnel to inhabit and activate the developed city. Therefore, my suggestion is to maintain the existing development plan unchanged and temporarily shift our focus to personnel recruitment. Man City is now habitable. We can arrange for some individuals to move in and commence work. Man City is the largest city we have planned on planet DQ001, with surrounding agricultural bases spanning a remarkable 360 acres. If we can fully utilize this land, this single city will be more than sufficient to meet all the military's demands for pure ingredients. At this point, Fong Qing's face radiated with confidence. By then, we can secure all the military's external procurement orders for pure ingredients. The young lady has already single-handedly secured all orders for premium fruits from the military. However, the military's needs extend beyond just premium fruits. There is also a substantial demand for ordinary fruits and vegetables, with both the quantity and monetary value of these orders far exceeding those for premium fruits. The military's orders are readily available if we can capture them all. The company's profits could increase by at least 50. Upon hearing this, Lin Man was compelled to temper her inflated ambitions. Then let us proceed with relocating a portion of the personnel to Man City. Additionally, I can reach out to Elder Jiang for assistance in recruiting cultivators, as he had previously agreed to help us find staff. Fong Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. The most challenging positions to fill are indeed those of cultivators. If the Agricultural Science Institute is willing to assist, it would significantly ease our burden. As for the other personnel, we have a wealth of retired soldiers and military families who can fill numerous roles. Director Zheng has promised to help recommend candidates, and Man City should soon be operational. Lin Man nodded in eager anticipation. After discussing the personnel relocation, the two conversed late into the night. 3 days later, Lin Man finally boarded the spacecraft bound for the front lines, accompanied by the majority of the senior cultivators from Green Wild Manor, as well as 2/3 of the intermediate and junior cultivators. With this group's departure, the once bustling Green Wild Manor fell into a serene silence. The spacecraft traveled swiftly. Within 8 hours of boarding, Lin Man arrived at the Marshal's residence. Qin Zhou had been waiting at home for quite some time. After more than a month apart, the couple was finally reunited. Qin Zhou tightly embraced his wife, with overwhelming affection manifesting as fervent kisses. Lin Man's bashful demeanor was engulfed by the man's passionate advances. She no longer cared whether there were outsiders present and willingly melted into her husband's embrace as he carried her away. Fong Qing and the others, witnessing the scene, discreetly averted their gazes, stifling their laughter. The rapport between the young master and young lady was extraordinarily strong. At this rate, they would surely welcome a little young master or young miss in due time. Lin Man, dazed, was brought to the bedroom by Qin Zhou. Suddenly feeling weightless, she realized she had been placed on the bed. Seeing the man tugging at his clothes, Lin Man's expression shifted, and she hastily raised her hand to halt him.
Qin Zhou, no.
Qin Zhou gazed at the woman on the bed, mistaking her words for playful banter. No?
What do you mean by that?
A hint of wickedness danced in his smile, and he continued his actions unabated. For a fleeting moment, Lin Man was captivated by the man's charm. But she quickly regained her composure. I'm serious. I'm pregnant. As she spoke, Lin Man covered her still flat abdomen, locking her gaze onto Qin Zhou, unable to suppress a hint of schadenfreude as she awaited his reaction. Qin Zhou's eyes widened as he stared at Lin Man's belly, his entire being freezing in place. Why, you said what? After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice, stammering with disbelief. Lin Man, seeing his reaction, laughed even more heartily. I said, I'm pregnant. Qin Zhou, you're going to be a father. Are you happy? Qin Zhou's eyes widened further, and then, suddenly, he leaned down, pressing his body close yet carefully controlling his weight so as not to crush Lin Man. Thank you. And I'm sorry for the trouble you've endured. His slightly hoarse voice whispered in Lin Man's ear, laced with unshed tears. Lin Man had not anticipated this tender side of Qin Zhou, stirring a wave of affection within her. She reached out to caress the back of his head in a soothing manner. It's only been a little over a month. You haven't disturbed me at all. Had it not been for the absence of my period, I might not have even realized your existence. However, After discovering you were here, I genuinely felt uneasy. Thankfully, it wasn't too long before you notified me that everything was prepared on your end. Chapter 110. The Emperor's Conditions. After confirming her pregnancy, she dared not tell anyone, fearful of the news leaking. She refrained from informing Aunt Fong and Xinzhou, concerned that their overzealous care would inadvertently reveal her secret. Now, however, she had departed from the Empire Star. No matter how far the four major consortiums or the Empress's reach extended, it could not touch her here. With this thought, Lin Man couldn't help but gently stroke her abdomen with one hand. Prior to her pregnancy, she had been quite resistant to the idea of childbirth. Yet, now that she was with child, even in the stillness, she could feel the presence of the baby, enveloping her in a sense of happiness. Her husband was so handsome, and she herself was not lacking. Surely their child would be exceptionally beautiful. And with the baby being so well-behaved, not causing her any trouble as a mother, how could she not cherish him? I should have brought you over sooner. Xinzhou shifted his position, adjusting to hold Lin Man more comfortably. Lin Man followed suit. It's not too late now. Our little family of 3 is finally reunited, she said, exhaling softly. Aunt Fong had already relocated the company and most of its employees to planet DQ-001. Moving forward, we can unleash our potential and fully develop planet DQ-001. We will undoubtedly provide our child with a bright future. A glimmer of determination shone in Lin Man's eyes. During this period, she had come to embody the phrase, "A mother is strong." Xinzhou tenderly patted his wife's shoulder, wanting to promise her something, yet no words emerged. He was currently unable to alter the situation in the imperial capital. All he could do was protect his wife and child as best he could and work alongside Lin Man to shape a promising future for their offspring. The couple lay together, chatting for quite some time until Lin Man, unbeknownst to herself, gradually drifted into slumber. Once he was certain his wife was sound asleep, Xinzhou cautiously adjusted her position before rising. He stood by the bedside for a while, gazing at his wife before stepping out into the outer room. Once in the outer room, Xinzhou sat in his office chair, contemplating for a long while before finally making a resolute decision. He activated his holographic computer and contacted the Emperor, who was still on the Empire Star. At this moment, the Emperor was already aware that Lin Man had departed the Empire Star with the majority of the personnel from Greenwild Manor. The eldest daughter-in-law's abrupt departure left a hint of displeasure in the air. However, upon seeing the video call from Xinzhou, the slight discontent in his heart dissipated instantly. "Zhou'er," as the video connected, a tender smile graced Shaolin's face. "Your Majesty," Xinzhou replied in a detached manner, causing the smile on Shaolin's face to momentarily stiffen. In the past, Xinzhou would have felt no emotions upon witnessing the Emperor's demeanor. Yet this time, he hesitated for a moment. "Your Majesty, I have delightful news to share with you."
Oh?
"What kind of good news?" Shaolin's smile returned, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. It was indeed a rare occasion for his eldest son to willingly share joyous tidings with him. He initially assumed Xinzhou would recount the developments from the battlefield. Instead, Xinzhou revealed a piece of astonishing news. Man is pregnant. I am to become a father. The Emperor was momentarily taken aback. "What? You mean to say I am to become a grandfather?" Shaolin exclaimed, his excitement rendering him nearly speechless. Xinzhou merely glanced at him, surprisingly refraining from any rebuttal. "Zhou'er, are you truly serious? Is your pregnancy value not down to 0? 5? That child is indeed." Thus, after the eldest son departed, the eldest daughter-in-law remained secluded in the Greenwild Manor, and today, she left without a word. Was this due to her pregnancy? With numerous ears and complex factions within the empire, it was indeed prudent to exercise caution. At this moment, Shaolin harbored no anger towards Lin Man. He felt she was entirely justified in her actions. Xinzhou's expression turned icy, displeased by Shaolin's skepticism regarding his wife. "The child is undoubtedly mine. My pregnancy value has increased to 6. 5. Shaolin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that truly the case? After a pregnancy value drops below 0. 5, it becomes irreversible. This has been corroborated by countless studies. Yet, instinctively, he felt his eldest son was not lying. Xinzhou affirmed with a simple suddenly, a thought struck Shaolin. "Is this due to Xiao Man? I still possess that exquisite wine she gifted me, which contains remarkable spiritual energy, and she herself is quite mysterious." Xinzhou nodded again. The Emperor's eyes lit up with realization. Yet, Qin Zhou did not grant him the opportunity to inquire further. Man's company requires development, and we are currently in the process of developing DQ001 star, necessitating a substantial workforce. While other matters can be easily resolved, the recruitment of cultivators will present some challenges. Previously, Man sought assistance from Elder Jiang. Although he agreed to help us recruit cultivators, our demand for talent far exceeds what he can provide. Your Majesty, we hope to receive your assistance. The Emperor comprehended. His eldest son had shared so much with him in pursuit of help. His initial concern for the eldest daughter-in-law stemmed not only from her capabilities, but also because she was held in high regard by his eldest son.
Now,
with her abilities surpassing his expectations and being the mother of his future grandson, he was more than willing to extend her further assistance. Moreover, the fact that the eldest daughter-in-law had ignited his son's competitive spirit, prompting him to reach out to him multiple times, had indeed been a tremendous boon. Reflecting on these matters, the Emperor's heart swelled with joy. Rest assured, I will have Elder Jiang assist you with the cultivator recruitment. However, he paused suddenly. But what? But when your child is born, I shall have the honor of naming them. The Emperor's smile was warm, though his heart harbored a mischievous intent. It was one thing to not acknowledge his son, but surely he could claim his grandson. The genes of his eldest son and daughter-in-law were exceptional, promising a bright and intelligent child, fit to be groomed as an heir. Qin Zhou furrowed his brow. That is acceptable, but the child must bear the surname Qin. The Emperor's expression froze. Zhouer, I wish to counsel you on this matter, he began. Yet, Qin Zhou interrupted him, asserting, the first child must carry the surname Qin. If Man consents, we may discuss the subsequent children. He had been raised as the biological son of his parents, and now that he was to have offspring, he naturally prioritized the continuation of the Qin lineage. The Emperor was momentarily stunned, his thoughts drifting to his late sister and brother-in-law, a glimmer of emotion crossing his eyes. If it is a girl, she may bear the surname Qin. However, if it is a boy, let him take the surname Shao. I shall nurture him as the heir. After a moment's contemplation, the Emperor spoke once more. Noticing Qin Zhou's disapproval, he quickly added, one boy with the surname Shao shall suffice. Although his eldest son's pregnancy value had significantly recovered, he remained hesitant to take risks. Over the years, concerns regarding the heir had made him cautious in dealing with matters involving the royal family. If he had a new candidate for an heir, he would no longer have to tread so carefully in certain affairs. Chapter 111. He is to become a grandfather. Qin Zhou remained silent. After a lengthy pause, just as Xiao Lin anticipated a refusal, Qin Zhou finally nodded. Very well. The Emperor's face brightened with joy. Excellent. Please convey to Man that Elder Jiang will certainly assist her with the recruitment of cultivators for her company. Furthermore, should she require assistance in the future, she should not hesitate to ask. Oh, and regarding your military department, I will ensure that the Ministry of Finance prioritizes and allocates your military funds in the coming days. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qin Zhou responded coolly. Zhouer, there is no need for such formalities between us. Xiao Lin continued to beam with delight. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Not only was his daughter-in-law expecting, but his son had also broken the ice with him. Moving forward, he was determined to have his grandson recognize him, as well as to solidify his own identity as a father in his son's eyes. Qin Zhou cast a glance at Xiao Lin but said nothing. Xiao Lin, not wishing to press, engaged in conversation with his son for a while longer before ending the video call. Once the call concluded, Xiao Lin joyfully paced about the room several times. After his excitement settled, he initiated a video call with Elder Jiang. At that moment, within the Agricultural Research Institute, Elder Jiang had just returned from the breeding base, taking a moment to eat and rest in his office. During this period, the recruitment of senior cultivators at the institute had seen little progress. Conversely, the Green Wild Manor had experienced a remarkable increase in the production of watermelon and tomato seeds, doubling and then redoubling in quantity. He was filled with envy, but could not uncover the secrets of the Green Wild Manor. Just moments ago, he had received news that the Marshal's wife had taken the majority of the senior cultivators from the Green Wild Manor. This left him feeling anxious, his lips nearly scorched with worry. Upon returning to his office, he prepared to contact the Marshal's wife. However, a video call from the Emperor arrived first. Upon seeing the incoming call notification, Elder Jiang decided to answer. As the Emperor's video connected, Elder Jiang, somewhat flustered, exclaimed, "The Marshal's wife has suddenly departed from the Green Wild Manor with most of the senior cultivators. Currently, the watermelon and tomato seeds she supplies to the Agricultural Research Institute account for about 1/3 of our total distribution of those seeds. If she ceases to provide them, the pressure on the institute will escalate once more. Xiao Lin, however, paid little heed to Elder Zhang's anxious demeanor. Old Zhang, I have delightful news to share with you. Elder Zhang's expression faltered. What good news? He inquired with curiosity. I am to become a grandfather. The emperor's smile revealed his gleaming teeth. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for a breakthrough regarding the marshal's wife. Well, the royal family has an heir. That is indeed good news. Oh, congratulations, Your Majesty. Elder Jiang offered, albeit with a hint of reluctance. The emperor, noting this, felt somewhat dissatisfied, pondering whether the old fellow was perhaps envious of becoming a grandfather at such a young age. Cough, this is indeed an unexpected joy. I had previously learned that Heiress' pregnancy value had dropped to 0.5, and I thought he would never have children. Who knew that Xiao Man would help raise it? Haha, this couple truly has a fateful bond. In such a brief span since their marriage, delightful news has already emerged. The emperor, reveling in the excitement, eagerly boasted to his old friend. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's eyes widened in astonishment. Did His Majesty just imply that it is the marshal's wife who is with child? Thus, her sudden departure from Greenfield Manor was due to this matter.
Ah.
But wait, His Majesty mentioned that the marshal's fertility index had previously plummeted to 0.5, only to be miraculously elevated by the marshal's wife. Is it not true that a fertility index dropping below 5 signifies irreversible damage? How could it possibly be raised again from such a low point?
Indeed.
I refer to Xiao Man. Who else could it be? Li Jiaojiao? A flicker of disdain crossed the emperor's eyes. Ever since the incident at the last family banquet, where his youngest son and daughter-in-law attempted to drug the eldest son and his wife, he had held them in contempt. Subsequent inquiries revealed their sordid intentions, nearly inciting him to take physical action. His youngest son had already been rendered unfit for succession under the queen's influence. He had once harbored hopes that his youngest son and daughter-in-law would produce an heir for him. Now, however, he held no expectations for them. His eldest daughter-in-law was poised to bear him a successor soon. The genetic potential of the eldest son and daughter-in-law promised a child more in line with his aspirations. Old Zhang's eyes sparkled with excitement. The marshal's wife is truly pregnant. Congratulations to Your Majesty. What a joyous occasion, he exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. As a key figure encountering the 4 major conglomerates, he understood all too well the significance of the marshal's wife's pregnancy. The future heir of the empire emerging from the womb of a prince's consort, as opposed to that of the marshal's wife, bore immense differences in meaning. Should the marshal's wife indeed give birth to the imperial grandson and be designated as the crown prince's consort, many wavering individuals would shed their fears of retribution and become steadfast, thereby clarifying the political landscape considerably. Moreover, there was something he had never disclosed to anyone. He believed that the marshal's wife was the crucial key for their agricultural research institute in combating the 4 major conglomerates and even turning the tide against them. However, he had always lacked the means to persuade her. Now, however, the scenario had changed. Should the marshal's wife give birth to the crown prince, they would be united in purpose. At that point, it was likely that, even without his invitation, the marshal's wife would offer her assistance willingly. The emperor's smile grew even brighter. It may be a tad premature to extend congratulations at this juncture. Primarily, that child, Zhou Heir, is grateful for the Qin family's nurturing. He has only promised that the first male child born will return to the imperial family. The marshal and his wife have both made significant contributions to the empire. They are certain to conceive a son. Old Jiang flattered. Indeed, even if a daughter is born, there is no cause for alarm. Given that the marshal's fertility index has risen, they will surely have more children in the future. The emperor nodded in agreement. Zhou Heir informed me that his fertility index has astonishingly increased to 6.5. Haha. The emperor could not suppress his laughter. In his youth, at the pinnacle of his health, his fertility index had reached 7.0. It was for this reason that he had only been married to his late wife for a year before they had Zhou Heir. Subsequently, his fertility index rapidly declined, yet just before it fell below 6.0, he managed to father Xiao Rui with his current wife. When his father passed the throne to him, it was not solely due to the support of the military and the Wang and Zhao families, but also because of his high fertility index. To be an emperor, one must wield power, but progeny are equally vital. For without heirs, the political landscape could easily be disrupted. Upon hearing the emperor's boastful remarks, old Jiang was once again astounded. So, the marshal's fertility index has been raised from 0.5 to 6.5, an increase of over 100-fold in just a few short months. Is the enhancement of fertility index truly so effortless, akin to quenching one's thirst? Chapter 112. Thoughts on raising livestock. It is said that premium fruits can aid in enhancing fertility, yet their entire family had tried this. Even consuming the finest fruits continuously for a month could only yield a minuscule increase in fertility index. Should they pause for a week or two, the index would plummet back down. Maintaining a year-long regimen of fruit consumption might yield a fortunate increase of nearly 1 point. However, should they cease, the index would inevitably decline again. Such a decline is mild. If the interruption persists too long, the effectiveness of the premium fruits would wane, leading to a further decrease in the index. Naturally, this decline is a result of natural processes. Human fertility begins to surge around the ages of 12 or 13. Peaks in one's 20s and subsequently, due to radiation and aging, gradually declines. The role of premium fruits is merely to counteract the effects of radiation and thus assist in the elevation of fertility index. Therefore, the tangible impact of premium fruits on fertility is rather limited. Their greater purpose lies in stabilizing the index, preventing it from descending. The case of the esteemed Marshal, whose fertility index soared from 0.5 to 6.5, is nothing short of miraculous. A phenomenon rarer than winning the Interstellar lottery. Does His Majesty know the method employed by the Marshal's wife to significantly enhance his fertility index? Suppressing his excitement, old Jiang tentatively inquired of Lin. Should the Marshal's wife possess the ability to greatly elevate fertility, and if such methods could be widely implemented, the empire's low birth rate issue might find resolution. Furthermore, their own family is lacking in descendants. His son and daughter-in-law have been married for over 20 years without producing a child. While their daughter had given birth to a granddaughter 5 years ago with her husband, there had been no news since. If the Marshal's wife truly has a solution, he would certainly seek her assistance. The Emperor, keenly aware of old Zhang's intentions, suppressed the smile on his face. I am not privy to that information. However, you might inquire directly with Xiao Man. By the way, she has already gone to the front lines to join Zhou Air. Furthermore, they will soon be developing star DQ001. Zhou Air approached me, hoping I could approve your support in recruiting cultivators for them. Given Xiao Man's company as circumstances, they should have ample funding for the planetary development. The military also has a significant demand for pure food materials. Should they develop star DQ001, they need not worry about the market for their produce.
Subsequently,
The pace of planetary development is expected to accelerate, necessitating a substantial number of cultivators. Old Jiang nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall communicate with the Marshal's wife and see how I can assist. They should offer slightly better compensation. Even on a frontier planet, under sufficient security, there should be cultivators willing to go. The Emperor responded affirmatively. After a brief conversation with Old Jiang, the video call concluded.
Meanwhile,
Lin Man awoke after more than an hour's slumber. Upon awakening, she noticed her husband seated on the nearby sofa, his gaze fixed upon her, clearly keeping watch. Qin Zhou was indeed managing military affairs while tending to his wife. Seeing her awake, he put away his holographic device and approached the bedside. Are you awake? I had the kitchen prepare some food. The dishes are still warm. Would you like to eat something? The man sat down at the head of the bed, ready to assist Lin Man. However, she gently declined. I am pregnant, yet the baby is well behaved and has not troubled me. I feel no different than before and do not require special care. With that, Lin Man shifted her position and got out of bed. Although the spaceship was stable, sitting for long periods could still be tiring. However, a good nap had alleviated her fatigue. What did the kitchen prepare? Was it Aunt Wu who cooked? Lin Man smiled at Qin Zhou. Yes, Qin Zhou replied with a smile. Aunt Wu knows your preferences and made a few dishes you like. Let us eat first, and afterward I will have the military doctor come to check on you. Lin Man glanced down at her abdomen and nodded in agreement. Over a week ago, she had noticed that her usually punctual menstrual cycle had not arrived. After using the medical pod she had purchased to examine herself, she confirmed her pregnancy. However, she had not undergone any further examinations since then. The primary function of the medical pod remains the treatment of injuries and illnesses. Pregnancy does not fall under the category of ailments, thus the medical pod's advice is somewhat limited. With the declining birth rate in the empire, women typically require hospital visits for examinations and professional prenatal guidance post-conception. The matter of children is significant, even if Qin Zhou does not bring it up. She intends to have him arrange for someone to accompany her to the hospital for a thorough prenatal checkup. The couple dined at a restaurant. Upon perusing the menu, Lin Man found her appetite lacking. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Qin Zhou. Indeed, the development of Man City has begun to take shape. Could she commence preparations for establishing a breeding farm? Since arriving in this world, aside from a few preserved meat cans left from her previous life, she had not tasted a morsel of meat. Earlier, on LX008 star and the Imperial star, she had contemplated raising livestock for meat or eggs. However, the populace of the Empire predominantly consumes nutrient solutions, with even juices and pureed foods being rare, let alone meat. This world is devoid of livestock, rather. They have all transformed into star beasts. Furthermore, the majority of planets within the Empire prohibit the raising of star beasts. Even those few allowed to be kept are treated as pets, and the species do not align with her interest in livestock. Given these reasons, she had previously abandoned the idea of animal husbandry. However, DQ001 star is her domain, and she possesses the authority to decide whether to raise star beasts there. Her longing for meat has lingered long enough. Now that she is pregnant, it is imperative to consume meat to replenish her nutrition. Upon hearing Lin Man mention it, Qin Zhou recalled her previous mention of consuming star beast meat. As someone who had never tasted such meat and was accustomed to witnessing star beasts preying on one another in battle, he felt a natural aversion. Star beasts are wild and difficult to tame. Are you truly certain that their meat is edible? He inquired. Lin Man smiled at Qin Zhou. Of course, I am certain. Historical records indicate that star beasts were indeed challenging to domesticate in ancient times. Yet, ancient humans were clever enough to domesticate certain star beasts such as cows, horses, and sheep to serve as laborers in the household, assisting in plowing fields, grinding grain, and even pulling carts. Do not underestimate such actions. In an era devoid of mechanical machinery, with humans possessing limited strength, farming was quite arduous, without effective tools. These animals possess greater strength and endurance than humans, significantly alleviating the burden of labor. Qin Zhou pondered Lin Man's reasoning and nodded in agreement. Chapter 113, Twins. The domestication of livestock served a dual purpose, providing labor for the family and yielding excellent fertilizer from their waste. Qin Zhou paused mid-bite, momentarily frozen. Observing this, Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. In ancient times, there were no fertilizers. The excrement of livestock and humans was the finest natural fertilizer available. While we may find it somewhat unclean now, in an age where production materials were severely lacking, animal waste was indeed a treasure. This was no exaggeration. Before the advent of fertilizers, livestock waste was truly a boon for farmers. Even after fertilizers were introduced, farmers continued to cherish their household waste, as it was free compared to the costly fertilizers. Seeing the smile on his wife's face, Qin Zhou felt somewhat helpless. His wife was using this opportunity to tease him with her knowledge. Lin Man enjoyed observing Qin Zhou's expression for a moment before continuing. In our current era, we no longer require livestock for labor or fertilizer. However, their ultimate purpose still holds value. They serve as food. The core nutritional component of grains is carbohydrates, while vegetables provide various vitamins and dietary fibers, and fruits are similar. Although some varieties contain protein and fat, they are either insufficient or not comprehensive. Meat has long been established as a crucial component of human diets, possessing significant nutritional value. Only through a balanced diet, incorporating grains, vegetables, fruits, and meats, can one ensure comprehensive nutrition. In this age, people consume nutrient solutions, which are formulated to provide a balanced array of nutrients, arguably healthier than a diet devoid of meat products. Alas, nutrient solutions lack purification factors to mitigate radiation pollution, a significant disadvantage compared to untainted food. Qin Zhou found himself once again captivated by his wife's erudition, gazing at Lin Man in admiration as he awaited her to elaborate further. Lin Man felt empowered. Thus, I must consume meat to maintain my health and ensure our baby develops optimally. A flicker of emotion passed through Qin Zhou's eyes. What star beast do you require? I will arrange it immediately, he responded. Lin Man's eyes brightened. Let us start with some chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep. The rest can be planned out gradually. Sooner or later, she would indulge in all the delectable foods she relished in her previous life. After dinner, Qin Zhou took Lin Man for a stroll around the Marshal's residence. Lin Man was not idle. She retrieved household robots to assist her in cultivating a vegetable garden in the yard of the residence, planting various vegetables. Subsequently, she also planted a few fruit trees. Her abilities had already risen to level 4, enabling her to directly draw elements from the air to nourish the plants, even eliminating the need for fertilizers. Lin Man had no intention of concealing her methods. she proceeded with whatever was most convenient. After all, many close to her, including Qin Zhou and Aunt Fong, had witnessed her capacity to stimulate plant growth without fertilizers. If they did not inquire, she would not divulge. At present, with Man's city still under construction, she estimated she would need to remain here for an extended period. During this time, she needed to prepare the family's vegetables and fruits, and the military's high-end fruit business could not falter. Moreover, she herself needed to expend her abilities to stimulate further growth. Reflecting on this, Lin Man couldn't help but glance at her husband beside her. She indeed had shortcuts for enhancing her powers, but regrettably, being in the early stages of pregnancy, she could not pursue those shortcuts. Noticing his wife's gaze, Qin Zhou turned to meet her eyes, and upon seeing her fixed attention, he smiled. Lin Man was momentarily dazzled by his smile. At that moment, a phrase flashed through her mind: the allure of male beauty is perilous. Well, she was eating quite well. With her level 4 abilities, Lin Man swiftly transformed the vegetable garden of the Marshal's residence into a flourishing spectacle. Various vegetables and fruits thrived, ready for harvest at any moment. The fruit trees were laden with bountiful produce, each fruit ripe and irresistibly tempting.
All right.
I'll notify Aunt Fong to arrange for the harvesting robots to collect the fruit. This way, we can deliver the goods to the military supply department this afternoon, Lin Man declared, retracting her abilities. Qin Zhou's gaze fell upon the nearly perfect fruits, and he marveled internally at his wife's seemingly heightened capabilities. Allow me to handle the arrangements, he replied. The military doctor has arrived. Let us proceed with the prenatal checkup. Lin Man nodded and walked alongside Qin Zhou. Upon returning to their room, the military doctor inquired about Lin Man's condition before extracting a set of equipment from the spatial ring to conduct the examination. Initially calm, the doctor's demeanor shifted to one of excitement as the examination progressed, causing the couple to grow increasingly tense. Neither dared to ask questions, waiting for the doctor to complete the assessment. What's going on? Qin Zhou stammered as he finally spoke. Lin Man anxiously gazed at the doctor, deeply concerned about their baby's well-being. The doctor, witnessing their reactions, nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the usually stoic Marshal displaying such an uncharacteristic expression. However, upon realizing that the Marshal was a first-time father, the military doctor expressed his understanding. Congratulations, Marshal and Madam Marshal. It is indeed true that you are expecting. Without further ado, the doctor shared the joyful news with the couple. Lin Man and Qin Zhou both let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. How is my wife and the condition of the child? Qin Zhou inquired promptly. The doctor glanced at Lin Man, thinking to himself that the Marshal was indeed a commendable husband. Madam Marshal is in good health. Everything is currently normal. However, to ensure the proper development of the embryo, some nutritional supplements will be required. As he spoke, the doctor printed out a prescription. Simply procure the supplements as per the prescription and take them accordingly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will schedule the next prenatal checkup in half a month. Hearing this, the couple relaxed, reassured that the child's condition seemed favorable. What about the baby? Lin Man asked once more. Do not be anxious, Madam Marshal. You are only 6 weeks pregnant, and the embryo has only just begun to develop a heartbeat and embryo sac. As long as the heartbeat and embryo sac continue to develop smoothly, and the placental structure is sound, there should be no major issues. At that moment, the doctor suddenly paused. The couple's hearts raced. But then they saw the doctor smile. You know, your embryo has 2 heartbeats? Given the Empire's low birth rate, having even one child is a tremendous challenge, let alone twins. Yet, after examining Madam Marshal, the doctor had detected 2 heartbeats, indicating that she was indeed carrying twins. He could hardly believe his fortune to encounter a woman expecting twins, especially one as esteemed as the Marshal's wife. The Marshal's luck was enviably extraordinary. Chapter 114. An Heir to the Throne. Upon hearing this, Lin Man and Qin Zhou went pale, only to quickly realize the implication, and their expressions transformed into astonishment. Are you saying that I am expecting twins? Lin Man asked nervously. She had initially feared the possibility of a congenital anomaly, but the doctor's radiant smile suggested otherwise. Surely, this was a stroke of good fortune. She was indeed expecting twins. Qin Zhou also looked at the doctor with anxious anticipation. Yes. The doctor confirmed with a smile and a nod. Twins are a rare blessing, Marshal and Madam Marshal. You are truly fortunate. The couple exhaled in relief once more. Qin Zhou proceeded to inquire about other matters and, after receiving some medical advice, allowed the doctor to take his leave. As soon as the doctor departed, Qin Zhou enveloped his wife in his arms. Twins. Man, I'm going to be the father of 2 children. He gazed tenderly at Lin Man's belly, filled with excitement and concern. Excited, he had initially thought he would not have any heirs, yet now he was to be blessed with 2 treasures. His heart ached for his wife, knowing that carrying twins would be more arduous than a single pregnancy. Lin Man replied softly, caressing her small abdomen. She had thought there was only 1 baby, yet now she discovered she was to be accompanied by 2. At that moment, Qin suddenly recalled something. By the way, Man, there's something I need to tell you. Lin Man lazily responded. While you were napping this afternoon, I contacted His Majesty and informed him of your pregnancy. Oh, Lin Man replied nonchalantly, as she had intended for her husband to convey this information to the Emperor. This would allow them to seek further assistance from him. Upon observing her reaction, Qin realized that his wife's thoughts aligned with his own. His Majesty wishes for our son to bear the surname Shao, to become his heir. He continued. Lin Man was somewhat taken aback. You did not object?
She asked.
Since the child would not bear her surname, she was indifferent as to whether it was Shao or Qin. Moreover, if their son bore the surname Shao, he could be the Emperor's heir. A prospect she found appealing. Yet, her husband seemed to harbor some aversion towards the Emperor. Would he truly agree to their son taking the Shao surname? Qin affirmed. I have agreed to His Majesty's request for our first son to take a surname. Lin Man's eyes flickered. Just one? She queried. She thought to herself, what if both babies were boys? Would it not be unfair for only one to inherit the title of Crown Prince? Qin looked at his wife in surprise, not expecting her to exhibit any dissatisfaction with his decision. Sensing his wife's gaze, Lin Man smiled awkwardly. What I meant was I am not expecting twins. So, what if both are boys? Or, what if they are both girls? Does His Majesty only desire grandsons and not granddaughters? At that moment, Qin was reassured. His wife showed no resistance to the Emperor's desire for their child to bear the Shao surname, and in fact, she seemed to encourage it. It is not that I do not wish for that. It is simply that I do not want to concede to it, Qin said with a hint of resignation. The good news was that his wife did not oppose his decision. The bad news was that she not only accepted it, but seemed to desire him to agree to more. Agree? How does that even work? If our child takes the surname Shao, does that mean he is no longer our child? Lin Man disagreed with Qin reasoning. Qin looked at his wife, feeling increasingly helpless. But my surname is Qin, I cannot. Lin Man's expression shifted, and she gently patted the back of Qin hand. All right, I understand. We will do as you say. After all, having the surname Qin is not a disadvantage. The Qin family is thin on heirs. Someone must carry on the lineage, right? Qin's face brightened. You agree? One with the surname Shao, one with the surname Qin. That works just fine. Wait, what if both are girls? Lin Man recalled her earlier question. Can His Majesty not appoint a crown princess? Why must it be a crown prince? A smile flickered in Qin's eyes. The royal family only allows a princess to ascend in the absence of male heirs, unless we continuously have no sons, or if Shao Rui has no children. It is unlikely that His Majesty would permit a granddaughter to inherit the throne. In the Empire's thousands of years of history, there have been fewer than 10 female emperors. Lin Man felt a twinge of disappointment. If this pregnancy does not yield a son, must I keep trying? After all, a son can become the crown prince. Such a tempting prospect was hard for her to resist. Qin cast a furtive glance at his wife. I genuinely hope that the Qin family can have a male heir as well. I do not mean to belittle daughters. It's just that the Qin family has guarded the front lines for generations. A daughter would not be suited to take my place. Our daughter would surely be like you, delicate, intelligent, and beautiful, someone I would wish to nurture. Daughters are better suited to stay by your side and become nurturers, rather than following me into battle alongside men, piloting mechas against star beasts. Lin Man shot her husband a glance, recalling a popular saying from her past life. Why must one have sons? Does your family have a throne to inherit? Well, she now found herself in a situation where having a son truly did come with the prospect of a throne. Moreover, continuing to bear children would also allow her to inherit the marshal's position. With an emperor for a grandfather and a marshal for a father, her children were destined to be the wealthiest in the empire. In such a family, after the child's birth, they would have dedicated caretakers and the best resources. Well, considering it this way, she felt inclined to bear children, but with the condition that she would not be the one to give birth. Let us see how this pregnancy goes first. If all goes well, we can try again. If not, in her past life, there had been a popular saying, If the first pregnancy is joyful, there is no need to rush. They will naturally want a second.
To illustrate this,
Many examples of women marrying into affluent families were cited. With wealth, they would not have to endure the hardships of pregnancy. Childbirth could be painless. And postnatal care would be optimal. Once the child was born, they need not be hands-on but could simply enjoy the company of their children. As if birthing was akin to a luxury. Next, she would personally experience whether childbirth could indeed be devoid of suffering. Rest assured, man, I will take good care of you and our little ones. Furthermore, after this pregnancy, if you truly do not wish to bear more children, I will not force you. Qin Zhou paused momentarily before making his promise. Originally destined to have no heirs, it was his wife who blessed him with 2 children. He ought not to be overly greedy, demanding continuous sacrifices from her. Lin Man was quite pleased with Qin Zhou's response and turned her head to plant a kiss on his cheek, declaring, "This is your reward." With a deepening gaze, Qin Zhou could only suppress his desires and hold his wife tightly. He suddenly felt content with his pregnancy alone. At that moment, Lin Man's holographic device chimed unexpectedly. She nudged the man embracing her and picked up her wrist to check, discovering it was a video call from Elder Jiang. Urgently, she urged Qin Zhou to get up. Reluctantly, Qin Zhou released his wife and rose, assisting her to sit up before she accepted the video call. Once connected, Elder Jiang's figure appeared on the screen, his cheerful demeanor suggesting he had good news. "Madam Marshal, congratulations on your pregnancy," with the Marshal. Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Elder Jiang was already aware of her condition. She thought to herself, this man truly is a trusted confidant of the Emperor to learn such news so swiftly. However, it was a good thing. Perhaps within her lay the future imperial grandson, and she need not worry about Elder Jiang not lending his support. "Thank you," she replied with a smile. Elder Jiang's gaze shifted to Lin Man's abdomen, still finding it somewhat hard to believe. "Madam Marshal, do you truly possess methods to enhance pregnancy values?" Lin Man's expression momentarily stiffened. How could Elder Jiang still be thinking along those lines? Was this old man, nearing a century in age, still yearning for children? No, it's not for me. It's for my family." Elder Jiang's face flushed. At his age, what could he possibly want with children? If someone else had said such a thing, he would have been infuriated. Yet, he could not feel anger towards Madame Marshal. He was waiting for her assistance to help his son and daughter-in-law so that he could hold his grandchild. "Oh, who is that?" Lin Man inquired. "It's my son and my daughter-in-law," Elder Jiang sighed. "Both of them have low pregnancy values." Lin Man recalled having heard that Elder Jiang indeed had a son.
Oh,
"How many do you have? Are they both cultivators?" Cultivators typically possess hereditary traits. As a senior cultivator, Elder Jiang's son should ideally also have wood spirit power. Cultivators inherently exhibit some resistance to radiation pollution, and their decline in pregnancy values should be slower than that of ordinary individuals. Despite the Empire's low birth rate, cultivators, especially families where both partners are cultivators, have a significantly higher chance of producing offspring. They are both intermediate cultivators. As for pregnancy values, my daughter-in-law's is somewhat higher. It should be around 37, while my son's might be less than 15. Over 30 years ago, when his son fell in love with his daughter-in-law, he had refused to bless their union upon learning she was a branch of one of the 4 major financial conglomerates, even insisting his son sever ties with her. His son, however, was determined to prove himself and joined an exploration team, claiming he would seek pure ingredients of new species. Unfortunately, he encountered an accident and became stranded on a planet with high radiation levels. 3 months later, although rescued, his body suffered severe radiation contamination, adversely affecting his pregnancy values. Upon his return, his son's temperament had drastically changed. Not only were his pregnancy values impacted, but his wood spirit power had also deteriorated. After more than a year of recuperation at home, there was no improvement. During that time, his daughter-in-law remained steadfastly loyal, frequently sending high-quality fruits and personally caring for him. Through this experience, Elder Jiang recognized his daughter-in-law's intentions and ultimately agreed to their marriage at her earnest request. Once she married into the Jiang family, she rarely returned to her parental home. Over the years, due to conflicts of interest between the Agricultural Research Institute and the Qian family, her relationship with her family had worsened. Elder Jiang felt a sense of guilt towards his daughter-in-law and acknowledged her as part of the Jiang family. Lin Man contemplated for a moment. It should be feasible. A glimmer of joy flashed in Elder Jiang's eyes. "Really?" "Yes, however. They will need to come to DQ001 star to assist me." Elder Jiang was momentarily stunned. Lin Man beamed. Some land in Man City has already been prepared. I'm in need of manpower. If you are willing to let your son and daughter-in-law come to help, I promise to raise their pregnancy values above 60 within 2 months. Additionally, within a month, I can help them advance to senior cultivators. Elder Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are those senior cultivators in your company trained by you? Although he found it hard to believe, his intuition told him that Madame Marshal was speaking the truth. Yes, Lin Man admitted generously. Now that she was no longer on the Imperial Star, with her husband and numerous soldiers at the front protecting her, she felt safe revealing secrets. Moreover, given that Elder Zhang was considered half an ally, she was inclined to assist the Agricultural Research Institute. Elder Zhang's pupils dilated. How did you manage to cultivate so many senior cultivators in such a short time? Even the 4 major conglomerates cannot achieve that. Lin Man smiled mysteriously. That is not something I can conveniently disclose. So, what do you say? Are you willing to let your son and daughter-in-law come to help me? They wouldn't need to assist for long. A 6-year contract would suffice. After 6 years, if they wish to leave, they could terminate the contract with me. 6 years should be ample time for her to fully develop DQ001 star and at least contend with the 4 major conglomerates. While she did not believe that holding Elder Zhang's son and daughter-in-law as hostages would entirely sway his decisions, having something was certainly better than nothing.
Besides,
Who said there were only 2 hostages? In 6 years, she could help Elder Zhang's son and daughter-in-law elevate their pregnancy values. By then, it would not be impossible for them to have 2 children. That would increase her leverage. Elder Zhang's gaze shifted to Lin Man, unable to discern her intentions. He mused. The appearance of Madame Marshal is quite deceptive. All right, I agree, he finally responded. The Emperor intended to establish Madame Marshal's son as the imperial grandson and had indicated his desire for Elder Zhang to assist both the Marshal and Madame Marshal. The stance was already quite clear. Since there was no conflict of interest between the parties, there was no reason to hesitate. Moreover, could you assist our Agricultural Research Institute in cultivating a batch of senior cultivators? We can offer a certain price in return. Lin Man pondered for a moment. How many senior cultivators do you require? She inquired. Elder Zhang's eyes brightened. 2, no, 500. He immediately held up one hand. 500 senior cultivators should suffice. Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. Is 500 enough? The Agricultural Research Institute currently cannot even meet the demand for watermelon and tomato seeds on the Imperial Star. The Empire is vast, and aside from the Imperial Star, numerous other planets also require watermelon and tomato seeds. Because watermelons and tomatoes are not yet widespread, the 4 major conglomerates' fruit businesses on other planets have hardly been affected, even on the Imperial Star, due to the tremendous demand for fruits. The impact on the 4 major conglomerates' fruit businesses has been quite limited. The Agricultural Research Institute earns little, and I receive even less. I need substantial funds for the development of DQ001 star. How can I let money slip away? Elder Zhang's eyes sparkled. Not enough, right? 500 is far too few. How about 5,000? The old man's excitement was palpable, his whiskers nearly bristling with enthusiasm. 5,000 senior cultivators would likely represent the full extent of the 4 major conglomerates' resources. Lin Man was momentarily taken aback, thinking, this old man truly dares to ask for such a sum. However, 5,000 it shall be. Regardless of the number, she would need to utilize them first. Ahem.
Fine.
However, I won't be helping you cultivate them for free, Lin Man remarked, glancing at Elder Zhang. Upon hearing her agreement, Elder Zhang's face was a mixture of shock and joy. Of course, we'll pay you, he immediately replied. Yet Lin Man waved her hand dismissively. Forget about the payment. The value of a senior cultivator cannot merely be measured in monetary terms. Here's the proposition. Send me the individuals, and they shall work under my guidance for 6 years. After this period, I shall return them to you, fully transformed into senior cultivators. As Lin Man's gaze lowered, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her eyes. With the imminent development of the planting base in Man City, she found herself in dire need of manpower. The joy on Elder Zhang's face vanished in an instant. This is unacceptable, he exclaimed. 6 years is far too long. How can I wait that long? Realizing that Lin Man was in desperate need of personnel, he hastily reconsidered. Rest assured, Madame Marshal, His Majesty has instructed us at the Agricultural Institute to fully cooperate and assist you in recruiting cultivators. Your DQ001 star will not lack for senior cultivators during its development. Elder Zhang pondered for a moment. You are well aware of the situation at our institute. There are only a handful of senior cultivators. Had it not been for your assistance, we would not have been able to meet the supply demands for watermelons and tomatoes, let alone the Imperial Star. Thus, he proposed, how about we cultivate those senior cultivators for the Agricultural Institute? Lin Man's eyes glimmered with interest. Elder Jiang. That's not quite how it works. Once DQ001 is developed, I too will be in need of senior cultivators. Your institute has nearly 100 senior cultivators, while I only have a few dozen. While I can gradually cultivate talent, it doesn't resolve my immediate needs. Just think about it. You will be short-handed, and so will I. Naturally, I would prefer to cultivate talent for myself. Although I have methods to train senior cultivators, my resources are limited, and the costs are quite high. Elder Jiang found himself at an impasse. What resources or costs do you require? If we have them, we shall provide them. He quickly replied. Lin Man smiled. If the Agricultural Institute could truly provide those resources, you wouldn't have been struggling for years without accumulating many senior cultivators. She continued. Do not misconstrue my words. I simply mean that the resources I utilize are not something others can provide. Elder Jiang's expression fell, and he sighed heavily. But 6 years is far too long. I can only agree to a maximum of 1 year. In that time, you could have them work for you or develop watermelon and tomato seeds, which should yield considerable returns. The Agricultural Institute would merely be working for you. Even if we manage to cultivate hundreds of senior cultivators, 3 years would be ideal. It will take me several months to train them. It cannot be done overnight. Lin Man asserted. 1.5 years. That is my final offer, Elder Jiang countered through gritted teeth. Lin Man's expression grew stern. 2 years. It cannot be any less. If the Agricultural Institute suddenly withdraws all personnel, I will have to train replacements. 1 year and 7 months. Elder Jiang continued to negotiate. 2 years. Lin Man remained steadfast. 1 year and 8 months. Elder Jiang insisted, refusing to concede. Noticing Lin Man's growing impatience, he quickly added in 1 month. The Agricultural Institute will provide you with at least 10,000 cultivators, including no less than 3,000 intermediate cultivators. Following that, we will provide at least 5,000 cultivators each month for 6 months. He argued that the Human Resources Department had little to do and could easily take on this task. Lin Man, this time, hesitated before responding. Let us align that time frame with when I return the senior cultivators to you, she stated. The initial month will yield 10,000 and thereafter 5,000 each month, totaling only 35,000. Of that, 5,000 will be returned after 1 year and 8 months, resulting in even fewer cultivators. I have an entire planet to develop. This number is utterly insufficient. She thought to herself, even if they provided her with 5,000 cultivators monthly for 1 year and 8 months, it would still fall short. Yet, despite the illustrious reputation of the Agricultural Institute, their capabilities were finite. And she didn't wish to place undue pressure upon them. Elder Jiang's expression stiffened. Who was it that claimed the Madam Marshal was beautiful, kind-hearted, and easy to speak with? After a moment's hesitation, he finally nodded. Very well, then. We shall agree to 1 year and 8 months. I will have a contract drafted immediately so that we can finalize this agreement. Upon hearing this, Lin Man felt a twinge of regret. It seemed she hadn't negotiated effectively. Elder Jiang, noticing her expression, quickly said, I will personally expedite the contract and contact you within half an hour. With that, he abruptly ended the video call. Lin Man's words caught in her throat. Seeing this, Jinzhou approached and gently took his wife's hand. Do not worry. Once the cultivators arrive at DQ001, if the conditions are favorable, they will also recommend talented individuals to you. With the Agricultural Institute's assistance, your initial talent acquisition will be much easier. Hearing this, Lin Man felt reassured. Meanwhile, at the Agricultural Institute, Elder Jiang rushed to the Human Resources Department, gathering the head and legal advisor for an urgent meeting. 20 minutes later, a contract was drafted. Elder Jiang hurried back to his office and contacted Lin Man again for a video call. After both parties reviewed the contract terms and confirmed everything was in order, they signed the agreement. Once the contract was finalized, Lin Man promptly urged Elder Jiang. Currently, some of our experimental bases in Man City are ready for use. Please expedite arrangements for the first batch of cultivators to arrive. She added, by the way, I will prioritize training the senior cultivators belonging to your Agricultural Institute. Please remind your team to conduct thorough background checks to avoid any potential issues. The development of Man City necessitated a considerable workforce, and senior cultivators were in high demand. With an influx of personnel, they would not have the time or resources to conduct detailed background investigations on each incoming cultivator. The best approach would be to first train those selected by the Agricultural Institute. After all, the cultivators from the Agricultural Institute would not be leaving until 1 year and 8 months had passed. By utilizing this time gap, they could focus on selecting promising talents for cultivation. Chapter 117. 2 Uninvited Guests. All right, Elder Jiang replied with a smile. With the major matters settled, it was only prudent to attend to these smaller details promptly. After exchanging a few pleasant remarks, the video call concluded. That evening, Wu Ping and the family's cook prepared a lavish feast in celebration of Lin Man's pregnancy. The household staff rejoiced at the news, celebrating the Marshal and the Madame Marshal's joyous occasion. Particularly, Fang Qing insisted on personally caring for Lin Man. However, Lin Man declined. She had witnessed Fang Qing's business acumen and preferred her to focus on managing the company and developing DQ001, rather than relegating her talents to mere caregiving. With no other option, Fang Qing entrusted the responsibility of caring for Lin Man to Wu Ping. As for the kitchen, the chefs from Greenfield Manor had come to the Marshal's residence, so Wu Ping's absence would not hinder their culinary operations. The next day at noon, guests arrived at the Marshal's residence. Although Lin Man considered them guests, the visitors, Zheng Sun and Liang Han, did not perceive themselves as such. They had merely come to partake in a meal. Despite her husband's absence, Lin Man welcomed them warmly and had the kitchen prepare a sumptuous spread. This suited Zheng Sun and Liang Han perfectly, as they quickly set to devouring the food laid before them. Lin Man observed in astonishment as they eagerly consumed the meal. However, she paid little heed to it. The dishes in the kitchen were inherently delectable, and the ingredients were of her own cultivation. For those unaccustomed to such fare, it was indeed challenging to resist its exquisite flavors. Observing the hearty appetites of her guests, Lin Man also indulged a bit more. After the meal, she felt approximately 3/4 full. Zheng Sun and Liang Han, on the other hand, felt they were nearing their limits, albeit in a state of blissful contentment. Lin Man invited the two to the sofa area, resuming their previous conversation. Noticing their satiated expressions, she was now convinced that they had deliberately chosen to arrive at mealtime. While they had come to discuss business matters, it was evident they were also seeking to partake in her culinary offerings. Fortunately, she did not mind. Treating partners to a meal was simply a matter of course. Indeed, Madame Marshal, our military supply department has received a new allocation of military funds this morning. I conferred with Dr. Liang and decided that we should stockpile a greater quantity of high-grade purification agents during this period. I came to inquire if you might be able to supply us with more premium fruits in the coming time, Zheng Sun stated. Oh, and if possible, we would like to specify the types and weights of the fruits. Naturally, the weight for each type in a single order will not be less than 3,000 gene. Additionally, if you have any new varieties available, we would like to reserve 10,000 gene of each, separate from our daily orders. During this time, Madame Marshal had provided them with a total of 52 types of fruits. Zheng Sun and Liang Han were utterly astonished. They were almost certain that she possessed even more varieties. In their eyes, Madame Marshal was the epitome of prominence, the goddess among goddesses. Upon hearing this, Lin Man's gaze flickered momentarily. Very well, please send me the orders half a day in advance. I shall prepare the goods and notify you when they are ready for collection. Previously, at Greenwild Manor, aside from fulfilling the military's orders daily, she had utilized her surplus abilities to nurture fruit trees and hasten their growth. However, space was limited at the Marshal's residence, and even if she wished to cultivate more trees, there simply wasn't enough room. She had initially planned to plant several persimmon and peach trees to produce persimmons for drying and peaches for canning. Now it seemed that if the military's orders increased, she might only need to have her staff prepare more persimmons. Excellent. Thank you, Madame Marshal. Zheng Sun expressed his gratitude hastily. Afterward, he accessed his holographic computer and sent Lin Man the first order. This is for tomorrow. You may review it. We will likely maintain this order frequency for the next week or two. Lin Man checked the contents of the order. 3,000 gene of Fuji apples, 3,000 gene of yellow pear, 5,000 gene of red-fleshed honey pomelo, and 3,000 gene of crisp persimmons. Her eyes sparkled. The total weight of these 4 fruit varieties amounted to 14,000 gene, nearly 3 to 4 times that of previous orders. Moreover, Jung Sun had mentioned that they would maintain such order quantities for a week or two. No problem. I should be able to gather the goods by tonight. If it's not too late, I'll notify you for collection, Lin Man replied. She had planted all the necessary fruit trees for the 4 varieties Jung Sun requested. Since the most energy-intensive stages had already been completed, expediting the fruit-bearing and ripening processes would require minimal effort. Jung Sun and Liang Han were both astonished. So soon? Jung Sun couldn't help but exclaim. According to his information, all the high-grade fruits supplied to the military supply department had been cultivated solely by Madame Marshal. He had personally placed the orders for high-grade fruits, initially starting with 2,000 gene per day and gradually increasing to 3,000, 4,000, and even 5,000 gene. He had thought it would be a challenge for Madame Marshal. Yet, Green Wild Manor consistently delivered on time, often exceeding his requests by several hundred gene. This time, with the unprecedented increase in military funds from the Ministry of Finance, he and Liang Han had approached the Marshal's residence with a sense of tentative hope. They had believed that their order volume might pose a challenge for the Marshal. Little did they know. She had faced it with ease and even expressed her ability to fulfill the order ahead of schedule. What remarkable capabilities did Madame Marshal possess? Such an exceptional high-level cultivator? Lin Man smiled at Jung Sun but refrained from responding. Jung Sun quickly regained his composure. Just then, Liang Han, who had been silently seated beside him, could no longer contain himself. Madame Marshal, if I understand correctly, you still have the capacity to fulfill this batch of orders for the military supply department? Lin Man turned her gaze towards Liang Han, her expression slightly perplexed. Had she not been sufficiently clear? Ahem, what I mean is, aside from this batch of orders, if we wish to place additional orders with you. Lin Man's expression reflected surprise. Liang Han glanced at Jung Sun, hesitated momentarily, but ultimately could not restrain himself. Let me be straightforward. Our Purification Agent Production Center has analyzed and tested the fruits you provided, confirming that not only do they significantly reduce radiation, but they also markedly enhance pregnancy values. As Liang Han began to elaborate, Jung Sun swiftly grasped his arm to prevent him from continuing. Lin Man regarded Jung Sun without any sign of surprise at Liang Han's words. Jung Sun's expression grew solemn as he inwardly chastised Liang Han. Then he observed Lin Man breaking into a smile. Director Jung, please go ahead, she said gently. With a resigned sigh, Jung Sun spoke. The purification agents made from the fruits you provided are indeed remarkably effective. The members of the elite squad who exchanged for those agents have seen a significant reduction in their radiation levels. Chapter 118. The Secret of High-Grade Purification Agents. We initially overlooked the matter of the purification agents enhancing pregnancy values. It wasn't until a few weeks ago that 4 soldiers from the elite squad, during the information refresh period at the Civil Affairs Bureau, took the time to retest their biological information uploads. Remarkably, 2 of them were matched for marriage the following 2 days. Upon reviewing the information, we discovered their pregnancy values had indeed risen significantly. At this point, Jung Sun's eyes glimmered with excitement. It is said that those 2 were howling in the camp at midnight, exclaiming they had wives. Initially, others thought they had lost their minds. The deputy captain of the elite squad, Wang Fei, nearly gave them a beating. Yet, further investigation revealed they were telling the truth. According to the Civil Affairs System's records, one had increased his pregnancy value from 15 to 12, while the other surged from 14 to 115. Consequently, due to their elevated pregnancy values, the main system matched them with wives, both of whom were cultivators. This left Wang Fei, who was responsible for the investigation, seething with jealousy. After personally measuring their pregnancy values with instruments and finding them slightly higher than the Civil Affairs Bureau's records, he couldn't sit still. He abandoned those 2 and rushed to find Captain Zhou Zong. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Zong, too, was filled with envy and jealousy. However, he was more composed than Wang Fei. After sorting through the matter, he deduced the underlying issue. He promptly tested his and Wang Fei's pregnancy values, discovering that both had indeed increased, which brought him immense joy. Accompanied by Wang Fei, he hurried to the Purification Agent Production Center. The investigation into the truth was not difficult. By analyzing a selection of high-grade purification agents and testing several members of the elite squad, the results soon emerged. The outcome was that the high-grade fruits supplied by Madame Marshal, when processed into purification agents, not only drastically reduced radiation levels, but also significantly enhanced pregnancy values. Once the radiation pollution ratio dropped below 70, pregnancy values would begin to rise. If it fell below 50, the enhancement would be substantial. Subsequently, A lower ratio of radiation pollution correlates with a more significant enhancement of the fertility index. A fertility index dropping below 5 signifies irreversible damage, a fact once universally acknowledged in the medical community. Yet, this fact has been altered. None of the members of the assassination squad had previously registered a fertility index exceeding 5. However, upon testing, it was revealed that everyone's index had improved considerably, with several individuals surpassing a fertility index of 10.
What does this imply?
It suggests that others might also have the opportunity to become the next fortunate individuals, akin to the two who were matched with partners by the central brain, who would prefer to continue residing in cramped quarters with a group of rugged men when there's a chance for family. Upon learning this, Zhou Zong and Wang Fei were immediately exhilarated. They clamored for Zheng Sun to assist them in exchanging all their merits for premium purification agents, hoping to elevate their fertility indices. Those two were particularly adept at feigning vulnerability, claiming they would soon be visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to update their information. And whether they could marry depended on Director Zheng. Their display of desperation was merely an act, yet they did not shy away from veiled threats, implying that should Zheng Sun dare to disrupt their happiness, they would certainly hold him accountable. What could Zheng Sun do? He could only collaborate with Lin Man to increase the order volume for purification agents, urging the production center to manufacture more premium agents for unforeseen needs. This also explains why Zheng Sun had suddenly ramped up orders for premium fruits recently. As a result, just as he had begun to amass some inventory, word inexplicably spread among the assassination squad that premium purification agents could enhance fertility. Consequently, the single men, parched for companionship for decades, went wild, practically desperate to exchange all their accumulated military merits for premium purification agents. Those who had exhausted their merits even sought to negotiate credit with Zheng Sun. Naturally, Zheng Sun would not acquiesce. He then heard that some of them were clamoring to undertake missions, eager to head into battle. In recent days, due to the frenzied exchanges for premium purification agents, the supply depot's previously amassed inventory had dwindled to nothing. Recognizing the futility of confronting those single men, Zheng Sun dared not become an obstacle to their matrimonial aspirations and could only find ways to continue augmenting orders for premium fruits with Lin Man fortuitously. This morning, the finance department had released military funding. Consequently, he could no longer remain idle and rushed over. Realizing that Liang Han had already exposed the fact that premium purification agents could enhance fertility, Zheng Sun shared developments regarding the assassination squad with Lin Man. Upon hearing this, was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that the fruits she had encouraged the cultivation of, because of their capacity to enhance fertility, would have such a profound impact on the military's elite squad. You mean, the wives matched with those two assassination squad members are all cultivators? Lin Man inquired with curiosity. The military's increased demand for premium fruits was a boon for her. Moreover, as the wife of a marshal, she also hoped to see her husband's subordinates achieve their desires of marrying and starting families. An increase in the number of cultivators among military families would also benefit her. After all, persuading military families to join her company for development on DQ-00 would be comparatively easier. Indeed, the members of the assassination squad may have high radiation pollution levels and low fertility indices, yet they possess commendable qualities, strong physiques, high mental acuity, and youthful vigor. Once the issues of radiation pollution and fertility are resolved, their excellent conditions, combined with their accumulated military merits, make it unsurprising that they could be matched with female cultivators. Lin Man's interest was piqued. Are there many others in the military affected by low fertility indices, aside from the assassination squad, who are unable to marry successfully? She continued to inquire. Zheng Sun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm.
Indeed, many.
He responded promptly. With frequent conflicts at the front lines, soldiers face the Zerg directly each time they engage in battle, resulting in cumulative radiation pollution that has adversely affected numerous individuals' fertility indices. Lin Man contemplated this.
So,
your increased orders are aimed at allowing more individuals to exchange for premium purification agents? Zheng Sun and Liang Han nodded in agreement. Currently, my intention is to prioritize fulfilling the exchange needs of double S-level soldiers, primarily focusing on the assassination squad and some senior military officials. However, there are also demands from S-level and below soldiers.
Dr.
Liang hopes I can make those purification agents accessible to them and the military families at the front lines as well. Of course, if such access is to be granted, it must be approved by both the Marshal and yourself. The impact of premium purification agents on fertility is too significant, and if this information were to spread, the consequences could be considerable. Chapter 119 New Project. In the Empire, Countless individuals are willing to spend exorbitant amounts to enhance their fertility indices by purchasing premium fruits over the long term. Although the price of premium purification agents is steep, their effectiveness far surpasses that of premium fruits on the market, often by hundreds or even thousands of times. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly pique the interest of innumerable individuals, particularly the wealthy, who would be more than willing to invest heavily in their acquisition. Lin Man instantly grasped Jung Sun's implication. A surge of warmth washed over her. This could indeed be a lucrative venture. However, given the potential ramifications, it would require careful deliberation. After a moment of contemplation, she voiced, "The primary purpose of premium purification agents is to assist SS level and above soldiers in reducing radiation pollution. For now, let's keep the fertility enhancement aspect confidential." Upon hearing this, both Jung Sun and Liang Han expressed disappointment, yet they did not press the issue and acquiesced. After conversing for a while longer, Jung Sun and Liang Han took their leave. In the evening, when Qin Zhou and Fang Qing returned, Lin Man shared the details of Jung Sun and Liang Han's visit with them and sought their opinions on whether to make the existence of premium purification agents public. The development of DQ001 requires substantial funding. If our company could produce premium purification agents for external sale, even at exorbitant prices, we should find no shortage of buyers. Lin Man stated. Well, she continued, although I rejected Jung Sun and Liang Han, their ideas are quite enticing to me. However, my intention is to sell premium purification agents to the affluent rather than solely to military personnel. Before either of them could respond, Lin Man added, but I worry that premium purification agents might end up in the hands of Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao. If Li Jiaojiao were to become pregnant, it would not bode well for us. The emperor seems intent on dealing with the four major conglomerates and is unlikely to alter his decision to establish his son as the crown prince. However, if Li Jiaojiao were to conceive, the resistance would be significantly greater. Additionally, the four major conglomerates might take action due to her pregnancy. Fang Qing looked towards Qin Zhou, who remained silent. Noticing Lin Man's gaze upon him, Fang Qing cleared her throat before speaking. Ahem, I believe this is feasible. As long as we implement adequate risk control and ensure dedicated personnel, we should be able to guarantee that the agents do not leak out. By the way, Fan Qing continued, turning her attention to Qin Zhou, does your military have any regulations regarding the exchange of premium purification agents? For instance, are individuals required to consume them immediately upon exchange? Indeed, Qin Zhou affirmed. When Jung Sun initially submitted the proposal, he mentioned confidentiality measures. Fang Qing felt relieved upon hearing this. Lin Man, however, was struck by inspiration. What if we establish a project that enhances fertility? We could invite clients to DQ001 for a retreat and treatment, using dietary therapy to elevate their fertility indices. This way, it would be less likely for any issues to arise on our own turf, and we could also select our guests, preventing certain individuals, like Li Jiaojiao, from participating. Fang Qing considered this and nodded. Scarcity increases value. We need not promote this. And Tijiang Lao's son and daughter-in-law planning to visit? In addition to the matters concerning Sun Hui and Deng Xian, it is expected that someone will proactively seek us out. By the way, Sun Hui and Deng Xian have reconciled, and Deng Xian is expecting a child. They reached out to express their gratitude through me. Sun Hui also mentioned that someone inquired about Deng Xian's pregnancy, but he refrained from disclosing any information publicly. Lin Man was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating Deng Xian's pregnancy as well. Please extend my congratulations to President Sunday. Furthermore, should they decide to hold a wedding ceremony upon their reconciliation, kindly ensure that I am prepared with a gift. She has departed from the Imperial Star and will not be returning in the near future. So, attending the wedding is certainly out of the question. Indeed. Fang Qing responded with a smile, assuring that she would convey your blessings. And she suggested that they should host a grand wedding, subtly mentioning the bride's pregnancy. Lin Man glanced over and met Fang Qing's smiling gaze, which prompted her to smile in return. I will arrange for the construction of a resort in Man City shortly, Fang Qing added. We must expedite the construction to ensure its swift completion. Lin Man silently commended Fang Qing in her heart. As for the pricing, it should be determined based on the client's psychic level and the required enhancement of pregnancy value. The minimum price should be set at 100 million. Qin Zhou couldn't help but glance at Fang Qing, only to notice that both she and his wife wore expressions of entitlement. He discreetly withdrew his gaze. Very well. This is indeed a venture aimed at affluent clients, and that price does not seem exorbitant. Subsequently, Lin Man and Fong Qing proceeded to discuss various details as if Qinzhou were non-existent. The prospect of wealth had presented itself once again, leaving both women exhilarated. Nearly an hour passed before their discussion finally concluded. Fong Qing appeared somewhat reluctant to leave, but sensing her master's growing impatience, she took her leave. After Fong Qing departed, Qinzhou personally assisted Lin Man with her evening routine. However, the individual in bed was filled with fervor and found no inclination to sleep. Husband within 2 years. I will ensure the comprehensive development of DQ001 1-star. Lin Man declared with determination. Qinzhou's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness as he gently lowered her raised hand. You cannot rush to achieve everything at once. You are still with child and should take it easy. Lin Man glanced down at her still flat abdomen, then nestled against Qinzhou's embrace. I am merely exercising my intellect. Encouraging the growth of those vegetables and fruits does not require excessive effort. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits and will not overexert myself. As she spoke, Lin Man took Qinzhou's large hand and placed it on her belly. The babies are very well behaved. They understand that their mother is working hard to earn a living. Qinzhou's expression softened. He leaned forward and placed a kiss on her forehead. It is my inadequacy for not providing you with a stable life. Lin Man rested her head against her husband's chest. If the great marshal is deemed incapable, then who else in the empire could be considered competent? My husband is not incapable, he is a hero. You have done exceptionally well, not only protecting the citizens of the empire but also safeguarding your wife and child. Husband, I understand that you do not wish for our child to acknowledge his majesty or to become the future crown prince. And I am grateful for your willingness to compromise for our sake. Qinzhou felt a stirring in his heart but said nothing, holding Lin Man close. You have done enough. Do not burden yourself with guilt. As husband and wife, we should advance together. I am not merely a parasitic vine clinging to a tall tree, but rather another sturdy tree, standing beside you to weather the storms. Together, we shall undoubtedly shatter the monopolies of the 4 major conglomerates and carve out a new realm for ourselves. Chapter 120. Moving into the city lord's mansion. Qinzhou remained silent. After a while, when Lin Man began to wonder if her husband was on the verge of sleep, he finally responded with a muffled his voice laden with restraint and emotion. Lin Man's heart softened. Sleep now, she murmured, closing her eyes. A month swiftly passed. During this time, the Agricultural Institute undertook significant actions, releasing numerous recruitment advertisements on the Star Network. They also enlisted the help of subordinate seed stores and assessment organizations to recruit cultivators. A considerable number of cultivators expressed interest, only to discover that the Agricultural Institute was aiding a company called Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited in their recruitment endeavors. Given the attractive compensation offered by Man Culinary Culture, coupled with the credibility provided by the Agricultural Institute's backing, many cultivators accepted the invitation. By the end of the month, the Agricultural Institute had successfully arranged for a total of 10,000 cultivators to travel to DQ001 star. Meanwhile, under Fong Qing's supervision, the urban planning of Man City had reached nearly 60 completion. The construction of major planting bases, which was being closely monitored, was nearly 70 finished to facilitate work arrangements for the cultivators. Although Man City was not yet fully developed, the influx of staff and their families had begun to imbue the city with a certain vitality. According to Fong Qing's reports, the current population of Man City had exceeded 180,000. This number, of course, was insufficient, and Fong Qing was devising various strategies to increase the population and infuse new life into Man City. While Man City flourished, the news of Sun Hui and Deng Xian's marriage, along with the deliberate revelation of the bride's pregnancy during the wedding, reached various individuals. Through Sun Hui, many learned about Man Culinary Culture's project aimed at enhancing pregnancy value. Once 10 couples willing to participate in this initiative were assembled, Fong Qing finally dispatched personnel to sign contracts with them. The Man City Resort officially commenced operations. Lin Man, upon hearing the progress reports from Man City, could no longer contain her impatience and broached the subject of relocating to Man City to Qinzhou that evening. Naturally, Qinzhou was reluctant, but unable to withstand his wife's insistence, he ultimately agreed. Fortunately, Man City was not far from the frontline base, allowing him to visit frequently and ensuring he would not be completely absent from his wife's side. On this day, Qinzhou personally led Lin Man and several members of the Marshal's mansion to move into the city lord's mansion. The spacecraft traveled swiftly, reaching the airspace of DQ-001 star in just over half an hour. The Protective Shield's identification protocol detected the spacecraft and initiated a video call. Once the ground control room confirmed the identities of Qin Zhou and his companions, they were promptly granted access. It was Lin Man's first experience witnessing the efficacy of the Protective Shield, and she was somewhat intrigued. The control authority of the Protective Shield over Man City had been transferred to the local defense department, currently managed by military personnel along with some retired soldiers. The department responsible for public safety operated under similar circumstances, Fong Qing explained to Lin Man. Once Man City is fully constructed, the military personnel will withdraw, and control will be transferred. We must land at the designated spacecraft base in Man City and undergo security checks as per regulations, Fong Qing continued. DQ-001 star prohibits the entry of thermal weapons and combat mechs. Even ordinary mechs must be registered, stating their purpose and providing authorization from the City Lord's mansion. Only after passing security checks can we switch to hover vehicles to reach our destination. Lin Man was somewhat surprised. Although she found the process somewhat intricate, it was entirely reasonable. In this era, the lethality of thermal weapons and combat mechs was immense, and the prohibition of such items on DQ-001 star would enhance safety. As for planetary defense, there was no need for concern. Fong Qing had previously informed her that the company had invested considerable funds in procuring thermal weapons and combat mechs from the military. All those weapons had been handed over to the City Defense Department. In the event of a bug swarm invasion, the City Defense Department would be the first to respond, ensuring the safety of Man City. What about leaving DQ-001 star? Lin Man inquired with curiosity. Fong Qing smiled. Departing is similar to entering. One must apply in advance to the City Lord's mansion and, upon approval, proceed to the spacecraft base for security checks. After obtaining permission, they may take off and leave the star. The security checks for departing individuals are even more stringent, with thorough inspections of pure ingredients and seeds to prevent smuggling. However, if departing individuals possess legitimate sources of pure ingredients and seeds, they may report in advance and utilize specialized shipping channels. Lin Man nodded in agreement. We need not go through security at the spaceship base, Qin Zhou suddenly remarked. Lin Man glanced at her husband, while Fong Qing appeared somewhat taken aback. This vessel had been added to the whitelist of Man City, thus exempting it from security checks. Aunt Fong, your spaceship no longer needs to undergo security inspections either. Qin Zhou continued. Oh, Fong Qing responded, her face lighting up with joy. It was evident that the young master had also included her ship on the whitelist when he had added his own. Given that she was currently managing the Man Culinary Culture Company on behalf of the young mistress, with numerous affairs to oversee, her chances of traveling to DQ-001 star would undoubtedly increase. Avoiding security checks would save her considerable trouble. In the midst of their conversation, the spaceship arrived at the Lord's Manor. Qin Zhou smoothly parked the vessel in the courtyard, personally assisting Lin Man as she disembarked. The manor steward was already there, accompanied by several attendants, awaiting their arrival. Upon recognizing the former steward of the Green Wild Manor, Lin Man felt reassured, understanding that it was Aunt Fong's arrangements that had facilitated this. Following Qin Zhou's lead, they entered the Grand Hall. Qin Zhou had initially intended to take his wife to rest, but Lin Man did not feel fatigued and expressed a desire to tour the Lord's Manor instead.
Consequently,
the steward guided the couple through the estate. To their surprise, the tour lasted over 40 minutes, primarily due to the numerous expansive gardens, which piqued Lin Man's interest and, consequently, delayed their progress. A garden of this size, dedicated to growing vegetables and fruits, should prove delightful, Lin Man remarked as they retraced their steps. Aunt Fong had previously informed her that a substantial garden had been reserved for her cultivation, and her anticipation had only grown. The garden's vastness exceeded her expectations. Even without visiting the cultivation base, she could effortlessly satisfy the military's demand for premium produce. Take your time to cultivate it. Just don't overexert yourself, Qin Zhou replied. The gardens are entirely reserved for you to plant vegetables and fruits. With you in the early stages of pregnancy, I feel more at ease with you staying at the manor. We'll get started after lunch. Lin Man chimed playfully, her husband gazing at her with affectionate eyes. Aunt Wu and the others should have arrived by now. I'll have Aunt Wu accompany you. Don't wander off alone, he advised. After lunch, I must return to the front lines, and I likely won't be back until the late hours of the night. As he spoke, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. Lin Man gently grasped Qin Zhou's arm. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself. You go ahead, and come back as soon as you can. Seeing the smile on her face filled Qin heart with a warmth he could only describe as happiness.
Oh,
By the way, did you manage to catch those star beasts I mentioned earlier? Lin Man suddenly recalled and inquired of Qin. The Lord's manor was vast enough to allocate some areas for livestock. Qin paused momentarily. I caught a few and sent them to the breeding farm. However, those creatures are quite wild and difficult to tame, so they cannot be kept within the manor. When his wife had requested him to capture some chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs, he had set out to do so the very next day and successfully transported them to DQ-001 star. However, the star beasts exhibited considerable aggression, making their domestication a daunting task. The breeding farm had endured significant turmoil due to the star beasts, damaging facilities, and almost injuring personnel. Thus, he had to issue orders to take certain measures, such as breaking their legs or clipping their wings, to keep them under control and prevent further chaos. Even after such interventions, the star beasts still posed a substantial risk and were unsuitable for keeping within the manor. Lin Man's eyes sparkled upon hearing that DQ-001 star had a breeding farm and that livestock had already been established there. The era of taming those star beasts had long passed, and their return to wildness made them exceedingly challenging to domesticate again. However, the experiences of those before us could still serve as valuable lessons. What kind of experiences? Lin Man asked with a mischievous smile. Castration.
what?
Qin couldn't quite grasp her words. Castration, Lin Man reiterated, her gaze drifting below Qin's waist. He instantly felt a chill and wanted to chide her for her frivolity, but she began to explain earnestly. In ancient times, humans discovered that castrating livestock reduced their aggression and territorial instincts. Moreover, it allowed them to grow more meat, resulting in finer quality. However, the ancients didn't commonly use the term castration. Instead, they referred to it as sowing, as in sowing pigs, sowing cattle, sowing sheep, etc. Once livestock has been sown, raising them becomes significantly easier.
Oh,
And we can't castrate all of them. We must keep both genders for breeding. We can retain more females and fewer males, as one male can breed with several females. Qin listened to his wife's elaborate discourse with a peculiar expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Where is the breeding farm? I wish to see it. Lin Man suddenly stated. Qin tensed up at once. I believe you can manage it from a distance. I will inform Aunt Fong to have the person in charge of the breeding farm contact you. The farm has cameras. You can view whichever star beast you prefer. Yet Lin Man was not convinced. But I still want to see it in person. By the way, have the star beasts been raised long enough for their radiation levels to drop to zero? After posing the question, she mentally negated her own inquiry. Previously, she had brought a large number of cultivators to the border from Greenwild Manor and had settled them all on DQ-001 star. After the breeding farm was established, Qin should have provided the star beasts with pure ingredients to eat, as he had promised. However, the effectiveness of those pure ingredients in reducing radiation pollution had not been particularly strong. Considering the brief time frame, it was unlikely that the radiation levels of the star beasts had been entirely neutralized. With this thought in mind, Lin Man became even more resolute in her desire to visit the breeding farm personally. The radiation levels have decreased, but have not yet reached zero, Qin replied. Feeding the star beasts pure ingredients is something only my wife would dare to undertake in the entire empire. The extensive surveillance at the breeding farm was primarily to prevent the resources prepared for the star beasts from being pilfered. People's food is often inferior to what livestock consumes, Lin Man interjected. Seeing her husband preparing to object, she quickly added, Don't worry. I'll have Shuigang accompany me. Even if the star beasts go berserk, I'll be safe. After speaking, Lin Man once again intertwined her arm with Qin. I'm almost going mad thinking about the meat and eggs. Please let me go. I promise I won't put myself in danger. I cherish my life, she assured him. Qin felt helpless, reasoning that Shuigang, being of double S rank, could handle those lower-tier star beasts without the need for a mecha. It should not pose much of a problem. Finally, he conceded with a reluctant Lin Man beamed with delight, tugging on her husband's arm and planting a quick kiss on his cheek. Thank you, darling. In the afternoon, as soon as Qin departed, Lin Man eagerly summoned Shuigang. With Wu Ping providing close assistance, they promptly set off for the breeding farm. At the entrance of the breeding farm, the person in charge, having received the news, awaited their arrival alongside several subordinates. As Lin Man alighted from the hovering vehicle, the manager hurried to greet her. Greetings, Star Master. The manager and his subordinates bowed in respect. It was Lin Man's first experience hearing herself addressed as Star Master, and she found the title rather pleasing. After all, DQ001 star was now her domain. Her standing on this planet was not too dissimilar from that of an emperor. Please, no need for formalities, Lin Man replied. Take me to see the pig farm first. The manager cautiously glanced at Lin Man before responding affirmatively and leading the way. Before long, they arrived at the pig farm. Lin Man beheld what was referred to as a pig farm, only to discover it was merely a fenced-off area enclosed by electrified metal barriers, allowing the pigs to roam freely within. At a glance, she noted 8 pigs before her. These creatures bore little resemblance to the domestic pigs from her previous life, but rather, they shared certain characteristics with wild boars. However, in terms of size, they were considerably larger than their wild counterparts. Is this all the pigs there are in the farm? Lin Man inquired of the person in charge. Yes, there are a total of 8, all here. Lin Man scanned the pigs once more and resolved that upon her return, she must remind Qinzhou to assist her in procuring some piglets. If the piglets were neutered at an early age, their upbringing would be less burdensome, and it would also facilitate the elimination of radiation contamination. Moreover, even piglets intended for breeding would be easier to tame if raised from a young age. These 8 pigs were all adults, robust and healthy. It would be quite peculiar to consider them suitable for breeding. Is there a way to anesthetize them for surgery? With a decision in mind, Lin Man once again questioned the person in charge. Yes, sometimes they become unruly, and we administer anesthetics to calm them down. Lin Man furrowed her brow slightly. What is the metabolic period for the anesthetic? I mean, how long does it take for the pigs to metabolize the anesthetic after administration so that it does not affect the quality of the meat? The person in charge grew anxious. About 2 days, I believe? That's what Dr. Wang said. Lin Man displayed a look of skepticism. Dr. Wang is our farm's veterinarian. He previously worked as a pet doctor, the person in charge explained. Chapter 122. For the sake of food. Although Dr. Wang had only treated kittens and puppies before, pet doctors typically care for small animals, right? Besides, there are no other facilities around that raise such large star beasts. Lin Man responded with a no. Then please refrain from administering anesthetics to them lightly in the future. Furthermore, after administering anesthetics, ensure that you document it. There must be a half-month interval before slaughtering any pigs that have been anesthetized. Slaughter? The person in charge appeared puzzled.
Yes.
These pigs are far too large to be raised long-term. Please have someone anesthetize them now. Then call Dr. Wang. I will guide him in the procedure. Once they are anesthetized, they will be less agitated, making their care easier, and the meat quality will improve. I will arrange that immediately. The person in charge replied without further inquiry. Soon after, the 8 pigs in the farm were subdued. At that moment, Dr. Wang arrived as well. Lin Man promptly shared her previously organized materials regarding the procedure for pigs, cows, and sheep with him, and they engaged in an on-site discussion.
Dr.
Wang had previously performed neutering on small animals during his time as a pet doctor. After hearing Lin Man's rationale, he found her perspective quite sensible. Having witnessed the image materials Lin Man presented, Dr. Wang was utterly impressed. Star Master, you are remarkable. Your knowledge of pets, oh no, star beasts, is so profound. I shall attempt to perform the neutering on these pigs. I merely reviewed some materials. I have not performed practical applications myself. You should give it a try first and see how it goes.
All right.
Dr. Wang promptly got to work. His technique was deft, and he swiftly completed the neutering of all 8 pigs. After the procedure, he administered medication to expedite the healing of their wounds. The surgical incisions were small, and within 3 days at most, the wounds would heal and cease to cause pain. Next, I will carefully observe their condition. If they truly settle down, I shall be sure to neuter any star beasts sent to our farm in the future, even if they do not meet the criteria for breeding. The primary purpose of our farm's existence is to domesticate livestock, alleviating the need to continually capture them from the wild. The spatial ring cannot store live animals. While capturing these star beasts may not be difficult, transporting them from other planets to here is quite another matter. The significance of the farm's existence extends far beyond merely satisfying my own palate and that of those around me. It bears a vision for long-term development.
Indeed, Dr.
Wang replied, his voice brimming with anticipation for Lin Man's vision. All right, the pigs have been handled. Let us now inspect the other animals. Lin Man directed towards the person in charge. Yes, Star Master, please follow me. The person in charge promptly led the way. Subsequently, Lin Man visited the cattle and sheep. The circumstances of these 2 types of star beasts were similar to those of the pigs. They were large in stature and few in number. Noticing the absence of young ones, Lin Man instructed Dr. Wang to neuter them as well. After examining the pigs, cattle, and sheep, Lin Man proceeded to inspect the chickens, ducks, and geese. These three types of livestock were smaller in size, and having previously discussed with Qin Zhou her desire for their eggs, the quantities of these three livestock were notably greater. Dr. Wang initially harbored concerns that Lin Man might request him to neuter these smaller star beasts, which would significantly increase his workload. However, Lin Man proactively stated there is no need to neuter these animals. For smaller livestock, the necessity of neutering is not as significant. You should take the time to trim some of their wing feathers to prevent them from flying, which will make their care considerably easier. Oh, and by the way, keep the females for egg laying. As for the males, retain only a few for breeding. The excess should be captured and slaughtered once their radiation contamination levels have cleared. Both Dr. Wang and the person in charge were taken aback. Slaughter? The purpose of raising these star beasts is not for mere observation? Lin Man finally noted the confusion on their faces. Once things settle down, I will provide you with a lesson on slaughtering. In the future, any livestock in the farm that meet the criteria must be promptly slaughtered, and afterward, the meat should be sent to the city lord's residence.
Dr.
Wang and the person in charge were even more astonished. The Star Master raises these star beasts for the purpose of consuming their meat? Can the meat of star beasts be eaten? Lin Man observed their reactions, intending to offer an explanation. However, realizing that she could not adequately clarify the matter at that moment, she decided it best to wait until the training session to elaborate. From tomorrow onwards, the city lord's residence will separately provide food for these livestock. After you feed them, remember to check their radiation contamination levels daily. Once the radiation levels drop to 0, take appropriate action. Additionally, starting tomorrow at 10 a.m., I will be online to provide you with training related to these livestock, tentatively for 1 week. As Lin Man spoke, she turned to the person in charge. You should disseminate this information and gather everyone to attend the training punctually. Understood. The person in charge promptly affirmed. Lin Man felt satisfied. After inspecting the conditions of the farm a little longer, she returned home. The state of the farm was far worse than she had anticipated. The primary reason lay in the fact that the farm staff possessed almost no knowledge regarding the care of the animals. She could only impart her knowledge to them for now, after which they would need to improve the farm's conditions based on practical circumstances. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Lin Man contacted Fong Qing. At that moment, Fong Qing was still arranging work at the planting base. Upon seeing Lin Man's video call, she immediately paused her tasks and stepped aside to take the call. When the video connected, Fong Qing smiled at her young mistress. Young mistress. Aunt Fong, we have returned from the farm. The situation there is not good. They have numerous issues with the feeding and management of the livestock. I would like to conduct some training related to livestock for them. However, this might leave me with little time to prepare for the live broadcast, Lin Man said, slightly distressed. Then let us announce a suspension of the live broadcast. You are pregnant. It is best not to overexert yourself, Fong Qing suggested without hesitation. She had initially intended to have the young mistress take a break from the live broadcast, but had forgotten amidst her busyness. However, the fans have long criticized the infrequency of my live streams. To suddenly halt my broadcasts now, with my follower count having surpassed 5 billion, would undoubtedly place me among the elite streamers across the entire Star Network. The attention and adoration from my admirers are quite gratifying, and I am reluctant to let them down. If I were to announce that I am expecting a child and need to focus on my pregnancy, they would surely understand. Moreover, our resort has just commenced operations and can accommodate a greater influx of visitors. The wife of the second largest shareholder of Yo-Yo Live and the most popular streamer both becoming pregnant serves as a testament to the reliability of their project aimed at enhancing fertility values. Chapter 123, Announcement of Broadcast Suspension. Lin Man hesitated slightly. With the imperial birth rate being notably low, every expectant mother receives preferential treatment. If she were to pause her broadcast citing pregnancy, her fans would likely comprehend and even extend their blessings. However, some individuals are aware of her identity as Lady Man, and announcing her pregnancy would inevitably increase the number of those privy to her condition. The defenses around Man City are stringent, preventing irrelevant individuals from entering, and the military personnel are discreet, ensuring that no information leaks. Sensing Lin Man's apprehensions, Fong Qing spoke reassuringly. Lin Man finally came to a decision. Very well then. I shall post an update shortly. There are numerous matters awaiting her attention in Man City, and given the commendable performance of the food streaming channel at Yo-Yo Live, she sees little necessity to continue her broadcasts. Fong Qing smiled and acknowledged her. By the way, madam, I visited the planting base today and encountered Mr. Jiang and his wife. Mr. Jiang Han and his spouse, currently overseeing the 5,000 personnel dispatched by the Agricultural Science Institute, expressed their desire to remain at the cultivation base rather than moving to the resort. Additionally, they wish to meet with you. In the past month, the Agricultural Science Institute has sent 10,000 cultivators to Man City, with more continuously arriving. Upon their arrival, these cultivators were allocated to various planting bases. The 5,000 from the Agricultural Science Institute, exempt from background checks, were assigned to the largest and finest cultivation base, Green Wild Base. Because Madam had previously issued orders to expedite the enhancement of wood spirit power among these 5,000, this base boasts the most extensive range of vegetable and fruit seed varieties, totaling over 600. Among these, there are not only vegetables, but also climbing fruit crops akin to watermelons and tomatoes. The cultivators, upon discovering the variety of seeds provided by the base, were left utterly astounded. This includes Jiang Han and his wife, Qian Min. Once inside Green Wild Base, Jiang Han and Qian Min devoted themselves tirelessly to experimenting with the myriad seeds available. Each type of crop they cultivated elicited astonishment. After countless moments of awe, they ultimately confirmed that Green Wild Base is indeed a sanctuary for cultivators. Having previously participated in expedition teams that sought new crops only to face failure, witnessing such an abundance of new vegetables and fruits left them exhilarated. To meet me? Lin Man expressed her surprise. Very well, she acquiesced. She shared a rapport with Elder Jiang, and given that Jiang Han and Qian Min are effectively her hostages, obligated to work for her for 6 years, it seemed reasonable to meet them. I will bring them back tonight, Fang Qing said.
All right.
The two continued their conversation for a while before concluding the video call. After the call ended, Lin Man accessed her holographic computer and logged into the Yo-Yo Live website. She then posted an update announcing her pregnancy and the subsequent pause in her broadcasts. As soon as she released the update, a deluge of comments from fans flooded in. Lady Man has posted. What? Pregnant? She looks barely in her 20s. Is it really that easy to conceive? Such a fertile constitution. How enviable. Wishing for good fortune. Good fortune 1. Good fortune 2. Good fortune 3. Within a minute, the post garnered tens of thousands of likes and thousands of fans joining the good fortune brigade. Following this, many comments expressed blessings for Lin Man's pregnancy, with others speculating whether she would have a son or a daughter. While fans lamented the prolonged absence of Lady Man's broadcasts, they overwhelmingly supported her decision to take a break. After posting her update, Lin Man did not immediately close her holographic computer, but instead scrolled through her fans' comments for a while. Seeing the understanding and support from her followers filled her heart with joy. Noticing some fans seriously analyzing the gender of her child, curiosity piqued. She read through their analyses in full. Upon finishing, Lin Man couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, talent abounds amongst netizens. Some could discern subtle hints at a mere glance. As many fans continued to comment and vote on the gender of her child, Lin Man felt amused and decided to reply in the comments. This baby's analysis is quite accurate. One of my babies is indeed a girl. However, those predicting a boy are also correct, as I am expecting a boy too. In this technologically advanced era, she had just undergone a pregnancy checkup and was already able to discern the genders of her babies, which delighted her, one of each. The moment Lin Man's message was sent, her reply was met with an avalanche of responses.
Twins.
A dragon and phoenix pair. Lady Man, you are simply incredible. May I inquire about the secret to conceiving twins? Lady Man, you are so enviable. I don't even wish for dragon and phoenix twins. I would be content with just one. Please share your pregnancy secrets. Good fortune. Good fortune 1. Good fortune 2. Beneath Lin Man's reply, a new wave of good fortune seekers emerged. Lin Man was thoroughly amused. After scrolling through comments for a while longer, she finally put away her holographic computer. Little did she know, her post and replies had set the Star Network ablaze. The topics surrounding her swiftly ascended to the trending charts. First food streamer. Lady Man announces her pregnancy, deciding to suspend broadcasts. First food streamer expecting dragon and phoenix twins, announces suspension. Lady Man is having twins. Numerous news articles began circulating across the Star Network, and the information spread at lightning speed. Meanwhile, at the frontline base, Zheng Sun was delivering a batch of premium fruits to Liang Han when he entered Liang Han's office, only to be called overexcitedly to view the holographic computer. There, he saw Lady Man's announcement. The Marshal's wife was pregnant with twins. Old Zheng, our predictions were accurate. the Marshal's fertility value has indeed recovered. It may even be at a remarkably high level. Liang Han struggled to contain his emotions, keeping his voice steady. Zheng Sun, however, maintained a composed demeanor. No wonder after our visit to the Marshal's residence last time, he prohibited us from approaching the Marshal's wife. It seems he wasn't being petty. He simply didn't want her to be overworked during her pregnancy. Liang Han glanced at Zheng Sun. Why is your reaction so subdued? The Marshal possesses 3S level mental strength, and his fertility value had dropped below 0.
5.
The Marshal's wife has voluntarily disclosed the gender of the children, meaning she must have conceived over 2 months ago. The value of those premium fruits is even greater than we anticipated. Chapter 124. Lucrative Tasks. Due to the extreme rarity of premium fruits and purification agents of superior quality, coupled with the inability to measure the enhancement effects of purification factors on fertility values with instruments, they have been unable to ascertain the specific impact data of these high-grade purification agents on fertility values for quite some time. They were only aware that the purifiers of high grade and above had a commendable effect on enhancing pregnancy values. However, through the incident involving the Marshal's wife, they have now confirmed that the efficacy of the high-grade purifiers or the premium fruits associated with the Marshal's wife exceeds their expectations. Upon hearing Liang Han's words, Zheng Sun could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Why don't we exchange for some high-grade purifiers to consume?
He suggested.
Having been married to his wife for over 30 years without having a child, he felt a sense of urgency. As for old Liang, his situation was even more dire. Having faced the front lines multiple times during his service, he had unfortunately encountered the insectoid species, which adversely affected his pregnancy value. Although he later took on logistical work in the rear, he had remained unmarried all this time. The two of them had dedicated decades to logistics. While their military accomplishments might not rival those of the elite commanders in the military, they had nonetheless amassed a respectable amount over the years. Exchanging for some high-grade purifiers seemed feasible. Liang Han cast a glance at Zheng Sun. What are you thinking? At your age, you still desire to have children? Even if your pregnancy value were to rise, what about your wife? Can you bear a child alone? Zheng Sun shot Liang Han a disdainful look, feeling no shame whatsoever. Who says your sister-in-law's pregnancy value cannot be improved? Liang Han's expression shifted. What do you intend to do? Regarding the exchange for high-grade purifiers, the Marshal has issued a military order. Zheng Sun, do not act foolishly.
He warned.
What are you implying? Zheng Sun rolled his eyes at Liang Han once more. Who said I wanted to exchange for high-grade purifiers to secretly give to my wife? What about you? Liang Han inquired. Haven't you heard? The Marshal's wife has initiated a project to help individuals enhance their pregnancy values. Currently, it is said that 10 couples have signed contracts and moved into Man City. This piqued Liang Han's interest. Indeed. I heard the accommodations are at a resort in Man City, where high-grade fruits are plentiful and the meals are exquisite. Zheng Sun could not help but recall the last time he and Liang Han dined at the Marshal's residence, reminiscing about the delicious dishes. And he swallowed hard at the memory. Liang Han felt similarly upon hearing about the delectable meals. He too recalled their previous dining experience at the Marshal's residence and swallowed in anticipation. However, the accommodation fee is quite steep. Zheng Sun's remark jolted Liang Han back to reality. How much? It is determined based on the occupant's mental strength, age, and initial pregnancy value. The lower the mental strength, the younger the age, and the higher the initial pregnancy value, the lower the fee. Yet, the minimum cost is still 100 million. Zheng Sun's gaze shifted. 100 million. Are you serious? Liang Han's eyes widened in shock. You heard correctly, it is indeed a minimum of 100 million. Additionally, one can pay daily at a rate of 20 million star coins. Liang Han gasped in disbelief. No wonder the Marshal's wife dares to develop planet DQ-001. With such lucrative earnings, I would also venture into planetary development. As a thought crossed his mind, Liang Han turned to Zheng Sun. Are you considering sending your wife to the resort in Man City? Do you possess such wealth? His expression turned stern as another thought occurred to him. This guy, could he be embezzling? As the director of the military supply office, it was indeed easy for him to gain access to funds. Stop looking at me like that. Zheng Sun retorted. I am clean as a whistle and have never done anything to betray the military or the Marshal. Then you can rest easy, Liang Han. I have sought assistance from Miss Fong. She mentioned she could arrange for my wife to manage the resort. Although she won't enjoy the same privileges as the guests, her living and dining conditions will be nearly equivalent. After finishing, Zheng Sun nudged Liang Han. Earlier, I merely forgot to invite you to dine at the military headquarters. And you hold a grudge against me, even conspiring with outsiders against your brother. Now, I am sharing good news with you. Whether you seize this opportunity is up to you. You want me to work at the resort too? Liang Han felt a dryness in his throat. While he enjoyed his work at the Purifier Production Center, working at the resort was also an appealing proposition. Jung Sun looked surprised.
What are you dreaming about?
I don't even have a share, and you want to go? What I mean is, you should hastily find a wife. When the time comes, I'll have my wife help arrange for yours to go as well. Jung Sun's demeanor turned serious. The resort employed numerous robots, requiring only a handful of human staff. Man City is currently in need of personnel, but the jobs at the resort would be truly coveted positions. If this news gets out, do you believe the military would not be scrambling to contact me? Some of the military leaders were married, after all. Of course, it was not through the mainframe's matchmaking, but through free love. Now that they had a means to enhance their pregnancy values, it was only natural for them to hope their partners could improve theirs as well. After all, human lifespans are long, even at 90 years old. Fertility does not entirely diminish. Additionally, he knew that several military leaders had recently exchanged for substantial amounts of high-grade purifiers, seemingly to refresh their biological information at the Civil Affairs Bureau or for matchmaking. Thus, jobs at the resort would undoubtedly be in high demand. Liang Han had not been particularly anxious about marriage. After all, he had grown accustomed to being single. Yet, after hearing Jung Sun, he suddenly felt an impulse towards matrimony. The resort's accommodation quota, with a minimum price of 100 million or a daily fee of 20 million star coins, could be availed to his wife at a rate similar to that of the guests, all for free. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. Get me high-grade purifiers, the very best. 3 of each flavor daily. Let us rotate through them. Liang Han declared immediately. With that, he rapidly began to contemplate the women he knew. At his age, even if he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to refresh his biological information, it would likely be challenging to find a suitable match. After all, the mainframe's matchmaking only pairs individuals within a 10-year age difference. The pool of unmarried women who are 10 years younger than him was scant. Of course, some widowed or divorced women might enroll in the mainframe's matchmaking program. However, most women in such circumstances are usually reluctant to remarry and do not sign up. Consequently, for him, the efficiency of matchmaking might be higher. After mentally surveying the women of a similar age he knew, Liang Han ultimately focused on a lady introduced by a relative, Ning Xia, a year older than him. She was a martyr's widow. When introduced by his relative, he had not been particularly interested in marriage, merely adding her contact details to appease his family. However, he later discovered that Ning Xia's late husband had served in a military district quite close to the Purifier Production Center, and he had even met him before. As a result, he and Ning Xia became friends. It had been nearly 3 years since they first met, and during that time, it seemed she had not pursued any further matchmaking. He wondered if she would accept him, if she were willing. The thought ignited a warmth in Liang Han's heart. Jung Sun noticed Liang Han's sudden change and playfully nudged him. Have you figured it out? It's good if you have. There's no warmth in sleeping alone. 2 people are much cozier. Besides, once your wife is at the resort, we can also visit them there. It's perfectly fine to drop by for a meal. Liang Han's eyes lit up. All right, save a spot for me. I appreciate it, brother. He replied promptly. Oh, and about those high-grade purifiers, let us hold off on the exchange for now. Since I can enjoy meals there, why spend money on purifiers when I can rely on high-grade fruits to mitigate radiation pollution and enhance pregnancy values? It has not been an easy endeavor for him to accumulate military merit. Recently, the workload at the Purification Agent Production Center has increased, allowing him to earn a bit more military merit. Military merit can indeed be exchanged for money. In the past, he could satisfy his own hunger without worrying about his family. However, that will no longer suffice. If he were to marry, he would need to support a wife. Moreover, since Sister Ning has not expressed any disdain for his low fertility value, she is unlikely to reject him on that account. Jung Sun could easily discern Liang Han's intentions, and in an instant he came to a realization himself. Since he could dine for free at the resort in the future, why bother spending military merit on purchasing high-grade purification agents? Although high-grade purification agents are reasonably priced and often unattainable for outsiders, why waste money when savings could be made? With this thought in mind, Jung Sun patted Liang Han on the shoulder. Good brother, take your marriage plans more seriously. Indeed, on the front lines, several high-ranking military officials in the Ministry of Defense, having followed Lin Man, were also made aware of this news. They had long since understood the identity of His Excellency Man. Upon learning that their marshal's wife was pregnant with twins, a wave of joy swept through the ranks. Most of them had watched the marshal grow up and had always lamented the issue of his fertility value.
Now,
with the marshal's fertility restored and the prospect of 2 offspring, they felt elated for Qinzhou, but another thought began to arise among them. They realized that the efficacy of high-grade purification agents in enhancing fertility values was even greater than they had imagined. As senior military officials, they were well informed. Additionally, as they had the qualifications to exchange for high-grade purification agents, they could personally experience some of the benefits. It was impossible for them to be oblivious to the news that certain members of the elite squad had managed to find wives after using high-grade purification agents. Now that the marshal's wife was pregnant, some rumors had been confirmed. As seasoned strategists, everyone understood the implications. One by one, they quietly proceeded to exchange for high-grade purification agents. At this moment, within the Imperial Palace, Emperor Shaolin also caught wind of Lin Man's announcement. Upon learning that his eldest daughter-in-law had claimed to be expecting twins, he was so overjoyed that he momentarily forgot his duties and stood up. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. To have 2, and twins at that. Zhou'er has indeed married a fortunate wife. He laughed heartily, realizing he would not only have a grandson but also a granddaughter. Unable to contain his excitement, he paced back and forth for a couple of laps before finally reaching for his holographic device to contact old Jiang. Such delightful news must be shared, and naturally, it would be with his old friend. At the Agricultural Research Institute, old Jiang had also seen Lin Man's news. Long before Emperor Shaolin could initiate a video call, he had already begun to feel envious. Not long ago, His Majesty had contacted him to announce he was to become a grandfather. How little time had passed, and here was another piece of good news. Twins. Royalty had not seen twins in over a century. The marshal's wife was truly remarkable. Just as old Jiang was reflecting on this, a video call came through. Seeing the emperor's name flash on his screen, he couldn't help but frown slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the call. As the connection was established, Emperor Shaolin's beaming face appeared on the screen. Old Jiang, have you seen the news? My little man just announced she's expecting twins. Not just a grandson, but a granddaughter as well. The emperor was simply beside himself with joy. Faced with the emperor's exuberance, old Jiang felt a bit speechless. While a grandson was indeed delightful, was the emperor certain that the marshal's family would allow their daughter to return to the royal family? What a boast! The emperor's expression froze momentarily upon sensing old Jiang's underlying malice, recognizing the envy in the old man's eyes. Even if she doesn't return to the royal family, she will still be my granddaughter. Blood is thicker than water, you know? Also, Zhou'er's fertility value has improved, while little man's has always been quite high. Once this child is born, they will undoubtedly have more. When the time comes with a larger brood, some can be kept within the Qin family, while the rest can re-enter the royal lineage. No one could object to that. Old Jiang, witnessing the emperor's smug demeanor, felt an urge to retort, but he restrained himself. Fortunately, the emperor did not overstep and managed to temper his enthusiasm. By the way, I recall you mentioning that you sent your son and daughter-in-law to DQ001 star. You said little man agreed to help them enhance their fertility value. How long have they been there? How are things going? The emperor inquired cheerfully. It has been a week. They say they are quite busy. They only contacted me once on the day of arrival, and since then, I have not heard from them. The cultivation specialists sent by the Agricultural Research Institute, including Jiang Han and Qian Min, had all signed confidentiality agreements with the marshal's wife's company and had to adhere to the regulations of the Man City cultivation base. Upon arrival, their holographic devices were sealed. To contact the outside world, they could only do so through the company's communication station. Even video calls were monitored. Man City's confidentiality measures are quite stringent, old Jiang remarked. Upon hearing this, the emperor chuckled. That probably means what they have in Man City is truly valuable. Old Jiang refrained from responding. He agreed with that sentiment.
Oh.
By the way, it seems the marshal's wife's company has initiated a project to enhance fertility values. Chapter 126, His Majesty's Support. Though the fees are quite steep, the company has contracts guaranteeing an increase in the client's fertility value within a specified time frame. If ineffective, a full refund is provided. Apparently, some people have already signed up. Old Jiang reported. After hearing this news, he had sent someone to inquire. The price was exorbitantly high, but the refund policy alleviated some people's concerns. With the marshal's wife announcing her twin pregnancy as the #1 broadcaster on the Yo-Yo live streaming platform, it was likely that even more individuals would seek to experience that project. Throughout his life, he had encountered many capable individuals and believed himself to be one of them. However, compared to the Marshal's wife, he truly felt humbled. With her acumen in managing affairs, DQ001 star would likely be developed in no time. Would the Marshal's wife become the fifth major conglomerate of the empire? The mere thought sent a shiver through old Zhang's heart. He found it entirely plausible. I've heard of this as well, Xiao Lin interjected. The minimum fee is 100 million, or a daily charge of 20 million star coins. It sounds exorbitant, but if it truly enhances fertility values and results in offspring, such an amount is negligible. After all, for many families, a person is worth more than money. His eldest daughter-in-law engaging in this business not only allows her to earn money, but also to forge considerable connections. How fortunate it is that my Zhou'er found such a wife. Just wait, your son will contact you sooner or later. Zhou'er and Little Man developing DQ001 star. In collaboration with your Agricultural Research Institute, will be a win-win situation. Do your utmost to support them. If DQ001 star is successfully developed, it might change the current monopoly of the four major conglomerates in the market. After all, it is an entire planet, with nearly 30 arable land. If utilized fully, it could yield an abundance of pure ingredients. He had always wanted to deal with the four major conglomerates, but had hesitated to act, as they virtually monopolized the empire's supply of pure ingredients. If Little Man could thrive, she might become his leverage against the four conglomerates. Old Jiang instantly grasped the emperor's intentions upon hearing this. The emperor's vision aligned with his own, believing that the marshal's wife would one day possess the capability to contend with the four major conglomerates. Indeed, old Jiang responded with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, within the queen's palace, the queen, who had also been following the updates on His Excellency Man, saw Lin Man's announcement about her twin pregnancy. However, rather than feeling joy for her favored broadcaster, the queen's expression darkened. Her son and daughter-in-law had been married for several months, yet there was no sign of a child. Not only was there no indication of pregnancy, but Li Jiaojiao frequently quarreled with her son, causing him to often spend the night away from home. She truly regretted her decision to have her son marry Li Jiaojiao, all in an effort to curry favor with the Li family and to eliminate Qin Zhou's influence. Such a spoiled and unruly woman was utterly unworthy of her son. Li Chong, that scoundrel, even had the audacity to criticize his son's character. Did he not consider what sort of daughter he had raised? Is Rui back yet? Suppressing her rising irritation, the Empress inquired of a nearby attendant. The attendant hesitated, then replied cautiously, "Half an hour ago, I inquired with those in Prince Rui's quarters, and they said he has not returned yet." Humph. The Empress was indeed furious, striking the armrest of the sofa with force. "Your Highness, please calm down. I will reach out to inquire again. Perhaps the prince has returned by now." "There's no need," the Empress replied curtly. She then activated her holographic communicator to video call her son. After a considerable wait, he did not answer. The longer the wait stretched, the darker her expression became. Just as she felt her temper fraying, he finally picked up. Xiao Rui appeared on the screen, drenched in sweat, clearly having just emerged from the mech arena. "Mother, is there something you need?" he asked, oblivious to her displeasure. "You have been participating in illegal matches again," the Empress rebuked, anger simmering within her. "You are fully aware of your father's discontent at this time. Can you not refrain from such reckless behavior and remain in the palace?" The dangers of such matches were manifold, posing serious risks of injury or exposure of his identity. Her son's mental acuity was only at an A level. His talent for piloting mechs was hardly remarkable, especially when compared to Qin Zhou. Previously, her son had no particular interest in mechs, aspiring instead to govern and eventually succeed his father. However, ever since he learned that Qin Zhou was his half-brother, his demeanor had soured. He became neglectful of his responsibilities and developed an obsession with piloting mechs, even going so far as to participate in illegal matches. Initially, he only engaged in standard mech battles, but then he took to the underground circuits. Formal competitions had strict combat rules, minimizing the risk of injury, whereas underground matches were brutal and nearly devoid of restrictions. Damage to the mechs and injuries to pilots were commonplace. In severe cases, it could even threaten lives. The Empire had long since enacted laws prohibiting such underground matches. Her son had participated in one previously, sustaining injuries and even having his plight photographed and circulated online. Fortunately, she had received the news in time and managed to contain the fallout before it spread. Despite her warnings to him to avoid such perilous endeavors, He had promised to be more cautious, yet here he was again. Xiao Rui's expression darkened upon hearing her reproach. Are you concerned about your reputation being tarnished because of me, mother? He retorted sharply. But immediately, upon seeing the hurt in her expression, he regretted his words.
All right.
I understand. I will finish one last match and then return. Suppressing his guilt, he spoke with irritation. Realizing she could not force him, the Empress softened her tone. Where? Please stop. Come back now. I need to discuss something important with you. I do not wish to return to the palace with that shrew. If you intend to persuade me to reconcile with Li Jiaojiao, then forget it, Xiao Rui said bluntly. He had been foolish to heed his mother's advice to personally fetch that woman from the Li family, which resulted in him being reprimanded by Li Chong and then being treated with disdain by Li Jiaojiao. After bringing her back to the palace, he had hoped for a peaceful coexistence, but she had been insufferable. He could not bear living under the same roof as such a woman, let alone fathering a child with her. The memories of that night after the herbal medicine made him feel repulsed. Chapter 127. Seeking Survival? The Empress's disdain for Li Jiaojiao intensified upon hearing his words. Indeed, her son's refusal to return to the palace stemmed entirely from that woman. Very well. Mother will no longer concern herself with your affairs with Li Jiaojiao. Just come back at once. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to stabilize her son and bring him home first. Xiao Rui's expression brightened at her words. Really? He asked, his disbelief evident as he looked at his mother. Yes. All right, I will return immediately. He promptly ended the call and turned to leave. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, someone captured his departure. Approximately 20 minutes later, Xiao Rui arrived at the Empress's quarters. Upon seeing her son, she rushed forward and embraced him. Are you all right? Why do you keep participating in illegal matches? She struck him lightly on the arm, exasperated yet concerned. I am fine. As long as you cease to meddle in my affairs with Li Jiaojiao. I promise not to engage in illegal matches again, he asserted. The Empress paused momentarily, then released him, gesturing for him to take a seat.
Please sit down.
Her voice carried a hint of fatigue. Xiao Rui made his way to the sofa, and the Empress sighed inwardly before resuming her previous position. Ruier, regarding Li Jiaojiao. I absolutely will not be with her, he interrupted decisively. Mother does not wish for you to remain together. She simply desires for you to have a child. Following the previous incident, your father has been quite disappointed in both you and me. If you could produce an heir, the royal line would continue, and you could contribute significantly. Perhaps your father's stance might soften. With some persuasion from the ministers, he may even approve your ascension to crown prince.
Upon hearing this,
Xiao Rui's eyes turned cold. Are you deceiving me, or merely deceiving yourself, mother? Your father has only one legitimate son, and if he had favored me, he would have already named me crown prince. Even though Qinzhou is also your father's son, his pregnancy value has fallen below 0.
5.
And he is the head of the Qin family. With the Qin family's influence, my father would never acknowledge Qinzhou. Even if he were recognized, it would be futile. A disinherited prince cannot ascend to the throne. The Empress was taken aback, not expecting her son to bring up Qinzhou so directly, indicating that he felt no threat from him. Previously, her son had harbored considerable animosity toward Qinzhou, and it was she who had offered such reassurances. Mother, admit it, the greatest obstacle to my father naming me crown prince is your identity as a daughter of the Wang family. Xiao Rui suddenly declared. The Empress faltered. Your father has long sought to suppress the 4 major financial groups led by your maternal family. However, due to their near monopoly on the empire's natural resources, he has had to exercise caution and restraint. Yet, your father has never given up on this endeavor. How could he possibly name me someone so closely tied to those financial groups as crown prince? You even encouraged me to marry Li Jiaojiao, thus further binding me to them. If I were to have a child with her, a child carrying the bloodlines of 3 of the 4 major families, do you truly believe your father would approve? At this point, Xiao Rui scoffed. I suspect the 4 major families, especially the Li family, would be most pleased. Rather than support me, who bears only the blood of the Wang and Zhao families, the Li family would undoubtedly prefer to elevate one of their own. Last time I went to the Li family to fetch Li Jiaojiao, Li Chong treated me with extreme hostility. I do not believe he genuinely wishes to see me rise to power. During this time, he and Li Jiaojiao have quarreled numerous times, and in her fit of anger, she has let slip many secrets about the Li family. The audacity of that woman to intrude upon his private chambers was solely emboldened by the backing of the Li family.
Yet,
the Li family harbored no intentions of genuinely supporting him. They merely sought to mold him into a puppet for their own purposes. With this realization, he could no longer tolerate Li Jiaojiao. After several heated arguments with her, he retreated outside the palace. Noticing the queen's silence, Xiao Rui continued, over the years, your relationship with father has deteriorated significantly. Do you truly not understand the reasons behind it? You constantly urge me to obey and seek my father's favor. Yet, you have always positioned me in opposition to him. No matter how well we perform, he remains oblivious to our efforts. Mother, there is a question I have harbored for quite some time, which I have yet to dare ask you. What do you wish to inquire? The queen replied, her voice tinged with unease. Do you genuinely care for me, or is it merely for the sake of the Wang family? Xiao Rui asked, his tone heavy. The Li family desired him to produce a puppet for them. Did the Wang family and Zhao family view him in the same light? Despite being the sole legitimate son, why did his father refuse to recognize him as the crown prince? Was it truly a matter of disfavor? Or did he wish to prevent him from becoming a mere pawn of the 4 major financial conglomerates upon his ascension? Previously, he had believed his father held a disdain for him, while his mother was the only one who cared unconditionally. However, recent revelations had illuminated many intricacies for him. His father had only 2 sons, and since he could not acknowledge Qinzhou, how could he possibly dislike him? The emperor simply did not want the empire's future to be controlled by the 4 major financial powers. Setting aside personal sentiments, the actions of these conglomerates were indeed detrimental to the long-term development of the empire. As the emperor's son, he had consistently opposed his father's stance without properly aligning his own attitude and position, so it was no wonder his father felt disappointed. Of course I care for you. The queen paused before adding. Noticing the flicker of derision in Xiao Rui's eyes, she hastily continued, you are my son, intrinsically linked to the Wang and Zhao families. Is it not advantageous to have a powerful maternal lineage backing you? The reason your father ascended to the throne was due to marrying me and begetting you. The Wang and Zhao families expended significant resources to support his rise. Yet, shortly after, he altered his stance and sought to regulate the natural food suppliers. The Qian and Li families bore the brunt of this, prompting the Wang and Zhao families to unite with them to oppose him. For years, the 4 major conglomerates have shown considerable forbearance towards your father. They merely seek to survive. Is it survival, mother? When they collude to inflate prices and control the supply of pure ingredients. Xiao Rui scoffed. Perhaps you should examine the data and observe how much the market price of pure ingredients has surged over the past 2 decades. The empire's cultivation base has expanded annually, and the number of registered cultivators has increased year by year, yet the number of senior cultivators remains virtually unchanged, with the output of pure ingredients even in decline. Is this their so-called survival? Chapter 128. A mother-son dispute. They control nearly all fruit seeds in the empire, stifling the advancement of intermediate cultivators while manipulating senior cultivators tightly in their grasp. They can increase production, but choose not to, draining the lifeblood of the empire's citizens to bolster their own power. Enough! The queen suddenly interjected, cutting Xiao Rui off. I cannot concern myself with every detail. My only desire is to protect the interests of your maternal family and see you ascend to the throne. Regardless of the Wang and Zhao family shortcomings, they were the ones who placed your father on the throne. You will need their support to achieve that position. Xiao Rui felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if he had only now begun to see his mother clearly. Upon noticing the expression on her son's face, the queen reached out, intending to comfort him. However, Xiao Rui raised his hand, halting her advance. You misspoke, mother. The primary reason father ascended was not your family's support, but rather the sacrifice of the Long princess, who married into the Qin family, thereby securing military backing for him. Furthermore, should I eventually ascend, it will be solely because I am the emperor's son, not due to the assistance of my uncles. You claim father relied on the Wang and Zhao families to rise, yet they, in turn, depended on him to become the empire's largest conglomerates. Thus, there is no necessity for you to claim superiority. The queen attempted to respond, but Xiao Rui preempted her. Moreover, your father is the emperor. Does it hold any significance for you to speak of favors to an emperor? You wish for me to become emperor, but is that truly in my best interest? Or do you merely desire me to be a puppet for you and the 4 major conglomerates? As he spoke, a flicker of resentment ignited in his eyes. Where do you conjure such notions? When have I ever suggested you become a puppet? Do you truly believe that your uncle and your maternal grandfather wish to harm you? The queen's voice trembled as tears welled to her eyes. Seeing her distress, Xiao Rui averted his gaze. Regret flooded him for having spoken so harshly, considering the kindness his mother, uncle, and grandfather had shown him. The queen, noticing his change in demeanor, wiped her tears and implored him gently, "My son, I do not know whose words you have heeded, but do take a moment to reflect on how your mother and your uncle's family have treated you over the years. When you were kidnapped at the age of 8, it was your uncle who personally secured your release at the cost of injuring his leg. And when you fell ill with a virus at 12, it was your uncle and grandfather who stood vigil by your side for 3 days and nights. Ultimately, it was your uncle who compelled the doctors to produce the antidote." As Xiao Rui's expression softened slightly, the queen continued, "You may express your thoughts to me today, but refrain from speaking of this in front of your uncle and grandfather. It would be too hurtful." At that moment, guilt overwhelmed Xiao Rui. He longed to comfort the queen but struggled to find the right words. After a few sobs, the queen continued, "There is something I had intended to withhold from you for a while longer, as it has yet to be substantiated. However, given that someone has stirred discontent between us, and you have believed their words, I shall not keep it from you any longer." Xiao Rui gazed at her with curiosity. The queen's expression turned grave. "Your uncle suspects that Qin Zhou's fertility levels may have increased. Moreover, Lin Man was not chosen by Qin Zhou. She was matched to him by the central system. I had my people investigate, and Lin Man possesses a fertility level of 85, a rare trait for easy conception. If Qin Zhou's levels have indeed risen, it is possible for Lin Man to become pregnant." Xiao Rui was taken aback, his mind racing with the implication of Lin Man's high fertility. Why was such a remarkable woman tied to Qin Zhou? Wasn't his fertility level only 0.5? How could it possibly rise? Xiao Rui's expression reflected skepticism. "That is difficult to ascertain," the queen acknowledged, her demeanor serious. "Have you heard of the fertility enhancement program initiated by Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited?" Xiao Rui's expression turned perplexed. The queen sighed internally, retrieving her holographic device to share the findings from her investigation with him. Previously, Sun Hui, the head of UU Livestream, and his wife, Deng Xian, had divorced over fertility issues. Out of spite, Deng Xian sold her shares in UU Livestream to Lin Man and facilitated connections with other shareholders to purchase equity. Thanks to her assistance, Lin Man became the largest shareholder of UU Livestream. "Yes, I am aware of this matter," Xiao Rui replied. The queen glanced at her son and continued, "After Lin Man assumed control of UU Livestream, the platform signed on with Lin Man and launched into a period of rapid growth." Xiao Rui pondered for a moment and nodded again. However, not long ago, Sun Hui and Deng Xian suddenly remarried and held a wedding. During the ceremony, Deng Xian, whose fertility level had dropped to 0.8, shockingly announced that she was pregnant. Xiao Rui was astonished. "Sun Hui and Deng Xian are not exactly young anymore, are they?" he asked. "They are in their 40s and 50s, not particularly young, yet not exceedingly old either. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focal point lies in the remarkable increase of Deng Xian's pregnancy value, which has surged from an initial 8 to an astonishing 60. Such a significant elevation." The Empress nodded, affirming that the test conducted on the spot was undoubtedly accurate. Following this event, numerous individuals approached Sun Hui and Deng Xian, inquiring about the situation. Subsequently, Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited initiated a program aimed at enhancing pregnancy values, tailored to the client's mental fortitude, age, and current pregnancy value. This program boasts a minimum fee of an astounding 100 million. Xiao Rui's gaze flickered. If it were indeed possible to elevate pregnancy values so dramatically, then 100 million would hardly be considered exorbitant. The Empress cast another glance at her son. The minimum fee is indeed 100 million. However, should one's physical constitution be subpar, the charges could escalate to as much as 10 billion or even more. They possess immense confidence in their services. To instill assurance in their clients, they have instituted a refund policy should the objectives not be met. This indicates that they likely possess genuine methods capable of significantly enhancing pregnancy values. After articulating this, the Empress forwarded a piece of news to Xiao Rui. Just today, it was announced that Man had also confirmed her pregnancy, and remarkably, she is expecting twins, a dragon and a phoenix. It is likely that interest in the program offered by Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited has surged. So, are you suggesting that Qin Zhou might have also utilized this program to enhance his pregnancy value? Yet, Qin Zhou's circumstances differ from Deng Xian's. His previous pregnancy value had plummeted to 0.5. It has been universally acknowledged in the medical field that when the pregnancy value falls below 5, the damage becomes irreversible. The Empress interrupted Xiao Rui. However, the medical community has also recognized that enhancing pregnancy values is a formidable challenge, with the effectiveness diminishing the lower the value descends. In Deng Xian's case, not only is raising the pregnancy value to 60 a medical marvel, but even achieving an elevation to 10 would be nothing short of miraculous. Yet, miracles have indeed transpired in Deng Xian's case. Xiao Rui's heart tightened instantaneously. Therefore, could it be true that Qinzhou's pregnancy value has genuinely improved? The Empress solemnly nodded. Moreover, there may be more grave matters at hand. Xiao Rui turned his gaze toward the Empress. Your uncle harbors suspicions that Man might actually be Lin Man. The Empress spoke in a low voice. Initially, she found this possibility implausible. After all, if Lin Man were truly so exceptional, how could she have been so easily discovered by Qinzhou? Until her son stepped into her chamber, she was reluctant to endorse her brother's speculation. However, upon witnessing her son being incited to question her, she suddenly felt that perhaps her brother's doubts bore truth. The mention of Man left Xiao Rui astounded. He immediately conjured images of both Man and Lin Man in his mind, only to realize that they indeed share striking similarities. Additionally, both names contain the character Man, and their appearances have occurred in close proximity. Previously, your uncle and others had collaborated with several factions to sever the military supply of premium fruits, believing that this would compel Qinzhou to acquiesce and allow their people into the military. Yet, Qinzhou remained utterly unyielding. At the time, Zheng Sun from the Military Supply Department reached out to the Agricultural Institute and private cultivators, seeking avenues to procure premium fruits. Your uncle and his associates dismissed Zheng Sun, believing he could not meet the military's demand for high-quality fruits. However, the Military Supply Department managed to resolve the issue. The Ministry of Finance received a financial report from the military, revealing substantial military expenditures allocated to the procurement of premium fruits. Furthermore, there has been a remarkable surge in the redemption of military merits, especially in significant amounts. Such data clearly indicates that the Military Supply Department has successfully located a supplier of premium fruits, and the supplier possesses considerable strength. Initially, your uncle and his colleagues suspected that the Li family or the Qian family might be clandestinely facilitating the supply. However, investigations revealed that neither family had substantial dealings with the military. Later, when a new grape variety suddenly emerged, your uncle and his associates began to suspect the Agricultural Institute. Yet, after a period of investigation, they found the Agricultural Institute lacked sufficient capability. It wasn't until Lin Man abruptly departed from Green Wilderness Manor to the front lines and subsequently initiated the development of DQ-001 star that suspicions deepened. Xiao Rui's expression betrayed skepticism. Your uncle suspects that the supplier of premium fruits to the military is Man and that Man is Lin Man? The Empress gravely nodded. In hindsight, there had indeed been signs all along. Man Culinary Restaurant opened in the imperial capital, attracting throngs of patrons daily. The menu not only featured delectable dishes, but also refreshing fruits. Where did these fruits originate? On the day of the restaurant's inauguration, your father and Elder Jiang personally endorsed and promoted it. Because of this, suspicions were initially directed at the Agricultural Institute, believed to be supporting Man Culinary Restaurant from behind the scenes. Shortly thereafter, the Agricultural Institute announced new watermelon and tomato seeds, causing quite a stir. Public attention shifted even more towards the Agricultural Institute, with many believing that those involved possessed hidden capabilities. Looking back, we overlooked Green Wilderness Manor. Green Wilderness Manor is one of the largest cultivation estates in the imperial capital, yet your father gifted it to Lin Man. After moving in with Qinzhou, Lin Man installed the highest level of protective shields in the manor, and the couple rarely ventured outside. Subsequently, Man Culinary Culture Company, Ltd., and Man Culinary Restaurant were established, drawing large crowds into Green Wilderness Manor. Recently, your uncle's investigations revealed that a considerable number of cultivators entered Green Wilderness Manor. Most of those cultivators had been taken by Lin Man to DQ-001 star. Wait a moment, Xiao Rui suddenly interrupted the Empress. The first appearance of the new grape variety actually occurred during Man's live stream. The following day, the Agricultural Institute announced the existence of the new grape variety. As a fan of Man, aside from Lin Man, he was particularly intrigued by Man. He happened to have seen discussions among other fans regarding this matter. Yet, at the time, like others, he believed Man to be a senior cultivator from the Agricultural Institute or someone closely associated with it. Indeed, this misinterpretation led your uncle and his associates to mistakenly suspect the Agricultural Institute, thinking the issue lay there, with Man simply being a member of the Agricultural Institute. In retrospect, aside from the new grape variety, the watermelon and tomato seeds were highly likely to have been developed by Lin Man. The information your uncle obtained indicated that following the introduction of the watermelon and tomato seeds, Green Wilderness Manor and the Agricultural Institute began to interact closely. The number of advanced cultivators officially acknowledged by the Agricultural Institute is merely in the dozens. How could they possibly cultivate such a vast quantity of watermelons and tomatoes? Your uncle and his associates initially assumed that the surplus watermelon and tomato seeds stemmed from the Agricultural Institute's hidden strengths, inadvertently overlooking Green Wilderness Manor. Regrettably, these deductions have come too late. Lin Man has already departed from the Imperial Star and is now on the front lines. Even if they wish to investigate, they have lost their leads and cannot impede Lin Man's development of DQ001 star. Hearing all this, Xiao Rui felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement. The two individuals he was most intrigued by could very well be one and the same. The Empress, noticing her son's expression, furrowed her brow. Lin Man has announced her pregnancy, and it is indeed a pair of twins, a dragon and a phoenix. While your father may not recognize Qinzhou, he may not be averse to acknowledging Qinzhou's children. Furthermore, since you and Li Jiaojiao have yet to have children, the likelihood of him recognizing his grandson would be significantly heightened. Xiao Rui's initial thrill dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of tension. Thus, my son, the candidates for your father's heir are not limited to just you. Even if you were to abandon me and your uncle, your father would merely observe the unfolding events with a sense of approval, never permitting you to succeed him. He has resolved to confront the 4 major financial conglomerates. How could he allow someone so deeply entangled with them to assume his position? Would that not grant the 4 conglomerates an opportunity for resurgence? Xiao Rui's complexion paled. Seizing the moment, the Empress grasped her son's hand. My dear child, only your mother and your uncle truly care for you. Do not let confusion cloud your judgment any longer. Xiao Rui's heart fluttered at her words, and he silently resolved to abandon any thoughts of betraying his maternal clan. Meanwhile, he took note of the minister who had attempted to sway him. Should that individual dare to harm him, he would ensure a reckoning once he ascended to the throne. As for Li Jiaojiao, Xiao Rui found himself unwilling to endure her presence. Chapter 130. Meeting Jiang Lao's son and daughter-in-law. The Empress gently patted her son's hand. If you genuinely wish to avoid her, suggest she enroll in the pregnancy enhancement program. Additionally, she could gather intelligence on the situation of DQ001 star. I shall approach the head of the Li family regarding this matter. He is unlikely to refuse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui felt a surge of inspiration. I could also go, he interjected. Lin Man is on DQ001 star. If I visit, I should be able to see her. At that point, I can ascertain whether she is indeed the esteemed Lin Man. If she is not, then my mother's concerns voiced today would be rendered moot. If she is, I would have the opportunity to take her under my wing. Qinzhou was merely a machine fighting against the insectoid forces. Should he accompany her, her life would be fraught with anxiety. He believed he was far more suited to be her protector. Absolutely not, the Empress replied without a second thought. Noticing her son's displeasure, she elaborated, after all, DQ001 star is under Qinzhou's dominion. You cannot afford to take risks. Xiao Rui contemplated her words. If I go openly, would he dare to act against me? Furthermore, if I am to encounter trouble, will Li Jiaojiao be safe? The Empress appeared weary. Qinzhou has no reason to sever ties with the Li family, but he views you as a rival. If you were to vanish, your father would have no choice but to select him. Listen to your mother, Ruier. Though vexation flickered in Xiao Rui's eyes, he refrained from further protest. Li Jiaojiao harbored a deep obsession with Qinzhou. Allowing her to seek him out first could be advantageous. Ideally, some incident would transpire between them, thereby fracturing their bond with Lin Man and allowing him to extricate himself smoothly. Very well, he acquiesced, prompting a sigh of relief from the Empress. That evening, at the city lord's residence in Man City, Fang Qing brought Jiang Han and Qian Min to meet Lin Man. Lin Man had the kitchen prepare a sumptuous feast to warmly welcome her guests. I share a close friendship with Jiang Lao. He previously entrusted me with the task of looking after you both. The Green Wilderness base is not far from the city lord's residence. If you find the time, feel free to stay with us. Oh, by the way, I heard from Aunt Fong that you seem reluctant to visit the resort. Lin Man addressed the seemingly reserved couple. Jiang Han and his wife exchanged glances before responding. Thank you for your hospitality, Star Master. We truly enjoy life at the Green Wilderness Base, especially since we have many acquaintances there. Lin Man beamed. I'm glad to hear you are adapting well. In that case, you should remain at the Green Wilderness Base and assist me in managing the cultivators there. The couple's expressions brightened with joy. Thank you, Star Master, they exclaimed, eager to express their gratitude. Lin Man, exuding warmth, continued, since you are in charge, I would like to discuss the arrangements for the cultivators at the Green Wilderness Base. Jiang Han's demeanor instantly became serious. Please go ahead. Lin Man smiled. Let us converse while we dine. Of course. They all replied, and the meal commenced. After arriving in Man City, Jiang Han and Qian Min joined the other cultivators at the Green Wilderness Base in enhancing their meals. The cuisine at the Green Wilderness Base was on par with that of the esteemed Man Gourmet restaurant, much to the delight of the cultivators. At that moment, upon tasting the dishes laid before them, Jiang Han and Qian Min's expressions shifted. The flavors, while reminiscent of the Green Wilderness Base's offerings, possessed an entirely different essence. Previously, they had considered the Green Wilderness Base's meals to be exquisite, yet now they perceived the dishes before them as celestial delicacies, imbued with ethereal energy that elevated their very souls. The composed couple nearly lost their decorum in the face of such culinary delight. Observing their reactions, Lin Man regarded them with admiration. Cultivators, more than others, found it challenging to resist the allure of her nourishing ingredients. Jiang Lao's son and daughter-in-law displayed commendable restraint. I had previously made an agreement with Jiang Lao to elevate the 5,000 cultivators dispatched by the Agricultural Institute to advanced levels within a year and 8 months of working in Man City. My preliminary plan is to expedite their advancement, allowing them to serve as seed cultivators for DQ001 Star and the Agricultural Institute. Starting tomorrow, the meals at the Green Wilderness Base will undergo a transformation. Cultivators will be entitled to 2 servings of such exquisite cuisine daily. Those who exceed their work quotas by 30% will receive fruit rewards. Intermediate cultivators must successfully advance within a month. Man City will issue a one-time bonus of 5 million star coins, with a deduction of 1 million for each day they delay their advancement beyond 5 days. If, after a month and a half, they have not achieved the rank of advanced cultivator, they will be reassigned away from the Green Wilderness Base. As for junior cultivators, assessments will take place after 1 week. Successful advancement to intermediate cultivators will yield a bonus of 200,000 star coins. Failure to pass the assessment will result in immediate reassignment from the Green Wilderness Base. Once junior cultivators achieve intermediate status, their assessment criteria will align with those of the previous intermediate cultivators. Jiang Han and Qian Min exchanged astonished glances. Is it truly feasible to achieve such advancement in such a short time? Furthermore, will you be providing the funds? Jiang Han inquired. A month to transition intermediate cultivators to advanced levels, a week for junior cultivators to become intermediate. Is that even possible? Moreover, the 5,000 cultivators at the Green Wilderness Base are from the Agricultural Institute. While they assist in Man City, their stipends are still disbursed by the Institute. According to the contract, Man City is only required to provide food and lodging, with no financial obligations. Of course, the contract stipulates that cultivators work only 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, with overtime being voluntary. Man City only pays for overtime work. However, since they arrived at the Green Wilderness Base, no overtime has ever been demanded of them. In fact, they have only been required to meet their assigned workloads, with the fastest among them often working less than 8 hours. I had thought it was the Star Master who was unconcerned. Rest assured, if I claim it can be done, then it certainly can. The cultivators I signed on during my time at Green Wilderness Manor advanced at a similar pace. Lin Man dismissed Jiang Han's astonishment, deftly picking up her chopsticks to sample the dishes. Moreover, the resort patrons spend at least 20 million star coins daily on these meals. Having invested such a substantial sum, why would I hesitate to allocate a bit more to reward outstanding employees? Jiang Han and Qian Min's eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions akin to those gazing upon precious gems. Seeing their reactions, Lin Man felt a surge of pride. The thrill of displaying her prowess was truly exhilarating. Fong Qing, unable to contain herself, chuckled and added, "These dishes are indeed extraordinary. You cannot buy them with money." Chapter 131. Elevating the Soul. Consuming these meals for a period not only mitigates radiation pollution but also enhances Wood's spirit energy and boosts pregnancy potential, Fong Qing revealed candidly. The couple, having already suspected as much, widened their eyes, their emotions stirred by the dishes before them. Previously, Had someone claimed such truths, they would have deemed it fantastical, perhaps even suspecting the speaker's sanity. Yet, having arrived in Man City and encountered numerous seeds, along with enjoying the sustenance provided at the Green Wilderness base, their perspectives had shifted dramatically. Upon hearing Fong Qing's revelations, they found themselves devoid of skepticism, utterly convinced. You have invested so much. Will we truly return to the Agricultural Research Institute in the future? Zhang Han inquired, his voice trembling slightly. The resort's fees were exorbitantly high, and the resources consumed by each cultivator at the Green Wild base would undoubtedly surpass those of the resort guests. The Star Master was incurring such a steep cost yet only required their assistance in Man City for a year and 8 months. How is that advantageous for the Star Master?
Why not?
I have a contract with the Agricultural Research Institute, Lin Man replied with a smile. I aim to develop the DQ001 star and require the Institute's robust support. A mutually beneficial partnership is the foundation for enduring collaboration, is it not? Zhang Han and Qian Min exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with excitement. This time, the Agricultural Research Institute was truly reaping significant rewards. Lin Man then elaborated on other general arrangements for the two of them. Zhang Han and Qian Min held Lin Man in high esteem, repeatedly assuring her that they would convey her intentions to ensure the cultivators at the Agricultural Research Institute would not hinder Man City. The meal concluded with merriment among hosts and guests. Lin Man invited the couple to stay overnight, but they graciously declined, returning to the Green Wild base that very night. Upon arriving back, Zhang Han found it impossible to remain idle and, alongside Qian Min, spent the night organizing information. They then relayed Lin Man's updates to the cultivators at the Green Wild base. Just yesterday, the base had suddenly distributed local quantum computers to everyone. These devices blocked messages from the Star Network, allowing only chat and voice functions between local quantum computer IDs. The revelation sent the cultivator group into a frenzy. What? I thought the cafeteria's meals were already exquisite. There are even better dishes? We can eat the same as those at the resort? I heard their expenses reach a staggering 20 million star coins per day. The Star Master is exceedingly generous to us. Is this for real? 20 million star coins per day? That's outrageous. Indeed. I personally heard the cafeteria supervisor mention it. That supervisor's relative happens to be involved in the pregnancy enhancement project at Man Culinary Culture Company. 20 million star coins a day is a fortune for us. But for affluent entrepreneurs, it is merely a trifle. After all, Man Culinary Culture Company guarantees significant enhancements in pregnancy value, with specific promises documented in the contract, ensuring a full refund if unfulfilled. Upon seeing this information, Zhang Han quoted and responded, "The pregnancy enhancement program is indeed legitimate. If the resort charges by the day, it is certainly 20 million star coins. The Star Master has decided to provide rare ingredients to help everyone swiftly enhance their wood spirit power. The benefits of these ingredients not only assist in boosting wood spirit power but also come with accompanying pregnancy value enhancement effects, considered a welfare for all."
Is it truly authentic?
My pregnancy value is only 50. Can it be improved? I only have a pregnancy value of 40. I would be satisfied if it could reach 50. I aspire to elevate my pregnancy value above 60, so that upon returning to the Imperial Star, I can immediately ask my wife for a child. Haha, there is no need for such trouble. If my pregnancy value can reach 50, I will contact my husband to come to Man City. Man City doesn't prohibit relatives from relocating. The new city is in dire need of manpower. So finding work will be quite easy. If I can truly become a senior cultivator supporting a family and bringing my loved ones along would be feasible. Am I the only one envious of the Star Master's bonuses? Achieving mid-level cultivator status within a week earns a bonus of 200,000 star coins. Then, within a month, advancing to senior cultivator status brings a reward of 5 million star coins. While senior cultivator status may be uncertain, I feel confident about mid-level cultivator status. In the few days since landing, the base has provided us with numerous new seed varieties, and coupled with excellent meals, my wood spirit power has significantly increased. Even if the Star Master stops providing new meals, I believe I can quickly attain mid-level cultivator status. My wood spirit power has also noticeably improved. Man City is indeed a splendid place. I'm looking forward to the meals made with new ingredients, and I'm determined to secure the fruit rewards. Seeing the overwhelmingly positive responses from everyone, Zhang Han felt relieved. He then composed 2 final messages to send to the group. The spots at the Green Wild base are incredibly precious. I hope everyone will work diligently to avoid being reassigned due to failing assessments. Although the Star Master mentioned that overtime is voluntary, I hope everyone can be a bit more industrious to meet the assessment criteria. Furthermore, the Star Master is also providing piecework overtime pay. I have reviewed the pricing table, and it is quite reasonable. Specific pricing information will be announced at the base tomorrow morning for everyone to check. The two messages sparked unanimous enthusiasm among the cultivators. After all, who doesn't enjoy making money? Jiang Han continued to peruse the group messages for a while before putting away his quantum computer. The following day, the Green Wild base indeed released announcements regarding overtime and promotion rewards. The cultivators were filled with vigor. At noon, the highly anticipated meals were delivered. Everyone took turns serving themselves, enjoying 3 dishes and a soup. The portions were not as generous as before. Initially, some felt uneasy while serving. But once they tasted the food, all discomfort dissipated, leaving only the sensation of voraciously devouring their meals. The flavor of the dishes was reminiscent of the previous offerings. Yet there was an indescribable quality that, once consumed, made them feel as though their souls had been elevated. Each meal was quickly devoured, leaving everyone craving more. Unfortunately, the servings were limited, and refills were not permitted. The cultivators could only savor the lingering taste before taking a break and returning to work. The announcement stated that completing 130 of the daily workload would not only qualify them for overtime pay, but also grant fruit rewards the following morning. With time to spare, it was wise to complete the 130 workload promptly. Before long, the cultivators discovered that after their meal, their wood spirit power was abundant, and they worked with significantly more energy than in the morning. By evening, they were treated once more to the soul-enriching food. After work, some tested their wood spirit power, discovering they had made substantial gains. Chapter 132. Contacting Home. The news shared in the group received considerable agreement. Some who had not measured their wood spirit power were inspired to do so, only to find they too had made notable progress. In no time, confidence surged among everyone to complete their promotions on schedule. The next morning, the Green Wild base provided ample meals devoid of spiritual energy, along with nutritional liquids.
Additionally,
those who had completed over 130 of their tasks the previous day were entitled to receive an extra piece of fruit. After consuming the meals infused with spiritual energy, nearly everyone had worked overtime. As overtime came with financial incentives and also contributed to personal strength growth, expectations for today as fruit rewards were rather low. However, when the cafeteria unveiled the fruit, all composure was lost. Today, the base rewarded them with apples. The apples were a vibrant red and impressively large, weighing at least 6 to 7 taels, with an almost perfect shape. Such quality apples were something they had never seen before. Those who received apples were practically beaming, cradling them as if they were artworks, reluctant to take a bite for a moment. Yet, reluctance had to yield to necessity. The base mandated that the distributed fruit could only be consumed on-site and could not be taken off the premises. Advanced detection instruments at the base could scan any items carried by individuals, whether seeds or fruit, ensuring compliance with regulations. To remain at the base, one must adhere to its rules. The consequences were not manageable for any singular individual. Thus, after a moment of admiration for the apple's beauty, everyone proceeded to indulge. As the apple was bitten into, the sweet, succulent flesh met the tongue, instantly captivating the taste buds. A surge of vitality coursed through, invigorating the entire being. It was astonishing to discover that the apple contained an abundance of spiritual energy, even surpassing that of regular meals. The eyes of the cultivators sparkled with excitement as they devoured the fruit, rapidly finishing one apple after another. Although most cultivators had worked overtime the previous day to complete the demanding task of 130 units, a few were unable to do so due to personal reasons. According to regulations, this latter group would forfeit their fruit rewards, watching enviously as their colleagues indulged in the large apples and engaged in discussions, either on-site or in group chats, about the spiritual energy contained within. Listening to and observing the conversations, they felt both tempted and envious. Had they known the fruit rewards would be so enticing, they would have toiled through the night, regardless of the obstacles. Alas, regret served no purpose. The opportunity had slipped away. Yet, with today and the future still ahead, they resolved to work diligently and seize every available opportunity. Thus, after a quick breakfast, the cultivators wasted no time and hurried to their tasks. The objective of completing 130 units loomed, and starting early promised an earlier conclusion. After finishing their apples, Jiang Han and Qian Min quickly descended to the fields. The couple aimed to achieve at least 150 units today, not merely for the meager overtime pay, but in hopes of swiftly advancing to the rank of senior cultivators. The previous night, they had tested their wood spirit energy and noted a remarkable increase. At this rate of improvement, with sufficient effort, they would soon attain the status of senior cultivators. Upon arriving in the fields, the couple busied themselves with their tasks. Even during breaks, they remained industrious, sitting together to discuss newly cultivated species and documenting their findings using a localized light computer. They absorbed the newfound knowledge like sponges, eager and insatiable. As night fell at 9:30, Zhang Han and Qianmin completed their goals half an hour earlier than anticipated. After wrapping up their work, they did not rush back to their quarters, but instead made their way to the base's communication hall to video call their family back on the Imperial Star. At that moment, Zhang Lao and his wife were preparing for bed. Suddenly, Zhang Lao's light computer chimed with an incoming video call. He quickly opened it, noting the call was from DQ001 Star, and promptly answered. As the video connected, the elderly couple was greeted by their son and daughter-in-law,
who had been away for some time.
Dad, Mom. Zhang Han and Qianmin called out in unison. At last, you've made a video call. It's been so long since you contacted the family. If it weren't for your father being able to reach Marshal's wife to confirm your safety, I would have worried. Zhang Lao's wife spoke, her voice tinged with emotion as she wiped away tears. Enough, they're doing just fine. What are you doing? Zhang Lao gently chided his wife. Yes, Mom, we are both well. Mancheng has taken great care of us. Look at us, don't we appear more spirited than before? Zhang Lao's wife chuckled at her son's deliberately exaggerated expression. You do seem livelier. I'm glad to hear that, she replied, her tears giving way to laughter. Zhang Lao glanced at his wife and relaxed as well. Make sure to perform well over there, keep an eye on the Agricultural Institute's personnel. And do not give Marshal's wife any trouble, he advised his son. Rest assured, Dad. The treatment provided by the Star Master is excellent. And everyone is grateful and committed to their work, Zhang Han assured him. Zhang Lao's expression shifted slightly. You and Qianmin have been in Mancheng for a while. How are things going? Zhang Han glanced around, noticing no one was watching, but he was acutely aware that this video call was being recorded, and there were individuals monitoring their conversation. He knew that any inappropriate remarks would result in the call being cut off and potential repercussions following. We're doing well,
Dad.
The base has regulations that prevent me from disclosing any information related to it. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to contact home again. Zhang Han spoke directly. Recognizing his father's intentions to uncover the secrets of Mancheng, yet he could not divulge them. With 5,000 cultivators, including their future, held in the Star Master's hands, it was their duty to keep Mancheng's secrets. Moreover, compared to revealing Mancheng's secrets, the significance of having these 5,000 senior cultivators return to the Imperial Star to serve the Agricultural Institute after a year and 8 months was far greater. Zhang Lao's expression stiffened momentarily before he sighed. All right, as long as you are both well. Subsequently, he refrained from further inquiries about Mancheng. Instead, Zhang Lao's wife engaged their son and daughter-in-law in light-hearted, everyday chatter. If you find yourself bored on the Imperial Star, you can always come to Mancheng to stay with us, Qianmin suggested after a while. Can I come too? Zhang Lao's wife asked, genuinely intrigued. Sensing her husband's gaze, she quickly tempered her excitement. I'm getting on in years, and the Agricultural Institute is quite busy. Perhaps it's best if I refrain, she replied. Zhang Han understood the situation at the Agricultural Institute and did not press the matter. Let us discuss this again in the future. While Mancheng allows visitors, the confidentiality of the work conducted by the cultivators at Greenwild Base is paramount. Visitors must remain in Mancheng until our contract expires. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Lao's wife's eyes as she recognized her husband would not permit her to be away for an extended period. Observing this, Qianmin interjected. Although regulations state that if you come over, we can speak to the Star Master and likely arrange for you to leave with the other cultivators from the Agricultural Institute. Zhang Lao's wife, who would be required to stay in Mancheng for 6 years, knew that the other cultivators only needed to remain for a year and 8 months. The Star Master likely established these rules to safeguard the secrets of Greenwild Base. A hint of hesitation flashed in Zhang Lao's wife's gaze. Perhaps I will wait until you have children before coming over. By the way, how is your pregnancy progression? She inquired, quickly glancing at her husband, who had been surreptitiously touching her waist. What was wrong with wanting to be with her son and daughter-in-law? The primary purpose of their journey to DQ001 Star was to enhance their fertility and have a child. Naturally, she would want to be there to care for them. Her inquiry was not born from a true belief that their fertility had improved, as they had not been away long enough for significant changes. Instead, It was her way of expressing her intention to eventually visit DQ001 star. I've increased by 10 points, and Han has gained 8 points.
Mom.
You should be able to hold your grandchild soon, Qianmin exclaimed, filled with excitement. After arriving in Mancheng, she and her husband had diligently monitored their fertility. Initially, their improvements were not substantial, totaling only about 0.05 points. However, after dining at the city lord's residence, they experienced a remarkable boost. Furthermore, with the improved food quality at Greenwild Base and the fruit they received that morning, their fertility had surged by nearly 10 points over the past 3 days. At this rate, she was confident she would soon conceive. Both Jiang Lao and his wife's eyes sparkled with delight. In such a short time, your fertility has increased so much. The marshal's wife certainly did not deceive them. Wonderful, wonderful. I eagerly await the good news. Jiang Lao's wife beamed, unable to contain her joy. She had little interest in the secrets of the marshal's wife or the Agricultural Institute's affairs. Her focus was solely on her family. With her son and daughter-in-law's fertility on the rise, she would begin preparations immediately. Once she received word, she would set off. Jiang Lao glanced at his wife, suppressing the urge to dissuade her. All right, if the daughter-in-law is indeed pregnant, the demands from DQ001 star will undoubtedly surpass those here, concerning his wife. After conversing for a while longer, the family finally concluded their video call. Once it ended, Zhang Han and Qianmin both felt a sense of relief. Zhang Han took his wife's hand, guiding her back to their residence. If Mother were to come and learn about the Greenfield base, she would surely be left astounded. Qianmin turned her head to gaze at her husband. They had been here for over 2 weeks, yet she remained in a state of shock regarding the circumstances at the Greenfield base. Zhang Han nodded. This place is indeed a sanctuary for the breeders. If it weren't for our Jiang family, well, we have already been fortunate to stay in Man City for 6 years. The couple exchanged a knowing glance, understanding each other without words. At this moment, in the Lord's mansion, Lin Man received a video call from Fong Qing. As the connection established, Fong Qing directly conveyed the situation. Young madam, just now Li Jiao unexpectedly approached our people, expressing her desire to participate in our pregnancy value enhancement program. Lin Man's expression stiffened momentarily. She thought to herself, so it has indeed come to pass. Is she the only one? She promptly inquired.
Yes.
Our personnel immediately declined her request. However, she has insisted, even offering to pay extra for participation. Moreover, she has threatened that if we refuse her again, she will spread rumors claiming that our program is flawed. Lin Man furrowed her brows. Li Jiao is the sole descendant of the Li family patriarch and the royal prince as consort, having cultivated a favorable image on the Star Network, with a considerable fanbase. As one of the 4 major financial conglomerates, the Li family boasts substantial wealth and extensive business connections throughout the empire. If Li Jiao were to tarnish her company's project, it could indeed stir up considerable trouble. What are your thoughts? Lin Man refrained from making a hasty decision, instead directing her question to Fong Qing. A glint of wickedness flickered in Fong Qing's eyes. Since only one of the couple has come, why not let her participate? We only agreed to assist her in enhancing her pregnancy value, not anything else. If she were to conceive at the resort, that would serve as our living advertisement. Lin Man was taken aback. Fong Qing chuckled, not rushing to explain further. She continued. Recent news from the Imperial Star reveals that the prince and princess are at odds. Xiao Rui has secretly ventured into the underground black arena for mecha battles, where he seriously injured another driver. Reports indicate that Xiao Rui has been active in the black arena due to his discord with Li Jiao, unwilling to return to the palace. Unfortunately, this story was promptly suppressed by the Empress and the Wang family. To address this situation, the Empress arranged for her son and daughter-in-law to make a public appearance at a charity auction. However, that was merely for show. In reality, from what we have gathered, the relationship between Xiao Rui and Li Jiao can only be described as one of fire and water. At this point, Fong Qing displayed a mischievous smile. Our sources discovered that not only has Xiao Rui been involved in the underground black arena, but he has also taken a mistress. Reflecting on the photographs and videos I've seen, I felt a surge of disgust. That little brat couldn't control his desires, mistaking an escort for the young madam and calling out her name while engaged in such activities. Surely, the young master will take care of him sooner or later. Lin Man was astonished. And there's more intrigue. Not only does Xiao Rui have a mistress, but so does Li Jiao, Fong Qing continued. Lin Man's eyes widened with curiosity. Do tell, she urged eagerly. Li Jiao does not harbor feelings for Xiao Rui and remains fixated on her man. I had noticed this long ago. Now, to learn that she has a mistress is simply thrilling. Aunt Fong smiled knowingly at Lin Man, satisfying her curiosity. Xiao Rui's affair stemmed from a recent incident in the underground black arena, where he was set up. Upon discovering this, Li Jiao confronted him in a furious argument, leading to Xiao Rui avoiding the palace even more. However, the Li family pressured Li Jiao to bear a child for Xiao Rui. Thus, I instructed someone to lay a bait. What kind of bait? Lin Man's interest intensified. Fong Qing's actions were not only intriguing but also welcomed. After all, she had not forgotten how Xiao Rui and Li Jiao had conspired against her and Qin Zhou. She hadn't found an opportunity for revenge until now. And hearing that Aunt Fong was taking action delighted her. It's nothing much. Just finding someone to impersonate a person close to the young master and have her converse with him. Lin Man burst into laughter. She believed it?
Indeed.
Fong Qing nodded with a smile. Not only did she believe it, but she also entrusted her heart and body. Lin Man was taken aback. The pressure from the Li family was significant, and with Xiao Rui avoiding her, she was desperate for a child.
Additionally,
the person I found bears a slight resemblance to the young master, Fong Qing added, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Lin Man was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. So, Aunt Fong intends to have the stand-in come to Man City? It dawned on her. Indeed, after all, the stand-in is someone close to the young master, so it wouldn't be strange for him to come to Man City. Lin Man's concerns melted away, replaced with a sense of anticipation. Very well, let Li Jiao come to Man City. Then arrange for that stand-in to work at the resort, allowing him to keep our royal princess company. Fong Qing responded with a wicked smile in agreement. The following day, Lin Man met the stand-in, Lang. Lang's stature was similar to Qin Zhou's, his features handsome, and he indeed bore some resemblance to Qin Zhou. However, the aura he exuded was entirely different. Qin Zhou radiated righteousness and authority, instilling a sense of reverence in those unfamiliar with him. In contrast, Lang appeared approachable, a cheerful and warm young man. Yet, this was merely a facade, as Lin Man sensed a fleeting hint of frivolity and wickedness in his eyes. How dare you, young madam, be someone you can so easily gaze upon? Fong Qing, who had been observing Lang intently, reprimanded him upon noticing his behavior. I apologize, Star Master. Lang lowered his head, bowing in apology, displaying a cultured demeanor. Lin Man, however, found him somewhat pretentious. Nevertheless, her feelings were inconsequential. What mattered was whether Li Jiao would take a liking to him. You'll report to the resort shortly. Once there, you understand what is expected of you, without us needing to elaborate, correct? Lin Man instructed. Rest assured, Star Master. As long as you can genuinely enhance my pregnancy value, I guarantee I will fulfill my part of the bargain. Participating in the Pregnancy Value Enhancement Project at Man Culinary and Cultural Company requires a minimum fee of 100 million star coins. Yet, he was now participating under the pretense of being free. Although his pregnancy value was already considerable at 50, who would ever refuse a higher pregnancy value? In this line of work, achieving a pregnancy value of over 70 would attract generous clients. After all, the pursuit of advancement through offspring is not solely the domain of women. Men can strive for it as well. Lin Man nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a basket of fruit appeared in her hands, containing not only apples and pears but also grapes and ripe bananas. Each fruit was large and appealing. The moment Lang looked up, he was captivated by the bounty. Take these, consume them over 4 days. They should suffice to elevate your pregnancy value to 80. Lin Man instructed. Lang's face lit up with joy as he instinctively moved forward. Halt! However, he was abruptly stopped by Fong Qing's fierce glare. Lang froze in place, watching as Fong Qing approached Lin Man to retrieve the fruit basket. Aren't you going to express your gratitude for the young madam's generous gift? Fong Qing commanded from a superior position. Lang suppressed his emotions. Thank you for the generous gift, Star Master, he responded promptly, taking hold of the fruit basket. The fruits were tantalizingly close, their fragrance wafting through the air. Lang confirmed that he was not holding a mere replica, but rather genuine fruit. Such exquisite produce truly existed in this world. Indeed, the affluent possess items and delicacies far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What the Star Master provides is strictly for your personal consumption, and you must finish it on time. Otherwise, if there are any delays, Fong Qing issued a warning. Rest assured, Mr. Fong, I am fully aware of the gravity of the situation and will not let anything go awry, An Lang promptly replied. Li Jiao, being the only daughter of the Li family, had a significant role. If he could manage to make her pregnant, it could potentially elevate his standing in life, thus transforming his future. The basket of exquisite fruits, while indeed precious, paled in comparison to the promise of his future, and he would not allow himself to be foolish. Just so you know, Man City is our territory. Once you enter the resort, every action of yours will be under our scrutiny. I advise you against any clever tricks. If the task is accomplished, it will be beneficial for both you and us. Should it fail, rest assured, I will ensure that everything is executed flawlessly. An exchange of mischievous glances passed between Lin Man and Fong Qing. The weekend swiftly approached. Among the 10 couples who had previously entered the Man City Resort, 7 had achieved the pregnancy level stipulated in the contract and subsequently departed the city. Man Culinary Culture Company, shedding its earlier low-profile demeanor, launched a grand promotional campaign regarding this event. Among the 7 couples, 3 collaborated with Man Culinary Culture Company to promote the pregnancy enhancement project. The remaining 4 couples also assisted in sharing and endorsing the project, confirming its effectiveness. Given the elevated social status of the 7 couples, this wave of publicity created quite a stir within high society. On Monday, an explosive report surfaced on Starnet, announcing that the royal consort had also joined the pregnancy enhancement plan of Man Culinary Culture Company and was set to travel to DQ001 star. The news ignited an even greater uproar. Upon seeing the report on Starnet, Li Jiao was infuriated. She had invested a substantial amount of money to participate in the program, not to serve as a promotional tool for Lin Man. In her fury, she immediately contacted Fong Qing, demanding to know how her privacy had been compromised. Your Highness must be mistaken. The information did not originate from us. Fong Qing replied with a hint of amusement in her voice. If it didn't come from you, then where did it come from? Regardless of your methods, I give you 24 hours to suppress the news and eliminate related reports. Otherwise, no need for threats, Fong Qing interrupted. Your Highness, I suggest you check the Queen's statement. You would fare better addressing her or your maternal family than pursuing us. With that, Fong Qing hung up the video call. You. Li Jiao fumed at being cut off. However, she followed Fong Qing's advice and checked the Queen's statement. To her astonishment, she discovered that the news indeed did not originate from Man Culinary Culture Company, but rather from the Queen herself. Enraged, she contemplated confronting the Queen but hesitated at the thought of the Queen's fierce demeanor and her father's warning not to provoke her. After sitting quietly for a moment, unable to quell her frustration, she called Li Chong via video. Dad, this is utterly intolerable. I have dutifully enrolled in that ridiculous project and prepared to set off for Man City, yet she goes and publicizes my affairs to everyone. Now the entire empire is laughing at my expense. Her pregnancy level is a staggering 55. Were it not for Xiao Rui's lack of cooperation, she wouldn't even be pregnant. This is a misunderstanding on your part. The Queen consulted me before making her announcement, and I consented, Li Chong replied. Li Jiao's expression froze.
Dad, why?
I am your own daughter. A chill swept through her as she realized how things had changed. Her father had become less accommodating and more utilitarian. Precisely because you are my daughter, I must consider your future. Li Chong's tone rose. What do you know about DQ001 star? That territory falls under the jurisdiction of the Marshal's wife and is merely a few planets away from the front lines where the Marshal is stationed. By marrying the prince, our Li family has clearly positioned itself in opposition to the Marshal. The Queen's announcement of your travel to DQ001 star serves to inform the populace of this stance, ensuring that even if they wish to act against you, they must proceed with caution. Li Jiao's expression reflected disbelief. Act against me? How could the Marshal dare to do such a thing? Moreover, why do you keep insisting that we are in opposition to him? The Marshal is a hero of the Empire, safeguarding our borders and ensuring national security. Even if Xiao Rui were to ascend to the throne, he would need to rely on him. Why should we oppose him? Li Chong felt a surge of frustration at his daughter's naivety. After observing her for a moment, he decided it was time to reveal the truth. They are indeed adversaries because Qin Zhou is, in fact, the Emperor's son. Li Jiao's eyes widened. You mean? It's true? Indeed. Years ago, the Long Princess married the former Marshal to secure support from the military for the Emperor. However, the former Marshal's pregnancy level fell below 1, rendering him incapable of fathering children. Coincidentally, the Emperor's then-wife bore a child. In gratitude to the Long Princess and the former Marshal, the emperor entrusted that child to them. That child is Qin Zhou. Li Jiao Jiao's breath quickened.
So,
The Marshal is the emperor's firstborn?
Likian Muda.
However, he has taken on the surname Qin and inherited the position of the former Marshal, making it impossible for him to revert to the Xiao surname. Why is that not possible? The emperor surely wishes to acknowledge him. Thoughts raced through Li Jiao Jiao's mind, igniting a flicker of excitement. Her father seemed to envision a future where she would become the empress, elevating the Li family status. Initially, she believed the emperor had only one child, Xiao Rui, thus confining her to the role of his consort. However, now that the Marshal was also the emperor's son, and the firstborn at that, could she not marry him instead? The emperor desires to acknowledge him, but cannot. The Qin family would not agree, and the emperor would find it difficult to swallow his pride. Li Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with determination. Even if the son is unrecognized, what of the grandson? If the Marshal has children, wouldn't the emperor want to acknowledge his grandchildren? Of course he would. In fact, he likely already has plans in that regard. An exhilarating thrill coursed through Li Jiao Jiao. Observing her daughter's reaction, Li Chong furrowed his brow. You are already betrothed to Xiao Rui. Do not entertain such frivolous thoughts. When I mentioned the emperor's intentions, it was because the Marshal's wife may already be pregnant. Li Jiao Jiao gasped. Lin Man is pregnant? How can that be? The Marshal's pregnancy level was only 0.
5.
She has betrayed the Marshal and engaged in infidelity. Li Chong shot her a warning glance, silencing her. Yet, even with her mouth closed, Li Jiao Jiao's defiance lingered in her gaze. Li Chong felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, reminding himself that she was his own flesh and blood. While the Marshal's pregnancy level was indeed only 0. 5. Do not forget that the pregnancy enhancement project offered by Man Culinary Culture Company can elevate it.
Furthermore,
the Wang family suspects that the Marshal's wife is the culinary streamer known as Man. Li Jiao Jiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Haha, Lin Man, the esteemed Man. The names may sound similar, but one is a mere F-level psychic and the other is a seasoned cultivation master. To suggest they are the same person is utterly ridiculous. Li Chong's expression darkened. Silence. Is it wise to underestimate such implications? Was it truly prudent to allow the queen to send you to DQ001 star? Reluctantly, Li Jiao Jiao closed her mouth, casting a resentful glance at her father. Li Chong felt a blend of exasperation and impotence. The Wang family's theories must be based on some evidence. Then, Li Chong detailed the conflicts between the military and the 4 major corporations, as well as the basis for the Wang family's suspicions, to Li Jiao Jiao. Once you arrive in Man City, gather some information, and, if possible, see the Marshal's wife in person to ascertain whether she truly is pregnant, Li Chong instructed solemnly. Li Jiao Jiao remained unconvinced that Lin Man was indeed the esteemed Miss Man, yet she could perceive that her father's temper was on the verge of eruption. Consequently, she obediently acquiesced with a soft She certainly had to go to Man City, but not to gather intelligence. Instead, it was to rendezvous with the Marshal. Given that the Marshal was also His Majesty's son, matters would become considerably simpler. If she could conceive the Marshal's child, both the Emperor and the Marshal would undoubtedly feel compelled to care for the offspring. Eventually, she would be able to divorce Xiao Rui and wed the man she truly desired. Even if she could not ascend to the throne as Empress, she could still aspire to become the Empress Dowager. Upon noticing his daughter's sudden compliance, Li Chong was uncertain whether she had truly absorbed his words. Thus, he offered one last piece of advice before terminating the video call. After the call concluded, Li Jiaojie regained her composure. Since the news of her journey to DQ001 star was disseminated by the Empress and her father had sanctioned it, there was no turning back. There was no need to expend effort on matters that could not be altered. Instead, it would be prudent to prepare herself, ensuring that she presented her best self when she met the Marshal. Meanwhile, as the news of the princess consort participating in the pregnancy enhancement program spread, the pregnancy enhancement project of Man Culinary Culture Company Limited garnered increasing attention. Wealthy individuals who had previously been hesitant began to show interest. In no time, the project department was bustling with activity. Upon learning of the situation, Fong Qing ordered the project team to limit the number of participants. The specific restriction was that the resort would only allow 200 guests at a time. Those exceeding this number would have to queue, entering only as others departed. Once the reservation scheme was implemented, the number of guests actually surged, quickly filling all 200 slots. Most of those who couldn't secure a spot opted to pay a deposit and register for future reservations. A substantial influx of funds flowed into Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, and when Fong Qing reviewed the reports, her eyes nearly sparkled with delight. On Monday, Li Jiaojiao finally boarded a spacecraft and successfully landed at the DQ-001 star spaceport. The young lady was displeased about undergoing security checks at the spaceport but had no choice but to comply. Later, stifling her frustration, she boarded a hovering vehicle from Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited en route to the resort. Chapter 136, a surprise just as Li Jiaojiao touched down in Man City. Lin Man received the news. A smile graced her lips as she instructed someone to contact En Lang. At that moment, within the resort, En Lang ended his video call after receiving the notification. As the intimate friend and lover of the princess consort, he had long been aware from Li Jiaojiao that she would arrive in Man City today. Moreover, he had promised her a surprise. Finding herself in a foreign place, accompanied by someone who truly understood her, must surely be a delightful surprise. Soon, his surprise was set to unfold. He had not wasted his time at the resort these past few days. The basket of fruits provided by the Star Master, along with the resort's cuisine, had significantly enhanced his own pregnancy value, now soaring to 85. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see the young beauty carry his child. By noon, Li Jiaojiao arrived at the resort. Upon her arrival, she was greeted by staff who escorted her to check in. Along the way, she surveyed her surroundings with disdain, her face and lips expressing her impatience. The staff, though maintaining a facade of professionalism, found themselves silently criticizing the princess consort. They had received numerous guests recently, and while none were of her stature, they were still notable figures one might see in the Star Network news, yet none had displayed such airs as she did. Previously, she had captivated their attention on social media, appearing as an elegant lady, but now they felt she was merely putting on a show. Fortunately, their role was merely to escort her to registration. The subsequent matters were not their responsibility. After leading Li Jiaojiao to the check-in area, the staff quickly withdrew. With the assistance of another staff member, Li Jiaojiao completed her check-in and was escorted to her room. Upon entering, she observed the fresh decor and felt her irritation dissipate somewhat. The arrangement was decent, barely meeting the standards of a five-star hotel. After scrutinizing the room, Li Jiaojiao promptly headed to the bathroom. Once she emerged from her shower, feeling somewhat hungry, she prepared to call the front desk for food. However, the phone in her room rang first. "Hello, Ms. Li. Your specially prepared lunch is ready. Would you like us to deliver it to your room? Please bring it over." Li Jiaojiao responded without hesitation. After several hours on the spacecraft, followed by the rigmarole of security checks at the spaceport and the tumultuous journey to the resort, she felt fatigued. After eating, she intended to rest. Understood. The voice on the other end concluded the call. After drying her hair for a while, the doorbell rang. Frowning, she set down the hairdryer and rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was met with a familiar face. "You and Lang, what are you doing here?" Li Jiaojiao initially expressed joy, but then recollected something and quickly glanced around. Seeing no one, she hastily pulled En Lang into the room. "Didn't you say you would return to the Marshal after finishing your business? Why are you here?" Her heart was a mix of surprise and joy. The En Lang she knew on the Empire Star had understood her when no one else did. Not only did he understand, but he also supported her desire to rekindle her romance with the Marshal. He had assured her that the Marshal was not entirely devoid of feelings for her. At least, prior to Lin Man's appearance, the Marshal had regarded her as a potential wife. He had also asserted that Lin Man, being of such low mental capacity, was unworthy of the Marshal, and only she, as the daughter of the Li family, was fit to be the Marshal's wife. This En Lang was indeed a devoted admirer, willingly captivated by her charm. During that time, she had just begun to explore her desires, while Xiao Rui, the useless man, consistently avoided her. En Lang's features bore a resemblance to the Marshal's, and she had succumbed to the temptation of intimacy with him. Later, upon discovering Xiao Rui's infidelities, she no longer felt the need to suffer and had shared several passionate encounters with En Lang. He treated her like royalty, fervently wishing to unite her with the Marshal, proving to be her most loyal companion. "It was the Marshal who sent me here. So, what do you think, Your Highness? Isn't this a surprise?" Once inside, En Lang became bold, pulling Li Jiaojiao into his embrace. Before she could utter a word, his lips captured hers. The fervent kiss, accompanied by breathless sighs of adoration, swiftly rendered Li Jiaojiao pliant in his arms. Lost in passion, She allowed herself to be led by Lang and soon found herself on the bed with him. At that moment, in the city lord's residence, Lin Man, having finished her lunch and feeling bored, recalled Li Jiaojiao. Upon a sudden inspiration, she activated her holographic device and clicked on a link. Within seconds, the screen displayed scenes that made one blush and pulse with excitement. It's even got sound, Lin Man noted, ensuring the door was securely closed before lowering the volume slightly, then delighting in the sight of Li Jiaojiao and Lang engaging in their intimate activities. As expected from someone in that profession, Lang was indeed quite skilled. Just as Lin Man was engrossed in her enjoyment, the screen abruptly went dark, followed by a prompt indicating a lack of access permissions. What is happening? Is the surveillance malfunctioning? Lin Man felt a tinge of annoyance. Just then, Qin Zhou initiated a video call. Her heart raced as she anxiously accepted the call. Darling, she cooed sweetly upon connection. However, Qin Zhou's expression was far from pleasant. Once the child is born, I will fulfill any desire you wish. Watching those things is not good for your health. I have already arranged for the surveillance camera permissions in Li Jiaojiao's room to be disabled for you. Henceforth, refrain from viewing such matters. Lin Man's face was a mixture of embarrassment and crimson, having indeed been discovered. Oh, she responded, and promptly ended the video call. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the screen, Qin Zhou clenched his fists upon the sofa, suppressing his emotions. In his haste to bring his wife home, he had envisioned a blissful life together, only to realize that she was pregnant. Sharing a bed with her daily became an unbearable ordeal for him. It was evident that she too was enduring the situation for the sake of their unborn child. They both chose to endure, with hopes of gentler exchanges after the critical 3-month period had passed. After disconnecting the video call, Lin Man took a deep breath and selected a piece of prenatal music to play for the child in her womb. She sought to calm her mind. Qin Zhou, feeling even more oppressed than she, decided to simply endure until it was over. An hour later, in the luxurious suite of the resort, Li Jiaojiao and Lang finally concluded their meal. Lang brought the dishes to the bedside and personally fed Li Jiaojiao. The food was unexpectedly delightful, and coupled with Lang's attentive feeding, it brought immense satisfaction to the already ravenous Li Jiaojiao. The chef here is quite skilled, she remarked, unable to contain her praise, despite her usual fastidiousness. Lang beamed at her compliment. The resort sourced special ingredients designed to enhance pregnancy value, and the chefs had undergone stringent training. Once the prince has arrived, I can assure you the dining experience will be exceptional, he stated. Can these really boost pregnancy value? Li Jiaojiao inquired, taking another bite of her meal. Indeed, guests are tested for their pregnancy value every evening and recorded. Some can increase by 7 or 8 points in a day, while others might see a rise of 1 or 2 points at the least. Such a significant increase? Does that mean I could elevate my pregnancy value to the contracted 80 points in just a few days?
Yes.
Some guests with lower contracted increments have managed to reach their desired levels within 3 or 4 days of staying here. After their stay, many are reluctant to leave and wish to extend their contracts. However, due to the high demand, the resort has not permitted them to rebook and has instructed them to queue again. Initially, he had deemed the resort's fees exorbitant, a veritable fortune. Yet, after experiencing a few days there, he gradually felt the charges were justifiable. After all, for the affluent guests, the services rendered by the resort were undoubtedly worth the price. Li Jiaojiao, somewhat surprised, glanced at her meal and gestured for Lang to continue feeding her. He smiled warmly and complied. Before long, her plate was empty, and a hint of regret flashed in her eyes as she looked at the now empty bowl. She was known for her discerning palate, rarely finishing her meals, yet today, she not only cleaned her plate but found herself wanting more. How long have you been here? After finishing her meal, Li Jiaojiao perched at the head of the bed, continuing her conversation with Lang. Just a few days. The development in Man City requires manpower, and this resort is one of its key enterprises. Lin Man, short on staff, sought assistance from the marshal. Out of curiosity about the situation here, I volunteered. I hadn't anticipated you would message me about coming to the resort so soon. I intended to tell you, but I wanted to surprise you, Lang replied. Li Jiaojiao playfully shot him a glare, but then shifted closer to nestle against him. Have you uncovered any secrets since your arrival? Lang's gaze flickered slightly. Yes. I discovered that the special ingredients at the resort originate from the Lord's Manor. Li Jiaojiao frowned. The Lord's Manor? The place where Lin Man resides. My father mentioned that the Wang family suspects Lin Man is actually Lady Man Man. Could that be true? And Lang glanced down at the woman in his arms. Indeed. Lin Man currently serves as the Lord of Man City, and the Marshal frequently resides at the Lord's Manor. The manor is vast and likely houses a cadre of elite cultivators. By the way, Your Highness, don't the 4 major financial groups possess these special ingredients? He pondered how he could not have believed such ingredients existed that could enhance pregnancy value to such an extent without first-hand experience. A man of no wealth or influence had not encountered such wonders, yet the guests at the resort seemed equally oblivious, including the woman in his embrace. The sole daughter of the Lee family, one of the 4 major financial groups, had also partaken in this project. He began to question whether the Marshal's wife had access to techniques that even the 4 major financial groups did not possess. No, if I had that, would I need to come here? Li Jiao retorted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Internally, she resolved to find a way to steal Lin Man's techniques. When the time came, she would see how Lin Man utilized this project to amass wealth. By the way, during your time here, has the Marshal come by? She inquired suddenly. Not yet. Li Jiao immediately sprang away from Lin Lang's embrace. In this cursed place, once you arrive, you cannot leave until departure. If the Marshal isn't coming, how can I meet him? And Lang felt a wave of distaste wash over him but maintained a pleasing demeanor, pulling her back into his arms. He hasn't come yet, but Lin Man mentioned he would visit in a few days to inspect the work. The Marshal usually enjoys accompanying her, so he should be coming along. Li Jiao's eyes brightened, her earlier frustration dissipating. Really? She asked, her tone teasing. And Lang turned his head and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Indeed, my princess. Would I ever deceive you? When he arrives, you must help me bring the Marshal here, she said, mischief dancing in her gaze. The thought of the Marshal holding her in this grand bed sent shivers down her spine. Just one encounter with the Marshal would surely lead to pregnancy. Yet, to be cautious, she could not neglect the devoted and Lang during these days. Her pregnancy value would rise swiftly, and with Lang's not being insignificant, this time, she was determined to conceive before departing. And Lang's eyes flashed with disdain, but his words were filled with tenderness as he leaned in close to her ear.
All right.
Li Jiao trembled at his response, turning her head to kiss him. Having replenished her energy, one encounter was hardly sufficient. The two quickly found themselves entangled once more in the sheets. In the following 2 days, Li Jiao reveled in bliss at the resort. And Lang guided her through numerous activities and indulgences, enjoying fine food and each other's company until Lin Man arrived with Qin Zhou at the resort. Initially, Lin Man had no plans to inspect the resort, but due to Lang's request, she decided to oblige. Qin Zhou was summoned as well, and in the afternoon, they journeyed to the resort together. Upon receiving the news, Li Jiao immediately turned cold towards Lang, preparing herself beautifully in anticipation of meeting Qin Zhou. In the hotel lobby of the resort, she waited for quite some time until Qin Zhou finally appeared. Seeing Qin Zhou with Lin Man, a flicker of disdain crossed her gaze. She then glanced at Lin Man's abdomen, relieved to see no signs of pregnancy. The rumors of Lin Man being Lady Man and pregnant were unfounded. It was clear the Wang family had overthought the situation. Marshal. Li Jiao quickly made her move, rising with a radiant smile as she approached Qin Zhou. Qin Zhou furrowed his brow slightly and halted with Lin Man. Your Highness. Princess, Lin Man called out. Qin Zhou merely glanced at Li Jiao, offering a nod without uttering a word. Li Jiao, however, fixated her gaze intently upon Qin Zhou, treating Lin Man as if she were but a mere specter. Your Excellency, you have finally arrived. I have heard that this resort was constructed under your command. You must be quite familiar with the amenities here. Would you be so kind as to show me around? Lin Man was somewhat taken aback. Had this woman truly abandoned all pretense to seduce her man in her presence? A flicker of disdain crossed Qin Zhou's eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Man intervened, pulling him back and taking the lead. Your Highness, from where did you hear that this resort was built on your orders? This place was designed by architects, and I approve the plans. It has been 3 days since your arrival, and you are still not acquainted with the area? If you are unfamiliar, it is of no consequence. The resort provides dedicated guides to assist you. Shall I arrange for someone? Lin Man fixed her gaze on Li Jiao. Since she had chosen to be so brazen, Lin Man had nothing left to conceal. Did she truly think that she would remain unchallenged while courting her husband? Li Jiao glared at Lin Man indignantly. I am conversing with His Excellency. Do you have the audacity to interrupt? Just as Qin Zhou was about to defend Lin Man, she tugged him back once more. Lin Man wore a smirk of derision. Humph. To flirt with someone's husband right in front of their wife and expect to go unchallenged? How audacious. Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened. What did you say? How dare you do it, and fear the consequences? Lin Man, undeterred, responded with even greater sarcasm. Previously on Empire Star, she had been compelled to conceal her brilliance and feign ignorance. But now on DQ001, her territory, she would not be silenced. Li Jiaojiao had never been subjected to such a gaze before, and her anger flared uncontrollably. You wretched woman! She spat, raising her hand, only to have it seized by Qinzhou, whose eyes burned with fury and barely concealed disgust. The sight instilled fear within Li Jiaojiao. At that moment, Lang hastily approached. Marshal, the princess consort merely lost her composure. Please, do not hold it against her. He quickly stepped beside Li Jiaojiao, pleading on her behalf. With his head bowed, Lang internally cursed Li Jiaojiao multiple times. He had already promised to escort the marshal to her room. Yet she still could not contain herself and chose to confront him here. If she wanted to make a scene, so be it. But to create discord with the Star Lord was asking for trouble. Yet he could not allow this situation to escalate. It was truly vexing. Lin Man glanced at Lang, thinking that he was performing quite well. She then stepped forward and reclaimed Qinzhou's hand. Are you a servant here? She asked haughtily, directing her question at Lang. Yes, after the princess consort checked into the resort, she appointed me as her guide. Lin Man's expression soured. You have a guide? How is it that she just claimed to be unfamiliar with the resort and asked the marshal to accompany her? It is my oversight. An oversight. Indeed. Lin Man, if you have grievances, direct them at me instead of troubling others. Lin Man regarded Lang with interest, feeling a pang of sympathy. Do not forget. I am a client of your establishment, enjoying your services. Is this how you treat your clients? Li Jiaojiao intentionally raised her voice. Upon hearing the commotion, others began to gather. Yet Lin Man maintained her disdainful demeanor. Only clients of commendable character are deserving of our respect. As for you, do you possess any? You, security. Li Jiaojiao has violated the resort's regulations. Her contract with the company is void. Immediately arrange for her expulsion from DQ001. Lin Man declared in a low, firm tone. Lin Man, you dare.
Stop.
Your Highness, she did not mean it. I beg the Star Lord for mercy. Grant her another chance. Lang suddenly rushed forward. Kneeling on one knee before Lin Man, seeing this, Li Jiaojiao was infuriated and stepped forward to pull Lang up.
Get up.
You spineless wretch. Kneeling before a common harlot. But Lang remained unmoved. Your Highness, this is not the time for impulsive actions. Your pregnancy level has yet to reach 80. And the marshal is present. Leaving now would be unwise. He whispered, ensuring only Li Jiaojiao could hear. Li Jiaojiao's face darkened, finally regaining her composure. What are you still waiting for? Why aren't you expelling her? She snapped, noticing security approaching yet remaining stationary. Yes. The two security guards complied and advanced. Li Jiaojiao's expression finally shifted.
Wait.
Lin Man's face was laced with sarcasm. What? Are you reluctant to leave? Li Jiaojiao's eyes flashed with fury as she glanced at Qinzhou, whose expression was equally unyielding, reminding herself to endure. You have yet to fulfill your contract. On what grounds do I have to leave? As Lin Man prepared to respond, Li Jiaojiao interjected, I apologize for my earlier behavior. With that, she unexpectedly bowed to Lin Man. As a princess consort, I have offered you such a grand gesture. You should not hold it against me. Once this video circulates, who will the public believe, me or you? Lin Man's expression stiffened for a moment before she coldly scoffed. At least you recognize your place. With that, she took Qinzhou's hand and departed. No one noticed that after taking a few steps, a triumphant smile crept onto her face. Li Jiaojiao, her expression dark, turned to Lang only after Lin Man and Qinzhou had walked far away. Why are you still on the ground? Get up. She seethed. Lang, masking his disdain, rose. Just as he intended to offer Li Jiaojiao some words of comfort, she huffed and turned to leave. With a sense of resignation. Lang hurried after her. Once they reached the stairwell, he caught up and pinned her against the wall. Glancing at a nearby hidden camera, Lang smirked inwardly. The Star Lord had instructed him to create more evidence in public areas. He had already amassed quite a collection in recent days. However, there was no harm in producing even more. With this thought, Lang leaned in and kissed Li Jiaojiao. She struggled momentarily, fearful of being discovered, but soon acquiesced. entwining herself with him. And Lang felt a surge of pride. The woman, so contradictory, had intentionally come here for this very reason. As Lang's actions grew increasingly daring, any remnants of Li Jiaojiao's modesty were swept away by a tide of anger and sudden desire. And she found herself responding to him. An hour later, Lang escorted Li Jiaojiao back to her room. "This is your only chance, tonight. You must bring the marshal to my room," she ordered, reclining against Lang, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That wretched Xiaorui had used a faulty drug. Although they managed to counteract its effects at the time, there were lingering side effects that heightened her desires. Yet, she thought, what of it? Such pleasurable experiences deserved to be savored. And Lang, feeling a wave of revulsion, replied gently, "Fear not, Your Highness, simply await your desires." Meanwhile, Lin Man, having inspected the hotel with Qin Zhou, returned to her room to rest. Just as she settled onto the sofa, she received a message from Lang. Upon reading it, a smile crept onto Lin Man's lips. "What is it?" Qin Zhou leaned in closer. "Your task has arrived," Lin Man replied, projecting the message onto the light screen for Qin Zhou's perusal. After reading, Qin Zhou's expression darkened. "I will not go," he stated bluntly. The mere thought that Li Jiaojiao harbored such vile intentions made him feel sick. "Oh, I want to force you to go. You merely need to cooperate with Lang to film the video, convincing Li Jiaojiao that you have been drugged." Lin Man grasped Qin Zhou's hand. "Darling, just act a little spoiled. How do we shoot this?" Qin Zhou finally showed signs of relent, yet his brow remained furrowed. And Lang had already arrived, and soon enough. "You shall see." No sooner had Lin Man spoken than a knock echoed from the door. She called out to open it, and Lang stepped inside. After exchanging pleasantries, Lang outlined the script. Indeed, Qin Zhou was not required to meet Li Jiaojiao. He merely had to sip a glass of water, feigning the effects of herbal medicine. A mere 10 minutes later, Lang completed the video and dispatched it to Li Jiaojiao, then hurried back to her room. Lin Man and Qin Zhou accessed the surveillance of Li Jiaojiao's chamber, witnessing Lang effortlessly administer the drug to her. He then impersonated Qin Zhou and climbed onto Li Jiaojiao's bed. Lin Man had initially intended to watch further, but Qin Zhou promptly closed the video feed.
"Well,
Since the matter is settled, let us take a moment to rest. Alternatively, we may return to the city lord's mansion," he suggested, his demeanor serious. The thought of Li Jiaojiao residing in the same hotel made Qin Zhou reluctant to spend the night there. "Oh," Lin Man replied, stifling a laugh. "Then let us return to the city lord's mansion." Qin Zhou wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, and they promptly exited. 5 days later, Li Jiaojiao's pregnancy value met the contractual requirements and, as per regulations, she was arranged to depart from DQ001 star. With this distraction temporarily resolved, Lin Man devoted herself wholeheartedly to the reforms at the breeding farm. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Man was now 18 weeks pregnant. Her previously flat abdomen had begun to swell slightly, exhibiting signs of her condition. Qin Zhou continued to shuttle between the front lines and DQ001 star, striving to return home early each day to accompany his wife. Whenever he found the time, he would engage in prenatal education activities with her. His earnest demeanor brought Lin Man a sense of tranquility and happiness. In just over a month, Man City underwent a remarkable transformation. Under intensive construction, the city was fully established. With a steady influx of residents, businesses within Man City commenced operations, allowing the city to flourish at an astonishing pace. A multitude of talented individuals began to settle in Man City, purchasing properties and making it their home. The changes within the planting base were equally significant, with the number of senior breeders nearing 2,000 and the intermediate breeders approaching 10,000. Moreover, a substantial number of breeders advanced in rank each day. As Jiang Han and Xian Min had envisioned, Man City had truly become a sanctuary for breeders. With the increase in senior breeders, Lin Man assigned only a limited number to cultivate the seeds needed for DQ001 star, while the majority were tasked with growing watermelon and tomato seeds. As the construction of Man City concluded, work commenced on the surrounding Zhou City, with daily expenditures on urban development reaching astronomical figures. Watermelon and tomato seeds yielded quick returns. With immense market demand, the profits were vital for funding the city's construction. Meanwhile, at the Agricultural Science Institute, Elder Jiang received a new batch of watermelon and tomato seeds sent from Man City. Upon reviewing the corresponding report details, his eyes widened in astonishment. The yield had more than doubled. Man City delivered a batch of watermelon and tomato seeds every 2 days, Initially, the quantity fluctuated little, but later shipments frequently doubled. The number of seeds he received today was nearly 100 times that of the initial shipment. The only explanation for such a phenomenon was the addition of a significant number of senior breeders under the command of the Marshal's wife. It had been less than 3 months since she arrived at DQ001 star, and the development of Man City was astonishingly rapid. He wondered how many of the senior breeders responsible for producing these watermelon and tomato seeds belonged to their Agricultural Science Institute. At the time of their initial contact, the Marshal's wife had mentioned assisting their institute. Now, it seemed the roles had reversed, with their institute helping her sell seeds. Nonetheless, those two types of seeds originated from the Marshal's wife, and their collaboration had indeed proved profitable. Upon reflection, the Agricultural Science Institute was still in the black. Furthermore, 5,000 senior breeders would return to the institute in just over a year, enabling them to handle the watermelon and tomato seed business independently by then. With these thoughts in mind, Elder Jiang made a resolution. He activated his holographic computer and contacted his secretary, instructing them to notify the higher-ups at the Agricultural Science Institute to prepare for a meeting. The output of watermelon and tomato seeds had significantly increased and was expected to continue doing so. Continuing to limit the sales of seeds to the Empire Star was overly restrictive. They could gradually commence shipments to other nearby planets, expanding their sales. Given the high cost-performance ratio of these two fruits, they could undoubtedly benefit a larger populace, improving the quality of life for the citizenry. Additionally, the 4 major consortiums had long dominated the fruit market, and the Agricultural Science Institute had previously struggled to penetrate it. He had been constrained by a lack of resources, but he no longer intended to hold back. Suppressing his excitement, Elder Jiang took advantage of the remaining hour before the meeting to reach out to Lin Man via video call. At that moment, in the City Lord's mansion of Man City on DQ001 star, Lin Man had just concluded her tasks and returned to her room to rest when she noticed Elder Jiang's video call. With a smile, she approached the sofa and answered the call. As the video connected, Elder Jiang appeared on the screen, his expression beaming with delight, suggesting he had something on his mind. "Hello, Marshal's wife," he greeted, his tone warm. "Elder Jiang, do you have something to discuss with me?" Indeed, he chuckled. "We have received the new batch of watermelon and tomato seeds you sent. Man City is truly remarkable. The production of watermelon and tomato seeds has been burgeoning. Compared to when you first arrived, the yield has increased nearly 100-fold. Not bad," Lin Man modestly replied. "The Agricultural Science Institute's sales have been substantial, so I directed them to focus their breeding efforts on these 2 seeds. Oh, by the way, Elder Jiang, is there no issue on your end with accepting our seeds?" "Of course not. Currently, our seeds supply only the seed shops on Empire Star. The reason I contacted you is to inquire whether you can further increase the supply of these 2 types of seeds." Chapter 140. Elder Jiang's Plan. I wish to distribute these 2 types of seeds to the seed shops on planets surrounding the Empire Star. Our Agricultural Science Institute has established seed shops across various planets within the Empire, and if we aim for a comprehensive deployment of watermelon and tomato seeds, a substantial quantity will be required. Over the years, Elder Jiang considered his most significant contribution to have been advocating for the establishment of seed shops throughout nearly all inhabited planets in the Empire, gaining the Emperor's support despite opposition. Although the Agricultural Science Institute lacked the capacity to supply all the shops under its jurisdiction, they had collaborated with the 4 major consortiums and other private entities to procure some of their seeds for sale, allowing many shops to survive despite not turning a profit. Nevertheless, the reputation of the Agricultural Science Institute had risen. Furthermore, its existence played a crucial role in regulating the prices of vegetable seeds in the market, providing individuals awakened to the power of nature a pathway to gradually progress to intermediate breeders through their efforts. Elder Jiang had believed this was the essence of the Agricultural Science Institute's existence. However, he now realized that its purpose extended far beyond that. Thanks to the established seed shops, they could now introduce watermelon and tomato seeds to the market without incurring significant additional costs. Moreover, since the price of watermelon and tomato seeds was relatively high compared to other vegetable seeds and had a high repurchase rate, those shops that had previously been operating at a loss might seize this opportunity to turn a profit. More importantly, from the new varieties of grape seeds to watermelon and tomato seeds, the Agricultural Science Institute has developed true flagship products comparable to the 4 major conglomerates, thereby beginning to align itself with them in terms of strength. If it were previously the case that the Institute could barely become the largest seed supplier outside of the 4 conglomerates due to pressure from His Majesty, then moving forward, even without such pressure, it will emerge as a formidable entity rivaling the 4 conglomerates. Of course, This is contingent upon the support of Manchung and even DQ001 star behind the institute. Lin Man's eyes brightened. Increasing the seed supply is certainly feasible. The breeders you recruited for us from the institute are quite diligent and have shown rapid progress. In the near future, Manchung will also see a considerable increase in senior breeders. If the institute has the need, I can arrange for them to cultivate more watermelon and tomato seeds. However, if you distribute those watermelon and tomato seeds to other planets, it would significantly impact the fruit business of the four conglomerates. Would they? She was keenly aware that while the institute appeared strong, it was, in fact, rather vulnerable. Externally, it was in competition with the four conglomerates. Yet there existed a mutual seed trade between them. The institute's strength primarily stemmed from the backing of His Majesty. The four conglomerates leveraged their cooperation with the institute to cushion the pressure from His Majesty, preventing him from resorting to extreme measures. His Majesty also sought to gradually encroach upon the business of the four conglomerates through the institute, looking for legitimate avenues to resolve conflicts. Both parties have maintained this tacit balance for decades, and her emergence has become the catalyst that could disrupt it. Moving forward, she also possesses the capability to bolster the institute, enabling it to genuinely contend with the four conglomerates, while she herself would step into the limelight to confront them directly. Old Zhang's expression grew solemn. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Recently, the quantity of watermelon and tomato seeds we have been distributing to the seed stores under our jurisdiction on the Imperial Star has been steadily increasing, and the four conglomerates are already expressing dissatisfaction. Among them, the Wang and Zhao families have even approached me, demanding that I promise not to supply watermelon and tomato seeds to other seed stores outside the Imperial Star. Otherwise, they would consider suspending the supply of certain vegetable seeds to us. If that happens, some seed stores on various planets may face closure due to a lack of seeds to sell. If the four conglomerates unite and shut down their seed stores as well, the independent breeders would find themselves unable to purchase seeds. The situation could regress to a time decades ago when only the four conglomerates and a few institutions could supply vegetables and fruits. Lin Man frowned, realizing that the repercussions of a deteriorating situation were even more severe than she had anticipated. It was no wonder His Majesty wanted to take action against the four conglomerates. These families were indeed ticking time bombs within society. If they conspired together, the consequences could be dire. Of course, I believe they wouldn't dare to be excessively brazen. With His Majesty's presence, should they truly attempt such a thing, he would undoubtedly respond with formidable measures. Thus, my suggestion is to initially focus on a couple of planets surrounding the Imperial Star. If we only target 2 or 3 planets, the four conglomerates should not completely sever ties with the Agricultural Science Institute. Lin Man glanced at old Jiang, sensing a hint of cunning in his reasoning. Increasing the distribution to 2 or 3 more planets, was that really a significant gain? Perhaps this was indeed His Majesty's strategy. After all, in recent years, the Institute seemed to have continuously tested and tugged at the four conglomerates, gradually reaching its current position. Perhaps sensing Lin Man's thoughts, old Jiang cleared his throat. How many senior breeders do you currently have on your side? If you have sufficient manpower, the Agricultural Science Institute is willing to accept not just watermelon and tomato seeds, but other vegetable seeds as well. The Wang and Zhao family's audacity in making such impolite requests is simply due to the Institute's current heavy reliance on them. If he can find new vegetable seed suppliers, would he still fear a complete fallout with them? As long as the vegetable seeds in the market remain uninterrupted, independent breeders can play their part. The four conglomerates can forget about monopolizing the market entirely. Lin Man immediately grasped old Zhang's intent. If the four conglomerates were indeed to close their seed stores, relying solely on the Agricultural Science Institute, how many senior breeders would be necessary to maintain normal operations across all of the Institute's seed stores? She was certainly eager to assist the Institute in breaking free from its dependence on the four conglomerates for seeds. Old Zhang's eyes lit up. If we consider our current sales, excluding watermelon and tomato seeds, around 5,000 to 6,000 should suffice. However, if the four conglomerates shut down their seed stores and all independent breeders turn to us for seeds, we would need at least 20,000 to 30,000 senior breeders to sustain operations. Breaking the four conglomerates' monopoly will not be an easy feat. Just 20,000 to 30,000 senior breeders? Lin Man murmured softly. Old Zhang's eyes widened. How many breeders do you currently have under your command? Chapter 141. The breeding farm finally sees results. Lin Man glanced at old Jiang. Not too many, just under 2,000. She managed to provide a rough estimate. Since they were about to collaborate, it was only right to instill some confidence in her partner. Old Zhang's eyes widened. 2,000? How is that possible? Senior breeders are not something you can easily cultivate. After a moment of contemplation, old Jiang finally spoke. In that case, please send us watermelon and tomato seeds in double the quantity this time. After that, if you have the capacity, assist us in cultivating some vegetable seeds as well. The price will be the same as for the watermelon and tomato seeds, and the Institute will provide you with a share. Lin Man pondered for a moment. The profit from vegetable seeds is not as high as that from watermelon and tomato seeds. I can offer you an additional 50%, but I truly cannot provide more. Running a seed store incurs costs, and the differences between vegetable seeds and fruit seeds are significant. Their normal sale is crucial for the livelihood of the population. So, I hope you can understand. Very well. Lin Man finally acquiesced. At the same time, she resolved to intensify efforts to continue cultivating senior breeders. Having just under 2,000 senior breeders was still inadequate. She needed to rapidly increase their numbers to over 10,000 or even 100,000. Upon hearing Lin Man's agreement, old Jiang felt a sense of relief wash over him. Finally at ease, he turned to chat with Lin Man about other topics. By the way, Madam Marshal, do you still have any of that sorghum liquor? Upon mentioning the sorghum liquor, old Jiang couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling the urge for a drink rising within him. It was a pity that the Madam Marshal didn't own a distillery. Otherwise, Man's Culinary Culture Company would have another profitable venture. Of course. I'll have someone send you 10 cans tomorrow, Lin Man generously replied. Old Jiang was indeed very generous with her. It was only right to give a little something in return. Thank you, Madam Marshal. Old Jiang quickly expressed his gratitude. You're too polite. Lin Man chatted with old Jiang for a while longer before ending the video call. After the call, Lin Man found Fong Qing's contact information and initiated a video call with her. Subsequently, she shared the details of her conversation with old Jiang. Fong Qing was ecstatic upon hearing the news. The four conglomerates have been a thorn in my side for a long time. With the young madam around, it's only a matter of time before we can deal with them. I'll expedite the background screening process and arrange for more people to enter the Green Wilderness Base, Fong Qing quickly said. The Green Wilderness Base had become a dedicated center for cultivating senior breeders. After the background screening, those who met the criteria would be sent to the base to enjoy specialized training. Once they became senior breeders, they would leave the base and engage in breeding work. Currently, over 1,000 senior breeders had left the Green Wilderness Base and entered the breeding base. According to Lin Man and Fong Qing's prior discussions, they had not intended to keep all senior breeders at the breeding base. Instead, a portion of the advanced cultivators is to be designated for the cultivation of fruit trees and the management of orchards. It seems that the matters concerning the orchards can be approached with patience. Our primary focus should be on the cultivation of vegetable seeds. The screening process does not need to be excessively meticulous. After all, once they enter the Green Wild Base, they will reside and eat there, rendering any information leak impossible. When individuals depart from the Green Wild Base, we will arrange for them to transition to the breeding base. Furthermore, we will implement a regulation stipulating that newcomers to the breeding base must undergo a 2-month confinement period. Thus, even if there are those among them with ulterior motives, any information transmitted externally would take nearly 3 months to materialize. With ample time, we could cultivate 2 to 3 tens of thousands of advanced cultivators within 3 months. By that time, even if the 4 major consortiums were to uncover our secrets, they would be unable to thwart us. Moreover, on the DQ-001 star, they are already at a loss against us, are they not? With military personnel stationed in Man City and its proximity to the front lines, they cannot infiltrate. Our only concern must be to rigorously safeguard the crucial seeds within the breeding base, ensuring that not a single viable seed escapes. Security checks across all major bases must be stringent, and we should also enhance security equipment within Man City, particularly in places like the port and spaceship base, where security checks must be more rigorous. Fong Qing followed Lin Man's line of thought and reflected that Lin Man's points were valid. Yet she still felt the need for vigilance against the 4 major consortiums. The matter of security checks has always been of paramount importance to us. The breeding base has installed specialized protective shields to monitor all seeds with breeding capabilities within the base. When cultivators leave the base, they must pass through 3 layers of security checks. No one dares, nor is anyone capable, of stealing viable seeds from the breeding base. Regarding your suggestion to augment security apparatus within Man City, I will arrange that promptly. Additionally, we will reinforce security measures at the docks and spaceship bases. It would be wise not to relax our vigilance concerning background checks. Perhaps I should convene a meeting with the Background Investigation Department to discuss optimizing the process. Lin Man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Perhaps she had been too anxious. Currently, Man City's development was progressing smoothly, and the capabilities of Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, were steadily strengthening. The phrase quietly amassing wealth had been her mantra for so long. What harm could there be in continuing to bide her time? The longer she remained in concealment, the higher she could leap when the time came. After concluding the video call with Fong Qing, Lin Man settled her thoughts and took a brief respite of nearly 2 hours. She then proceeded to the land of the city lord's mansion and the orchard to stimulate the growth of a fresh batch of vegetables and fruits. Only after her abilities were depleted to a mere 50 did she conclude her work and return. By that time, it was already 4 p.m. Remembering the message from Qin Zhou stating he would return early today, Lin Man prepared to instruct the kitchen to prepare some delightful dishes. Just as she was about to speak with Wu Ping, her light brain chimed. Lin Man glanced down and saw that it was a video call from Qiu Lin, the head of the breeding farm. Over the past month, she had conducted multiple training sessions for the farm's employees and had put forth numerous requirements. The changes at the breeding farm were significant. The livestock were being well cared for. Lin Man answered the video call. Star Master, great news. The 2 pigs and some chickens, ducks, and geese that you prioritized for feeding have had their radiation pollution levels reduced to 0. We also tested the eggs laid by the chickens and ducks, and some of them have also dropped to 0 radiation pollution. Lin Man's eyes brightened with joy. I'm coming over right now, she exclaimed. It was worth the wait. Finally, livestock with 0 radiation pollution were available at the breeding farm. She would finally be able to enjoy some meat. Over the past month, she had sent a considerable amount of vegetables she had stimulated to the breeding farm. Initially, the livestock's radiation pollution levels decreased rapidly. However, as their radiation levels approached a significantly low threshold, the reduction slowed considerably. The farm personnel conducted tests and found that once the livestock's radiation pollution levels dropped to about one of their tolerance limit, there was little difference between feeding them ordinary pure ingredients and those infused with spiritual energy. In other words, the remaining trace of radiation pollution could only be diminished over time. Upon reaching this conclusion, she realized that she still needed to supply the military, the green wild base, and the resort with the vegetables and fruits she personally cultivated. In light of the resource scarcity, she decided to reduce the amount of vegetables supplied to the breeding farm, allowing only livestock with radiation pollution levels below the 1 threshold to consume ordinary pure ingredients. She had anticipated a long wait before the livestock's radiation pollution could be completely eradicated. To her surprise, it had only taken a little over a month to achieve this. After ending the video call, Lin Man instructed for a vehicle to be prepared and hastened to the breeding base. Upon arriving, Qiu Lin was already waiting with his team. Lin Man directed Qiu Lin to take her to see the livestock that had achieved 0 radiation pollution. After confirming the condition of the animals, she instructed Qiu Lin to arrange for their slaughter. Following this, she took the advice to send some of the meat and eggs to the military's Purification Agent Production Center for testing, as well as to observe the feeding of the livestock on site to determine if the meat and eggs were truly consumable. The results from the Purification Agent Production Center would not be available immediately, but the feeding results could be observed directly. The outcome of the on-site feeding indicated that both the meat and eggs were consumable and could, to some extent, reduce the livestock's radiation pollution. Lin Man did not linger at the breeding farm. She had the meat expertly butchered and selected some eggs that were free of radiation pollution before returning to the city lord's mansion. Once back at the mansion, Lin Man found it impossible to sit still. She personally entered the kitchen, directing the staff to simmer several large vats of pork fat. She then prepared several meat dishes, including braised pork, sauced ribs, stewed pig trotters, old duck soup, marinated ribs, and marinated chicken wings. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, tantalizingly enticing. Wu Ping followed Lin Man closely, watching her direct the team busily while being unable to resist the alluring scent. However, she remained vigilant, ensuring that her young mistress did not indulge in the meat before the report from the Purification Agent Production Center was released. Regardless of how fragrant the meat was, it could not touch the young mistress's lips until then. Meanwhile, at the military's Purification Agent Production Center, Liang Han immediately tested the meat and eggs upon receipt. The results astonished him. Not only were the meat and eggs non-toxic and safe for consumption, but they also contained an exceptionally high concentration of purification factors. This potency rivaled that of the grapes sent by the marshal's wife. These meat and eggs could potentially be refined into purification agents, and indeed, they were top tier. Holding the report, Liang Han's expression was one of exhilaration. The marshal's wife was certainly formidable. Excited, Liang Han exited the laboratory. preparing to contact Jung-sun to discuss this matter. However, he unexpectedly encountered Jung-sun just outside his office. "You're just in time. Come in and take a look at this report." Liang-han quickly entered the office. Jung-sun appeared puzzled as he followed him inside. He had come to invite Lao Liang to accompany him to the resort. The upcoming weekend was a break, and he planned not to work, but to visit the Man City resort to join his wife. Of course, it was not merely a vacation. He missed his wife and was eager for the resort's delectable cuisine. Liang-han had married just over half a month ago, and he had asked his wife to arrange for his new bride to also be at the resort. This lad had taken a half-month of marriage leave and had only recently returned to work for a couple of days. Now, another weekend break was upon him, and he was living the good life. Upon entering the office, Jung-sun took the report from Liang-han's hand. After reading it, he was somewhat astonished. This experimental data report is based on the meat and eggs from the star beasts raised at the breeding farm established by the Marshal's wife. Recently, the Marshal had personally captured some star beasts and sent them to Man City. He was filled with curiosity at the time and inquired about the matter from the Marshal. The Marshal informed him that it was at the behest of the Marshal's wife. Furthermore, he mentioned that the Marshal's wife was preparing to purify the radiation pollution from the star beasts and domesticate them for use as food. He had admired the Marshal's wife's whimsical imagination, but he had not anticipated that she would achieve results so swiftly. Indeed, Liang-han responded affirmatively. The purifying factors contained within the meat and eggs were equal in both quantity and potency to those found in grapes. He was truly perplexed as to how the Marshal's wife managed such a feat. Jung-sun cast a glance at Liang-han. "Just focus on the report. How it was accomplished is not your concern." "Very well. Shall we personally deliver this report to the Lord of the City? We might as well enjoy a meal while we're at it. I have yet to taste star beast meat. If the Marshal's wife anticipates it, the flavor must be exquisite." Liang-han paused, suddenly recalling something.
All right.
"It's Friday anyway, and I had promised my wife to return to Man City." Thinking of his wife, a blissful smile spread across Liang-han's face. Since his wife worked in Man City, he had used his savings to purchase a marital home there, conveniently located next to the resort where she worked. Upon learning that Liang-han had bought a house in Man City, old Zheng had even purchased a home in the same community. Now their families were neighbors. "Let us go," Jung-sun replied with a beaming smile. The two finished work and set off. Qin-zhou arrived at the Lord's mansion ahead of Jung-sun and Liang-han. Lin Man had already prepared a feast in the kitchen, but because they were awaiting Liang-han's report, the dishes had yet to be served. Seeing that Qin-zhou had returned, Lin Man decided to reach out to Liang-han for an update. However, as she initiated the video call, she heard the ringtone echoing nearby. Turning her gaze, she noticed Liang-han and Jung-sun approaching. Lin Man hastily ended the video call. "Marshal's wife, Marshal," Jung-sun exclaimed, glancing at Liang-han as they entered the hall with enthusiasm. Qin-zhou observed Jung-sun with a somewhat displeased expression. Yet, Jung-sun paid no heed, beaming as he noticed Lin Man nodding in their direction. "Marshal's wife, here is the testing report you requested."
Dr.
Liang has confirmed that the meat and eggs are safe for consumption and contain a substantial amount of highly active purifying factors, Jung-sun stated. Handing the report to Lin Man, Dr. Liang mentioned that he had yet to sample star beast meat and was curious about this new ingredient. So, he asked me to accompany him in this visit, hoping to experience it firsthand. Upon hearing this, Liang-han shot Jung-sun several disapproving glares. That scoundrel, Jung-sun. He had just expressed gratitude to him days ago, and he was already reverting to his old ways. Jung-sun, however, feigned ignorance to Liang-han's stares, reasoning that it was merely a pretext. After all, he had significantly assisted old Liang, and there was no way old Liang would turn against him. Lin Man, after reading the report, appeared elated.
"See?
The report indicates no issues. We can indulge in a grand feast tonight," she declared, passing the report to Qin-zhou. Chapter 143, expanding greatly. Qin-zhou glanced down at the report. "Let us serve the dishes." He finally relented. Wu Ping promptly acknowledged and hurried to make arrangements. Before long, the meat dishes graced the table, their colors, aromas, and flavors immediately captivating everyone's attention. Particularly, Jung-sun and Liang-han could not help but swallow a few times upon seeing the dishes. "Director Zheng, Dr. Liang, please," Lin Man said, pretending not to notice their awkwardness. The two quickly complied and picked up their chopsticks. Lin Man too grabbed her chopsticks and selected a piece of braised pork. Upon tasting it, the tender meat melted in her mouth, surprising her with its deliciousness. Without hesitation, she quickly reached for a second piece. Having abstained from meat for quite some time, she was truly craving it. After sampling a piece of meat, Qinzhou was also conquered by its flavor, immediately taking a second piece. As for Zheng Sun and Liang Han, once they tasted the meat, they completely lost control. Their chopsticks moved with remarkable speed, their souls seemingly escaping their bodies as they fixated solely on the dishes before them, intent on consuming every morsel. Before long, a significant portion of the meat dishes had vanished from the table. Lin Man, unknowingly having consumed half a bowl of rice, noticed the situation but felt no anger. Remembering something, she retrieved a jar of wine from her spatial ring. I almost forgot this. I can't drink alcohol for now since I'm pregnant. You all enjoy it, she remarked, casting a glance at Qinzhou. Upon seeing the wine, Qinzhou's eyes flickered momentarily. Before he could speak, Zheng Sun interjected, "There's wine?" "Thank you, Marshal's wife. You are truly wonderful. Marshal, let me pour," Zheng Sun proclaimed, already positioning himself between Lin Man and Qinzhou. Then, disregarding Qinzhou's gaze, he grabbed the jar and began pouring. 3 cups were filled to the brim. After pouring, he lifted 2 of the cups. Noticing one cup was particularly full, teetering at the brink of overflowing, he leaned down and took a sip. Zheng Sun beamed, his eyes fixated on the wineglass as he headed toward Liang Han. Seeing Zheng Sun approach, Liang Han set down his chopsticks, stood up to receive his drink, and then, disregarding decorum, mimicked Zheng Sun and took a sip from his cup. The wine's fragrance blossomed on his tongue, a delightful blend of freshness and stimulation that elicited a satisfied sigh from him. The marshal's wife's wine was simply soul-stirring, utterly marvelous. Qinzhou observed the reactions of his 2 subordinates, with a hint of disdain. "This liquor has a rather high alcohol content. Savor it slowly. And don't get drunk," Lin Man cautioned at that moment.
All right.
"Thank you, Marshal's wife. Your wine is truly a masterpiece," Zheng Sun proclaimed loudly, with Liang Han nodding in agreement. With the addition of wine, the 3 men at the table indulged even more heartily. Zheng Sun and Liang Han only raised their glasses to Qinzhou twice, spending the rest of the time either drinking on their own or toasting each other. Lin Man mused that if she and Qinzhou weren't present, these 2 might have resorted to playing drinking games, turning the dining hall into a raucous affair. Recalling the scenes of supernatural beings gathering to drink and play games in her past life, Lin Man felt a sense of nostalgia wash over her. After dining for a while longer, feeling 8/10 full, Lin Man forced herself to pause and left the table. As she was pregnant, she couldn't overindulge. Seeing his wife stop eating, Qinzhou hurriedly consumed a bit more before also leaving the table. Zheng Sun and Liang Han transformed into gluttons, continuing to ravage the remaining dishes. "This is so delicious. Such a feast is a rare occurrence. Even if it kills us, we must finish everything." After Qinzhou departed the hall with Lin Man, they took a leisurely stroll through the vegetable and fruit gardens to help her expend her energy. Her supernatural bloodline was nearly fully restored, making it a perfect time to use her abilities. Afterward, she planned to refrain from going out for the evening, aiming to grow an abundance of fruits and vegetables until her energy reserves dropped to only 20%. Qinzhou watched as countless fruits and vegetables flourished under his wife's care, likening her to a divine being. An hour later, the couple returned to the hall, chatting and laughing, only to find Zheng Sun and Liang Han had just finished their meals. Upon seeing the 2 intoxicated men with flushed faces and bulging bellies, Qinzhou furrowed his brow. "Marshal's wife, you're back?" Zheng Sun slurred, struggling to articulate. "Thank you for your hospitality, Marshal's wife," Liang Han added, somewhat tipsy. Qinzhou frowned again, preparing to reprimand them, but Lin Man intervened. "Director Zheng and Dr. Liang are inebriated. Let us send someone to escort them home. It seems I'll only need to bring out a small bottle of wine next time. Fortunately, they are merely tipsy and Haven tea collapsed." "Very well." Qinzhou agreed and activated his holographic device to make arrangements. Then, he supported Lin Man as they departed. Once upstairs, Qinzhou personally assisted his wife with her evening routine. After Lin Man lay down, he headed to the bathroom for a shower. Once he was done, the man returned to lie beside Lin Man. The soft bed sank slightly under his weight, creating a cozy indentation. Lin Man had already reclined, feeling the dip beside her. She turned over and naturally nestled into the man's embrace. Qinzhou wrapped his arms around her and contentedly closed his eyes. However, mere seconds later, a hand began to wander across his chest. It was a mischievous hand that initially drew circles, but upon sensing his indifference, it became increasingly bold and audacious. A certain someone swallowed hard and seized the wayward hand before it could cause a ruckus, his tone laced with suppressed intensity. Lin Man lifted her head, the darkness of the night obscuring the man's features, which emboldened her further. Darling, I desire you. In that instant, the man's rationality crumbled. Yet at the very last moment, he managed to restrain himself. We must consider the child. Lin Man's voice was soft, akin to an alluring kitten. We're past the safe period. As long as we are not too frequent and take it gently, it should be fine. Don't you want it? Qin Zhou felt himself on the verge of exploding. Not want it? He was nearly driven mad with desire. Each night, he could hold her but not indulge, relying solely on cold water and his own hands. He was almost suffocating. Finally, his reason snapped, and through action, he conveyed to his wife just how much he desired her. The next morning, when Lin Man awoke, Qin Zhou had already departed. She reminisced about the passionate night before, sweet as honey. It seemed that during this time, he had indeed been learning quite a bit. When she inquired if he had learned from watching videos of Li Jiao and En Lang, he merely stated that he had been inspired. He had collected numerous delightful things, intending to explore them together after she gave birth. Well, she found herself genuinely looking forward to it. Lin Man indulged in her thoughts for a while before finally rising. She decided to set aside any trivial worries and focus on her career, determined to expand the company robustly and effectively. Chapter 144. Qianmin is pregnant. Descending to the living room, Wu Ping promptly had breakfast delivered from the kitchen. To her surprise, Fang Qing also had not gone out today. Upon seeing Lin Man enjoying her breakfast, she joined in. It was rare for Aunt Fang to take a day off. Today, she should rest well at home. Lin Man suggested having the kitchen prepare some hearty meat dishes to nourish her. As she spoke, she offered Fang Qing a meat bun. Here, Aunt Fang, try this meat-filled bun. After all, meat was delightful. Having been vegetarian for so long since arriving in this world, she could finally indulge in meat at every meal. Just thinking about it made her feel elated. Fang Qing smiled at Lin Man. All right, let me give it a try. She took a bite, and the deliciousness of the meat filling caused her eyes to squint with pleasure. Unable to resist, she quickly devoured the bun and was just about to grab a second when Lin Man presented her with a peeled marinated egg. This is a marinated egg. You should try it too. Fang Qing replied, savoring the egg, which was equally delightful. Next, Lin Man offered her a fried egg, which Fang Qing accepted and tasted. This fried egg is delicious, she exclaimed, giving a thumbs up after finishing it. If you like it, eat more. The farm's production of meat and eggs will gradually increase. We won't have to worry about meat and eggs in the future. Fang Qing admired her young mistress. Your foresight is remarkable. You've produced such quality ingredients. I initially had my doubts about the farm you wanted to establish, but now I stand corrected. The farm's existence is indeed essential. Then, recalling something, Fang Qing, while grabbing another meat bun, turned to Lin Man. Dishes made from meat are far tastier than those made from vegetables. Should we consider sharing with the shared dining area? With such delicious food, wouldn't it be a waste not to offer it to the guests at the shared dining area? Lin Man glanced over the table laden with food. If they were to only serve at the shared dining area without offering it at the physical restaurant, would it not provoke the customers of the gourmet restaurant? However, if the gourmet restaurant were to also sell meat dishes, the farm would not be able to supply enough ingredients. Additionally, Dr. Liang had reported that the meat and eggs produced by the farm contained abundant purification factors, with activity comparable to those grapes I had induced. From this perspective, those items were not suitable for external sale. The resort's business must not be overshadowed by the gourmet restaurant. Suddenly, Lin Man had an idea. What if we allocate some meat and eggs to the resort? Not only would it enhance the guests' nutrition, but it could also accelerate their pregnancy value increase. She had been somewhat dissatisfied with the slow check-in speed of the resort guests. Accelerating guest turnover would allow her to earn more, right? The Pregnancy Value Enhancement Project had seen an uptick, with couples even announcing pregnancies, leading to an increasing number of reservations. Currently, the Pregnancy Value Enhancement Project had surpassed the gourmet restaurant, becoming the second most profitable project under her company, a true financial boon. Fang Qing pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let us do it. But if the guests taste the meat, they might be even less inclined to leave the resort. Not to mention the current vegetarian dishes at the resort, which had guests lingering. Almost every guest, upon leaving, inquired about purchasing their meals or ingredients. But they had never agreed to sell. Want to eat the resort's food? Sure, just make a reservation. It's 20 million star coins a day, and you'll have to wait in line. Oh, and if the young mistress were to add meat dishes to the resort, The price would need to be raised as 20 million star coins wouldn't suffice. The guests' reluctance was a good thing. They could just make more reservations. Lin Man's thoughts aligned with Fong Qing's as they chatted while finishing breakfast. Once breakfast concluded, they had nearly covered everything. After the meal, Fong Qing decided to put in some extra hours, while Lin Man headed to the fields to expend her fully restored abilities. Life was steady and beautiful. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The number of senior cultivators leaving the Green Wild base had surged, with the number in Man City exceeding 8,000. This abundance of senior cultivators not only met the Agricultural Institute's demand for watermelon and tomato seeds, but Lin Man had also begun cultivating other vegetable seeds for the institute. Elder Jiang, upon seeing the increasing number of seeds sent from Man City, beamed with joy, his mood improving daily. However, he remained cautious, temporarily halting purchases of vegetable seeds from some other institutions outside the 4 major conglomerates, while still maintaining orders from the 4. Moreover, he instructed his subordinates to be respectful and courteous when dealing with the 4 conglomerates, ensuring they believed they still had demands and could buy time for Man City. The entire Agricultural Institute acted in accordance with Elder Jiang's directives, each one secretly relishing the anticipation of the moment they could confront the 4 conglomerates. That evening, after finishing his matters at the Agricultural Institute, Elder Jiang returned home feeling relaxed and content. The household servants brought the meal to the table, and Elder Jiang poured himself some wine, ready to unwind. Just as the couple was about to start their meal, a video call notification chimed. Elder Jiang glanced down and was delighted to see it was from Man City. He quickly answered, realizing it was his son and Qianmin calling. While connecting the call, he told his wife, who eagerly moved closer to him. Once the video call was established, it was indeed Jiang Han and Qianmin dad, mom. They greeted in unison. Why are you two calling back so early? Have you eaten dinner? Elder Jiang's wife asked with concern. Not yet. This afternoon, Qianmin wasn't feeling well. So we went to the hospital for a checkup before returning, Jiang Han replied with a cheerful smile, while Qianmin beside him looked a bit shy. Oh, dear. Is Qianmin all right? The elderly lady's expression turned anxious as she looked at her daughter-in-law. I'm fine, Mom. Qianmin chuckled. I'm pregnant. Jiang Han's face lit up with joy. A few days ago, when his wife's menstrual cycle did not arrive, they began to harbor suspicions. However, the medical facility at the breeding base lacked the capability for pregnancy diagnosis, and seeking leave to venture outside was quite troublesome. Thus, they resolved to wait a few more days before heading to the hospital for an examination, to avoid the risk of premature elation. A week later, still no sign of her period, and his wife exhibited symptoms of pregnancy. Unable to contain his anticipation, he promptly contacted Manager Fong. Upon learning of the situation, Manager Fong took it upon himself to arrange for them to go to the hospital for a checkup. The results confirmed that his wife was indeed pregnant. The journey back felt as though they were floating on clouds, and upon landing, it seemed almost surreal, as if they were treading upon cotton. After a brief moment, the couple finally regained their composure and decided to share the joyous news with their family. Thus, they initiated this video call. In Chapter 145, Li Jiaojiao is pregnant. The expressions of Old Madam Jiang and Old Master Jiang became frozen in disbelief. Hana, what did you say? Old Madam Jiang questioned, suspecting she had misheard. Mother. You heard correctly. Xiaomin is pregnant, and you and father will soon be grandparents. Jiang Han continued. Old Madam Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Her lips could not help but curve into a smile. Although Old Master Jiang remained silent, he anxiously gazed at his son and daughter-in-law. Yes, indeed. She is currently 6 weeks along. The doctor advised that Xiaomin should not overexert herself, to rest well and attend regular checkups. Listening to the doctor is paramount. Let Xiaomin rest well. Old man, please contact the marshal's wife by video call and ask her to grant Xiaomin some time off. I will assist with her duties at DQ001 star. Old Madam Jiang exclaimed, nearly unable to sit still, eager to embark for DQ001 star immediately. Mother. It's not that urgent, Jiang Han quickly interjected. There isn't too much work at the breeding base. Most of our tasks amount to about 40 hours a week. Xiaomin and I have adapted to it, and we can actually finish our responsibilities in even less than that time. Currently, everyone is putting in extra hours, not only to earn overtime pay, but also to meet performance standards for the weekend. Achieving performance benchmarks means the base will reward us with meals. After advancing to senior breeding specialist and departing the Green Wild base, the quality of our meals has changed drastically. While the appearance and taste may resemble those of before, they lack the essence. The fruits previously distributed have also transformed into watermelons and tomatoes, devoid of vitality. Subsequently, the breeding base introduced a policy stating that if we complete more than 130 of our basic workload, we can receive performance rewards, which consist of sumptuous meals imbued with essence. The allure of overtime earnings coupled with the prospect of additional gastronomic rewards motivates everyone, particularly those senior breeders not affiliated with the Agricultural Science Institute, who have contracts with Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, intending to remain at DQ001 star long-term. Most of them aspire to earn enough to purchase homes in Man City. Their willingness to work overtime exceeds that of the Agricultural Science Institute breeders. Although my wife and I are affiliated with the Institute, we differ from other breeders, as we are required to stay in Man City for 6 years. We also hope to acquire a residence there for convenience. With limited savings, our eagerness to work overtime stems not only from the desire for those essence-laden meals, but also to save for a home. Meal rewards? Old Master Jiang keenly caught on to something. Jiang Han's gaze flickered momentarily. Yes, but this is not something we can discuss openly. Mother, father, we called to share this wonderful news with you. After a pause, Jiang Han added, Mother, do you wish to visit Man City? Old Madame Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. I could depart tonight, she declared with fervor. She had longed to join her son and daughter-in-law in Man City, and now, with the news of her daughter-in-law's pregnancy, her impatience was palpable. Jiang Han and Qian Min exchanged amused glances. Coming over tonight seems rather hasty. We need to submit an application first. It must be approved before you can come. Old Madame Jiang's enthusiasm was tempered slightly. Very well, then you should write the application quickly. I will pack my belongings and bring you some things. As old Master Jiang observed his wife's excitement, he felt a pang of melancholy. With their son and daughter-in-law already departed, and now his wife preparing to leave for DQ001 star, he would soon be left alone.
Ah.
How I wish I could visit DQ001 star as well, he lamented, yet the demands of the Agricultural Science Institute were overwhelming. This, alas, was a mere dream. After some time, the family concluded their video call. Following the call, Jiang Han and Qian Min returned to their residence and promptly submitted an application for his mother to visit Man City. Mother coming over? Surely she cannot stay in our dormitory, Jiang Han suggested. Perhaps we should contact the Star Master to see if we can get special permission to move out of the base early. Even if we cannot afford a home right now, renting would suffice. Jiang Han appeared hesitant, contemplating, it's better not to trouble the Star Master. We can just reach out to Manager Fong. All right, he acquiesced. Thus, Jiang Han sent a message to Fong Qing. At that moment, Fong Qing was together with Lin Man, updating her on Jiang Han and Qian Min's situation. Upon hearing the notification sound, Fong Qing glanced at the message. Lin Man noticed the smile gracing Fong Qing's lips and inquired curiously, what is the matter? Fong Qing put away her holographic device. Jiang Han messaged me, stating that he has applied for old Madame Jiang to visit Man City. Additionally, they wish to request early permission to move out, as it would be inconvenient for old Madame Jiang to reside at the breeding base with them. Lin Man pondered for a moment, but Jiang Han and Qian Min haven't purchased a home in Man City yet, have they? I believe not. Previously, per your instructions, I ensured that the breeding base implemented a regulation requiring all breeders to stay at the base for at least 3 months before being allowed to live off-site. Jiang Han and Qian Min's duration at the breeding base has yet to reach 3 months. Then arrange a housing unit for them. Yes. Aim for a villa community of decent quality. Moreover, since Qian Min is now pregnant, it is not advisable for her to overexert herself. Ask her if she would be interested in a clerical position. If she is, we can transfer her to a clerical role at the breeding base. After she gives birth and completes her maternity leave, she can choose her work afresh. Old Jiang is her friend and has assisted her significantly. Understood. Fong Qing replied with a smile. Oh, and regarding old Madame Jiang's visit application, granted special approval without following the usual procedures. Also, when she arrives, don't forget to remind me. We should invite their family over for a visit. She may be too weary to go out, but we can certainly have them come to us. Yes, Fong Qing affirmed once more. Aside from Qian Min's pregnancy, there was another significant matter at hand concerning the Imperial Star. After a brief pause, Fong Qing shifted the topic. What is it? Lin Man inquired, her interest piqued. Li Jiaojiao is pregnant. Lin Man was taken aback, her expression quickly shifting to disappointment. Having departed from Man City over 2 months ago, her recent pregnancy likely indicated a failed breeding attempt within Lang. They had prepared extensively, gathering ample evidence. However, if Li Jiaojiao's child was not in Lang's, the significance of that evidence would diminish considerably. Chapter 146. Rapid Development. Haha, young madam, do not be disheartened. This is indeed good news, Fong Qing replied with a smile. Lin Man's expression reflected confusion. Good news? Indeed. Although she has only just disclosed her pregnancy, in reality, her gestational age exceeds the announced time frame by 4 weeks. Calculating the time, it coincides perfectly with her arrival in Man City. Lin Man was immediately filled with delight. So, does this mean our plan has succeeded? Fong Qing nodded with a smile. Indeed. The reason she delayed revealing her pregnancy until now was that upon returning to the Imperial Star, Xiao Rui had been avoiding her. According to reports from the Imperial Star, Xiao Rui had only returned to his chambers once in the past month. During that time, Li Jiaojiao had drugged him. Lin Man's expression was one of surprise. It's quite commendable that she managed to hold her laughter. Indeed, Fong Qing also chuckled. Now that the Empress is aware of her pregnancy and believes that the child in her womb belongs to Xiao Rui, it is likely that she will soon announce this joyous news to the public. Lin Man composed herself, saying, Then let us remain discreet for now and allow them to revel in their triumph for a while. Once the child is born, we will find an opportune moment to deliver them a grand surprise. The evidence they possess is not yet irrefutable, but once the child arrives, that child will serve as the most undeniable proof. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Man nodded. I truly hope that the days of waiting will pass swiftly, she sighed. It won't be long. The construction of Jua City is nearing completion, and N City has also commenced its development. The number of cultivators on DQ001 star has approached 30,000, and our recruitment of cultivators is now on par with the rate at which the Agricultural Institute is sending personnel our way. As the company's influence expands, more cultivators will flock to DQ001 star, accelerating the pace of planetary development. Lin Man exhaled. The faster the development, the quicker the expenditure. We must hasten our efforts to generate revenue. Yes, Fong Qing's expression radiated confidence. Over the past half-month, the pure ingredients from Man City have seen a bountiful yield. At the current production capacity, it won't take a month for them to fulfill all the orders for pure ingredients from the military. This means that soon, approximately 35% of the military's budget will flow into our accounts. That is no small sum. Furthermore, our collaborative seed cultivation project with the Agricultural Institute has proven to be remarkably lucrative. Coupled with the thriving revenues from shared and offline dining establishments, our company's profitability has already surpassed that of many large institutions, excluding the 4 major conglomerates. We are continuously growing and expanding, maintaining a rapid pace in our pursuit. Perhaps we will soon catch up with the 4 major conglomerates. Consequently, the two resumed their discussion regarding business matters, contemplating how to enhance the projects and earn more for the company. 2 hours later, at the Jiang family in the Imperial Star, Elder Jiang and his wife received yet another video call from their son. Mom, Manager Fong has approved my application. You can set off tomorrow morning. Additionally, the Lord Star Master has learned of Xiaomin's pregnancy and your impending visit, and has gifted us a house. The Lord Star Master also instructed Manager Fong to arrange for Xiaomin to transition to a clerical role. Jiang Han was bubbling with excitement. The Lord Star Master has truly taken great care of him and his wife. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang thought to himself, he has not misjudged who to favor. Madame Jiang was overjoyed. Wonderful, I shall depart tomorrow. By the way, you all must express your gratitude to the Marshal's wife. Indeed, Manager Fong mentioned that once you arrive, our family will visit the City Lord's mansion. Excellent. It is indeed time for a visit. Madame Jiang replied with a smile. The Marshal's wife is a figure of great intrigue and respect among the higher-ups of the Agricultural Institute. She has long wished to meet her. Jiang Han then shared with Madame Jiang some details regarding entering DQ001 star before concluding the video call with his family. After the call ended, Madame Jiang merrily began packing her luggage. Observing his wife's bustling activity, Elder Jiang felt a twinge of discomfort. Suddenly, he recollected something and activated his holographic device to contact Shaolin in the palace. Previously, when news of the Marshal's wife's pregnancy surfaced, the Emperor had boasted to him about it. Afterward, when the Marshal's wife confirmed she was expecting twins, the Emperor had bragged once more. This time, he felt it was his turn to boast. Although his daughter-in-law was only expecting one, he too would soon become a grandfather, wouldn't he? Elder Zhang's video call was quickly answered, and Shaolin appeared on the screen, a faint smile gracing his features, indicating that he seemed to be in good spirits. Your Majesty, he chuckled, I have delightful news to share with you. Elder Jiang remarked with a beaming smile.
Oh.
Xiao Lin's smile widened. What is this good news? Has the Agricultural Institute's seed yield increased again? Elder Jiang's expression faltered momentarily. Ahem. While the Agricultural Institute's seed yield has not increased, the yield from Man City has indeed improved. It is anticipated that within half a year, or perhaps even sooner, the Agricultural Institute will completely free itself from its dependence on seed procurement from the 4 major conglomerates and will instead procure vegetable seeds from Man City. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a scenario. The Marshal's wife is truly remarkable. He now firmly believed that the Marshal's wife was indeed the key figure capable of resolving the monopoly of the 4 major conglomerates. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Lin's eyes before he composed himself. While it is favorable for your Agricultural Institute to collaborate with Xiao Man, external assistance is still external. You must swiftly strengthen your own capabilities. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang's expression grew serious. Your Majesty speaks true. However, the information control in Man City is stringent, making it difficult for us to discern the secrets of how the Marshal's wife is aiding the cultivators in enhancing their abilities. In the worst-case scenario, we might have to wait until the cultivators from the Agricultural Institute return from DQ001 star. Xiao Lin furrowed his brows. Waiting for their return will take at least a year and a half. That is far too long. Elder Jiang pondered for a moment. Perhaps it won't take that long. Xiao Lin immediately turned his gaze towards Elder Jiang. Jiang Han just called to inform me that those entering the breeding base in Man City will be permitted to stay off-site after 3 months. The security of the various breeding bases in Man City is tight, preventing information from leaking out. However, the outside world is not as stringent. Previously, Man City developed its own local network, prohibiting residents within its borders from using external networks. However, such measures have caused considerable inconvenience. Currently, Man City has begun granting access to external networks for certain institutions within its borders and has announced that it will gradually open up completely. In this case, once our Agricultural Institute's cultivators obtain off-site accommodation qualifications, they will have the opportunity to contact us. By then, the secrets of the Man City breeding bases will no longer be secrets to us. Chapter 147. The Emperor is the true master. Remembering the matter concerning his son, Elder Jiang paused for a moment before proceeding to relay the situation. Jiang Han called today to inform me that his wife is pregnant. The Marshal's wife has specially approved him and his wife to stay off-site ahead of time. My wife will set off for DQ001 star tomorrow. At this, a glimmer of surprise crossed Xiao Lin's eyes. So, the surprise you mentioned refers to your son having an heir? Elder Jiang, upon hearing this, recalled that his purpose in contacting the Emperor was to return the earlier boast made in front of him. Therefore, he straightened his posture. Ahem, yes. They called to say that she is indeed pregnant. A sense of pride crept into Elder Jiang's eyes. What of your daughter-in-law expecting twins? My daughter-in-law is pregnant too. Isn't she? Xiao Lin, observing Elder Jiang's expression, easily discerned his thoughts. In that case, I too have good news, he said with a smile. Elder Jiang appeared momentarily dazed. Is it true that Rui's wife is also pregnant? Upon noticing this, Xiao Lin wore a proud expression. Boasting? Does he have the right? Elder Jiang was taken aback, his brow involuntarily furrowing. After a moment, he finally spoke. If His Highness Rui is also expecting, then does your Majesty still intend to acknowledge the Marshal's child? What of the Crown Prince issue? The smile on the Emperor's face instantly faded. Are you questioning my resolve against the 4 major conglomerates? He asked seriously. I harbor no doubts, but do you still uphold your previous decision? To have the Marshal's son be the Crown Prince? Elder Jiang directly posed the inquiry. The Emperor paused for a moment. Of course. Previously, in the face of the near certainty that his eldest son would leave no descendants, he had indeed contemplated nurturing a son through his younger son. He envisioned that by raising his grandson closely, he could alter the boy's mindset. However, the child of Ruer undeniably bore the bloodline of the 3 families, and during his attempts to cultivate his grandson, the Empress and the others would undoubtedly not remain passive. He wished for his grandson to develop according to his own ideals, but the efficacy of that approach was uncertain. Even if it were successful, with blood ties in play, when the grandson eventually wielded great power, he might struggle to act with the necessary ruthlessness against those 3 families. A moment of leniency could lead to further weakness, ultimately causing the collapse of the national policies he had painstakingly built over the years. Now that he had a more secure option, he would certainly not take risks. Furthermore, he felt a sense of guilt towards his eldest son. Allowing his eldest son's child to become his heir could be regarded as a form of recompense. Upon hearing this, old Jiang felt a sense of relief. As for Rui, the matter of the royal grandson would not be settled so quickly. During this period, the conflicts and frictions between the Agricultural Institute and the four major financial groups were increasing. Ruier's wife being pregnant was, in fact, a fortuitous event. The royal family was soon to welcome a new member, which was splendid news, and Ruier and his wife deserved credit for it. During this time, he would treat them with greater kindness. He intended to send signals to the four major financial groups, assuring them that he would support Ruier as his successor. This way, the four major financial groups would likely exhibit more tolerance towards the Agricultural Institute, at least until the birth of Ruier's child. Yes, let us hope that it will be a boy. If they wish to establish their heir swiftly, they could ideally delay it for another year and a half. Old Jiang chuckled knowingly. The emperor is indeed wise, he thought, flattering the emperor. Shaolin cast a sidelong glance at old Jiang. All right, we each have good news. That should balance things out. Following this, he added, as for Jiang Han and the others, communicate with them more. Clarifying the secrets of Mancheng may expedite the development of the Agricultural Institute. Old Jiang glanced at the emperor. Balance? The emperor had boasted 3 times, while he had only managed to do so once, and even that was barely expressed. Moreover, having done so, he found no satisfaction. If it were him, he would also prefer to claim balance. But, alas, who could blame him? The emperor was the sovereign, while he was merely a subject. Thus, old Jiang acquiesced. Shaolin smiled, ending the video call. The following noon, Lin Man received news that old Jiang's wife had safely arrived in Mancheng and was staying in the villa she had gifted to Jiang Han and Qianmin tonight. Let us invite them over for dinner, she decided, replying to Fong Qing with a voice message. She then turned to Wu Ping. Aunt Wu, please instruct the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes for dinner. Qianmin is pregnant. It's the perfect opportunity to help her nourish her body. The ingredients she craves are rich in spirit, beneficial for cultivators, and excellent for pregnant cultivators as well. Understood, Wu Ping replied. Lin Man noticed a voice message on her holographic device and opened it. Young madam, the Agricultural Institute has received a new order. This batch is quite substantial. While most vegetable seeds are normal, the order for cowpeas and eggplants has increased 100-fold. Lin Man smiled broadly. Arrange for cultivation according to their requirements and proceed with shipping. Earlier this morning, old Jiang approached me, expressing his desire to gradually sever reliance on the Qian family's vegetable seeds. The reason for such a large order is to stockpile a batch. Once our production capabilities catch up, we can completely cut ties with the Qian family. Fong Qing paused upon hearing the voice message, then voiced her concern. Completely sever ties with the Qian family? Is the Agricultural Institute not worried about offending the 4 major financial groups and facing their wrath? Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. When Jiang Han married Qianmin, the Jiang and Qian families were already at odds. Old Jiang's choice to first terminate the procurement of the Qian family's vegetable seeds would likely not provoke much thought from the other families. Even if they were to notice, they would probably assume that old Jiang was settling old scores with the Qian family. The other families might not wish to get involved. Moreover, the emperor had liked the post this morning where the empress announced her daughter-in-law's pregnancy, expressing great anticipation for the arrival of a new royal family member. The 4 major financial groups were currently counting on the emperor to appoint Xiao Rui as the crown prince. Under these circumstances, even if they were dissatisfied with the Agricultural Institute, they would endure it to avoid provoking the emperor. As Lin Man spoke, she couldn't help but chuckle. The emperor truly understands our nature and holds them firmly in check. Of course, if I were one of the 4 major financial groups, I would likely be at their mercy as well. The emperor wields great power, and if he were to act irrationally, he could easily find a reason to dismantle all 4 financial groups. In the face of the emperor, they can only comply with his requirements, as long as they are not excessively harsh. Furthermore, the 4 major financial groups, while appearing united, are rife with competition and discord among themselves. They are not one family. How could they truly stand as a united front? Thus, the emperor's victory is merely a matter of time. They are merely dreaming. The emperor has already made promises for the future. Fong Qing refrained from elaborating. The little master in young madam's womb is the future crown prince, while the 4 major financial groups are merely indulging in fantasies. Chapter 148. Old Jiang's wife arrives in Mancheng. Very well, as long as we are aware. We shall fulfill whatever orders the Agricultural Institute places. Old Jiang has agreed to provide cash. As long as the money is readily available, we shall accept any order. No matter how large, our emperor possesses remarkable skills. By merely maintaining a degree of ambiguity with the Empress and Xiao Rui, the restlessness among the four major financial groups has been quelled. The emperor can perform for the Empress, and he can also perform for them. The DQ001 star is developing rapidly. It will eventually rival the four major financial groups. Who knows, perhaps Xi and Qinzhou will become the next four major financial groups. Therefore, they must not rely too heavily on the emperor. Xi and Qinzhou must strengthen themselves and even guard against the emperor.
All right.
I will have them arrange the orders. Lin Man stored her holographic device. Meanwhile, in the beautiful living community of Mancheng, Old Zhang's wife had already been welcomed home by Jiang Han and Qian Min. Upon entering, Old Zhang's wife was thoroughly pleased with the environment and the house. Once inside, she immediately took her daughter-in-law's hand, urging her to sit on the sofa and converse. As for her son, he was responsible for the household chores. In the first 3 months of pregnancy, you must be especially careful. You just sit back and relax. I will handle the household matters. Or let Hunter take care of it. Old Zhang's wife instructed Qianmin mom. I'm not doing much. Besides, we have a housekeeping robot. It's not tiring, Qianmin replied, glancing at the housekeeping robot in the corner. This robot had been provided with the house. The marshal's wife is truly generous, gifting us not only the house and decor, but even a housekeeping robot. Jiang Han and I moved in this morning, expecting to have to tidy up, only to find that there was hardly anything to do. Old Zhang's wife surveyed the interior. Indeed, there's not much to do inside. But the garden outside needs some attention. You young people have work. You won't have the energy for that. I will take care of the garden outside. By the way, is there a seed shop in Mancheng? The garden outside is quite spacious. It would be perfect for planting some vegetables and fruit trees. Now that you are pregnant, drink less nutrient solution. I will prepare your meals from now on. Qianmin smiled radiantly.
No need, Mom.
The breeding base supplies 3 meals a day, all made with pure ingredients, along with fruit. The meals are on par with those at the gourmet restaurant in the capital, even featuring the dishes Dad frequently orders. The food is excellent. If I want to work overtime on weekends, the base also provides work meals. If I don't want to, we can manage with the nutrient solution. Oh, by the way, we went to see the doctor yesterday, and he prescribed some nutritional supplements for me. It is said that as long as one takes it on time, there will be no issues regarding nutrition. You all eat so well? Lady Jiang expressed her astonishment. She was well aware of the prices at the Emperor Star Gourmet restaurant. Although her husband could order meals for free every day, there were limitations on the portions. Occasionally dining with him, she found the limited servings necessitated the addition of nutritional supplements or extra dishes at her own expense. The cost of those meals was truly exorbitant, yet the taste was undeniably exquisite. The breeding base where her son and daughter-in-law resided actually provided such high-quality meals for the cultivators. The marshal's wife certainly spared no expense. Indeed, everyone joked that even after the contract expired, they would be reluctant to leave. Moreover, I believe many people work overtime on weekends just for the meals provided at the base. But what we eat now is nothing compared to before. When we were at the Green Wild base, at this point, Qian Min suddenly paused. Lady Zhang looked at her daughter-in-law with curiosity. Was the food at the Green Wild base truly superior to that of the gourmet restaurant? Qian Min glanced around, deciding to reveal the matter of the spiritual ingredients to her mother-in-law. After all, since her mother-in-law had already arrived in Man City, she wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Furthermore, since the Star Master had permitted them to stay out overnight and live with her mother-in-law, he must have anticipated that they would share some information with her. Additionally, the Star Master had previously mentioned inviting their family to dine at the City Lord's mansion, where they would surely enjoy spiritual food. Even if she didn't mention it, her mother-in-law would eventually discover it. Thus, Qian Min gave Lady Zhang an affirmative response and went on to explain how the Green Wild base utilized spiritual ingredients to help enhance the cultivator's abilities. Unfortunately, after leaving the Green Wild base, the company had ceased to provide spiritual food. Spiritual food had become a weekly reward, only available to those who completed 130 or more work units in a week. My brother Han and I had been working overtime daily, partly to earn a bit more money, and partly for that rewarding meal of spiritual food. Although we had already advanced to senior cultivators, spiritual food still offered us considerable benefits. After consuming spiritual food, our wood elemental power would become more refined, making it easier to breed or cultivate crops. My brother Han and I speculated that if we could consistently consume spiritual food, perhaps our wood elemental power could swiftly reach its zenith, or even surpass the advanced level. As she spoke, Qian Min's face was filled with anticipation. After tasting the spiritual food, they felt fortunate to be staying at DQ001 star for 6 years, rather than just the 1 year and 8 months that other agricultural institute cultivators spent before leaving. Lady Jiang was utterly astonished. Her husband had always been curious about the secrets of cultivating senior cultivators in Man City and had sought to uncover the truth. She too was intrigued and had planned to find an opportunity to inquire. Little did she expect that before she could actively inquire, she would already know the answer. Do you know where those spiritual ingredients come from? Regarding the spiritual ingredients, she was not particularly surprised. The reason was that her husband had once mentioned to her that he had tasted spiritual wine from His Majesty, which was comparable to an elixir. At that time, she thought he was exaggerating, but now it seemed that it truly might be spiritual wine. Qianmin shook her head. I'm not sure. The impact of spiritual ingredients on cultivators is so significant that it would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest secret of Man City. How could they possibly uncover it? Remembering something, Qianmin turned to her mother-in-law. Mom, you'd best not mention the matters of Man City to Dad. Lady Jiang looked at Qianmin, who, with a troubled expression, continued, we signed a confidentiality agreement with the company. Moreover, the surveillance in Man City is quite strict, and the punishment for spies is severe. Perhaps even if the news hasn't leaked yet, those who might have spread it could already be apprehended. The Star Master is quite considerate towards our family, if a scandal were to arise. Lady Jiang's expression froze momentarily, then she chuckled. Rest assured. I came here solely to take care of you. I have already resigned from the Agricultural Institute. Your father cannot influence me. Chapter 149. Astonishment at Lady Jiang. Indeed. She had contemplated discussing this matter with her husband. However, after hearing her daughter-in-law's words, she decided against it. Her son, daughter-in-law, and little grandson were all in Man City. And she herself was also in Man City. She could not take any risks. In fact, she felt that waiting a bit longer regarding the Agricultural Institute was not a problem. After all, as Man City became more open, news would eventually spread. Eventually, when the cultivators from the Agricultural Institute returned to the Emperor Star, they would carry the news back with them. That would be fine, Qianmin replied, feeling relieved. She then continued discussing other matters with her mother-in-law. Before long, evening arrived and the family tidied themselves up and headed to the city lord's mansion. Lady Jiang finally met Lin Man. Observing Lin Man's visibly pregnant belly confirmed the news her husband had shared with her. It appeared that the marshal's wife was indeed expecting twins, with a larger belly than other expectant mothers at the same stage. Lin Man warmly welcomed the family, inviting them to sit in the sofa area. Servants brought tea and fruit platters. Lady Jiang finally tasted the flavor of spiritual fruits and spiritual tea. After tasting them, she felt that the flavor of the spiritual ingredients surpassed even her husband and daughter-in-law's descriptions. This sentiment was further reinforced after she savored the dishes served at the city lord's mansion. Previously, she had regarded the meals at the Emperor Capital's gourmet restaurant as the pinnacle of deliciousness. Now, however, she believed that the dishes at the city lord's mansion were the true invincible delicacies, especially the meat dishes, both in texture and the spiritual energy contained within them, offered a more intense stimulation to the spirit, making them incredibly delectable. Lady Jiang, who prided herself on her elegance and dining etiquette, found it exceedingly difficult to maintain her composure in the face of such exquisite food. Fortunately, Lin Man occasionally engaged her in conversation, allowing her to enjoy her meal without losing her poise. After chatting a bit about the recent happenings of Mr. Jiang, Lady Jiang brought up the topic of wine. He has quite the craving for wine. He says your wine is the best drink in the world. Lin Man chuckled, not entirely agreeing with the notion of wine as a mere drink. While wine was delightful, overindulgence was not advisable. After saying this, Lin Man poured herself a glass of orange juice and instructed the servants to pour Lady Jiang a glass of grape wine. Since I cannot drink alcohol, I shall use this glass of orange juice as a substitute to welcome you to Man City. Lady Jiang raised her glass of wine, gesturing toward Lin Man, and took a sip. The sweet flavor instantly made her eyes narrow in delight. She now firmly believed that the celestial wine her husband had previously mentioned truly existed. This wine was it. Furthermore, the wines her husband had received later were all ordinary wines. The difference between the two was immense. Madame Marshal, this wine is incomparable to those high-proof liquors. Oh, this is grape wine. Moreover, it is made from a special variety of grapes. Not only is it delightful in taste, but it also greatly nourishes cultivators. Due to the inconvenience of transporting those special ingredients from DQ001 star, you won't find them elsewhere. Lin Man did not conceal the fact that the grape wine and the dishes on the table contained spiritual energy. Since Lady Zhang had come, Zhang Han and Qianmin could not possibly withhold the information about the spiritual ingredients. Once a secret was no longer a secret, there was no need for concealment. After all, the news wouldn't spread beyond this point. Or even if it did, others would not be able to obtain the ingredients she had personally cultivated. The entire Jiang family was astonished, taken aback by the marshal's wife's forthright admission. Please do try these new dishes. Because both meat and egg ingredients are scarce. Apart from the city lord's mansion, only the green wild base can supply a meal per day. These meat dishes are highly nutritious and extremely beneficial for cultivators. Enjoying them will be advantageous for you all. The family, suppressing their astonishment, promptly began to eat. Subsequently, Lin Man engaged in conversation with the matriarch Jiang regarding the breeding base in Man City, expressing the pressing need for personnel. Upon learning about the specific benefits offered by the breeding base, Jiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Noticing her evident interest yet restrained demeanor, Lin Man took the initiative to suggest, if you find yourself with some spare time, you could consider a part-time position at the breeding base. Not only would it allow you to care for them, but it would also alleviate any sense of boredom in Man City. Jiang's eyes brightened at the prospect. Is part-time work an option? She inquired, with both Jiang Han and Qianmin looking on with surprise. Lin Man smiled and nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, please note that the benefits for part-time roles are not as substantial as those for full-time positions. The piece rate will also be lower than that of full-time employment. That's of no concern. I merely wish to accompany them to pass the time, Jiang replied. By the way, if I work part-time, will I be able to enjoy the meals at the base? Jiang was particularly concerned about this matter, as her recent culinary attempts had paled in comparison to the exquisite dishes served at gourmet restaurants. Admittedly, her lack of specialized seasonings had hindered her culinary endeavors. And despite her best efforts, she could not replicate those delectable meals. With this newfound opportunity to dine on such meals for free, she was eager to seize it. Of course, you may. Just ensure to arrive before meal times. However, note that the base permits only one entry and exit per day, should you need to take leave. The number of entries should not exceed 2, Lin Man clarified. It wouldn't be appropriate to expect free meals without contributing in some capacity. Once you're inside the base, it would be more prudent to engage in work rather than simply idling about. Jiang understood the rationale behind these requirements and did not find them excessive, recognizing the high value of the meals provided. Very well, she agreed with a smile. Suddenly recalling something, Jiang turned her gaze back to Lin Man. By the way, Madam Marshal, are the seeds from the breeding base available for external sale? She inquired. You see, the house you gifted to Han and his wife has a garden, and I wish to plant some fruit trees and vegetables to beautify it. Currently, they are not for sale, but we do have plans to open a seed store in Man City. If you don't mind waiting a few days, you can choose your preferred seeds once the store opens, Lin Man replied. Excellent. Jiang responded with delight. Their meal concluded with a sense of camaraderie and enjoyment. 3 days later, Jiang, accompanied by her son and daughter-in-law, reported to the breeding base to begin her part-time role. During those 3 days, she had strolled around the neighborhood, becoming familiar with her surroundings. She noted that some of Man City's facilities were not as developed as those in the Imperial Star, and there were fewer options for leisure and dining. Fortunately, Jiang was not one to seek out bustling crowds, and after acclimating to her environment, she proposed working at the breeding base. She realized that her son and daughter-in-law dined at the base for all 3 meals, and with a household robot managing chores at home, she felt it would be more fulfilling to join them at the breeding base rather than remain idle. Chapter 150. Their mother truly is impressive. Working alongside her son and daughter-in-law, she felt reassured. As a part-time employee, she could leave at any moment if they required her assistance. Naturally, Jiang Han and Qianmin agreed and personally escorted Jiang to her new position. Upon entering the breeding base, Jiang was astounded by its scale and efficiency. In comparison to the breeding base in Man City, the Agricultural Research Institute seemed trivial. The Madam Marshal is truly capable. With such resources, it won't be long before we catch up with the 4 major conglomerates, she mused. Once settled into her role, Jiang quickly adapted to her tasks, cultivating watermelon seeds with ease. Each morning, she departed at 8 o'clock with her son and daughter-in-law, enjoying breakfast at the base before working until 5 in the afternoon, when Qianmin finished her administrative shift. After sharing dinner with Qianmin, they would return home. As for Jiang Han, since Qianmin had company, he chose to remain at the breeding base to work overtime. aiming to fulfill his performance metrics to earn the coveted spiritual food rewards, which he intended to share with his wife. While Jiang Han, and Xianmin enjoyed fulfilling and happy lives, far away on the Imperial Star, Zhang Lao was growing increasingly agitated. His wife had settled in Man City some time ago, having only contacted him on the day of her arrival, and he had not heard from her since. Man City was nearly in lockdown, making it exceedingly difficult for him to reach them. Despite his anxiety, he could only wait for them to reach out. On the weekend, as Zhang Lao's impatience mounted, he finally received a video call from his family. On the screen, he saw his wife radiantly seated between their son and daughter-in-law, her smile uncontainable. Without waiting for Zhang Lao to inquire about their situation, Zhang Lao's wife began sharing her recent experiences. "We're doing splendidly in Man City. I'm currently working part-time at the breeding base alongside Han and Min. The work is quite flexible.
Oh.
And the meals at the breeding base are just as delectable as those served in gourmet restaurants. Truly a treat for me. Also, the seed store in Man City has opened. We plan to visit soon to select some seeds for our garden and make good use of it. There's also a new shopping mall nearby that opened today. Many businesses are running promotions, and Min has offered to take me there. Next week, Han said he'd take us to Day City, which is coastal and has some seaside resorts." Although Jiang Lao listened to his wife's enthusiastic chatter, his expression remained somber. While she reveled in her new life, he felt isolated on the Imperial Star. Life at the Agricultural Research Institute was bearable, as he could engage with colleagues, but returning home meant facing the cold silence of a house occupied only by robots. He contemplated staying at the institute for an extended period, postponing his return home. "Father, in a few months, once Man City opens up, you should come and visit," Zhang Han suddenly suggested. "How could I possibly go? I see how happy your mother is in Man City, and I would love to join her, but it's simply unrealistic," Jiang Lao replied. "You wouldn't be staying long-term, just for a few days," Zhang Han reassured him with a smile. "The authorities in Man City are gradually easing restrictions, and there are rumors of upcoming tourist visas being issued. When that happens, you could apply for a visa and spend a week or two before returning." Jiang Lao was taken aback. Is Man City truly going to open up to that extent? Given what exists there, is the Madam Marshal not concerned about the information leaking? Indeed. Discussions are ongoing at the base. I spoke with Manager Fong, and she confirmed that there are indeed plans in motion. They hope to attract investment and residents to DQ001 Star through this initiative, Zhang Han explained. DQ001 Star will not remain locked down for long. Their willingness to relax restrictions indicates confidence in security measures. Though DQ001 Star is close to the front lines, the protective shield is highly advanced, complemented by the presence of military personnel and numerous veterans. In my view, the security level is actually higher than that of some central region planets. After all, even within the Empire's central regions, there are barren planets inhabited by insectoid creatures that occasionally launch attacks on surrounding planets. Although these creatures are not particularly formidable, they can still cause significant damage. In contrast, DQ001 Star, with its robust shield, is impervious to threats from weaker insectoids, while the more powerful ones are intercepted at the front lines. Zhang Lao appeared contemplative. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "Very well, I shall come to visit then." Indeed, regarding the Green Wilderness Base, old Zhang's words had yet to be fully articulated when he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Han. "We have already departed from the Green Wilderness Base and remain uninformed about the situation there. Father, if you are curious about the circumstances in Man City, it would be best for you to come and see for yourself after some time." Old Zhang's expression darkened. Observing his son's resolute demeanor, devoid of any inclination to compromise, he sighed inwardly. "Very well," he grumbled, feeling displeased. Waiting a few months isn't a significant burden. Yet the crux of the matter is that he does not wish to wait, and there are no alternatives available. Enough. We have discussed nearly everything pertinent. We still need to visit the seed shop to select seeds, so let us conclude this conversation. Old Madame Jiang, noticing the tension between her husband and son, interjected. "How can you say we have talked enough after just a few exchanges?" Old Jiang, sensing the escalating tension, quickly responded, "What more do you wish to convey? Speak swiftly. We have matters to attend to. Let it be understood that you should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. What you wish to know can be observed in due course. We have all signed confidentiality agreements and cannot breach the regulations. Although you are in the Imperial Star, we remain in Man City. The Marshal's wife has been exceedingly kind to us, and we do not wish to engage in actions that might cause annoyance, leading to loss of face later on. They're not merely residing in Man City for a few months, but rather for several years. The significance of some information is minimal, and the Agricultural Research Institute will soon ascertain it. Thus, any potential leak holds little value. Old Zhang's expression hardened. You said it. Very well. It appears you have nothing further to say. I'm hanging up. Old Madame Jiang interrupted her husband, promptly disconnecting the video call. Jiang Han and Qian Min, observing from the side, exchanged glances, silently giving their mother a thumbs up for her boldness in standing up to their father. On the other side, old Jiang, witnessing the terminated video call, felt a surge of frustration he could not express. After a brief moment of contemplation, he managed to compose himself. After pondering for a while longer, he retrieved Lin Man's contact information and initiated a video call. Chapter 151. Renewed Collaboration. Lin Man was engaged in prenatal education with her children when she received the video call from old Jiang. Pausing her session, she answered the call. Old Jiang. She greeted, as the video connected. Marshal's wife. Old Jiang returned the greeting. I must thank you for the assistance you've provided my family. From facilitating job transfers to securing housing and organizing part-time work, you've truly endeared yourself to them. Oh, it was no trouble at all. I merely lent a helping hand within my capacity, Lin Man replied with a smile. Old Jiang glanced at Lin Man. I heard from Jiang Han and the others that the Marshal's wife is planning to open up some tourist visas for DQ001 star? Yes, that is indeed in the works. If all goes smoothly, we should begin implementation next month, Lin Man responded cheerfully. A thought crossed her mind, and she turned to old Jiang. If you're interested, you are welcome to come and see for yourself when the time comes. Our cities are newly established and in need of both personnel and investment. Your visit might unveil some promising investment opportunities. However, old Jiang remained unmoved by Lin Man's words. A planet designated for agriculture, with most of its land allocated for cultivation bases, had a significantly lower permanent population compared to residential planets. How substantial could its investment value truly be? Nonetheless, despite his disinterest in investments, he yearned to see it with his own eyes. The upcoming month would align almost perfectly with the period when the Agricultural Research Institute's cultivators were permitted to stay outside. It seemed the Marshal's wife was no longer inclined to withhold secrets from them. Such confidence. Haha, I shall certainly come to observe. By the way, Marshal's wife. Our Agricultural Research Institute has recently recruited another batch of cultivators. Might we collaborate once more? Old Jiang suddenly proposed. Lin Man expressed surprise. What form of collaboration do you have in mind? I am somewhat intrigued. DQ001 star's demand for talent was insatiable, akin to a sponge thirsting for water. Any collaboration beneficial to her interests was welcome. Similar to before, we will send individuals to you, and you will help us train them into advanced cultivators. However, this time we hope for a shorter duration. Our Agricultural Research Institute is genuinely anxious to cultivate a group of advanced cultivators. How many individuals are you proposing this time? Lin Man inquired. Upon hearing there was potential for cooperation, old Zhang's eyes brightened. Well, 15,000. In reality, there were only 8,000, but he was confident that with determination, he could swiftly recruit the required personnel. After all, he was well aware of how the 8,000 had come to be. The Human Resources Department of the Agricultural Research Institute had filtered through the resumes received, selecting the best candidates to join the institute. The remaining candidates were persuaded to sign contracts with Lin Man's culinary culture company. In essence, the good candidates were retained. The difference between 15,000 and 8,000 was merely 7,000. It would not be difficult for the Human Resources Department to relax the criteria to fill that gap. After all, joining the Agricultural Research Institute came with established positions, which held considerable allure for junior and intermediate cultivators. Lin Man's expression shifted slightly. 1.5 years. You will have these individuals for 1.5 years. As before, when the time is up, I will return to you the advanced cultivators. 15,000 cultivators. Even if they are not all cultivators but merely ordinary individuals, will inject fresh vitality into the city, which I certainly desire. 1 year. The salaries for these individuals would be covered by the Agricultural Research Institute. For so many people, even a year's salary was no trivial sum. Lin Man glanced at old Jiang. While the salary is substantial, you are basing your payment on the standard for junior and intermediate cultivators, not that of advanced cultivators. The Agricultural Research Institute can manage this level of expenditure without issue, she pointedly remarked. Old Jiang's expression stiffened. You are well aware, old Jiang, that in this collaborative project, it is the Agricultural Research Institute that ultimately profits more. If you wish for my assistance, I must also receive a commensurate benefit, correct? Old Zhang's face became taut. Yet, 1.5 years felt excessively long. We cannot afford to wait that long. Witnessing the rapid development of DQ001 star made him anxious. He had previously thought that acquiring 5,000 advanced cultivators would significantly bolster the Agricultural Research Institute's strength, securing a foothold in the seed supply market.
Now,
He felt 5,000 advanced cultivators were far from sufficient. Alternatively, if you could propose some other conditions to reduce the time frame, that would also be acceptable. After all, the Agricultural Research Institute is directly accountable to His Majesty as the official cultivator institution. Old Jiang stated earnestly. Lin Man scrutinized Old Jiang once more, exclaiming inwardly how insatiable human nature could be. Indeed, doing too well often incites envy. Collaborating with the authorities, one could not even reproach them for their unscrupulousness, as they held the moral high ground by virtue of their status. Fortunately, this matter was not overly burdensome for her. Very well, continue to assist us in recruiting. On the basis of our previous agreement, for every additional 15,000 individuals you help us recruit, I will reduce the contract term by 1 month from the original 1.5 years. Alternatively, if you find that too challenging, you may also reduce the number of recruits. For instance, as before, we could collaborate on 5,000 individuals. With a collaboration of 5,000, for every 5,000 you help us recruit beyond that, we will shorten the contract period by 1 month. To reduce it by 6 months, you would need to recruit 30,000 cultivators. Old Jiang felt a flicker of temptation. What if I wish to shorten it to 6 months? A year from now? Given the pace of DQ001 star's development, the situation will be unpredictable. The Agricultural Research Institute must seize control of power swiftly. The minimum we can reduce it to is 6 months. However, DQ001 star will not always be in such dire need of cultivators. After this collaboration, we may no longer require such arrangements. Old John's expression became rigid, his inner calculations thoroughly shattered. He had just contemplated reducing the number of collaborators to 2,000 or even a mere 1,000. By doing so, the Agricultural Institute would not need to recruit an excessive number of personnel for DQ001 star, thus enabling the cultivators involved in this collaboration to serve for a mere 6 months. However, the Marshal's wife reminded him that such an opportunity for collaboration might not arise again. The challenge of nurturing a senior cultivator is immense. Relying solely on the Agricultural Institute for training is nearly impossible. Now, with the opportunity being directly presented to him by the Marshal's wife, he must seize it, or he would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Let us convene a meeting to discuss and finalize the number of personnel, Zhang Lao said. At this juncture, the only option left was to continue pressuring the Human Resources Department to mobilize all their resources to recruit as many cultivators as possible. Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. Very well. After exchanging a few more words with Zhang Lao, she ended the video call. Chapter 152. The Sword Revealed. Once Zhang Lao concluded the video call, he promptly contacted his secretary to notify the relevant parties about the meeting. This assembly became a venue for the various departments to exert pressure on the Human Resources Department. Under immense pressure, the Director of Human Resources at the Agricultural Institute ultimately pledged to recruit at least 30,000 cultivators for DQ001 star each month for a duration of 6 months. Among the 30,000 cultivators, 5,000 had been previously promised in collaboration with Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, leaving only 250,000 that could genuinely offset service time, which translates to 150,000 over the 6-month period. Concurrently, limited in recruiting an additional 150,000 cultivators, the Agricultural Institute could shorten their service duration on DQ001 star from 10 months to 8 months. This was merely a preliminary plan. Should the Human Resources Department of the Agricultural Institute exert further effort, it might even be possible to further reduce the service time. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Lao swiftly arranged for a contract to be drafted and contacted Lin Man before the end of the workday. The sooner they signed the contract, the sooner they could commence the collaboration. The development of DQ001 star was progressing rapidly, and the Agricultural Institute needed to expedite its own growth. Lin Man was somewhat surprised at how quickly Zhang Lao reached a decision. Upon learning that Zhang Lao was indeed sending 150,000 cultivators from the Agricultural Institute to assist her, Lin Man once again praised the recruitment capabilities of the Agricultural Institute in her heart. When someone was eager to provide her with talent, how could Lin Man possibly object? She quickly signed the contract with Zhang Lao. Henceforth, the influx of cultivators entering DQ001 star began to surge dramatically. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. The number of cities developed on DQ001 star had increased to 10. Although the Agricultural Institute continuously supplied cultivators to DQ001 star, Man Culinary Culture Company, Ltd., was also relentlessly recruiting. However, the newly recruited cultivators were insufficient to meet the demands of the expanding cultivation bases. Fangqing was troubled daily by the shortage of cultivators. Lin Man had approached Jiang Lao several times regarding this issue, yet Jiang Lao maintained that the Agricultural Institute had exerted nearly all its efforts. That evening, at the city lord's residence, Fangqing, as usual, reported to Lin Man regarding the company and the development status of DQ001 star. Our recruitment efforts are still lacking. Currently, the newly developed cities of Dongri and Xie do not have any surplus cultivators to allocate to the established cultivation bases. Young madam, can we consider slowing down the pace of city development? Due to the company's favorable economic returns and the substantial funds available, the speed of city development had significantly increased during this period. Initially, they had believed that once the cities were developed, growth would follow swiftly. However, reality had proven them wrong. It became evident that without sufficient personnel, all efforts were in vain. Lin Man furrowed her brow. Development cannot cease. If manpower is insufficient, then devise ways to recruit more. Didn't you propose a tourism visa plan earlier? If preparations are nearly complete, then implement it. Open the doors for applications. Regardless of their intentions for visiting, let them come see DQ001 star and take the opportunity to promote it. We need the outside world to know that DQ001 star is safe and brimming with development opportunities. Cultivators may be scarce, but with an imperial population nearing 100 trillion. Even if cultivators constitute just 1% of the total population, the numbers remain substantial. Heiress the plan. Create a proposal to inform the public that they can visit DQ001 star as tourists under their cultivator status, with reimbursement ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 star coins per individual. The specifics can be determined after your meeting. In any case, find ways to attract and retain people. Additionally, during recruitment, lower the requirements and enhance the benefits. Oh, and aside from the cultivation bases, relax the restrictions on other bases. Moreover, all major cities, including Man City, should open their external networks. Those individuals previously sent by the Agricultural Institute have nearly all relocated from the cultivation bases. The word is likely to spread. It matters not if it does. After all, the extraordinary ingredients are not easily replicated by others. Furthermore, as we assist the Agricultural Institute, they are nearly free from their reliance on the 4 major consortium seeds. They are only a statement away from complete independence. Even if a rupture occurs, we are confident in our ability to stabilize the situation for the Agricultural Institute. As of now, the number of senior cultivators on DQ001 star approached 60,000 and continue to rise. With such a significant number of senior cultivators at her disposal, she could not help but consider opening a seed shop, albeit an online one, as the pressures of managing a physical store, in terms of inventory and operations, would be too great. Fangqing nodded in agreement. She had been accustomed to concealing the company as strength, to the extent that she had overlooked their current capabilities and status. Though they had yet to catch up to the 4 major consortiums, they had reached a point where they need not shy away from showcasing their strength. Very well, young madam, I understand, Fangqing replied, raising her gaze. Her eyes sparkled with determination. After long sharpening their swords, it was finally time to reveal them. In addition to this, arrange for the cultivation bases to cultivate seeds for sweet melons, hami melons, and other similar fruits. Then instruct the various bases in Day City to plant these fruits en masse. Once the crops are harvested, offer some for free sharing, and then sell these crops as tangible goods. If the response is positive, gradually introduce other varieties, vegetables, and fruits alike. The fan base for the shared restaurant has already approached 10 billion, and there remains ample room for development. Moreover, we can seize this opportunity to demonstrate to the cultivators that DQ001 star possesses a heritage stronger than that of the 4 major consortiums, with an abundance of superior seeds to bolster their wood spirit powers and advance to senior cultivators. Fangqing felt a surge of excitement just listening. Yet a twinge of unease lingered in her heart, fearing that her young madam's brilliance might draw too much attention. After a moment's hesitation, Fangqing still advised Lin Man. While the tourism visa and the initiative to attract cultivators might raise the scrutiny or even wariness of the 4 major consortiums, it was manageable. However, the matter of the seeds, especially the many genetically superior ancient seeds, if exposed, could lead to dire consequences. After all, The emergence of these seeds could shake the very foundations of the four major consortiums. Moreover, it could also alter the Agricultural Institute's stance towards them. Hearing Feng Qing urge restraint, Lin Man felt displeased. Even if we do not actively reveal ourselves, do not forget that those who departed from the Green Wilderness base have encountered numerous ancient seeds. Do you truly believe they will adhere to confidentiality agreements and refrain from leaking information? Chapter 153. Zhang Lao comes to Man City. Seeing Lin Man's reaction, Feng Qing remained calm and patiently explained, some of them will undoubtedly disregard the confidentiality agreements. However, the aspect of information leakage being exposed is but one facet. The genuine concern lies in whether we are actually selling those crops or their seeds. Young madam, our dealings with those who collaborate with us are entirely distinct. Should outsiders become aware of our possession, they may resort to various schemes to test or even pilfer from us. If they witness us selling, it could threaten their very livelihoods, eliciting a vehement response. Lin Man gradually regained her composure. After weighing her thoughts internally, she finally spoke up. I apologize, Aunt Fong. I have been somewhat hasty. No worries. It is only natural to feel stifled after enduring so much. However, for the greater good, I still advise against publicly announcing our ancient seeds for the time being. Indeed, Lin Man concurred. Feng Qing felt a sense of relief, deeply admiring her young madam. It is a common occurrence for emotions to overshadow reason, yet it is rare to find someone who can heed advice and swiftly amend their course after losing their composure. Moreover, the young madam's growth has been remarkable. She recalled how, upon their first meeting, the young madam was almost completely oblivious to business affairs.
Yet now,
she has evolved into a most competent business magnate. Let us focus on what we can do for now. Oh, and regarding the shared restaurant, while we cannot yet offer those ancient vegetables and fruits, we must still make use of it. The population growth on DQ001 is sluggish, primarily due to the overly singular nature of the industry and the scarcity of job opportunities. Therefore, let us open some factories to produce seasoning packets for items such as oil, salt, and vinegar, which can then be packaged alongside fresh vegetables to create semi-finished dishes for sale at the shared restaurant. This way, should customers find a dish appealing, they can purchase the corresponding semi-finished product to prepare at home. Many patrons have left comments expressing a desire to try their hand at cooking after watching the streamers. But the lack of seasonings has deterred them. With semi-finished products available, we can fulfill their needs. Additionally, I believe we could establish factories for seasoning production and also for snacks and delicacies. Eventually, we could set up a physical supermarket within the shared restaurant. Customers who have enjoyed the offerings could then purchase corresponding ingredients from the physical supermarket to process and create their own meals at home. Feng Qing followed Lin Man's train of thought, growing increasingly excited. But will this not adversely affect our offline gourmet restaurant business? It is precisely because of the uniqueness of our seasonings that the restaurant thrives. If we begin selling them externally, customers might as well buy their own ingredients and have their families cook. There will undoubtedly be some impact. However, the gourmet restaurant's diverse offerings remain a significant advantage. Coupled with our established reputation, it is unlikely to falter easily. As we open up seasoning sales and cooking videos, numerous other restaurants and eateries will emerge in the market, gradually transforming everyone's dietary habits. Feng Qing was shaken by the last statement. The mere thought of altering everyone's eating habits stirred her emotions greatly. Lin Man, observing Feng Qing's expression, found her thoughts drifting. In ancient times, when humanity lacked pure ingredients, many industries blossomed based on the processing of these untainted resources. Countless seasoning factories, along with various food production and brewing companies, achieved immense fame. By focusing on a single seasoning or type of liquor, they could ascend to the pinnacle of domestic conglomerates. As Feng Qing listened to Lin Man's narrative, she could not help but envision the radiant history of ancient times. In the Interstellar era, while technology appears to have advanced, lives remain threatened by radiation pollution, and the pressure of existence weighs heavily. Many yearn for and reminisce about ancient lifestyles. In recent years, the entertainment market has seen a surge in ancient-themed films and dramas, all immensely popular. Lin Man snapped back to reality. Those ancient crop varieties we are currently refraining from selling externally can still be processed internally. For instance, seeds and corn can be transformed into seed oil and corn oil. This should pose no significant issue. Furthermore, we could process wheat into noodles and flour. I believe we can adopt a different approach. In doing so, we not only resolve the issue of production waste, but also create numerous job opportunities. Once the products are available on the market, They should not disrupt the businesses of the four major conglomerates, thus avoiding direct conflict with them. Fong Qing nodded in agreement as she contemplated this. Then let us establish more factories. We can also coordinate with nearby planting bases to cultivate relevant crops for the factories. Lin Man acknowledged with a sound. You may manage the planning as you see fit. Having said that, Lin Man gently caressed her belly. The pace of planetary development must accelerate, not slow down. I hope that when Nen and Lulu are born, we will truly be able to stand toe-to-toe with the four major conglomerates. Recently, she and Qinzhou had settled on the children's names, simple and straightforward. The boy would be called Nen, and the girl, Lulu. She was now in her second trimester, nearing the latter stages of pregnancy. The twin pregnancy made her abdomen feel somewhat cumbersome, and she distinctly sensed a dip in her energy levels compared to earlier. Nevertheless, despite the fatigue, the occasional movements of the two little ones provided her, as a mother, with immense joy. We will, Fong Qing replied. 3 days later, DQ001 officially opened its doors to the public. Man City visibly became more vibrant. Although Lin Man did not venture out, she heard from the newcomers about the influx of tourists. Moreover, Man Food Culture Company, Limited, was also busy, launching extensive advertisements about DQ001 across the Star Network. Recruitment information was also being widely disseminated. A few days later, on Friday, Lin Man finally received news that Elder Jiang would be visiting Man City. She warmly welcomed him and extended an invitation to the Jiang family in advance. On Saturday, Elder Jiang, filled with anticipation, boarded the spaceship bound for DQ001. After the spaceship entered the airspace of DQ001 and underwent scanning and verification, it landed at the spacecraft base in Man City. Throughout the journey, Elder Jiang observed fellow travelers undergoing various security checks before smoothly exiting the spacecraft base. Jiang Han was already waiting outside the base, and upon receiving Elder Jiang, he summoned a hovering vehicle to take his father home. The inspection procedures in Man City are quite stringent, Elder Jiang remarked. I haven't encountered such strict security checks on other planets during business trips. Jiang Han smiled. It's primarily during entry and exit that the scrutiny is more intense. Once within the city, one enjoys greater freedom. DQ001 is a planet that prohibits hot weapons and regulates cold weapons, so meticulous inspections upon entry are to be expected. Furthermore, the breeding base for DQ001 is located here in Man City, so travelers departing must also undergo rigorous security checks. Elder Jiang shot a glance at his son.
Oh,
He replied, with a tone less than pleased. He had only made a single comment, and his son had already launched into several praises for DQ001. Was this truly his biological son? He began to doubt whether he was raising a son for the Marshal's wife. Not only his son, but his daughter-in-law and wife were equally protective of him. Whenever they video called, they refused to divulge any valuable information about Man City. This forced him to undertake the journey himself. Jiang Han noticed his father's expression through the rearview mirror, sensing his displeasure, and refrained from further conversation. Elder Jiang, seeing this, cast an annoyed glance at his son and fell silent. It was not until they arrived at their destination that the father and son exited the vehicle. Upon arriving at his son's home, Elder Jiang was greeted by his wife and daughter-in-law. His wife appeared cheerful, looking even more youthful than before he left the Imperial Star. As for the daughter-in-law, perhaps due to her pregnancy, she appeared slightly more rounded than when she left the Imperial Star, her belly showing a hint of a baby bump. What are you standing there for? Come help me. Lady Jiang beckoned to old Master Jiang. It was only then that he noticed his wife was picking vegetables, and there were already some prepared on the table. Are you cooking? Old Master Jiang inquired as he approached his wife.
yes.
The Lord of the Star heard that we had a need to cook at home and sent me some seasonings. Now that we're not working, we prepare our own meals. Lady Jiang cheerfully replied. After the seed shop in Manching opened, she had selected numerous seeds to bring back. Not only vegetable seeds, but also several varieties of fruit seeds. Whatever she wished to eat, she could cultivate at home. If there were excess, she could sell them to the nearby fruit and vegetable shops. Old Master Jiang looked skeptical. Just before Lady Jiang's expression changed, ready to scold him, he complied. Her face brightened once more. Regardless of Old Master Jiang's fatigue, she directed him to assist her. Qianmin, witnessing this scene, intended to plead with her father-in-law, but was halted by her husband's grip. Jiang Han shot Qianmin a glance and led her back to their room. Dad has been on a spaceship for several hours. Why can't I plead with Mom to let him rest? Helping out in the kitchen is not tiring. I can work alongside Mom as well, Qianmin argued. Jiang Han glanced at his wife. Only mom can handle dad. I picked him up from the spaceship base. And hasn't he given me a pleasant expression since we got in? Trust me, let mom handle him. With her around, his mood might change in no time. Xian Min stiffly nodded. Oh, fine, she conceded to her husband's reasoning. Meanwhile, at the dining table in the living room, Lady Jiang instructed Old Master Jiang to help her pick the second type of vegetable. Old Master Jiang stole several glances at his wife before suddenly exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Lady Jiang did not even lift her head. Feeling slightly defeated, Old Master Jiang tossed the green beans back into the basin. Earlier, when I was on the Imperial Star, you all contacted me, saying that the video conference would be monitored and refused to discuss the matters of the cultivation base in Mancheng. You even insisted that I come here myself. Now that I am here, a single glance from Lady Jiang silenced him. You just arrived home, and you're already so anxious? I never mind, just consider me eager. I am incredibly curious about how the Marshal's wife cultivates those cultivators, enabling their rapid advancement. Lady Jiang glanced at her husband and finally ceased her teasing. What else could it be? There are plenty of ancient seeds, along with spiritual ingredients that enhance the growth of Wood's spiritual power. Is there really a plethora of ancient seeds at the Greenfield base? Old Master Jiang inquired excitedly. From new varieties of grapes to watermelons and tomatoes, they had long suspected that the Marshal's wife possessed numerous ancient vegetable and fruit tree seeds. It now seemed their conjecture was indeed accurate. Yes. According to Han and Xiaomin, there are hundreds of vegetable seed varieties at the Greenfield base and dozens of fruit seed varieties. The varieties sold by our Agricultural Science Institute all have corresponding ancient high-yield versions at the Greenfield base. There are also varieties that your Agricultural Science Institute and the market do not have. Old Master Jiang's eyes widened. Each variety has a corresponding ancient high-yield version? And dozens of fruit seeds? What does this imply? If the Marshal's wife were to sell those seeds externally, not only would the Agricultural Science Institute be finished, but the seed shops of the 4 major conglomerates would also face ruin? Exactly. Moreover, some vegetable varieties do not even exist on the market. Unfortunately, the vegetables produced at the Greenfield base are only supplied to the military. Others cannot obtain them at all. Old Master Jiang felt a tumult within. His mind raced with plans on how to approach Lin Man for cooperation. However, after considering several proposals, he felt none would sufficiently attract the other party's interest. What are these spiritual ingredients? Thus, Old Master Jiang set aside the matter and continued to question his wife. Lady Jiang smiled at him. You've tried that thing yourself. Old Master Jiang looked puzzled. Lady Jiang did not keep him in suspense and mentioned the matter of the wine. Earlier, I thought you were exaggerating, but that time, I truly tasted the flavor of the celestial brew from the Marshal's wife. The wine His Majesty gave you, that time must also have been brewed from spiritual grapes. Whether it's spiritual fruits or vegetables, the spiritual energy within is a tremendous boon for cultivators. With an abundance of ancient seeds to hone the wood's spiritual power and nourishing spiritual ingredients as assistants, as long as the individuals entering possess wood's spiritual power, they can be nurtured into advanced cultivators. Old Master Jiang was taken aback. ISNT talent taken into account? Of course. Those with good talent progress quickly, while those with poor talent progress slowly. But even slowly, it depends on whom they are compared to. Without a sufficient variety of seeds to practice with, and without spiritual ingredients to nourish them, even the most gifted cannot succeed. Take this couple for example. Their talent is strong, but because they struggled to obtain fruit seeds for practice, they were stuck as intermediate cultivators for years. Only after painstakingly acquiring fruit seeds and honing their wood's spiritual power for a long time did they finally advance to advanced cultivators. Those advanced cultivators at the Agricultural Science Institute, who among them did not rely on opportunities or family backgrounds to achieve their status. Such a waste. Aside from the 4 major conglomerates that hold a vast number of fruit seeds, who else could cultivate a large number of advanced cultivators? Only the Lord of the Star could do so. Moreover, the resources in the Lord of the Star's possession far surpass those of the 4 major conglomerates. If she wished, the DQ001 star could potentially give rise to countless advanced cultivators. The Lord of the Star is truly formidable. She believes that one day she will eclipse the 4 major conglomerates and stand alone in glory. Upon hearing this, Old Master Jiang's face turned pale. Do you know where these spiritual ingredients come from? Furthermore, how many spiritual ingredients does the Marshal's wife possess, capable of disregarding talent, rapidly transforming cultivators with wood's spiritual power into advanced cultivators? Such terrifying things exist in this world. If their Agricultural Science Institute could obtain these They would not fear dealing with the 4 major conglomerates. Lady Zhang shot her husband a disapproving glance. That is their core secret. How could I possibly know? Old Master Zhang's expression fell. His emotions remained turbulent for quite some time. After a long while, he finally managed to calm himself. The Marshal's wife dares to allow the cultivators at the breeding base to stay overnight and even opens up tourist visas. It seems she does not mind that I know about the ancient seeds and spiritual ingredients. Moreover, she must possess enough confidence, believing that outsiders cannot obtain ancient seeds or spiritual ingredients from Mancheng. Reflecting on what he had witnessed upon entering the airspace of DQ-001 star, Old Master Jiang could only concede that the Marshal's wife indeed had such confidence. The level of scrutiny and defense on DQ-001 star was not much inferior to that of the frontline camp planets. Furthermore, a considerable number of military personnel and retired militia were stationed there, and with strict control over mechs and weaponry. Attempting to take away seeds with breeding capabilities from this planet without permission would be akin to chasing a delusion. Oh, right. Spiritual ingredients not only provide a great boost to cultivators, but also have significant effects on ordinary people. They can greatly reduce radiation pollution and even enhance fertility. The Fertility Enhancement Project of Man Culinary Culture Company Limited utilizes spiritual ingredients to help participants regulate their bodies and improve their fertility levels. Previously, the Lord of the Star had initially intended for Han and Xiaomin to stay at the resort, but they remained at the Greenfield base instead. Upon hearing this, the Lord of the Star did not object, precisely because the Greenfield base also provided meals made from spiritual ingredients, with the quality nearly on par with that of the resort. Old Master Jiang was once again astonished. However, with the prior shock as a foundation, his complexion did not turn pale this time. Before I arrived, His Majesty shared some news with me. It is said that the military has developed purification agents of a high grade and above. These agents are highly effective against radiation pollution of SS and even SS levels. The military's elite squad and those high-ranking generals have been exchanging a significant amount of military merit lately to acquire these advanced purification agents.
Additionally,
many among them have registered for marriage during this period. Some are the result of free love, while others have been facilitated through the mainframe's matchmaking. The radiation pollution levels of these individuals are quite high, severely impacting their pregnancy values, with some even plummeting below 1. Under normal circumstances, they should not be able to find suitable spouses. Thus, the advanced purification agents developed by the military are based on the spiritual ingredients provided by the Marshal's wife?
Ah.
Everything makes sense now. Oh, but the old Lady Jiang does not seem particularly interested and responds perfunctorily. Seeing this, Old Man Jiang feels a bit annoyed. However, considering that his wife has already resigned from the Agricultural Research Institute, the matters of the institute are, in principle, no longer her concern. Though he is angry, he can only suppress it. All right, this amount of vegetables should suffice. The Star Master has invited us to dine at the City Lord's mansion tonight. So, let us eat lightly at noon, remarked Old Lady Jiang. Old Man Jiang was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard his wife speak so candidly about taking advantage of a situation. Noticing her husband's expression, Old Lady Jiang shot him an irritated glance. Aren't you looking for spiritual ingredients? The Star Master's family consumes them daily, and there are even meat dishes. If you don't wish to save room, you need not. Meat dishes? He inquired.
Yes.
In ancient times, people raised livestock, and the dishes made from the meat of these animals were called meat dishes. The Star Master has established a breeding farm in Man City to domesticate the same species of star beasts that were used as livestock in ancient times. According to the Star Master's account, she has fed those star beasts with a considerable amount of spiritual ingredients, thereby reducing their radiation pollution levels to 0. Consequently, their meat and eggs became edible and transformed into new spiritual ingredients, containing far more spiritual energy than spiritual vegetables. Moreover, the taste of the meat and eggs from those star beasts is indescribably delightful. Tonight, consider yourself fortunate. Old Man Jiang was taken aback. Feeding spiritual ingredients to star beasts? Does her family not value spiritual ingredients? What a waste. Not to mention feeding spiritual ingredients, even feeding ordinary purified ingredients would be extravagant. Purified ingredients are precious. Many ordinary people cannot afford to buy even 10 jin in a month. Yet, the Marshal's wife uses spiritual ingredients, which are 1,000 times more valuable than purified ingredients, to feed star beasts. Even if the star beasts become spiritual ingredients in return, what they consume far outweighs the meat they provide. No matter how one calculates it, it is wasteful. Old Lady Jiang rolled her eyes at her husband once more. The meat tastes so exquisite, and the Star Master is not in such dire need of spiritual ingredients. What is wrong with indulging a little? Earning money is for the sake of enjoying life, right? She is using her own resources. What concern is it of yours? Being invited to dine for free is already a blessing for you. Old Man Jiang closed his mouth, recognizing the validity of his wife's words, and replied, "Well, I was just saying." Old Lady Jiang did not respond. "Then I want to be eating later," he added, seeing her demeanor. "If you wish to save room, then save a bit more. I want to see just how delicious those meat dishes truly are. Oh, by the way, will there be wine at dinner? That kind infused with spiritual energy? Now that I think of it," Old Man Jiang inquired. "Yes. There is both high-quality sorghum wine infused with spiritual energy," replied his wife. Old Man Jiang's face lit up with delight. "Haha, splendid. I must partake." Old Lady Jiang gave her husband a disdainful glance and chose not to further engage with him. At noon, Old Man Jiang indeed only ate a little and drank a cup of the sorghum wine he had brought, barely touching the meal. In the afternoon, Old Man Jiang requested that Jiang Han take him for a stroll nearby. Thus, Jiang Han led him to explore a nearby supermarket and park. Clearly, neither location was to Old Man Jiang's liking, and he trudged along the path with little enthusiasm. The breeding base does not allow outsiders to visit, and even ordinary bases have restrictions. Our Agricultural Research Institute's ordinary cultivation base occasionally allows visits, he grumbled while following his son. Chapter 156. Reasoning with Dad is like playing a lute to a cow. Dad, your occasionally refers to situations involving certain leaders visiting the Agricultural Research Institute, right? You are here in Man City for tourism and are not a leader of these bases, so why would anyone invite you to visit a cultivation base? Moreover, has Mom already informed you about the situations of the Green Wild base and the breeding base, the two most significant bases? What more are you curious about? Jiang Han responded, a bit exasperated. Old Man Jiang's expression immediately darkened. I merely spoke a bit more, and you have such a strong opinion? If you do not wish to take me out, then do not. Jiang Han felt helpless. He had long known that reasoning with his father was futile. All right, Dad. I have no objections. It's just that I cannot fulfill your request. Suddenly, Old Man Jiang remembered something. Then will you take me to participate in a part-time job? ISN to your mother working part-time at the breeding base? You should take me as well. I am also a senior cultivator. I can do what your mother does. Since I am here, how can I not see it with my own eyes? Jiang Han's expression froze. He wanted to refuse, but could not muster the courage to do so upon seeing his father's challenging look. Mom is allowed to work part-time at the breeding base because the Star Master permits it. If you wish to go, you can ask the Star Master tonight. If she agrees, I will take you. Thus, he conveyed this indirectly. Old Man Jiang furrowed his brow. Although he was not entirely satisfied with his son's answer, he refrained from scolding him further. Asking the Marshal's wife is just asking the Marshal's wife. Given his relationship with her, it is highly likely she will agree to let him work part-time at the breeding base. Humph. With that, Old Man Jiang glared at his son and turned back. What is there to see in the park? It would be better to return early so we can set off to the city lord's mansion to meet the Marshal's wife. Jiang Han sighed and hurried to catch up with his father. In the evening, under Old Man Jiang's urging, the Jiang family departed at 4:30. Upon arriving at the city lord's mansion, dinner was not yet prepared. However, Lin Man was free and welcomed the family to the sofa area for a chat, offering tea and fruits. Old Man Jiang took just a sip of tea, and his eyes lit up. He quickly drank several more sips and then tasted the fruit. His eyes sparkled even brighter. Not only the tea leaves, but the fruits also possessed spiritual energy. Indeed, all the ingredients at the city lord's mansion are spiritual ingredients. Old Man Jiang, since I left the Empire Star, it has been nearly half a year since we last met. Your spirits remain so high, Lin Man said, feigning ignorance of Old Man Jiang's reaction as she engaged him in conversation. Old Man Jiang reluctantly tore his gaze away from the tea and fruits. Haha, thanks to you. I am well. It is still the Marshal's wife who is truly blessed. Our family will soon welcome new additions, a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. A sight not seen in the royal family for nearly 1,000 years. Upon hearing Old Man Jiang mention the royal family, Lin Man was momentarily taken aback. Looking towards Old Lady Jiang and Jiang Han, she noted their unremarkable expressions. Realizing that it seemed this family must be aware of Qin Zhou's lineage, she continued, Aren't you also fortunate? You will soon be a grandfather. Lin Man smiled as she glanced at Qianmin's belly, which had been confirmed to be carrying a boy after her recent hospital checkup. Upon hearing this news, it was said that the Jiang family was nearly overjoyed. Old man Jiang followed her gaze toward his daughter-in-law, nodding with a smile. Thanks to your support. Our family has been in your care all this time. And the Agricultural Research Institute has also greatly benefited from your assistance. Upon hearing this, Lin Man's heart stirred with caution. Haha, caring for the esteemed Mrs. Jiang and her companions is indeed my obligation. As for the Agricultural Science Institute, I believe you have misinterpreted the situation. It is, rather, they who are tending to us. Oh, by the way, Lin Man appeared to recall something and deftly shifted the topic. Recently, our DQ001 star has welcomed a notable influx of senior cultivators. Mr. Jiang, is the Agricultural Science Institute considering placing additional seed orders? Upon hearing the conversation veer in a new direction, Mr. Jiang paused momentarily. Intrigued by Lin Man's topic, he inquired further how many senior cultivators are currently present on your DQ001 star. Lin Man hesitated briefly, then smiled awkwardly. That number fluctuates daily, and I haven't kept close track. In any case, the breeding work at the breeding center, ISNT, is frantic, as it was a while ago. Aunt Fong even suggested to me yesterday that she wishes to dispatch some senior cultivators to various ordinary breeding bases to enhance their yields. Mr. Jiang's eyes widened. To send senior cultivators to ordinary breeding bases to increase production? ISNT, that a waste. Lin Man chuckled, unfazed by Mr. Jiang's reaction. Indeed. With the increasing number of senior cultivators at the primary breeding bases, yet few new orders from the company. Keeping them all at the breeding bases to produce seeds seems rather futile. Coincidentally, our ordinary breeding bases are in dire need of manpower. So sending senior cultivators to assist there is quite fitting. Oh, and I have plans to develop several cities specifically for fruit cultivation, cities like Apple City, Pear City, and Grape City. Once these cities are established and the orchards are planned, we can assign senior cultivators to those locations. It would indeed be more suitable for them to manage orchards rather than assist in cultivating soil-grown vegetables at ordinary breeding bases. The physical online supermarket for the shared restaurant has commenced operations and is performing remarkably well. The inventory and variety of both vegetables and fruits are continually expanding. Mr. Jiang felt a thrill. The thought of fruit cities emerging on DQ001 star filled him with excitement and envy. He had merely envisioned the Agricultural Science Institute establishing a few orchards and having senior cultivators maintain them to yield exquisite fruits. Yet, the marshal's wife envisioned entire cities dedicated to fruit cultivation. Not only did she dare to dream, but she also possessed the capability to realize those dreams. He had to admit that the disparity between himself and the marshal's wife was vast. The gap between the Agricultural Science Institute and Lin Man's Gourmet Culture Company was equally significant. So, will you be selling fruit seeds then? Mr. Jiang asked, suddenly struck by the thought. After posing the question, he gazed intently at Lin Man, eager for her response. Although the Agricultural Science Institute had acquired new varieties of grape, watermelon, and tomato seeds, the fruit market was still predominantly monopolized by the four major conglomerates. These conglomerates tightly controlled the fruit seeds in their possession, managing the supply of all fruits other than the newly acquired grape, watermelon, and tomato seeds. To break this monopoly, an extensive introduction of various fruits or seeds into the market was imperative. The distinction between the former and the latter was substantial. Should it be the former, the provider would emerge as the fifth conglomerate, joining the ranks of the four major conglomerates to monopolize the market. Chapter 157. Adapting to the Times. He did not wish for the marshal's wife to become the latter. Otherwise, a conglomerate with military backing would be far more terrifying than the current four. At least the four were held in check by the emperor. When the time came that they could not be restrained, they could be easily dismantled. But with the marshal's wife backed by the military, who would dare to act against her? A single misstep could destabilize an empire that had enjoyed peace for thousands of years. That would truly be a calamity. Indeed, Lin Man replied earnestly. If the Agricultural Science Institute is willing, we could also share the sales rights of the seeds with you. Mr. Jiang, being a confidant of the emperor, made Lin Man acutely aware that if she failed to respond satisfactorily to him today, it could certainly arouse the emperor's suspicion. It might even lead to a cessation of support for DQ001. She had no intention of becoming a monopolist more formidable than the four major conglomerates, nor of collaborating with Qinzhou to control the entire empire. Pure, wholesome ingredients were the cornerstone of everyone's health and well-being. They should not be monopolized. At present, she was merely amassing capital to empower herself swiftly, allowing her to make her mark. Her ultimate goal was to enhance the production of pure ingredients, making them affordable and accessible to all, thereby enabling humanity to gradually transition away from nutrient-liquid diets and return to an era centered around wholesome food. In this regard, her ideals aligned with those of the emperor and Mr. Jiang. She harbored her own aspirations as well. While relinquishing the chance to monopolize was indeed regrettable, the knowledge she possessed about pure ingredient processing, coupled with her innate wood-based abilities, would present her with countless opportunities. Just as she had previously discussed with Fong Qing, excelling in a few key products within an industry could suffice to establish a conglomerate. As for her, she had countless food-related products swirling in her mind. She recognized that the knowledge of food that people in this era lacked could place her ahead of many. Once the landscape of the pure ingredient market transformed, she was certain she would ascend to the position of the empire's wealthiest individual. Mr. Jiang was taken aback. Really? He then could not help but regard Lin Man with skepticism. Lin Man smiled and nodded. Indeed. However, it will not be free. If the Agricultural Science Institute is interested, we can formalize a contract now. For vegetable seeds, each variety is priced at 3 billion star coins, along with assistance in recruiting 100,000 cultivators. For fruit seeds, each variety is 5 billion star coins, also with assistance in recruiting 100,000 cultivators. Upon signing, I will provide you with the seeds that can be bred. You may take them back to cultivate and then sell. Of course, we have not entirely relinquished the sales rights of the seeds. Once we establish our own seed store in the future, those seeds will be available for sale as well. Lin Man gazed earnestly at Mr. Jiang, her expression conveying sincerity. The Jiang family was left utterly astonished. Previously, they had believed it almost impossible to procure breedable seeds from Man City, yet now they were being offered directly. Although a price was to be paid, it was not exorbitant.
All right.
I shall purchase both vegetable and fruit seeds. Let us proceed with the purchase. Oh, by the way, how many varieties of vegetable and fruit seeds do you have on hand? The opportunity was before him, and he intended to seize all that he could. However, this would likely require a staggering sum of money. Upon returning, he would need to contact the emperor personally to secure the funds. Lin Man's gaze flickered. For vegetables, there should be over 1,000 varieties, and for fruits, around 300 to 400. Let us hold off for now. I'll compile a list and send it to you. You can select whichever varieties you prefer. Before the apocalypse, the diversity of vegetables and fruits had far exceeded this. The seeds she possessed were merely those she had collected and preserved. It was a pity that in her past life, she hadn't been diligent enough. Otherwise, she could have safeguarded many more heirloom seeds. Mr. Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent, excellent, he repeated enthusiastically. Lin Man felt a surge of joy within her, thinking, the Agricultural Science Institute truly has more to offer. Things are progressing smoothly on my end. I hope Aunt Fong's discussions with the Qian family go just as well. Indeed, with the opening of DQ001 star, not only had Mr. Jiang come to Man City, but representatives from the Qian family of the 4 major conglomerates had also arrived, invited by Aunt Fong. Long before DQ001 star officially opened to the public, she had once again discussed the issue of the planet's labor shortage with Aunt Fong. Ultimately, their consensus was to loosen the restrictions on seeds in exchange for manpower and funds. But who would they trade with? Their first thought was the Agricultural Science Institute, given its prominent reputation and the emperor's backing. The Agricultural Science Institute has already been heavily strained by them, and further extraction is unlikely to yield much strength. Placing all hope solely upon the institute is rather myopic. At this juncture, the attention of the 4 major conglomerates fell upon them. Although they regarded these conglomerates as rivals and hypothetical adversaries, there existed no animosity between them. Their relationship was not one of life and death. In fact, until now, they had yet to engage in direct confrontation. Given this circumstance, collaboration with the 4 major conglomerates may not be out of the question. If the conglomerates were to learn that they had already sold seeds to the Agricultural Science Institute, they might realize that the forthcoming new species would eventually eclipse the old varieties in their possession. Some among them may not hesitate to embrace the trend. Should even one of the 4 choose to align with the prevailing direction, the remaining 3 would inevitably follow suit, gradually yielding and cooperating. Such a transition would be ideal, as it would circumvent violent conflict and the fatalistic struggle between the 2 parties. Subsequently, Lin Man discussed matters concerning the breeding base with Elder Jiang. The Jiang family discerned that Lin Man appeared to be somewhat indifferent to the seed issue, not indifferent in the true sense, but certainly not as concerned as they had presumed. Observing this, Elder Jiang seized the opportunity to propose a visit to the breeding base. Initially, He intended to bring it up with the marshal's wife regarding a part-time position there. However, since she seemed amenable to him being informed about the seeds, he decided to directly request a visit, eschewing the idea of working there. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's request, Zhang Han and the others tensed momentarily, fearing that he might inadvertently displease Lin Man. Yet, Lin Man exhibited no signs of displeasure, responding with a smile. Sure. Tomorrow, I will have someone from the breeding base accompany you on a tour. It will be a perfect opportunity for you to observe some of the vegetable and fruit varieties from DQ001 star firsthand. Seeing for yourself is far more reassuring. Once Elder Jiang entered the breeding base, they would also ensure that the Qian family could enter as well. The Qian family would find it easier to make decisions upon seeing Elder Jiang's presence. As for Elder Jiang, even if he discovered that she intended to grant the 4 conglomerates the rights to sell the seeds, he would not be able to alter her plans. After all, it is only with the Agricultural Science Institute's involvement that the 4 conglomerates would not evolve into 5. Excellent. The marshal's wife is truly generous and magnanimous, Elder Jiang exclaimed, his delight evident.
You flatter me.
I merely hope that you will purchase more seeds, Lin Man replied. Developing a planet is exceptionally challenging. And DQ001 star is situated rather far from the central planets. There are too few cultivators willing to come here. Chapter 158. The Wine Enthusiast. Elder Jiang nodded with a smile. Rest assured about the seeds. Our Agricultural Science Institute will undoubtedly make substantial purchases. Additionally, Marshal's wife, do not underestimate yourself. Although DQ001 star is located on the border, in terms of security, it surpasses many central planets. With your continuous projects and extensive promotional efforts, DQ001 star has gained considerable recognition within the star network. To be candid, the department responsible for your recruitment at the Agricultural Science Institute has recently reported that the difficulty of recruitment has decreased. Previously, when speaking with prospective cultivators, informing them that the Agricultural Science Institute was assisting in recruitment, most opted to decline upon hearing about DQ001 star. They faced considerable obstacles in securing personnel. However, now, the resistance among prospective cultivators towards DQ001 star has significantly diminished, making it considerably easier for them to sign on. Upon hearing this, Lin Man felt a surge of excitement. It seemed that the Agricultural Science Institute indeed had ample resources to spare. Consequently, she engaged Elder Jiang in a discussion about recruitment matters. Elder Jiang now firmly believed that Lin Man shared a common purpose with the Agricultural Science Institute, and he was quite enthusiastic about her aspirations for the nation and its people. Their conversation inadvertently veered into the topic of the meal being served. Just then, Wu Ping arrived to announce that dinner was ready, prompting Lin Man to reluctantly pause her discussion with Elder Jiang and invite the Jiang family to dine. This evening, Qin Zhou had matters to attend to and would return later, leaving Lin Man as the sole host for the Jiang family. As they sat at the table, Elder Jiang's eyes widened at the sight of the sumptuous array of dishes. Merely gazing at the colorful offerings and inhaling the enticing aromas made him swallow several times. He had intentionally eaten sparingly at lunch to save room, and after an engaging conversation with the marshal's wife, he had expended considerable energy. However, now confronted with the delectable spread, his resolve to restrain his hunger crumbled. Everyone, please enjoy, Lin Man said, and without further ado, Elder Jiang dove into the food. He swiftly picked up a piece of particularly enticing braised pork. The moment it touched his tongue, his eyes lit up. Almost immediately, he crushed the morsel between his teeth and swallowed it whole. Without pausing, he reached for a second piece, then a third and a fourth. Just as he was about to grab a sixth piece, Elder Jiang's wife discreetly nudged him under the table. Startled, Elder Jiang turned to face his wife, who shot him a warning glance. What do you mean by fixating solely on one dish at this entire table? If you devour all the braised pork, what will the others eat? It was only then that Elder Jiang realized he had lost his composure. Clearing his throat, he shot a glance at his wife and nodded in understanding. He then redirected his chopsticks to sample other dishes. This time he opted for garlic pork. Yet another meat dish. The flavor of this new dish astounded Elder Jiang once more. He continued to savor several meat dishes, each one surpassing the flavors described by his wife. He now fully comprehended her sentiments. For the sake of such delicious offerings, a little waste was hardly a concern. After all, it was truly delectable. After indulging in the meal for a while, Lin Man brought out some wine to entertain the Jiang family. Both red and white wines were available for their choosing. Elder Jiang, upon seeing the wine, felt a longing for it rising within him and hurriedly poured himself a glass to taste. Upon discovering it to be exquisite spirit wine, he closed his eyes, savoring several sips. This truly was the finest wine in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to call it celestial wine. To be able to enjoy such wine was a fulfillment of life's desires. Lin Man, observing Elder Zhang's exaggerated expression, stifled her laughter. Star Master, pay him no mind. He was always a wine enthusiast at home. Elder Zhang's wife interjected suddenly. Elder Zhang, startled, opened his eyes. What do you mean by wine enthusiast? I only drink a glass or two each night. With so many matters at the Agricultural Science Institute, my work pressure is immense. I merely indulge in a little wine each night to unwind, and yet I am constantly nagged. Is it really that easy for me? A glass or two? Perhaps you should consult your conscience and consider whether that is indeed accurate, Elder John's wife replied with a disapproving look. What of it if you occasionally drink a little more? It's not as if you increase your consumption daily. Lin Man chuckled at their exchange. Well, Elder Jiang, regarding wine, moderation is beneficial, while excess can be detrimental to your health. Your wife is merely looking out for your well-being. I only drink a little. It is certainly beneficial. By the way, Marshal's wife, could you possibly send me some more of this spirit wine? The kind that possesses such vitality? Elder Jiang, encountering good wine, abandoned all pretense and directly requested more from Lin Man. Elder Jiang's wife wanted to cover her face, discreetly kicking him under the table multiple times. Jiang Han and Qian Min exchanged awkward glances, finding it hard to look Lin Man in the eye. Their father's shamelessness was truly remarkable. Just as the Jiang family worried that Lin Man might be displeased, she smiled. Sure, but I must inform you that my stock of spirit wine is limited. This time, I can only provide you with 5 jars. Would you prefer red wine or sorghum wine? Previously, she had refrained from gifting Elder Jiang and the Emperor's spirit wine, fearing that the secret of the vital ingredients would be revealed too soon, making her vulnerable before she had gained sufficient strength. Now, however, the secret was no longer a secret, and she felt empowered enough to not fear imperial control. Sharing some truly exceptional offerings with friends and elders was, after all, quite acceptable. Elder Jiang's eyes sparkled at the mention of this time. Did the Marshal's wife imply that there would be future opportunities? Upon this reflection, old Jiang gazed at Lin Man with fervent intensity. Of course, I must have the sorghum wine. Madam Marshal, it is indeed my fortune to befriend you, this cherished companion of mine across the years. Lin Man reciprocated with a smile. It is equally my fortune to forge a connection with you. In their collaboration with the Agricultural Science Institute, old Jiang had indeed been a substantial aid to her. To speak of nothing else, the profit-sharing from seed sales had yielded a commendable price, one that she might not have received from others. Old Jiang's eyes shimmered with anticipation.
Haha.
When I brew my next batch of wine, I shall present it to you. Lin Man graciously accepted. After all, her desire to brew wine only required her to nurture the materials and then oversee the process, to maintain a good friendship with a token of appreciation, thereby ensuring her long-term benefits. She deemed it quite a bargain.
Good.
With your assurance, as long as I am at the Agricultural Science Institute, our collaboration shall remain untroubled. The Jiang family members exchanged astonished glances, particularly old Madame Jiang, who nearly widened her eyes in disbelief. Her husband was typically meticulous and adhered strictly to protocol. Today, however, he had made such a public declaration over mere jars of wine. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, he might have faced disciplinary repercussions. You're tipsy indeed. Let us enjoy our modest libation, but do take care, Lin Man playfully interjected, attempting to ease the situation. Old Jiang realized his lapse in decorum.
Haha.
Wine tends to liberate one's thoughts a bit too freely. Chapter 159, The Master Cultivator. But it matters not. I have taken a week off to vacation on DQ001 star. Tomorrow holds little obligation for me, so indulging tonight shall be no detriment. Such exquisite wine must not go to waste. How can you say there is nothing to do? Aren't you visiting the cultivation base tomorrow? Old Madame Jiang retorted, her displeasure evident. She did not favor her husband's indulgence in alcohol, primarily because it rendered him excessively loquacious, which could be quite vexing. Old Jiang fell silent. Lin Man, stifling a laugh, suggested, let us finish this cup and perhaps share another. Additionally, if we cannot finish this jar, please take it with you. It will not hinder your visit to the cultivation base tomorrow. Upon hearing this, old Jiang eagerly nodded in agreement. Yes, that sounds splendid. Thus, the old man, in high spirits, continued to savor the fine wine. After 2 cups, although still yearning for more, they refrained from further indulgence. As the meal progressed, Old Jiang finally broached the subject of Lin Man's spiritual ingredients. Fueled by the effects of the wine, he inquired candidly, Madam Marshal, can these spiritual ingredients truly enhance the wood elemental power of cultivators? Lin Man paused momentarily, then, under the watchful gaze of the Jiang family, smiled and affirmed. All of these spiritual ingredients, she gestured towards the sumptuous dishes on the table, were personally nurtured by me. The Jiang family members' eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Man continued with a smile, my wood elemental power is rather unique. It should be classified as divine. The vegetables and fruits I cultivate are imbued with spiritual energy. In this realm, the tier above that of advanced cultivators is referred to as divine. However, divinity is merely a concept. Throughout the Empire's millennia-long history, no cultivator had ascended to such a level. She utilized this concept to veil her own anomalies. You are
Divine?
Old Jiang stammered, gazing at Lin Man with newfound reverence. The societal status of cultivators is notably elevated, and lower-tier cultivators often regard higher-tier ones as their seniors, irrespective of age. In terms of prowess, Lin Man, as a divine cultivator, commanded respect from all, including old Jiang. Lin Man nodded. Having established her identity, she knew no one would dare to challenge it. To this day, none would dare to capture her for study. Divinity truly exists. Suddenly, Jiang Han exclaimed. The others turned their attention to him, prompting Jiang Han to nervously close his mouth. The Jiang family felt a surge of astonishment. Old Madame Jiang and the others quickly reconciled themselves to Lin Man's assertion. The Star Lord's abilities were unfathomable, and the spiritual ingredients indeed originated from the Lord's estate. Despite having advanced to high-level cultivators, they could still sense their wood elemental power gradually increasing after consuming spiritual ingredients. Thus, the existence of a divine level above advanced was indeed plausible. However, the disparity in strength between divine and advanced tiers was vast. Substantial spiritual energy would likely be required to ascend to divinity. This notion stirred a fervent excitement among Jiang Han and the others. Should they perform well at the cultivation base, they could earn rewards of spiritual meals, and over time, their wood elemental power could continuously rise. If they extended their tenure sufficiently, perhaps they too could ascend to become divine cultivators. This realization led Jiang Han and the others to contemplate the possibility of working for Lin Man on DQ00, 1 star indefinitely. After all, the cultivators dispatched by the Agricultural Science Institute would depart the following year. Once they returned, the number of high-level cultivators at the institute would surge. At that point, their return wouldn't significantly impact the institute. However, if they remained on DQ00, 1 star and achieved divine status, their return would carry immense significance. Old Jiang, too, was struck speechless by the revelation. As the head of the Agricultural Science Institute, he found himself harboring personal ambitions, contemplating ways to remain on DQ00, 1 star and strive for divinity. If what Madame Marshal claimed was true, a divine cultivator could generate spiritual ingredients to nourish the wood elemental power of others. If he were to attain divinity, how could he not elevate the Agricultural Science Institute? Observing the reactions of those around her, Lin Man chose not to interrupt and continued her meal. After some time, old Jiang finally broke the silence. Madame Marshal, could you share how you ascended to divinity? The experiences of the Empire's first divine cultivator hold invaluable insights. The Jiang family members also turned their gaze toward Lin Man, curiosity evident on their faces. Lin Man hesitated. This matter is somewhat esoteric, she began. The curiosity among her audience intensified. She surveyed their eager expressions and continued. Initially, I was cast out by the Lin family and sent to Black Rock City on LX008 star. Out of necessity, I found myself working in a mine, where I nearly perished. Noticing the astonished expressions of old Madame Jiang and the others, she recognized that old Jiang had likely investigated her past. I recall returning from work that day and falling into a deep slumber, so profound it felt as if I could sleep away my very life. I experienced an extensive dream, wherein I lived for 24 years in another world. That world resembled the latter stages of our ancient era. Humanity faced a cataclysm due to a virus, transforming some into zombies, ushering in an apocalypse. Some individuals awakened abilities, and I discovered my own affinity for wood-based powers. In that dream, my wood abilities flourished rapidly, making me the most formidable wood elemental user at the base. Subsequently, I led other wood users in supplying food and vegetables for the base. Thus, I amassed a significant collection of seeds. Old Jiang and the others' eyes widened in realization. So, Those ancient seeds were obtained in such a manner. I lived in that base for several years, but alas, it eventually fell victim to a catastrophic zombie wave and was obliterated. I perished in that world as well. Then I awoke. To my astonishment, I discovered a ring, which I had worn in my dream, adorning my hand. Inside that ring were the seeds I had collected in that world, along with some stored provisions. Gradually, I began to realize that I had become a divine cultivator. Old Jiang and the others were left breathless. You fell asleep and then lived in another world for 24 years? You awakened abilities there, gathered numerous seeds, and brought both your powers and the seeds back to this world? Is this a mythical tale? Logically, everyone clearly perceives this as a deception. Yet instinctively, they cannot help but believe in its authenticity. After all, with such a multitude of ancient seeds, how could they have been acquired so swiftly, if not through this means? Chapter 160. The Tale of Mysticism. Moreover, the extraordinary power of wood spirits, which has eluded anyone in the Empire for millennia, raises questions. How could the young wife of the Marshal, unless graced by a fortuitous encounter, attain the status of a divine cultivator? The Jiang family was once again rendered speechless by the astonishment. Lin Man cast a glance at the assembly. Quite mystical, isn't it? Do not think it peculiar. As someone who has lived through it, I find it surreal myself. Well then, let us regard it as a fable and continue dining, Lin Man said lightly. Most of her narrative held truth. The fabricated part merely involved substituting the core space with a ring. After departing from the mining site, she entered Blackrock City and swiftly procured a ring to masquerade as a spatial artifact. Later, when her fortunes improved, she commissioned some spatial rings, including that particular style. The tools for substitution were well prepared, rendering any investigation exceedingly difficult to unravel. Moments later, Elder Jiang, his expression a mixture of wistfulness, spoke up. Indeed, it is quite mystical. Yet I believe what you say to be true. The crowd exhibited surprise. The world is vast, full of wonders. Even with the advancement of science, many phenomena remain beyond our comprehension. This includes human mental strength and the wood spirit power of cultivators, which truly transcend the realm of science. Thus, I hold firm in my belief that your words are genuine. The Jiang family, upon hearing these remarks, could not help but feel a sense of agreement. Your experiences are a boon to the Empire. Perhaps the divine has chosen you, allowing you to traverse back to ancient times and return with the precious ancient seeds. You shall become a figure of great influence in the history of the Empire, liberating the populace from the scourge of radiation pollution and enabling the freedom of pure vegetables. At this juncture, Elder Jiang gazed at Lin Man with fervor. Their shared aspirations with His Majesty would be realized through the emergence of the Marshal's wife. It is indeed attainable. The other members of the Jiang family, upon hearing this, regarded Lin Man with newfound reverence, perceiving her as a paragon of virtue for the nation. Lin Man felt a stirring within her. I genuinely wish to attempt altering the dietary habits of the populace to embrace pure ingredients, she declared. Elder Jiang's eyes sparkled. Excellent. We, at the Agricultural Science Institute, shall fully support you in achieving this goal, he exclaimed with excitement. The vision of the Marshal's wife was even grander than his own and His Majesty's. What hesitation remained? They must offer their unwavering support. The rest of the Jiang family, filled with shock and enthusiasm, yearned to join Lin Man in realizing this monumental objective. Thank you. Lin Man smiled as she raised a glass of juice toward Elder Jiang. He immediately lifted his cup, only to discover it contained no alcohol, prompting him to prepare for a refill. Elder Jiang's wife observed this with a brief flicker of concern but refrained from intervening. In this setting, it was permissible for him to indulge in another drink. Subsequently, Elder Jiang and Lin Man engaged in increasingly profound discussions, nearly laying bare their hearts to one another. Lin Man reciprocated with a smile, harboring a degree of admiration for the selfless spirit of the head of the Agricultural Science Institute. As Elder Jiang spoke more, the dinner inadvertently extended until 9 o'clock. Just as Qin Zhou returned home. Upon seeing Qin Zhou, Elder Jiang warmly invited him to join their conversation. Qin Zhou engaged in dialogue with Elder Jiang for a while, until Elder Jiang's wife finally suggested they take their leave, ushering her husband away. The family ascended into the hovering vehicle, departing from the Lord's residence. Once they had traveled a short distance, Elder Jiang, who had appeared somewhat inebriated, suddenly sat up straight. At that moment, his eyes were clear, and he seemed entirely sober. Elder Jiang's wife recognized that her husband had intentionally feigned drunkenness at the Lord's residence. Hurry up, Elder Jiang urged. Jiang Han glanced back at his father. Oh, he replied, increasing the speed of the autopilot. The Star Master had advised him not to drive manually after consuming alcohol, and the destination had been set by the servants of the Lord's residence. However, he was able to manage his intake and adjust the speed without issue. With the speed increased, they soon arrived home. As the hovering vehicle came to a halt, Elder Jiang immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and exited. He then retreated to his room and closed the door. Once inside, Elder Jiang activated his holographic computer and initiated a video call with the Emperor. With the opening of travel visas for DQ-001, the internet restrictions on this planet had been entirely lifted. Aside from certain sensitive areas where signal jamming rendered communication impossible, ordinary residential areas could now connect to the Star Network and utilize holographic computers without obstruction. Hence, he could directly contact His Majesty. The call took a moment to connect. What is it? The Emperor, clad in pajamas, appeared to be preparing for bed. Your Majesty, a grave matter has arisen, Elder Jiang stated gravely, causing the Emperor's expression to shift to one of seriousness. Elder Jiang proceeded to relay all the details of his conversation with Lin Man at the Lord's residence. Your Majesty, the Marshal's wife is indeed a divine cultivator. The rapid enhancement of the cultivators in Man City is attributed to the spiritual ingredients she provided. A divine cultivator can produce ingredients imbued with spiritual energy. Furthermore, the Marshal's wife possesses over 1,000 varieties of ancient vegetable seeds and hundreds of ancient fruit seeds. The depth of DQ-001's resources surpasses even that of the 4 major consortiums. The Marshal's wife claims her journey to becoming a divine cultivator is rather mystical. The Emperor remained silent, absorbing Elder Jiang's fragmented revelations. Gradually, he began to comprehend the situation. As he grasped the unfolding events, the astonishment within him rivaled that of Elder Jiang. He had known of his daughter-in-law's capabilities, yet he had not anticipated them to be so profound. He was also aware of her secrets, but her revelations were far more astonishing than he had imagined. Furthermore, he greatly admired her ideals and philosophies. There was no need to deliberate excessively over the seeds. They must be acquired in their entirety. As for funding, I shall instruct the Ministry of Finance to handle it. There is no need to worry about recruitment. I will send personnel to assist you at the Agricultural Science Institute, the Emperor declared decisively. While the daughter-in-law had yet to monopolize the market, all seeds must be secured. Once the Agricultural Science Institute obtains those seeds and brings back the advanced cultivators from DQ-001, it would become a true Agricultural Science Institute. Only then could he firmly grasp the lifeblood of the Empire's pure ingredients. Understood. Elder Jiang replied enthusiastically, his heart brimming with motivation. Regarding the pure ingredients, I inquired with the Marshal's wife, but she has not agreed to sell. Upon hearing this, the Emperor did not appear concerned. It was reasonable for her to focus on her own development and decline to sell. There was no need to pressure her. The priority was to secure the seeds and the advanced cultivators from the Agricultural Science Institute first. Chapter 161. The Emperor on his elevated throne. The seeds and those advanced cultivators are of utmost importance. With the seeds and advanced cultivators, the Agricultural Science Institute would be able to cultivate advanced cultivators on par with the 4 major consortiums. Even in the absence of spiritual ingredients, the pace of talent development would merely be slower. Compared to their previous state of helplessness, this was a monumental advancement. Given that the daughter-in-law was so reasonable, they could not afford to force her. They must avoid provoking her, lest the repercussions outweigh the benefits. Elder Jiang quickly grasped the crux of the matter from the Emperor's words. Very well, we shall take our time with the matter of spiritual ingredients, he replied. The Emperor acknowledged with a sound. Tomorrow, are you not scheduled to visit the breeding base? At that time, it would be prudent to carefully examine and note down some highly valuable seeds for prioritized purchase later. The prices of these seeds are exorbitant, accompanied by the additional requirement of recruiting cultivators for DQ-001 star. Even if he sends someone to the Agricultural Science Institute for assistance, it is unlikely that they will manage to recruit a sufficient number of individuals in a short span of time. Thus, it seems that the seeds must be acquired in batches, making it imperative to select the most crucial ones first. Yes, indeed. It is essential to keep a record. I shall take notes while I tour tomorrow, Zhang Lao hastily remarked, suddenly feeling the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. The Emperor also reminded Zhang Lao of some other details. Once the main matters were discussed, they shifted their conversation to Lin Man's philosophy. Zhang Lao held Lin Man in high esteem, recognizing her as a person deeply concerned for the welfare of the common people. Unlike the 4 major financial conglomerates, she, despite possessing numerous seeds, does not wish to monopolize the market. Instead, she aims to leverage the combined strength of herself and our Agricultural Science Institute to ensure that the citizens of the Empire can access affordable, pure ingredients. Her vision is even loftier than that of you and me. She aspires to transform the dietary habits of the populace, encouraging everyone to abandon nutrient solutions in favor of natural ingredients. Your Majesty, I believe the Marshal's wife may indeed accomplish this. The Emperor nodded in agreement, expressing that her awareness of such matters justified his decision to designate her and Zhou Heir's child as the crown prince. During this period, due to the pregnancy of his daughter-in-law, he had grown much closer to the Empress and his younger son. Although it was a means to stabilize public sentiment, he still harbored some anticipation for the birth of his grandson. His demeanor had a noticeable effect. Both the Wang and Zhao families had behaved themselves considerably during this time. The Agricultural Science Institute had ceased purchasing seeds from them, and they had not caused any uproar. Moreover, the Li family had proven to be even more compliant than the Wang and Zhao families, even pledging their loyalty to him proactively. Desiring to establish their own identity separate from the Wang and Zhao families, Li Chong, feigning cleverness, realized that the emperor did not intend to crown his younger son as the heir, and thus placed his hopes on his grandson, wishing for him to bypass his own son and become the crown prince instead. The emperor did not reject Li Chong's obsequious behavior. Rather, he accepted it with pleasure. Relishing the benefits bestowed by the Li family, he found joy in observing the subtle conflicts among the Wang, Zhao, and Li families. Their struggles ultimately benefited the officials and the common folk. Moving forward, he would continue with his previous strategy, maintaining stability among the factions while enjoying their rivalry. However, he also needed to cultivate a good relationship with his eldest daughter-in-law, lest she misunderstand his intentions and think he truly intended to change his mind about the crown prince. The eldest daughter-in-law was a true asset to the nation. Not only was she immensely capable, but she also served the country and the people, and he could not afford to hurt her feelings. Furthermore, he had been reluctant to consume the spiritual energy grape wine stored in his spatial ring, only indulging in minuscule amounts each time, and now there was barely a sip left. He was waiting for his eldest daughter-in-law to send him more. Previously, she had kept the spiritual energy food a secret, only sending him ordinary wine. Now that the secret was out, surely she could send him the genuine good stuff.
Ah.
By the way, when you met Xiaoman this time, did you ask her for any jars of spiritual energy wine? The emperor inquired of Jiang Lao, recalling their shared love for wine. He could hardly believe that Jiang Lao had not asked his daughter-in-law for wine. Of course I did. The marshal's wife gifted me 5 jars of high-quality sorghum wine infused with spiritual energy, and its flavor is simply divine. And the dishes served at the city lord's manor this evening were nothing short of celestial delicacies, particularly the several meat dishes, Jiang Lao recounted, detailing the exquisite dishes he had enjoyed. He also informed the emperor about Lin Man's establishment of a breeding farm to purify the radiation pollution from star beasts, allowing for the consumption of their meat and eggs. The emperor nearly drooled at the news, discreetly bowing his head to swallow several times. He had savored spiritual energy food during his time at Green Wilderness Manor, and the taste lingered in his memory. Now, with even more delectable meat dishes available, he found himself restless, yearning to visit DQ-001 star. All right, I understand. It's getting late, and you have a visit to the breeding base tomorrow, so best get some rest. I shall end this call, the emperor concluded before abruptly terminating the video call. After hanging up, he sat for a moment before retrieving Lin Man's contact information and initiating a video call to her. Lin Man and Qin Zhou had just ascended the stairs, preparing to wash up and rest when they received the emperor's video call request. Lin Man exchanged a glance with her husband before answering the call alongside Qin Zhou.
Ah.
Xiao Man, you're still awake? Zhou Heir, you're here too, the emperor remarked, momentarily stiffening at the sight of Qin Zhou. He suddenly regretted making the call at this time. What if his eldest son reacted unfavorably upon seeing him request something from his wife? Qin Zhou wore a somewhat frosty expression, remaining silent. Your Majesty, we just finished our tasks and have not yet gone to bed, Lin Man responded with a smile, suspecting the reason for the emperor's sudden contact. It seemed Jiang Lao had not been too inebriated and had quickly briefed the emperor on matters. Oh, since you are expecting, you should indeed rest early. Let's do this. I shall call you again tomorrow. I was too hasty just now, waiting another night one tea matter, he decided, realizing it would be better to speak with his eldest daughter-in-law privately. There's no need, Your Majesty. If you have something to discuss, it is best to address it now. Did Jiang Lao just leave our side to inform you? Lin Man directly pointed out. The emperor faltered at the sight of Qin Zhou's expression. He did indeed mention some matters to me, he admitted. I call to inform you that the Agricultural Science Institute will procure all your seeds. I will also dispatch personnel to the Institute to assist in recruiting cultivators. Following this, the Institute and DQ001 Star can collaborate closely to expedite the market supply of pure vegetables and fruits. The emperor spoke earnestly, disregarding Qin Zhou as he delved into the main topic. Chapter 162, Resisting the Urge to Speak. Shao Man, I did not anticipate that your thoughts and awareness would be so profound. I am truly gratified, the emperor expressed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. You flatter me, your majesty. It is truly remarkable that you and Jiang Lao can withstand pressure, uphold your beliefs, and implement them step by step. It is an honor to walk this path alongside you. The emperor's admiration deepened. Regarding the seed payment and the recruitment of cultivators at the Agricultural Science Institute, would it be possible to pay a deposit for the initial order and defer the balance and recruitment matters? Lin Man inquired, seeking to expedite the acquisition of crucial items. Of course, the sooner we obtain essential goods, the better. However, the exchange items may not be readily available, and we can gradually make up for them later. The emperor, however, had anticipated this outcome and expressed disappointment. Very well, he acquiesced, not pushing further. After all, if he were in his daughter-in-law's position, he too would not yield on such matters. Could you send me a copy of the seed list? The emperor continued. Certainly, Lin Man replied with a smile. She promptly sent a copy of the list to the emperor. In fact, she had prepared a draft earlier, which Aunt Fong had taken to arrange for modifications, refinement, and polishing. Just moments ago, she had received the revised version. She glanced through the catalog hastily and found it exquisitely crafted. The names of the plants were inscribed in her own handwriting, and while some of the accompanying images and short videos had been altered, the descriptions of the plants had been refined. Overall, this catalog resembled a botanical compendium. Upon discovering that the catalog had been completed, the emperor was somewhat taken aback. He promptly opened it for inspection. As he beheld the stunning images and the elegantly presented short video introductions, his surprise grew with each passing moment. Indeed, all were heirloom varieties. Many species bore a resemblance to contemporary varieties, yet their plants were more robust, their fruits larger, and their yields significantly higher. There were even some varieties he had never encountered before. He cursorily clicked through several types of vegetables before swiftly scrolling to the fruit section. Upon observing the fruits, the emperor was utterly unable to maintain his composure. Aside from watermelons and tomatoes, his eldest daughter-in-law had remarkably acquired various other soil-cultivated vine fruits, and in considerable numbers. In his estimation, the value of these soil-cultivated vine fruits surpassed that of traditional fruit trees. Their cultivation required a lower skill level from growers, and their yields were exceptionally high. Without a doubt, they represented the most cost-effective fruits in the market. After examining these fruits, the emperor made an instantaneous decision to procure the first batch of seeds. As he continued to explore, he discovered other fruits, all of which were heirloom varieties. The fruit tree plants were robust, producing not only large fruits but also ones of impeccable form. The seeds listed in this catalog were indeed priceless treasures. Lin Man, observing the emperor engrossed in the catalog, refrained from interrupting him. Not only the emperor, but she too had spent considerable time examining the catalog. Although she was well acquainted with the plants, she still found great pleasure in viewing the images and videos crafted from them. After a substantial interval, the emperor finally closed the catalog. Excellent! With the introduction of these seeds to the empire and their availability to the public, the number of skilled cultivators among the populace would undoubtedly rise swiftly. In the future, perhaps the common folk could genuinely transform their dietary habits, shifting towards a diet primarily composed of pure ingredients. At this moment, the emperor's heart brimmed with anticipation. Would the tireless efforts of countless royal ancestors culminate in fruition during his reign? He was now confident that it would indeed come to pass. Yes, it certainly would. Lin Man responded with a smile. The emperor's gaze towards Lin Man and Qin Zhou was imbued with affection. You both have done splendidly. Keep up the good work. And when an Un and Lulu are born, I shall present the decree to establish An as the crown prince to you. When the time is right, we shall make an announcement. Lin Man's eyes sparkled. By the way, I recently came across some news on the Starnet regarding the Empress and Rue'er. Please do not take it all at face value, the emperor added. Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. Your Majesty, we understand that you have your difficulties. Moreover, Lin Man hesitated momentarily. It is nothing. She then continued, suppressing her desire to reveal the truth about Li Jiao to the emperor. His performance has been quite commendable, undoubtedly driven by his anticipation of that grandchild. What if she disclosed the truth, and he were to become enraged, ceasing his performance altogether, or perhaps even overturning the table in fury? The current situation is rather favorable, and she still wishes to collaborate with the 4 major financial groups to increase profits and build alliances. It is not the right time to sever ties with them. The emperor coming to explain to them as a couple regarding the favorable matters concerning Xiao Rui was unexpected. Furthermore, it was somewhat heartwarming. After all, this demonstrated the emperor's regard for their side. In truth, even without his explanation, she was not concerned about her son's position as crown prince being jeopardized. After all, she had confidence in her family's strength and in the emperor's resolve to contend with the 4 major financial groups. Were she the emperor, she would undoubtedly select her and Qin Zhou's son as crown prince. The emperor was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to encourage Lin Man to express her thoughts directly, but was interrupted by Qin Zhou. We will not dwell on that, Your Majesty. Today, our military department has submitted another application for military funds. Could you expedite the process with the finance department tomorrow? The emperor's expression stiffened. Another application for military funds? He could not help but inquire. Observing his son's displeasure, he quickly masked his expression. Ahem, perhaps we should adjust our strategy on the front lines. For the next couple of years, let's focus on defense and refrain from actively opening new battlefields. You have seen, the Agricultural Institute wishes to purchase such a large quantity of seeds from your wife, and there will also be expenses for establishing vegetable stores and the like. There are many areas where funds are required, and the financial resources are limited. Qin Zhou furrowed his brow. We rarely take the initiative to open new battlefields, he replied solemnly. The emperor promptly silenced himself. After a moment, he spoke again. I merely mentioned it. Very well. I will communicate with the finance department regarding the military funds as soon as possible. However, tomorrow is Sunday, so even if the allocation is approved, it will not be until next week. Qin Zhou nodded. Next week is acceptable, as long as it can be processed, that is sufficient. After all, this military fund is an additional allocation and not part of the quarterly military budget. Previously, Your Majesty had promised to disperse the quarterly military funds in advance. And thus far, the execution has been quite satisfactory. He was very pleased with it. Chapter 163. Encountering an Acquaintance. Let us conclude here. Little man, you are expecting a child, so you should rest early. Zhou'er, take good care of little man. She is now heavily pregnant with twins, and her body is burdened. Do not let her overexert herself, the emperor admonished. Indeed, it is rare, Qin Zhou replied earnestly. Lin Man bid farewell to the emperor, ending the video call. Once the video call concluded, the couple turned to one another and simultaneously smiled. The following day, in the beautiful life community, old Jiang, who had only slept for a few hours, arose early. Shortly after he concluded the video call with the emperor the previous night, the emperor forwarded him the seed catalog sent by the marshal's wife. Upon opening the catalog and viewing the information contained within, he was filled with excitement. He perused the material until the early hours, only finally retiring to bed at 1 o'clock. Despite having slept for only a few hours, he did not feel fatigued. He sensed that his sustained vigor was likely related to the exquisite meal he had enjoyed at the marshal's wife's table the previous evening. The effects of the spiritual ingredients were indeed remarkable. As the night passed, he not only felt invigorated but also sensed a slight increase in his long-stagnant wood spirit power. If he could regularly consume spiritual ingredients, it might indeed hold the promise of advancing to the divine level as a high-level cultivator. Yet, the quantity of spiritual ingredients required would likely be astronomical. Contemplating this, old Jiang shelved his aspirations for spiritual ingredients. Compared to spiritual ingredients, seeds and those high-level cultivators were far more crucial. He needed to ensure he carried out his tasks diligently. At 7 o'clock, under old Jiang's urging, Jiang Han accompanied him out the door. Upon their arrival at the breeding base, the person in charge sought them out immediately. They were first escorted for breakfast before being shown around the breeding base. Although Jiang Han was an employee of the breeding base, he was assigned to a fixed area of work and thus had limited knowledge of the overall situation there. This time, he was lucky to accompany his father and explore the entire facility. As the tour commenced, old Jiang was soon astonished by the variety of vegetables on display. Many of these vegetables he recognized, yet he did not fully comprehend them, as they were the heirloom versions of those currently available in the market, characterized by sturdier plants and higher yields. Throughout the tour, Old Jiang engaged like an eager scholar, incessantly questioning and diligently taking notes. The person in charge displayed remarkable patience, answering all of Old Jiang's inquiries and displaying an extensive knowledge of each plant. Before long, the group arrived at the section cultivating sweet melons, horn melons, and other fruits. Since Old Jiang had already reviewed the introductions to these fruits the previous night, he hurried over to examine them closely. First, the person in charge introduced several types of fruits and then expressed the desire to personally experience the breeding of these crops, making a tasting request. With a smile, the person in charge agreed. Subsequently, Mr. Jiang himself took to the task, hastening the growth of some fruits. The person in charge personally harvested a few melons, slicing them open on site for everyone to taste. Just as Mr. Jiang and his son were about to sample the fruits, they were surprised to see Fang Qing arriving with someone, a familiar face. Upon seeing Qian Tao, both Jiang Han and Mr. Jiang's expressions stiffened simultaneously, their minds echoing the same question. What is he doing here? Qian Tao, the young master of the Qian family, manages many of his family's businesses and is designated as the successor by the elder Qian. The Jiang family used to have a marital connection with the Qian family, but since the Qian family is one of the 4 major financial conglomerates and has an adversarial relationship with the Agricultural Research Institute, coupled with the fact that Qian Min severed ties with her family when she married Jiang Han, the relationship between the Jiang and Qian families has soured, even becoming somewhat hostile. The sight of Qian Tao brought a shadow over Mr. Jiang and Jiang Han. A sense of unease quietly arose within Mr. Jiang. At that moment, Fang Qing approached. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. This is young Master Qian here to visit the breeding base, and he is also interested in purchasing some breedable seeds from us in Manqing. You should know each other, right? Fang Qing said with a beaming smile, not bothering to conceal her intentions to collaborate with the Qian family. At this revelation, the pupils of the Jiang father and son constricted. Mr. Jiang steadied himself first, asking in a deep voice, you wish to collaborate with the Qian family? Fang Qing nodded generously. The DQ-001 star has just begun development and requires a substantial amount of manpower and resources. We welcome all capable individuals and enterprises to join us in a mutually beneficial collaboration. Young Master Qian came specifically to visit Manqing upon learning that we are considering selling some breedable ancient seeds. After Fang Qing finished speaking, Qian Tao stepped forward. Mr. Jiang. It's been a while, he said with a smile, extending his hand toward Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang glanced at him and, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, extended his hand for a brief shake. Young Master Qian, he replied tersely. Are these the fruits you hasten to grow? May I try some? Qian Tao asked, acting quite familiar. Please, Mr. Jiang replied, his good mood dissipating. The marshal's wife intends to sell seeds to the Qian family and potentially to the Wang, Zhao, and Li families as well. If each family obtains these seeds, the Agricultural Research Institute is likely to earn significantly less. However, this development could be beneficial in a broader context. If all 4 major financial conglomerates are willing to release these ancient seeds, the dissemination of the seeds will accelerate, ultimately benefiting the populace. Despite these thoughts, Mr. Jiang's spirits remained low. He had never been so selfless. Qian Tao, unfazed by Mr. Jiang's demeanor, picked up a piece of a sliced fruit and began to taste it. After savoring one variety, he moved on to the next. The flavors of these fruits were indeed delightful, with some exceeding his expectations. It seemed that this seed revolution would truly become an unstoppable trend. Man Food Culture Company Limited possesses a robust online sales capability, while the Agricultural Research Institute has sufficient offline seed stores. Even if the 4 major financial conglomerates join forces, they cannot halt the impending revolution. If they cannot stop it, then joining forces is the wisest choice. Among the 4 major families, the Wang and Zhao families have been allied for over a century. The Li family, having married their only daughter to His Highness Rui, has also formed a close relationship with the other 2 families. Only the Qian family maintains the most distant relationship with the others and possesses the least strength. Previously, the Qian family collaborated with the other 3 families due to shared interests, allowing for greater safety in numbers. However, in the future, should the Agricultural Research Institute acquire these seeds, the emperor would undoubtedly intervene. If the Qian family continues to cling to the other 3 families, they will certainly be the first to be targeted. In light of this, it would be wiser for the Qian family to shift their allegiance and align with the Agricultural Research Institute and the Marshal's wife. The market is vast. If only the 3 of them divided among themselves, the Qian family's business could not only avoid harm but also advance further. While tasting the fruits, Qian Tao had already made his decision. Chapter 164. The Minister of Finance. In fact, after meeting with Fong Qing yesterday, he had begun to waver. After today's experiences and observations, he became resolute. The fruits produced in Monqing are indeed very sweet, Qian Tao remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin, satisfied. Mr. Jiang, your wood's spiritual power is also quite pure, he added. Mr. Jiang followed suit, wiping his mouth with a napkin. It's the quality of the seeds that yield such flavor, he replied. The influence of a breeder's wood's spiritual power can affect the plants they hasten to grow, but its impact on fruits is limited. Qian Tao's words were merely flattery. Considering that the Qian family intends to join, the antagonistic relationship between the two families might shift. Mr. Jiang adjusted his mindset. Such fruits, if they could be introduced to the market, would undoubtedly be highly sought after. They continued to converse amicably, growing more familiar with one another. Eventually, they all set off together to continue their tour of the breeding base. This visit lasted until after 3 in the afternoon. Fong Qing led everyone through several security checks before leaving the breeding base and seeing them off to the hovering vehicles. The moment the doors closed, however, Mr. Jiang's expression darkened. Home, he said tersely. Jiang Han glanced at his father, resignedly starting the vehicle. 10 minutes later, the hovering vehicle arrived at their doorstep. Mr. Jiang exited the vehicle and hurried into the house, heading straight to his room. He then immediately contacted the emperor, who was far away on the Imperial Star. At that moment, Shaolin was discussing with the Minister of Finance about allocating military funds to the military and granting funding to the Agricultural Research Institute. Although it was a Sunday, he could not wait and summoned the minister to the palace. The Minister of Finance, who had been on leave, was already in a foul mood upon being called to the palace. Hearing that the emperor wanted the finance department to allocate funds to both the military and the Agricultural Research Institute, especially a substantial sum for the latter, his mood worsened. Your Majesty, this year's finances are tight. You are well aware of this. You previously stated that military funding is crucial for the stability of the empire. We have done everything possible to gather the military funds, and we have even managed to disperse quarterly funds ahead of schedule as you requested. This additional military funding is not a large sum, and we should be able to distribute it in a few days. But the amount the Agricultural Research Institute is requesting is simply excessive. Your Majesty, just consider how much the Agricultural Research Institute has consumed from the treasury since its establishment. For decades, they have been operating at a loss and still have the audacity to ask for so much. The Agricultural Research Institute starting from scratch and not burning through funds would indeed be remarkable. However, while they had consistently incurred losses, the significance of their work has been substantial. Facilitating access to seeds for private breeders is one aspect, and additionally, they have stabilized the prices of certain vegetables in the market, contributing significantly to the livelihood of the populace. These contributions cannot merely be measured in monetary terms, the emperor stated with a serious tone. The Minister of Finance glanced at the emperor but refrained from responding. His expression was somewhat restrained but still defiant. If there were no contributions, would he allocate funds to them year after year? The emperor sighed slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Recently, the Agricultural Research Institute had gradually turned a profit due to the introduction of new grape, watermelon, and tomato seeds, alongside a reduction in the supply costs of vegetable seeds. Let me be direct with you. The reason they are requesting such a large sum this time is to purchase a batch of breedable seeds. If this matter is successfully accomplished, the Agricultural Research Institute will not only cease to seek funds from you in the future, but will also contribute a considerable profit to the treasury. The Minister of Finance was taken aback. Is that truly the case? He asked, somewhat incredulous. Just as the emperor was about to offer further assurances, a video call chimed in. Seeing it was Mr. Jiang, he turned to the Minister of Finance and said, I'll let him personally assure you. With that, he answered the video call. As the call connected, Mr. Jiang's figure appeared on the screen. The emperor beamed with a smile. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked towards Elder Jiang. However, the expression of the person across from him was far from joyful. Your Majesty, I've just returned from the breeding base in Man City. I thoroughly inspected the varieties of vegetables and fruits being cultivated there, and indeed, they are all excellent specimens. The plants are robust, yield abundantly, and are nearly all 100 purebred, Elder Jiang reported. The emperor's countenance brightened as he cast a glance at the Minister of Finance, as if to convey, I told you I wasn't deceiving you. But then, Elder Jiang continued, while I was there, I encountered Qian Tao. The emperor's expression stiffened, quickly replaced by confusion. Qian Tao, the son of Qian Chou, Elder Jiang reminded him. Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed immediately. Did Xiaoman extend an invitation to the Qian family to visit the breeding base? In that instant, a multitude of thoughts raced through the emperor's mind. Yes, Qian Tao was personally received by Fong Qing, who expressed a desire to collaborate with the Qian family. The emperor's mind began to churn. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. It appears that Xiaoman has no intention of monopolizing the market. If the Qian family wishes to participate, they may do so. With their involvement, one of the 4 major financial groups will be diminished, while you gain an ally in introducing new species, thus expediting market entry. As long as the other 3 do not partake, that vast market will suffice for the 3 of you. He even entertained the thought that if the Wang, Zhao, and Li families were to accept reforms like the Qian family, it would be more beneficial for the populace. Yet, in his heart, he was reluctant to see such a scenario unfold. The 4 major financial groups had amassed considerable wealth over the years through pure ingredients. Should they all comply with the reforms, the majority of the market would still belong to them. After dealing with them for many years, he harbored a desire to make an example of them, thereby replenishing the national treasury. Furthermore, he was loath to witness those detestable individuals continuing to thrive on the list of the affluent. Hasn't the Agricultural Research Institute suffered losses for decades? If we do not seize this opportunity to capture a larger market share, how can we swiftly recover from those years of deficits? Contemplating these matters, the emperor's expression turned grave. I will personally discuss this with Xiaoman, he declared solemnly. Hearing this, Elder Jiang finally relaxed.
Yes.
Oh, by the way, Your Majesty, I have compiled the list of the first batch of seeds to be procured, and regarding funding. Elder Jiang quickly added. The emperor immediately turned to the Minister of Finance. He is right here. You may speak with him directly, he instructed. After speaking, he adjusted the camera to include the Minister of Finance in the frame. Upon seeing the minister, Elder Jiang's eyes lit up. He greeted him enthusiastically and showered him with compliments. However, the Minister of Finance did not return the favor, pressing for specifics. Having overheard the conversation between the emperor and the elder, he had gleaned some information but lacked the details. Since they were seeking funds from him, he naturally needed to understand the specifics and assess the project. After all, this was no trivial sum. If he allocated funds to the Agricultural Research Institute, other areas would have to wait. Chapter 165. Do not treat money lightly. Hearing the minister's request, Elder Jiang looked towards the emperor, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did Elder Jiang divulge the situation to the Minister of Finance. Due to the requirements of the other party, the number of recruits must be in place within a month, and we plan to place orders in batches. This way, the demand for funding at any one time will be somewhat reduced. Minister Gao, the seeds from Man City pertain to the livelihood of the populace. We sincerely hope you can assist us. Elder Jiang implored. The Minister of Finance maintained a stern expression, contemplating before responding. How many vegetable and fruit seeds do you intend to order for the first batch? Naturally, they had to procure the seeds, which were all new varieties, boasting 100 purity. But would they require the finance department to fund the entire purchase? Elder Jiang's eyes brightened. I have selected 8 varieties of fruit and 2 of vegetables. According to the pricing from the marshal's wife, the total will amount to 46 billion star coins. In addition to the funds, we will need assistance in recruiting 1 million cultivators for DQ001 within a month. Were it not for the concern that the accompanying conditions might not be fulfilled, he would have selected more than 10 varieties. After all, the matter of money was something the emperor and the finance department could undoubtedly assist with. However, the issue of personnel was not so easily resolved. At least, given the current capabilities of the Agricultural Research Institute, fulfilling the recruitment of an additional 1 million cultivators was utterly impossible. Yet, the emperor had already expressed his intent. If they could enlist the cooperation of other departments, the recruitment of 1 million cultivators should not pose a significant problem. Upon hearing the figure of 46 billion star coins, the Minister of Finance let out a sigh of relief. But the emperor interjected, that is far too little. The first order should encompass at least 50 varieties of seeds. That totals over 1,000 varieties. To think that a single order would consist of only 10 varieties, how long would it take to procure all the seeds? Since the Qian family was already involved, the Agricultural Research Institute had to act swiftly. Elder Jiang's eyes gleamed with determination. Very well, he replied immediately. Since Your Majesty has spoken, I shall certainly cooperate. Purchasing seeds is indeed a significant opportunity for our Agricultural Research Institute. But can you handle such a large quantity? The Minister of Finance retorted, displeased. Both the emperor and Elder Jiang's expressions froze momentarily. The minister, undeterred, continued, Does your Agricultural Research Institute even have a 3-digit number of senior cultivators? Just to supply the existing seed stores, you can hardly keep up, let alone dedicate resources to new seed cultivation. If that is the case, buying the seeds would merely be for show. It would be better to purchase a smaller quantity and exchange time for space. Once you have more senior cultivators in the future, then buying them would yield better results. Hearing this, Elder Jiang felt a surge of indignation. He thought to himself, does this Minister Gao have any idea what he is talking about? How could we be short-staffed at the Agricultural Research Institute? We currently have 20,000 senior cultivators in Man City. A 3-digit number? How dare he underestimate us? Nevertheless, the minister's words did serve as a reminder. They were about to purchase seeds. If they could retrieve those senior cultivators ahead of time, it would be ideal. Not only did Elder Jiang think of this, but the emperor did as well. Their eyes met, and the emperor made a decision. I will speak with Xiaoman later and see if she can expedite the return of the Agricultural Research Institute's senior cultivators, he stated. Elder Jiang nodded enthusiastically. The Minister of Finance, however, widened his eyes in astonishment. DQ001 has senior cultivators from the Agricultural Research Institute, he inquired, surprised. He was aware of the collaboration between the Agricultural Research Institute and DQ001. After all, the Institute's recruitment efforts for DQ001 had become widely known. He also vaguely understood that the Institute had procured some seeds from DQ001 for sale in their seed stores. However, he had no idea that the Institute had sent senior cultivators to DQ001. Senior cultivators were the most valuable assets of the Agricultural Research Institute, and to think that Elder Jiang had dispatched them to DQ001. Had he lost his senses? Upon hearing the minister's words, Elder Jiang shot a pleading glance towards the emperor, as if to say, please let me rebut him. The emperor stifled a laugh and nodded. Granted permission, Elder Jiang turned to the Minister of Finance. Indeed, we have a 5-digit number of senior cultivators. How do you find that, Minister Gao? The minister's eyes widened in disbelief. A 5-digit number? Director Jiang, please do not jest while His Majesty is present. After recovering from his shock, the minister adopted a serious demeanor. Who is joking? We indeed have 20,000 senior cultivators stationed at DQ001, and His Majesty is already aware of this. The minister's eyes widened again. 20,000. He stared blankly at the emperor. The emperor, forcing down his laughter, nodded solemnly. The Agricultural Research Institute collaborates with Xiaoman and her team. They assist the institute in cultivating talent, while the institute aids them in recruitment and in acquiring their seeds. Thus far, all 20,000 individuals sent by the Agricultural Research Institute have been elevated to the status of senior cultivators. Due to the contract not yet expiring, the return cannot be facilitated at this moment. The Minister of Finance's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Matters that had previously eluded his understanding have now become crystal clear. It seems that DQ001 star possesses immense capabilities, which explains the deep entanglement with the Agricultural Science Institute. When will the contract be fulfilled? After clarifying his thoughts, the Minister of Finance inquired immediately. If the Agricultural Science Institute could acquire 20,000 senior cultivators, the situation would indeed be transformed. He was prepared to exhaust all resources to support the institute and procure the new seeds for them. Once the seeds are acquired, they can be cultivated for profit. What reason would he have not to support this endeavor? Among the 15,000, approximately 6 months remain, while the remaining 5,000 will take over a year, replied Elder Jiang, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Will it truly take that long? The Minister of Finance hesitated once more. Sensing this, Elder Jiang quickly added, it might not necessarily take that long. We can negotiate with the Marshal's wife. According to her earlier statements, DQ001 star is not currently short on senior cultivators. If we can offer satisfactory conditions, she should be able to expedite their release. However, upon hearing this, the Minister of Finance's expression remained grim. Just because they are not in short supply now does not mean that they will not be in the future. With the market opening up to new seeds, not only will the seeds themselves generate profit, but the vegetables and fruits cultivated from them will also sell remarkably well. If there are no concerns regarding sales, who would find money burdensome? Even for soil-cultivated vine fruits, only intermediate or advanced cultivators can effectively nurture them. The pure and abundant elemental energy of senior cultivators makes them exceptionally suited for cultivating soil-based vine fruits. How could DQ001 star easily relinquish such high-value labor? Elder Jiang furrowed his brow. I speak of appropriate conditions. The Marshal's wife retains them merely for profit. If we provide the necessary funds, how could she refuse to release them? For us, at this moment, people are more valuable than money. This time, it was the Minister of Finance who frowned. It is easy for this old fellow to say that people are more important than money, especially since it is not his funds that are at stake, is it? As the Minister of Finance was about to retort, the Emperor quickly interjected. Chapter 166, The Art of Speaking for His Majesty. Director Zhang's reasoning holds some merit. The Minister of Finance replied darkly. However, with tight finances, there are numerous expenditures that require funds. We cannot treat money lightly. The Emperor hastily added, successfully softening the minister's expression. In that case, I will discuss this with Xiaoman. It may not necessarily involve money. We can explore alternative proposals to help the Agricultural Science Institute retrieve their personnel. The Minister of Finance cast a glance at the Emperor, but remained silent.
Furthermore,
the first order will tentatively consist of 50 varieties of seeds. Director Jiang, please finalize the list promptly, taking into account their potential for profit. Should DQ001 star agree to release those senior cultivators, the Agricultural Science Institute must ensure they commence work swiftly to monetize those seeds. Your institute's financial expenditures over the years have not been insignificant. With Minister Gao's full support this time, you must deliver results expeditiously. By the latest, the year after next. You must eliminate reliance on financial aid and begin generating revenue for the treasury. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Finance shot an irritable glare at the Emperor. You've had all the easy words to say. The Emperor awkwardly smiled and averted his gaze from the minister. Elder Jiang recognized the Emperor's efforts and promptly agreed. Suddenly noticing that the Minister of Finance seemed poised to speak again, he hastily interjected, I have important matters to attend to and must take my leave. It was a hard-won agreement on the initial batch of 50 seed varieties, which cannot be changed. Very well, the Emperor responded promptly. Elder Jiang did not linger, immediately severing the video connection. Seeing this, the Minister of Finance's face darkened. Your Majesty, do you not find your actions rather shameless? He said between gritted teeth. I never consented to the procurement of 50 varieties for the first batch of seeds. The Emperor did not meet the minister's gaze. Yet you did not object just now. Enough, I assure you, I will ensure that DQ001 star releases the 20,000 senior cultivators. In the coming period, you must provide ample support for the Agricultural Science Institute's efforts. It will not be long before they achieve self-sufficiency and cease to require your funds. In fact, they may even generate profit. Humph, someone snorted. The Emperor felt a sense of relief, only to hear the Minister of Finance add. The budget for the release of personnel from our finances is capped at 500 billion star coins. Any excess must be resolved by Your Majesty. Had it not been for the critical importance of those senior cultivators, he would not have been inclined to part with even that amount. Money is required for both seed purchases and personnel releases. Does he think the Treasury's star coins materialize from thin air? Only 500 billion? Could we not consider 1,000 billion? The Emperor probed. If Your Majesty finds that excessive, you are welcome to forego it, the Minister of Finance retorted, his neck stiffening. No, 500 billion should suffice. Xiaoman is a reasonable person. She will surely agree. Cough, then you may take your leave. Upon your return, prepare the military funding required by the military department, as well as the payment for the first batch of seeds. The price for vegetable seeds is 30 billion per variety, while fruits are 50 billion. The Minister of Finance cast a disgruntled glance at the Emperor. I take my leave. After bowing, he turned to depart. The Emperor watched the minister leave, exhaling deeply. Once the individual exited the Grand Hall, he took a moment to collect himself before accessing his holographic device to reach out to Lin Man. At that moment, on DQ001 star, Lin Man had just expended her excess abilities and returned to her room to rest. Upon seeing the Emperor's video call, she promptly accepted it. As the connection was established, a warm smile graced the Emperor's face. Xiaoman, Your Majesty, did you receive the new shipment of liquor I sent you? How was the taste? Early that morning, she had dispatched 6 jars of spirit-infused white liquor to the Imperial Star, one more than she had sent to Elder Jiang. She was indeed a considerate daughter-in-law. I received it. It is quite delectable. Xiaoman, you are thoughtful. Last night, when he had contacted the young couple, he had forgotten to inquire about the spirit liquor from his eldest daughter-in-law. Yet, to his pleasant surprise, it had arrived today. He had sampled it during lunch, exerting considerable restraint to avoid overindulgence and potentially compromising his afternoon duties. His eldest daughter-in-law's thoughtfulness was truly commendable. Your Majesty is too kind. In due time, when the new liquor is ready, I shall send you more. Lin Man replied with a beaming smile. Hearing this, the Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight. Good, good, he hurriedly affirmed. Then, the Emperor's expression shifted slightly. By the way, Xiao Man, I heard from Elder Jiang that you intend to sell those seeds to the Qian family as well? Lin Man's expression faltered for a fleeting moment before she regained her composure and smiled once more. Yes, we are engaged in planetary development here, and we are in need of both funds and personnel. I thought that with more seed suppliers in the market, we could expedite the introduction of new varieties, benefiting the populace, so I had Aunt Fong contact the Qian family. The Emperor's brow furrowed slightly. Aside from the Qian family, are there any other entities or organizations you plan to sell to? Lin Man nodded gravely.
Yes.
As for smaller organizations, I believe they would not be able to meet the required costs. However, I do wish to collaborate with the 4 major financial groups. The Emperor's frown deepened. Have you already notified the other 3? Not yet. I have only informed and invited the Qian family to Man City. Just over an hour ago, Aunt Fong informed me that the Qian family has agreed to our collaboration and has already signed the contract for the first batch of orders, which includes 15 varieties of vegetable seeds and 15 varieties of fruit seeds. For the Qian family, our payment and recruitment requirements are double those of the Agricultural Science Institute. Upon hearing the final sentence, the Emperor's brow relaxed somewhat. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. Xiao Man, what if I were to ask you to terminate the collaboration with the Qian family and sell all the seeds exclusively to the Agricultural Research Institute? Lin Man was taken aback. The Emperor continued, the matter of seeds pertains to the livelihood of the populace. It would be far safer to have the Agricultural Research Institute control them. The empire has endured for millennia, and countless cultivators have faced innumerable hardships to accumulate a modest collection of valuable seeds. Yet, due to various circumstances, the majority of these seeds, particularly the fruit seeds, have fallen into the hands of the 4 major conglomerates. The result has been a monopolization of the supply of pure vegetables and fruits, with over 70% of the fresh produce stores in the empire being their direct outlets. Even more detrimental is their refusal to sell seeds to the market, thereby obstructing the ascension of cultivators. I established the Agricultural Research Institute and endeavored to acquire some vegetable seeds. After much negotiation with those 4 entities, I managed to persuade them to open seed shops, allowing the Agricultural Research Institute to sell vegetable seeds to the public. This enabled cultivators awakening the wood spirit power to access vegetable seeds and have a chance to advance to intermediate cultivators. However, when it comes to fruit seeds, the Agricultural Research Institute has remained powerless. Consequently, apart from the 4 conglomerates, it remains exceedingly difficult for intermediate cultivators to ascend to advanced levels. This is also the reason why the Agricultural Research Institute is unable to gather sufficient advanced cultivators, thereby stifling its own development. Your emergence, however, has presented a turning point. Xiao Man, Dean Jiang has shared your extraordinary experiences with me. Your father believes them to be true. You are the hope of the empire. Lin Man suppressed the stirrings of emotion within her. Your Majesty speaks too highly of me. I am but a humble individual, she replied. In her previous life, she had grown under the Red Banner, and after the apocalypse, she had received the protection of the authorities. She felt a certain responsibility to society within her capacity. Yet this sense of duty was limited and not on par with that of Elder Jiang or the Emperor. For instance, she could not sacrifice her own interests for the greater good if it did not benefit her as well. The Emperor, hearing this, felt a twinge of regret for his failed maneuver. Your Majesty, I actually hold a differing perspective regarding the notion that allowing only the Agricultural Research Institute to control the seeds would be the safest approach, Lin Man ventured. The Emperor's expression turned inquisitive. Speak, he urged. I believe that not only the Agricultural Research Institute, but also various institutions and even cultivators from the public should have access to cultivable seeds. The Emperor appeared surprised. As far as I know, many years ago, the seeds utilized by cultivators were indeed cultivable. Certain institutions and conglomerates have monopolized these cultivable seeds, artificially extinguishing their reproductive capacity before selling them to the market. Cultivators in possession of cultivable seeds initially remained unaware that the low-priced seeds they purchased lacked reproductive capacity, leading them to undervalue the cultivable seeds they held. Consequently, as decades and even centuries passed, the awareness of cultivable seeds diminished, resulting in their gradual extinction at the hands of the conglomerates. I ponder, why not directly sell cultivable seeds? This would preclude any entity from monopolizing them. Advanced cultivators emerging from the public could breed independently, thereby increasing the variety of seeds available in the market, which in turn would enhance the supply of vegetables and fruits. Naturally, the Agricultural Research Institute must undertake the permanent preservation of seeds, striving to retain all plant seeds to avert a recurrence of monopolization by conglomerates and the consequent extinction of seeds due to diminished competitiveness in the market. As the emperor listened, he contemplated Lin Man's ideas, realizing they aligned more closely with the interests of public cultivators. However, as the emperor of the empire, he still favored centralizing power within the Agricultural Research Institute. The situation you described does not align with our current circumstances. Moreover, the previous occurrence of public management of seeds leading to monopolization has already transpired. I remain inclined to have the Agricultural Research Institute manage the seeds uniformly. Of course, in addition to the Agricultural Research Institute, there is also your involvement. In the future, only the Agricultural Research Institute and your organization will be entrusted with breeding work and the sale of seeds, ensuring the stability of seed quality. Public cultivators will be able to procure the vegetable and fruit seeds they require from your two establishments, facilitating their enhancement of wood spirit power without issue. As long as you can provide sufficient seeds, the market supply of pure vegetables and fruits can still increase rapidly. The emperor cast Lin Man a suggestive glance. The official control of seeds will entail the issuance of licenses. In due time, apart from the Agricultural Research Institute, only your organization will be granted a license. Together, you will share the entire market, and the profits therein are self-evident. Lin Man, however, paled at this prospect. She discerned the promised benefits, but also perceived the lurking dangers. It became clear to her that, in the emperor's eyes, vegetable and fruit seeds were not beyond monopolization. Rather, the monopolizer must be the government. The official license for selling seeds could be issued at will. For instance, the current 4 major conglomerates and several large institutions possess licenses to sell seeds. The government could revoke these licenses at any moment. The emperor had just indicated that in the future, only the Agricultural Research Institute and she would receive legal licenses. Presently, the 4 major conglomerates were a thorn in the emperor's side. Yet, what would happen once they fell from power? Would she and the Agricultural Research Institute, blooming as dual blossoms, become the emperor's next target? Under the emperor's gaze, Lin Man felt a chill run down her spine. After a considerable pause, she managed to force a somewhat strained smile. However, having only 2 entities is rather insufficient. Excluding the 4 major conglomerates entirely will surely lead them to unite against us, impeding the introduction of new seeds to the market. If your majesty does not wish to fully liberalize cultivable seeds, I would still hope that any institution permitted to sell seeds in the future could include the Qian family as well. Of course, the Qian family would need to contribute significantly more. Alternatively, you might consider having the Agricultural Research Institute reach out to the Qian family for support. In pursuit of that coveted legal license to sell seeds, the Qian family would likely be willing to offer some earnest assistance. A market of absolute monopolization can easily lose its vitality. The coexistence of public and official institutions, coupled with adherence to the directives of official entities, is essential for a more stable market operation. Your Majesty, what do you think? She was resolute in her determination not to bloom solely alongside the Agricultural Research Institute. She must also involve the Qian family, should the emperor truly grow weary of her and seek to take action against her. She could still seek refuge with the Qian family. As for the Qian family, her suggestion to the emperor that they spend to avert disaster was not a betrayal, but rather an opportunity for them. Otherwise, the Qian family would only find themselves swept away along with the other 3 by the emperor's hand. The emperor clearly comprehended Lin Man's words. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated his eldest daughter-in-law. Observing her nervous, yet feigned calmness, the emperor felt a sudden complexity of emotions. He had thought of himself in her eyes as a benevolent elder. Yet, he had not anticipated that she would perceive him as so formidable. His proposal for her to sell seeds alongside the Agricultural Research Institute had merely stemmed from a pure desire to benefit her. He had hoped to exchange the promised benefits for her assurance not to sell seeds to the 4 major conglomerates. After all, his eldest daughter-in-law was different from the 4 conglomerates. She had no intention of monopolizing the market or obstructing the operation of the pure ingredients market. One point she made was indeed correct. The coexistence of public institutions and official entities was essential for a more stable market operation. Thus, he had no objection to her selling seeds with the Agricultural Research Institute, provided the latter remained the principal entity in the market. However, apart from his eldest daughter-in-law, Having one more entity like the Qian family would also be acceptable. After all, his eldest daughter-in-law's suggestion was quite sound. Allowing the Qian family to assist the Agricultural Research Institute in funding seed purchases could be beneficial. Thus, it spared him the need to constantly gauge the Chancellor of Finance's mood for a meager sum. Chapter 168. A Profitable Venture. After some contemplation, the Emperor finally interjected. Indeed, I find this proposal feasible. Let the license of the Qian family be preserved. As for the other 3 families, Your Majesty, rest assured. Aside from the Agricultural Research Institute and the Qian family, we shall not engage in cooperation with any other entity, Lin Man hastily replied. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her, the Emperor, with his characteristic wisdom, had effortlessly swayed her to abandon a strategy she had deliberated on with Aunt Fong for quite some time. The Emperor smiled, endeavoring to appear affable. By the way, Director Jiang informed me that you currently do not have a pressing need for breeding specialists. However, should the Agricultural Research Institute purchase seeds, the demand for breeding specialists will significantly increase. Might it be possible for the Agricultural Research Institute to provide some financial compensation to facilitate the early return of their breeding specialists to the Empire? What sort of compensation? Lin Man inquired, displaying little opposition. At present, the breeding base indeed lacked no senior cultivation specialists, and Aunt Fong had even dispatched some to external assignments. Moreover, she did not dare to refuse the Emperor's request. How does 5 million star coins per person sound? The Emperor's gaze sharpened momentarily. At 5 million star coins each for 20,000 individuals, that totals 500 billion star coins. It is not that I am unwilling to provide more. But the Chancellor of Finance has stated that only 500 billion star coins has been allocated for the Agricultural Research Institute. This is economic compensation. If you require other forms of recompense, you may specify. The Emperor added, feeling that compensating 5 million star coins per person was insufficient for his eldest daughter-in-law. Currently, we are indeed in need of both funds and personnel. If funds are inadequate, we hope to compensate through manpower. However, the Agricultural Research Institute's purchase of seeds also came with the stipulation of assisting in recruitment. Is it possible for the Agricultural Research Institute to help us recruit additional talent? The Emperor fell silent. Even if he dispatched personnel to the Agricultural Research Institute to assist in recruitment, their capabilities would be limited. If there were surplus recruitment quotas, he would rather allocate them towards seed purchases than for ransom. Observing this, Lin Man pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, 500 billion is indeed too little. If the Agricultural Research Institute truly wishes to redeem the personnel, my minimum asking price is 2 trillion. After all, that involves 20,000 senior breeding specialists. Even if our breeding base is not in dire need of personnel, their assistance in cultivating some terrestrial vines and fruit varieties at ordinary breeding bases could yield substantial profits for the company. Furthermore, given the current circumstances, the Qian family and the Agricultural Research Institute will soon introduce new seeds and corresponding food varieties to the market. We, too, will need personnel to keep pace. The Emperor frowned. Lin Man's eyes flickered. If the Agricultural Research Institute cannot procure such funds, why not reach out to the Qian family? They are one of the 4 major conglomerates, affluent and influential. It would be simple to solicit their support. The Emperor's eyes glimmered. Ahem. I shall have Director Jiang communicate with the Qian family. Lin Man nodded with a smile. Very well. I await your good news. With the realization that the Qian family could serve as her financial benefactor, the Emperor's thoughts flowed freely. And he resumed discussing the procurement of the first batch of seeds with Lin Man. Subsequently, they deliberated on preparations needed prior to the seed launch. Their conversation lasted over an hour before concluding the video call. After the call, Lin Man promptly contacted Fong Qing, relaying the discussion she had with the Emperor. Fong Qing expressed understanding of Lin Man's decision. At present, they could not afford to oppose the Emperor. Aligning with his intentions and swiftly developing DQ001 star was the most prudent course of action. On the other hand, after concluding the video call with Lin Man, the Emperor also reached out to Elder Jiang, apprising him of their conversation. Elder Jiang, upon hearing the details, expressed admiration for the Emperor's capabilities.
Indeed.
The Emperor could resolve matters beyond his reach. I will send someone to liaise with the Qian family. You need not concern yourself with that. Additionally, here is the seed order list requested by Qian Tao and Xiao Man. Take it for reference. As the Emperor spoke, he transmitted a list to Elder Jiang. Hasten to compile the list of 50 seed varieties, place the order promptly, and arrange for subsequent matters. Understood. Elder Jiang eagerly affirmed. 2 days later, Elder Jiang unexpectedly arrived at Lin Man's residence. She warmly welcomed her esteemed guest. Madam Marshal, I have come to sign the seed purchase contract and discuss the redemption of our 20,000 senior breeding specialists, as well as our future collaboration. Very well. Lin Man replied with a smile, impressed by the efficiency of the Emperor's administration.
Please come this way.
She led Elder Jiang to her study for discussion. Upon entering, Wu Ping served tea. Lin Man gestured for water instead, indicating her preference. They quickly delved into the matter at hand. Madam Marshal, for our initial order, we intend to procure a total of 50 seed varieties, of which 40 are vegetables and the remaining 10 are fruits. Here's the list for your review. Elder Jiang stated, activating his holographic device to present the document. Excellent, Lin Man responded, opening the holographic file to examine the contents. These seeds are satisfactory. If we finalize the contract today and the payment is received, we can dispatch the seeds to you immediately. Elder Jiang beamed. We have secured the funds, and the payment will arrive today. Additionally, we at the Agricultural Research Institute have intensified our recruitment efforts. We will strive to recruit the necessary personnel for this first order within a month. Lin Man smiled broadly. Not just strive, it is imperative. We anticipate subsequent orders as well, and you must fulfill the previous order to proceed with the next. Elder Jiang's expression faltered momentarily, followed by a resigned smile. Very well. We shall complete the order as scheduled. Lin Man was somewhat taken aback by Elder Jiang's reaction, but given the Emperor's involvement, it was evident that the Agricultural Research Institute had received unparalleled support, which she quickly came to understand. With that in mind, Lin Man drafted a contract, modified certain details, and sent it to Elder Jiang. Based on the procurement list you provided, the total amount for this order is 1.7 trillion star coins. Furthermore, upon signing, the Agricultural Research Institute is required to recruit 5 million breeding specialists for our Man Culinary Culture Company within a month. Please confirm, and if all is in order, we shall proceed to sign. Elder Jiang acknowledged and opened the contract for review. Once he confirmed its accuracy, he signed and returned it. Lin Man briefly scanned it, ensured everything was in order, and forwarded the contract. Shortly thereafter, Elder Jiang contacted personnel at the Agricultural Research Institute. Soon, Lin Man received notification that the 1.7 trillion star coins had been successfully transferred. Chapter 169. Launch in half a month. The payment has been received. I have informed Aunt Fong to retrieve the corresponding seeds from the breeding base. She should return before dinner, Lin Man said with a smile, looking at Elder Jiang. 1.7 trillion star coins is sufficient to develop a sizable city. Next, DQ001 star was poised to enter a rapid growth phase. No rush. We have already signed the contract regarding the seed order. Now, let us address the redemption of those 20,000 senior breeding specialists, Elder Jiang remarked with a grin. Very well. Previously, I mentioned to the Emperor the price for early redemption. What is your stance? The Emperor informed me it totals 2 trillion star coins. We can formalize this in a contract, and I can arrange for the Agricultural Research Institute to transfer the funds to you immediately, Elder Jiang stated boldly. In his lifetime, he had never been so extravagant with money. Just last night, the Emperor had summoned him and allocated 50 trillion to their Agricultural Research Institute. The initial seed order, combined with the redemption amount, totals merely 370 billion, which is not even 1% of what His Majesty allocated for them. Moreover, considering the Ministry of Finance still needs to provide some subsidies, the Agricultural Research Institute will certainly not lack for funds in the short term. Spending this little? What does it even count for? Lin Man cast a surprised glance at Elder Jiang. Very well. However, I must find someone to draft the contract first. If you don't mind, it may take a little longer. No need. I have a ready-made contract here, Elder Jiang replied directly. After saying this, he handed the pre-prepared contract to Lin Man. Lin Man smiled and responded affirmatively. After reviewing it, she signed and returned it. Soon after, the finance department quickly informed her that the Agricultural Research Institute had transferred another 200 billion star coins to the company. With the construction funds for yet another city secured, Lin Man's heart brimmed with joy. At that moment, Elder Jiang resumed discussing the collaboration details with Lin Man. Madam Marshal, prior to your arrival, I had a conversation with the Qian family. The Qian family's stance is to agree to follow the directives of our Agricultural Research Institute. In half a month, they will join us in marketing the new seeds and corresponding pure ingredients. Lin Man beamed. We are in complete agreement with you. Her response was straightforward. Upon hearing this, Elder Jiang displayed a satisfied expression. From now on, their Agricultural Research Institute would truly be the standard bearer. Which varieties are we discussing? Lin Man inquired. She possessed the most new varieties, followed by the Agricultural Research Institute, and the Qian family had the least. As for the varieties, I hope we can base them on the seeds in our Agricultural Research Institute's possession. Naturally, we will purchase new seeds from you every month, with each order containing no fewer than 20 varieties. Elder Jiang elaborated, as DQ001 star is still in the development phase, productivity may not be sufficient. Even if the initial offerings are limited, it should not result in significant losses for you. Lin Man nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed as you suggested. In half a month, we will update the types of ingredients available in our online store. In the future, we will only sell the seeds purchased from you and their corresponding ingredients. Their limited productivity would indeed mean no substantial losses by following the varieties of the Agricultural Research Institute. Oh, by the way, will your Agricultural Research Institute still require those old varieties of seeds? Lin Man suddenly asked Elder Jiang. The Agricultural Research Institute had already severed ties with the 4 major conglomerates and various private entities for seed procurement. The seeds in their affiliated stores were predominantly cultivated with their assistance. This seed revolution would inevitably replace the old seeds, but it would likely not occur overnight. Elder Jiang paused for a moment. We should still require some. If needed, we will place orders with you. You can produce according to the orders. Furthermore, in half a month, 50 new seed varieties will be launched. At that time, only the 3 of us will be able to provide these seeds, ensuring they will be in high demand. Although the Agricultural Research Institute could bring back the 2,000 senior cultivators in advance, he still harbored some concerns that certain seeds might sell out due to overwhelming demand. In such a scenario, he hoped to request some stock from her. The prospect of having 2,000 senior cultivators was a foundation he could hardly have imagined in the past. Yet now that the personnel were secured, he found it somewhat less impressive. The Qian family, being one of the 4 major conglomerates, possessed an entire planet dedicated to cultivation. Even if they were the weakest among the 4, their number of senior cultivators had never been publicly disclosed, but it likely exceeded 20,000. For the Qian family, with an entire cultivation planet, senior cultivators might not even be the most crucial asset. Compared to selling seeds, the profits from the vegetables and fruits corresponding to those seeds would be much higher. With so many intermediate and junior cultivators and vast expanses of land, if production were unleashed, the number of new vegetable and fruit varieties that could emerge would be staggering. High yield, superior quality, new varieties would effortlessly eclipse the old ones. The sales of the old vegetable varieties from the Wang, Zhao, and Qian families would face significant impacts. Based on his projections, when the new varieties were launched in half a month, the Qian family would undoubtedly reap the most rewards, followed by Madame Marshal's side. Even if Madame Marshal returned the 2,000 senior cultivators, her number of senior cultivators would still surpass that of the Agricultural Research Institute. Moreover, DQ001 star had already developed several cities. He had examined the layouts of these cities, which were even more optimal than those on cultivation planets. To put it simply, over 95% of the city's area was designated as cultivation base, with less than 5% allocated for urban space. Consequently, the cultivation area of DQ001 star was substantial. Furthermore, as development progressed, the cultivation area would continue to expand, with a steady influx of cultivators, and even an accelerated pace of influx into DQ001 star. The land and productivity would continually increase, and with Madame Marshal's ability to produce spiritual ingredients, she would eventually catch up to the Qian family's productivity, perhaps even surpass it. In comparison, the Agricultural Research Institute had somehow become the weakest entity among the 3. Contemplating this, Elder Jiang could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, comparisons among people could be disheartening. Very well, should we have any surplus stock on our side? Lin Man responded with a smile. Currently, the vegetables and fruits sold in their shared restaurant's shopping supermarket were performing quite well. However, since the vegetables were of old varieties, their competitiveness was not strong, resulting in relatively lower sales compared to other products. With the upcoming launch of new varieties, sales should see an increase. Additionally, her seed sales license would be approved soon, and she was also preparing to sell seeds in the supermarket. She could stock up on seeds, especially since Elder Jiang had indicated a need for additional stock. Chapter 170. Madam Young Master, please take your time. Upon hearing Lin Man's words, Elder Jiang felt a hint of disappointment. He added, you don't have an offline store, so there's no need to stock up for branches. The pressure of inventory isn't that high, it wouldn't hurt to stock up on some seeds. In the event that our Agricultural Research Institute has sufficient stock, you could pause the breeding of the excess seeds and shift to cultivating other varieties. Then, you could sell the excess seeds online for a while, allowing you to clear out the surplus. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious of Madame Marshall's online supermarket model. Centralized sales resulted in lower inventory pressure, unlike their Agricultural Research Institute's numerous seed stores, which necessitated distributing seeds to each one. Different planets and regions had varying preferences among cultivators for seeds. The same seed might sell well in some stores while struggle in others. This discrepancy led to easily mismanaged inventory arrangements. To prevent stockouts in seed stores, they had to set safety stock levels for each one. While this approach reduced the likelihood of stockouts, it significantly increased inventory pressure. Especially for the Agricultural Research Institute's seed stores, renowned for their comprehensive variety, the inventory pressure was even greater. Lin Man glanced at Elder Jiang and nodded. She thought to herself that she would just help out. Their model indeed did not fear cultivating more seeds. Upon hearing Lin Man's agreement, Elder Jiang felt relieved.
Oh.
By the way, if you cultivate an excess of vegetables and fruits, you can supply some to our Agricultural Research Institute. We also have a few direct-operated fresh produce stores. Although these stores are primarily concentrated on the Imperial Star, the business is still quite good. However, Lin Man declined. The Imperial Star is too far.
Let us pass on that.
We will adjust production based on the market. For ingredients that do not sell well, we will simply cultivate them in smaller quantities. It is of no consequence that we have cultivated more than enough. We can send some to the military for their assistance in resolving this matter. Furthermore, within our online supermarket, we also possess semi-finished vegetable products. At that time, we shall encourage our website's hosts to promote these items vigorously. And, by offering discounts on the vegetables transformed into semi-finished products, we should be able to sell a good portion. Upon hearing this, old Jiang could not suppress a flicker of envy in his eyes. Very well then. Let us continue to maintain a close collaboration between our two parties. Should any issues arise, we can reach out to each other to see if assistance can be rendered. The market for the new seeds and their corresponding fruits and vegetables is bound to flourish swiftly. This time, we must seize this opportunity to profit significantly. Lin Man was astonished by old Jiang's somewhat mercenary demeanor. Noticing her expression, old Jiang offered an awkward smile. I apologize for my frankness. Sighing, he continued to be candid. Since the establishment of our Agricultural Science Institute, we have been operating at a loss. The officials from the Ministry of Finance have always looked down upon us, subjecting us to derision whenever we apply for funding. This time, the matter of purchasing seeds, along with the redemption of those 2,000 senior cultivators, was personally intervened by His Majesty. Yet, even His Majesty faced difficulties with that surnamed Gao, and in the end, we did not secure the amount we desired. Alas! It was fortunate that you reminded His Majesty. He sent someone to discreetly inform the Qian family, prompting them to reach out to us. We managed to obtain funds from them. Lin Man was taken aback, inwardly marveling at His Majesty's astuteness. May I inquire how much the Qian family has contributed? She asked tentatively. Old Jiang turned towards Lin Man, his face beaming with delight. He raised one hand, indicating a figure. Lin Man's eyes widened. 50 trillion? She whispered. Old Jiang looked disdainful. 10 times that, he proclaimed, proudly. Lin Man gasped in astonishment. 500 trillion. Old Jiang nodded, brimming with pride. Henceforth, we shall not lack the funds for seed purchases for the foreseeable future. As for assisting you in recruitment, His Majesty has dispatched personnel to us and coordinated with various departments. Moving forward, our Agricultural Science Institute will reach out to all cultivators in the Empire and endeavor to persuade them to assist in your recruitment efforts, to expedite the hiring process. We are truly making substantial investments this time. Substantial investments? Lin Man inquired with curiosity. Indeed. To ensure successful recruitment, the Agricultural Science Institute has promised cultivators that if they agree to sign a 5-year contract through our introduction, they will receive additional points when applying for positions at the Institute. For those who do not wish for added points, economic rewards will be provided. The reward for junior cultivators is 1,000 star coins. Although 1,000 star coins may not seem like much, when multiplied by hundreds of thousands of individuals, it amounts to an astronomical figure if everyone opts for the monetary reward instead of the points. Without the financial support from the Qian family, our Agricultural Science Institute could not afford such extravagance. Lin Man contemplated this and could not help but exclaim at the magnitude of it all. What about the intermediate cultivators? She casually asked next. Old Zhang's expression stiffened. For intermediate cultivators, our Agricultural Science Institute needs to prepare for the upcoming new products, particularly focusing on introducing certain soil-cultivated vegetables and vine fruits to the market. Only intermediate and higher-level cultivators are capable of cultivating these items. The Agricultural Science Institute requires these intermediate cultivators for its own needs. How could they possibly spare any for DQ001? They have already dispatched so many cultivators to DQ001. Surely the Marshal's wife has noticed that nearly all of them are junior cultivators? Upon seeing Old Zhang's expression, Lin Man understood. It is of no concern to us. The distinction between junior and intermediate cultivators is not significant. She sought to alleviate the awkwardness. After all, by providing them with some spiritual ingredients, junior cultivators can advance to intermediate levels in a matter of days. Little did she expect that her spiritual ingredients would one day be insufficient. Regrettably, her ability had been stuck at level 4 for some time, and due to her pregnancy, she could not expedite her powers enhancement through illicit means with Qinzhou, leaving her to gradually accumulate experience points. Reflecting on this, Lin Man gently caressed her belly, reminding herself not to rush, as matters can progress step by step. Old Zhang, upon hearing Lin Man's words, could not help but cast a look of envy her way. Those spiritual ingredients. Madam, dinner is served. Old Zhang was interrupted as Wu Ping approached. Lin Man glanced at Wu Ping, just in time to see Fong Qing entering from outside. Aunt Fong, Lin Man said as she rose. Fong Qing quickly approached, steadying Lin Man. Madam, please take care. Old Zhang, after supporting Lin Man, Fong Qing turned back to greet Old Zhang. Manager Zhang, he replied courteously. Old Zhang, I have brought the seeds that your Agricultural Science Institute ordered. Let us dine first, and afterward, we can discuss further. Chapter 171. Seeking Development. Very well, Old Zhang replied. Thus, the group proceeded to the dining hall for their meal. The delicious dishes whetted Old Zhang's appetite, and due to the business at hand, he managed to refrain from indulging more than one glass of wine that evening. By the way, although the new seeds will not hit the market for another half-month, our Agricultural Science Institute will commence promotion shortly. Marshal's wife, Manager Fong, we kindly ask for your assistance in joint promotion at that time to swiftly elevate the visibility of those fruits and vegetables. Old Zhang suddenly remarked. Lin Man and Fong Qing exchanged delighted glances. This is an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Certainly, I can arrange for the company as culinary hosts to conduct some live broadcasts, providing explanations and adding some complimentary offerings in the shared dining area, while also announcing pre-sale details, Fong Qing added in her heart. Old Zhang smiled with great satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent, he responded emphatically, repeating his approval 3 times. He then discussed some additional details with the 2 women. The meal lasted for over an hour before concluding. After dining, Fong Qing handed the seeds over to Old Zhang. Upon receiving the seeds, Old Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement. He gazed at them for a while before stowing them away in his spatial ring. I sincerely thank you for this matter concerning the seeds. These seeds are of utmost importance, and the Agricultural Science Institute is rather busy. I shall not linger in Man City any longer. Tomorrow morning, I will return to Imperial Star. With the seeds secured, the 2,000 senior cultivators will also return to Imperial Star in the next couple of days. There is a multitude of matters awaiting my attention at the Agricultural Science Institute, and I must return swiftly to oversee operations. Very well. I will await you at the special passageway of the Man City spaceship base at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You may take the special passage to leave, Fong Qing stated. Without guidance, no one can depart DQ001 with viable seeds and through the special passageway. I appreciate your assistance, Manager Fong. Old Zhang expressed his gratitude. Not at all. I shall personally see you off, Fong Qing replied as she escorted Old Zhang out. 10 minutes later, Fong Qing returned to find Lin Man waiting for her on the sofa. Madam, Fong Qing said as she approached Lin Man and took a seat beside her. Lin Man glanced at Fong Qing and recounted her earlier conversation with Old Zhang. With His Majesty's support, the Agricultural Science Institute is promising both funding and assistance in recruiting. Furthermore, the Qian family has also committed to helping us recruit cultivators. We can expect a significant influx of cultivators on DQ001 in the near future. Moreover, this sale of seeds has yielded us considerable profit. I aim to accelerate the pace of planetary development, Lin Man stated directly. With the new seeds about to be released, the market potential is immense. Not only is the Agricultural Science Institute eager, but I am also quite anxious. DQ001 possesses vast expanses of land, and with cultivators continuously arriving, The opportunity to earn substantial profits is imminent. We must seize it. Fong Qing nodded in agreement. With funding secured, the development should pose no issues. I will begin making arrangements tomorrow. Lin Man's lips curled into a smile. Additionally, I wish to reorganize the allocation of spiritual ingredients. The Agricultural Research Institute also employs individuals that we have recruited ourselves, predominantly consisting of novice cultivators. In fact, most of them have only recently assumed the role of novice cultivators. These novice cultivators are capable of cultivating only hydroponic vegetables, and their ethereal powers are quite limited, leading to a feeble productivity. In stark contrast, intermediate cultivators possess a far more robust and rich ethereal power, serving as the core productivity of various cultivation bases. Increasing the number of intermediate cultivators will yield the most noticeable enhancement in productivity. After all, the spiritual resources required to train a senior cultivator are 20 to even 30 or 40 times greater than those needed for an intermediate cultivator. However, the productivity of senior cultivators in cultivating soil-based vegetables is less than 10 times that of intermediate cultivators. They must focus on production henceforth. Only by arranging matters in this manner can we maximize the benefits derived from spiritual resources. Fong Qing nodded in agreement once more. The seeds purchased by the Agricultural Research Institute this time are exclusively for soil-based vegetables and soil-cultivated fruits. Indeed, novice cultivators cannot contribute to this endeavor. Therefore, let us temporarily halt the provision of ethereal meals and fruits from the green wild base and instead offer rewards to some of the promising novice cultivators, enabling their swift advancement. The performance evaluation system at Man Food Culture Company Limited is already quite refined, making it easy to select diligent employees. The company is clear in its rewards and punishments. Good resources should naturally be prioritized for those who perform well. Let this be implemented promptly, Lin Man instructed. I will arrange this shortly, and it will be executed by tomorrow morning, Fong Qing replied immediately. Lin Man's expression softened. Aunt Fong, you have worked hard. Fong Qing smiled brightly. It's nothing. After saying this, Fong Qing gazed at Lin Man's burgeoning belly. Money is inexhaustible. Young madam, I will handle the company's affairs. For now, you should focus on nurturing the child. Once young master and young mistress Lulu are born, you will have ample opportunities and time to showcase your talents. Lin Man lowered her gaze to her increasingly prominent belly and gently stroked it. She responded softly. The following morning, Man Food Culture Company, Ltd., announced the list of 10,000 outstanding novice cultivators and notified that rewards would be given to those on the list. The rewards consist of a meal of ethereal cuisine. Simultaneously, the company's system unveiled the lists of outstanding novice cultivators, outstanding intermediate cultivators, and outstanding senior cultivators, 3 distinct rankings. The outstanding novice cultivators list comprises the top 5,000 novice cultivators. The outstanding intermediate cultivators list includes the top 1,000 intermediate cultivators. The outstanding senior cultivators list features the top 500 senior cultivators. Each of these lists is updated every night at 10 o'clock. The outstanding novice cultivators list is assessed daily. Those who make the list are eligible to receive their rewards the following morning and consume them on the spot. The outstanding intermediate and senior cultivators lists are assessed monthly. Although ranking information is updated daily, rewards are calculated based on the data from the last day of the month. Compared to the rewards for outstanding novice cultivators, those for outstanding intermediate and senior cultivators are significantly more generous. The rewards for these two lists consist of 7 consecutive days of 1 ethereal meal per day, and for senior cultivators, 1 ethereal meal plus 1 ethereal fruit per day for 7 days. The company provided an explanation of the calculation methods and rules for the lists above, along with an introduction to the effects of ethereal cuisine and fruits. Once the news broke, it immediately caused a sensation. The various groups of cultivators within the company erupted with messages. Good news! The company has released the list of outstanding employees. Hurry to check it out. I saw it. The company set up 3 lists according to the cultivator levels. Surprisingly, the novice cultivators list has the most entries, and rewards are distributed daily. The company a bit misguided in prioritizing novice cultivators? Chapter 172. The ranking. I also saw it. The rewards are ethereal cuisine and fruits. I read in the introduction to the list that consuming ethereal cuisine and fruits can enhance ethereal powers and gestational values. Is that really so miraculous?
In no time.
A plethora of skeptical messages flooded the group. At this moment, a well-informed individual finally spoke up. The reason the outstanding novice cultivators list has so many slots is that the company aims to swiftly support a batch of intermediate cultivators. There is no need to doubt the efficacy of ethereal cuisine. I can tell you, the reason I and other senior cultivators in Mon City have progressed so rapidly is due to ethereal cuisine. A big shot has appeared. Please share more details. We actually have a senior cultivator in our group. I humbly request you to share your insights. An overwhelming number of complimentary messages surfaced. The individual who spoke felt somewhat embarrassed. No need for such flattery. I was merely fortunate to arrive in Mon City early, coinciding with the company's need to cultivate senior cultivators. A few months ago, I was just like many of you, merely a novice cultivator. Through hard work, I was recommended to the Green Wild Base. At that time, the company invested heavily in the personnel at the Green Wild Base, providing us with 2 meals of ethereal cuisine daily and occasionally ethereal fruits. All of us who entered the Green Wild Base subsequently left within a month. Leaving the Green Wild Base meant being promoted to senior cultivators. Promoted to senior cultivator in just a month. Are you serious? The 500 slots on the senior cultivators list are filled. Big shot, I believe you. Can you reveal how many senior cultivators our company actually has? The messages continued to pop up incessantly. The senior cultivator glanced at the questions and continued his train of thought, messaging in the group. You need not doubt the effects of ethereal cuisine and fruits. All senior cultivators in Mon City have benefited from them. Surely, you have all heard of the company's gestational value enhancement plan? The ethereal cuisine and fruits supplied to the wealthy at the resort in Mon City are precisely those. Previously, the resort's daily expenditure was 20 million star coins. It has now risen to 30 million star coins per day. You can roughly calculate the value of ethereal cuisine and fruits. Currently, the number of senior cultivators in Mon City should exceed 130,000, but recently, 20,000 senior cultivators from the Agricultural Research Institute have departed Mon City to return to the Imperial Star. According to the higher-ups, those individuals were talents cultivated by the company for the Agricultural Research Institute. Many of you likely came to DQ001 star through recruitment from the Agricultural Research Institute. The Agricultural Research Institute did not assist the company in recruitment for free, you know. Oh my, this is the truth. The reason the Agricultural Research Institute helped the company with recruitment is because of this. If that is the case, then we truly hit the jackpot by joining the company. Over 130,000 senior cultivators. The company is incredibly powerful. It rivals the 4 major conglomerates. What do the 4 major conglomerates even matter? You won't understand the wonders of the Green Wild Base if you haven't been there. The senior cultivator could not resist speaking up again. Please, great one, enlighten us on what exactly is in the Green Wild Base. We only know that only outstanding employees can enter the Green Wild Base. Those who go in rarely return to their original positions. After the Great One's explanation, we now know they all became senior cultivators. Naturally, once they become senior cultivators, they will not return to their original posts. Ah, how envious. If only I had worked a bit harder back then. A colleague who joined at the same time as me has been in the Green Wild Base for nearly a month. He surely must have become a senior cultivator by now. The esteemed senior cultivator, upon receiving this message, expressed his affirmation with a quote, "If all goes as expected, indeed." He continued, previously the company had regulations that prohibited us from divulging information about the Green Wilderness Base. However, last night, those restrictions were lifted. Thus, I am now able to share these insights with everyone. At the Green Wilderness Base, not only are there the ethereal cuisine and fruits provided by the company, but also a plethora of ancient vegetable and fruit seeds supplied by the company. Indeed, a plethora. The variety of seeds is extensive, all of ancient lineage, with robust plants and high yields. Everyone is familiar with the original sources of the new grape, watermelon, and tomato seeds, right? Those 3 seeds trace back to our company. And the company possesses far more than just these 3 ancient seed varieties. There are dozens of soil-cultivated vine fruits akin to watermelon and tomato. Are you all astonished? Haha, I have further delightful news to share. Our company has sold another batch of cultivable seeds to the Agricultural Research Institute. We have arranged with them to commence the public sale of new seeds and corresponding vegetables in half a month. This is likely the reason behind the company's sudden release of rankings and rewards for junior cultivators, as the company is in dire need of a significant number of intermediate cultivators to nurture soil-cultivated vegetables and vine fruits. Do not be misled by the daily rewards for junior cultivators. thinking the company is overly favoring them compared to intermediate and senior cultivators. There is an aspect you may not be aware of. Those junior cultivators who make it onto the leaderboard are likely the ones with stronger wood elemental affinity. For such individuals, consuming just one meal of ethereal cuisine could elevate their wood elemental affinity to intermediate levels. Once they attain the status of intermediate cultivators, they lose the eligibility to appear on the junior cultivator rankings and must wait until they accumulate sufficient prowess to contend for the intermediate cultivator leaderboard. The company's design of the leaderboard is, in fact, a strategy to maximize talent development using limited resources of ethereal cuisine. As he penned these thoughts, the senior cultivator couldn't help but admire the company's arrangements. He felt immensely fortunate to have entered the company and encountered such opportunities. The chat group was immediately filled with exclamations of astonishment. Simultaneously, in other cultivator groups, senior cultivators began sharing their experiences and discussing matters related to the green wilderness base. The value of ethereal cuisine was swiftly recognized by the cultivators. At 8 o'clock, work commenced across various cultivation bases. Junior cultivators were filled with vigor, each eagerly anticipating their ascent into the top 5,000 on the leaderboard. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when only a handful of junior cultivators typically remained to work overtime, nearly all of them stayed on this day. They continued their efforts until 9:30 at night, when the cultivation base was set to close, at which point they finally ceased their overtime work. At 10 o'clock, the cultivators' light brains received a unified message. The leaderboard had been updated. All cultivators received individual notifications regarding their rankings on the respective leaderboards. Chapter 173, Game Changer. A junior cultivator successfully broke into the top 5,000, elated to find themselves on the esteemed junior cultivator leaderboard. Others, just shy of making the cut, felt a wave of frustration. Those with lesser abilities discovered themselves ranked outside the 10,000, or even tens of thousands, yet were not overly disheartened. The leaderboard updates daily, and they were determined to maintain their efforts, confident their rankings would steadily improve. They did not expect to make it onto the esteemed junior cultivator list overnight, but believed that with enhanced abilities, they would surely make their mark. Following the leaderboard update, not only were the junior cultivators exhilarated, but intermediate and senior cultivators also felt a surge of excitement. The system provided them with ranking information, allowing them to grasp their performance standings and better plan their forthcoming tasks. On the second day of the Outstanding Cultivator Ranking event at Lin Man Culinary Culture Company, the Agricultural Research Institute unexpectedly announced on its official website that the Empire had discovered new seeds. In total, 50 varieties were revealed, comprising both vegetable and fruit seeds, all of ancient origin. The Agricultural Research Institute provided comprehensive introductions to these 50 seeds, accompanied by numerous images and short videos. As soon as the Agricultural Research Institute released the news, a streamer on YouLive began creating dishes and fruit platters using those 50 varieties of vegetables and fruits, sharing them for free. To date, YouLive had undergone over 20 expansions, achieving the highest storage capacity for shared content among Empire live streaming websites. With trillions of shared content capacity, the site had an abundance of free sharing quotas available. Moreover, the daily provision of extensive free content attracted numerous users, bringing the site's daily active users close to 10 billion. Such an enormous daily active number translated to a high conversion rate for orders. Despite Lin Man Culinary Culture Company having numerous profitable projects, the shared restaurant remained the most lucrative venture. The sales of the online supermarket established based on the shared restaurant were also steadily increasing. Seizing the momentum, Fangqing launched the 50 varieties of vegetables and fruits for pre-sale in the online supermarket. Additionally, she created a dedicated seed section in the online supermarket to sell seeds. The categories of seeds aligned with those from the Agricultural Research Institute, including not only ordinary vegetable seeds but also new grape, watermelon, and tomato seeds. Regarding these 3 seed varieties, due to Lin Man's prior acquisition of them for the Agricultural Research Institute, Lin Man Culinary Culture Company actually did not possess the sales rights for these 3 seeds. Fangqing contacted the Agricultural Research Institute, paying over 100 billion to reclaim the sales rights. Once the seed section was established, Fangqing prominently featured the pre-sale of the 50 new seeds. The pre-sale proved exceptionally successful, particularly since the 3 parties had agreed to launch the seeds and corresponding vegetables and fruits together in half a month. Currently, however, only the online supermarket supported pre-sales. Especially for the seeds, the pre-sale orders in the online supermarket exceeded Fangqing and Lin Man's expectations. Cultivators in the community, learning of the pre-sale news, flocked to the online supermarket to place orders. They had previously experienced the challenges surrounding the watermelon and tomato seeds, where new seeds were released. But the Agricultural Research Institute could not supply a large quantity at once, making it difficult to purchase seeds.
Now,
Being able to place pre-orders from the online supermarket was undoubtedly a shortcut. The operations of Man Culinary Culture Company naturally caught the attention of the Agricultural Research Institute and the Qian family. Although both parties felt a twinge of jealousy, they refrained from intervening. The market was vast, and rather than engage in negotiations with the marshal's wife that might lead to dissatisfaction, it was more prudent to focus on production. After all, the market was to be divided among the three of them, and the more goods they had, the greater their profits. In contrast to the calm demeanor of the Agricultural Research Institute and the Qian family, the Wang, Zhao, and Li families were thrown into disarray. They had previously caught wind of some movements, aware that DQ-001 star was active and colluding with the Agricultural Research Institute. They had even received news about the Qian family's personnel dispatched to DQ-001 star, but had dismissed it at the time. Now, the news arrived like a game changer. The Agricultural Research Institute was set to collaborate with DQ-001 star and the Qian family to jointly launch a total of 50 varieties of vegetable and fruit seeds, along with the corresponding produce. They had reviewed the materials released by the Agricultural Research Institute, and to their astonishment, all the seeds were of ancient lineage. The fruits were all soil-cultivated vine varieties, while the vegetables were upgraded versions of existing seeds. Once these products hit the market, they would undoubtedly disrupt the existing vegetable and fruit markets. The mere presence of the Agricultural Research Institute was not particularly alarming, as they lacked the capacity to meet the demand for seeds. However, with DQ-001 star and the Qian family also involved, the situation was considerably more precarious. According to the intelligence they possessed, DQ-001 star was developing rapidly, with its arable land expanding at an unprecedented rate and its momentum exceedingly vigorous. The most troublesome issue remains the Qian family. Although the Qian family is the weakest among the four major financial conglomerates, they possess a cultivated planet and have fresh produce stores scattered throughout the stars. The Qian family has the capability to encroach upon their market and clientele. At this moment, within the Imperial Star, in the royal palace, the emperor received a video call from Li Chong, the head of the Li family. "Your Majesty, Wang Yin and Zhao Qian approached me, hoping to unite with me to pressure you into raising the prices of the 50 new varieties of fruits and vegetables, along with their corresponding seeds, in order to stabilize their market share against competing products," Li Chong said, his face adorned with feigned loyalty.
oh,
How do they intend to exert this pressure? The emperor inquired nonchalantly. Li Chong cast a worried glance at the emperor. Wang Yin suggested that if your Majesty refuses, they would shut down their seed stores and, subsequently, all fresh produce stores would cease operations as well. The Agricultural Institute had been developing rapidly during this period, having freed itself from reliance on the four major corporations for vegetable seed procurement after collaborating with Planet DQ-001. However, the Agricultural Institute's share in the vegetable seed market was merely 1/5. If the Wang, Zhao, and Li families united to shut down their seed stores, even with the combined efforts of the Agricultural Institute, DQ-001, and the Qian family, they would be unable to meet the market's demand for vegetable seeds. Failure to satisfy this demand would inevitably lead to chaos. The situation in the vegetable market would be even more dire, as it was predominantly divided among the four major conglomerates. If the three largest families suddenly ceased supplying fresh produce, the market would be thrown into disarray, potentially destabilizing the entire empire. The emperor's expression darkened. Observing this, Li Chong hastily bowed before the emperor. "Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Our Li family has not agreed to collude with them." The emperor cast a cold glance at Li Chong, appreciating the choice of words he employed. "So, you come to me with this information to seek a favor?" "And no, I dare not," Li Chong quickly retorted. Chapter 174. The Cost to the Li family. "However, Your Majesty, our Li family is unwaveringly loyal to you and has never engaged in actions harmful to the empire. I merely wish to request an opportunity. We are willing to support the Agricultural Institute in providing the citizens of the empire with high-quality, affordable fruits, vegetables, and seeds. I beseech Your Majesty for a chance," Li Chong implored nervously. At this juncture, only Wang Yin and Zhao Qian remained oblivious to the reality of the situation. First, it was the new grape seeds, then watermelon and tomato seeds, and now a total of 50 varieties of ancient fruits and vegetables. In the future, the number of ancient seeds would only increase. Even if the three families successfully pressured Your Majesty this time, Temporarily preserving their interests, the Agricultural Institute and Planet DQ-001 were advancing rapidly. Once they grew sufficiently powerful, would your majesty still tolerate their presence? When the empire no longer required them, the emperor would undoubtedly seek retribution. What awaited them? He would not follow them into oblivion, self-destructing alongside them. While the emperor still needed him, he must seize the opportunity to align himself with the emperor. Moreover, there was the matter of his daughter. Recently, he discovered that she had been cavorting with a gigolo, and the child she bore was not of royal lineage. After considerable effort, he managed to capture the gigolo. Following a round of interrogation, he learned that his daughter had been schemed against long ago. That fool truly believed she was in control of everything and could deceive the royal family. A troublesome situation lay before him. The truth about the child would eventually be exposed. If he steadfastly aligned with the Wang and Zhao families, even if Xiao Rui and the Empress gained power in the future, they would not spare the Li family. On the contrary, the emperor might show leniency towards them. The emperor gazed at Li Chang. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Supporting the Agricultural Institute?
Ha!
How much can you truly contribute? He had not initially intended to retain the Li family, but Jiang and his cohorts had acted too hastily. The Wang and Zhao families sought to compel him by threatening to cease supplying seeds and produce, necessitating a strategic response. This Li Chang was quite clever. If he could be a bit more astute, retaining the Li family might not be out of the question. Li Chang felt a surge of hope. 50, no, 100 trillion. Our Li family is willing to spare no effort in assisting the Agricultural Institute. The emperor's brow twitched. 100 trillion was indeed a generous offer. Double that of the Qian family. Yet, despite feeling tempted, the emperor did not rush to agree. However, what the Agricultural Institute needed most at present was not money. Li Chang furrowed his brow, then resolutely declared, Planet PU-007, we have only developed a small portion. The remaining area can be donated to the Agricultural Institute. The emperor's interest was piqued. The Li family owned 2 cultivated planets, with PU-007 being a recent development. Although its size was modest, it was significant compared to others. The Agricultural Institute's dire need was land. If the Li family could donate PU-007, the mid-level cultivators recruited by the Institute would have a place to utilize their skills. Nevertheless, the Agricultural Institute required a complete cultivation base. The emperor spoke in a deep voice. The Agricultural Institute needs an entire planet. He ceased beating around the bush with Li Chang. Li Chang clenched his fists, suddenly looking up at the emperor. Your Majesty, the Li family can agree to your terms. But I beseech your Majesty to grant me one request. The emperor's expression soured. The pressure caused Li Chang to lower his head once more. After a lengthy pause, the emperor finally spoke. Li Chang, drenched in sweat and with a racing heart, gathered his courage. I request that your Majesty permit Li Jiao to divorce Prince Rui. Upon uttering these words, Li Chang felt unsteady, struggling to maintain his composure to avoid collapsing. The emperor, upon hearing this, exhibited no surprise. That child. Realizing his suspicions were correct, Li Chang understood that the emperor had long known the truth about his daughter's child not being of royal blood. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief for having placed his bet wisely. Rest assured, your Majesty, that child will not be born, Li Chang immediately assured. Regardless of whether his daughter divorced Xiao Rui, the child's existence was a disgrace to the royal family. Furthermore, that gigolo reeked of ulterior motives, filled with schemes. Eliminating the child within his daughter's womb would benefit both the royal family and the Li family. The emperor finally regarded Li Chang with a look of approval. The matter of the divorce can wait. Tomorrow, we shall depart for Man City. By the way, bring your wife along. Li Chang was momentarily taken aback. Then his face brightened with joy. Yes. Thank you, your Majesty. The emperor's lips curled slightly as he ended the video call. The following day, Li Chang and his wife traveled to Planet DQ-001's Man City. Fong Qing arranged for them to be directly taken to a resort, where they would meet Li Chang. Manager Fong, it has been a while, Li Chang said, smiling awkwardly as he extended his hand upon seeing Fong Qing. His daughter had originally been betrothed to a marshal, and Fong Qing was affiliated with the marshal's residence. They were once acquaintances. However, after the Li family called off the engagement, she had approached them, leading to an unpleasant encounter. Fong Qing glanced at Li Chang's outstretched hand and simply sidestepped it. Li Chang felt even more embarrassed. Yet he could only force a smile as he followed Fong Qing to the sofa to sit down. Manager Fong, I must sincerely apologize for the previous matters concerning the Li family. I am here to formally express my regrets. As he spoke, 3 boxes appeared in Li Chang's hands. These are gifts I have prepared for the Marshal, the Marshal's wife, and Manager Fong. My visit here was arranged by His Majesty, and I personally hope to collaborate with your esteemed company. I earnestly hope that our two families can bury the hatchet. Fong Qing glanced at the gift box, her expression softening somewhat. Seizing the moment, Li Chang placed the gift box on the tea table before Fong Qing. She withdrew her gaze, deciding to let bygones be bygones. Since it was His Majesty who sent you, let us discuss the matter at hand. As she spoke, Fong Qing raised the seed price by 20% and communicated the new quote to Li Chang. Turning the page? Is it truly that simple? While we cannot openly sever ties, perhaps I can extract a bit more from you. Upon hearing the quote, Li Chang felt a pang in his heart but ultimately acquiesced. After all, he had already made significant concessions to the emperor. What was a little more? Procuring new seeds swiftly was of utmost importance, as it would facilitate preparations for the new product launch. If executed correctly, this upcoming launch could yield substantial returns. With time, they could dominate the markets of the Wang and Zhao families and recoup their investments sooner than anticipated. Seeing that Li Chang was perceptive, Fong Qing felt a modicum of satisfaction. She refrained from further complicating matters for him and promptly finalized the contract, completing the transaction. With the business deal sealed and funds received, Fong Qing's demeanor towards Li Chang grew considerably warmer. By the way, in addition to the seed business, Elder Jiang has also arranged a week of resort services for you and your wife. Given the VIP status, the total cost amounts to 10 billion star coins. Fong Qing smiled, effortlessly inflating the price, more than double. In her view, this was not excessive, as under normal circumstances, without the intervention of His Majesty and Elder Jiang, they would not entertain Li Chang's business, even if he sought them out. Moreover, the situation with Li Chang and his wife could be considered an intrusion. Their company had never allowed anyone to cut in line before. Li Chang's expression stiffened. Very well, I shall make the payment immediately, he replied without hesitation. He had previously arranged for his daughter to participate in a project with Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited. So he was well aware of the resort's pricing and understood that Fong Qing had deliberately quoted a high price. However, this extra expense was inconsequential to him. He was filled with gratitude for the opportunity His Majesty had provided him. If this visit to Mancheng could genuinely enhance his and his wife's fertility and lead to conception, the Li family would surely earn the emperor's trust in securing a new heir. After completing the transaction, Li Chang swiftly transferred 10 billion to Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited. Upon confirming the funds, Fong Qing displayed a satisfied expression. I wish you and your wife a delightful vacation. If you are in a hurry to send the seeds away from the Imperial Star, you may give them to your accompanying personnel. I will personally escort them through the special passage at the spaceship base. Li Chang and his wife had brought along staff who were accommodated in a nearby hotel and did not accompany them to the resort. Thank you for your assistance. I will contact them now, he said. Manager Fong, given the significance of the seeds, we certainly cannot afford to delay. Please initiate a video call and have them come over. Fong Qing, eager to resolve the matter quickly, responded. Li Chang complied and promptly reached out to his accompanying personnel. Half an hour later, Fong Qing departed with Li Chang's staff. That evening, Fong Qing personally visited Lin Man to report on Li Chang's affairs. Young madam, I have already allocated the newly received funds. We can add another city to the simultaneous projects. Lin Man, upon hearing this, was exceedingly pleased. Previously, His Majesty had specifically contacted me to prevent us from collaborating with the other 3 major financial groups. I never anticipated that he would actively introduce the Li family to us this time. However, concerning Li Jiaojiao, did you not mention that An Lang went missing after returning to the Imperial Star, suspecting he was captured by the Li family? Do you think Li Chang is aware of our schemes against his daughter? A sly smile crossed Fong Qing's face. He should be aware. Otherwise, he would not have sought the emperor's intervention to facilitate their stay at the resort. He is not entirely foolish. He knows the major operation has failed and is preparing to create a new identity. Fong Qing speculated that Li Chang's trip to the resort was a request made to the emperor, entirely unaware that the emperor was already privy to the situation regarding Li Jiaojiao. Moreover, it was the emperor who had orchestrated the visit of the couple to the resort. Lin Man nodded in agreement with Fong Qing's conjecture. Let us maintain our facade of ignorance. If Li Jiaojiao does not cause trouble, we can show leniency given the Li family's collaboration with us. Fong Qing chuckled. The young madam truly exhibits mercy. Lin Man smiled, casting a sly glance at Fong Qing. Enough with the jesting. After all, Li Jiaojiao is the emperor's daughter-in-law. While it may be gratifying to strike at her, offending the emperor would be a grave miscalculation. Suddenly, Lin Man seemed to recall something. Aunt Fong, do you think the emperor is aware of this matter? Fong Qing's expression froze momentarily, followed by a stiff smile. He should not be aware. Otherwise, how could he allow the Li family to remain unscathed and even incorporate them into the fold? Furthermore, due to Li Jiaojiao's pregnancy, the emperor has recently shown more favor towards Xiao Rui and the empress. Yet, as she spoke, Fong Qing found herself increasingly uncertain. The young madam had mentioned that the emperor contacted her specifically to inform her that his favor towards Xiao Rui and the empress was feigned. Additionally, was it truly Li Chong's request for entry into the resort, rather than a maneuver by the emperor to have the Li family forsake Li Jiaojiao as compensation and encourage the couple to conceive anew? The more she pondered, the colder her spine felt. Seeing Fong Qing's expression, Lin Man realized they were on the same wavelength. Ahem, let us assume the emperor is unaware. We shall refrain from meddling with Li Jiaojiao for now. If the emperor discovers that the child she carries is not of royal blood, he would not remain silent. We shall observe how things unfold. Indeed, Fong Qing replied. A week swiftly passed. After spending a week at the resort, Li Chong and his wife departed for Mancheng. Following their culinary treatments at the resort, both their fertility levels had risen above 80. As they left, the couple felt a deep attachment to the resort, reluctant to part with the exquisite cuisine they had experienced. Having tasted the food for themselves, they were astonished by its delightful flavors, particularly the savory dishes that were simply divine. However, despite their reluctance, the time had come for them to depart. Especially with new fruits and corresponding seeds on the verge of being launched, Li Chong needed to return to oversee affairs. Upon returning to the Imperial Star, Li Jiaojiao, visibly pregnant, hurriedly took Xiao Rui back to her maternal home. During the past week, the Wang and Zhao families had been like ants on a hot stove, frantically negotiating with the emperor. Yet, the emperor had only ever dismissed their concerns with laughter, never providing a formal commitment. After a week, the patience of the Wang and Zhao families was wearing thin. They were eager to summon the Li family and confront the emperor collectively. However, Li Chong and his wife remained inaccessible, and even their daughter, Li Jiaojiao, could not reach them. As news of their public appearance emerged, Li Jiaojiao quickly brought Xiao Rui back to her family. Father, where have you been these past few days? Grandfather and the others have been searching for you, but you were nowhere to be found. In a few days, the Agricultural Institute, the Qian family, and that Lin Man will be launching new fruits and seeds. Our businesses will undoubtedly be impacted. Upon seeing Li Chong, Li Jiaojiao immediately exclaimed. Now carrying a royal child, she needed to align herself closely with Xiao Rui during this critical juncture. Indeed, father, we have been trying to contact you and mother, but we were unable to reach you. Where have you been? Xiao Rui chimed in. Li Chong's gaze turned towards the two, his expression somewhat cold. Where we go is not something you need to report to, he replied with displeasure.
Father, what do you mean by that?
We are merely concerned for you and mother. Chapter 176. The War Begins. Moreover, this matter is significant. Our Li family is allied with the Wang and Zhao families. At a critical juncture, your sudden disappearance is quite baffling. Upon witnessing this, Li Jiaojiao not only failed to temper her demeanor, but also vehemently reproached him. Li Chong, observing his daughter's attitude, felt an irritable surge of anger rise within him, only to be swiftly quelled by a wave of resignation. Had he not already discerned that this major undertaking was beyond salvage? Perhaps a lesser endeavor was already en route. Why engage in a futile quarrel with her? Thus, he suppressed desire. The alliance between the Li family, the Wang family, and the Zhao family has been rendered null, he stated solemnly. I shall personally reach out to Wang Yin and Zhao Qian shortly. You may leave. Given that the Li family had opted to align with His Majesty, there was no longer any need to maintain ties with the Wang and Zhao families. Li Jiaojiao's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say, Dad? She exclaimed sharply, stepping forward to grasp Li Chong's hand. However, he brusquely shook her off. She stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Fortunately, Xiao Rui was there in time to steady her. Dad, you pushed me. Once she regained her composure, Li Jiaojiao glared furiously at her father. Li Chong, feeling a tinge of annoyance, turned his gaze toward her midsection, before shifting his complex expression away. The Li family will not defy His Majesty in conjunction with the Wang and Zhao families. You all may return, he declared in a low voice.
Dad.
Have you lost your mind? At this juncture, Li Jiao still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and charged at Li Chang once more. This time, Xiao Rui intervened, swiftly pulling her back. Dad, have you, like the Qian family, chosen to side with the Agricultural Institute? Xiao Rui inquired with a serious expression. After her uncle could not reach her father, such speculation had arisen. Given her father's current demeanor, could this conjecture potentially be accurate? Li Jiao froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Li Chang. He met their stares for a moment before nodding. Why would you ally with the Agricultural Institute, Dad? I am already pregnant, and it's a boy. Sooner or later, His Majesty will recognize Xiao Rui. She paused, realizing her words. With the three families united, His Majesty would surely relent. Why would you choose to side with the Agricultural Institute? Should they prevail, His Majesty will undoubtedly grow closer to Lin Man. What then am I to do? The project aimed at enhancing pregnancy values at Man Culinary Culture Company Limited could indeed elevate her own pregnancy value. Lin Man must be expecting as well. When she had seen Lin Man at the resort in Man City, her belly had not yet shown. But that did not mean she was not with child. The longer time passed, the more she believed what her father had once told her, that Lin Man was indeed the long-lost culinary streamer, Lady Man. This meant that Lin Man very well could be expecting twins. Given the rapid development of Man Culinary Culture Company, Ltd., and its close ties with the Agricultural Institute, if the Agricultural Institute were to grow stronger, what chances would she have against Lin Man? Although His Majesty had been relatively kind to her of late, she could sense that he favored Lin Man far more. A flicker of irritation crossed Li Chang's face. You do not yet represent the Li family. The reform of pure ingredients concerns the livelihood of the people. No one can obstruct it. The Li family's stance will not waver. You may leave. Li Jiao intended to retort, but Li Chang interjected firmly, please take your leave. Ultimately, the butler entered to escort Li Jiao and Xiao Rui out. Forcefully expelled from the Li residence, Li Jiao seethed with indignation. I want to see my mother. Uncle Lin, take me to see my mother, she demanded angrily. Her father was being unreasonable, and she sought her mother instead. The butler's expression was fraught with complexity. Madam is unwell and cannot receive guests. Miss, young master, you should return, he stated. Unwell? That only makes me want to visit her more. Take me to see my mother. Li Jiao insisted, attempting to push her way inside. The butler swiftly blocked her. Miss, I beg you, do not make this difficult for me. The master has decreed that you may not see madam. She does not wish to see you. Li Jiao's expression stiffened. You insolent wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? My mother would not want to see me. Step aside. The butler's irritation flared, and he finally adopted a stern demeanor. Guard the door. Do not let them in. With that, he turned to leave. The bodyguards immediately moved to block the entrance. Li Jiao began to shout obscenities and attempted to strike out. Xiao Rui, concerned for her well-being, pulled her back. After a few calming words, he eventually managed to lead her away. Within the Li residence, upon hearing the commotion, Madame Li sought her husband. However, Li Chang offered her no warmth. We have already discussed Li Jiao. If you dare meet her behind my back, we shall divorce. After all, there are plenty of women willing to bear my children. This was the first time Li Chang had spoken so harshly to his wife, and he turned away, leaving her reeling. Madame Li staggered, barely catching herself on a chair to avoid fainting. Subsequently, she abandoned any thoughts of visiting her daughter. After Li Jiao and Xiao Rui returned to the palace, news of the incident swiftly reached the Empress and the Wang and Zhao families. Due to Li Chang's decision, the Empress's displeasure towards Li Jiao resurfaced. However, considering Li Jiao's condition, she refrained from taking excessive actions. Members of the Wang and Zhao families entered the palace, conferred with the Empress, and subsequently contacted Li Chang. This time, they finally managed to reach him. Li Chang's stance remained unchanged. He asserted that he would not join them in pressuring the emperor. In fact, he even urged them not to oppose His Majesty. The result was that the Wang and Zhao families berated Li Chang, ultimately deciding to seek the emperor's attention regardless. Among the four major conglomerates, the Wang and Zhao families held the most considerable power. Even without the Qian and Li families, their strike could significantly impact public livelihood. Thus, the following day, the Wang and Zhao families closed all their seed stores, initiating their first step of pressure. They believed that such actions would compel the emperor to relent immediately. Even if he did not yield, they anticipated he would engage them in dialogue. However, before any news of such discussions could reach them, word came that their seed stores were under investigation by the Market Supervision Administration. Numerous cases, numbering in the hundreds or thousands, were filed against them. If all charges were substantiated, they would face substantial fines. Li Chong quickly learned of this development and mused that if the Wang and Zhao families were wise, they would promptly seek to appease him. Regrettably, having grown accustomed to arrogance, they not only failed to soften their stance, but also closed 1/5 of their fresh produce stores as a show of defiance. Li Chong could only describe their actions with 4 words: self-inflicted demise. On the day the Wang and Zhao families executed their audacious moves, Li Chong received a video call from Elder Jiang, notifying him to collaborate with the Qian family to bolster the supply of pure ingredients to stores near the Wang and Zhao closures. The following day, Li Chong received feedback that sales of his pure ingredients in the regions where the Wang and Zhao families had shut down their fresh produce stores had surged several-fold, with a continuing upward trend. The panic among the populace, fearing a reduction or cessation of pure ingredient supplies, had triggered a buying frenzy. A brief investigation revealed that the rush to purchase had been orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. The Wang and Zhao families are truly extracting from the tiger's mouth, Li Chong lamented. He instructed his subordinates to prepare for an unlimited replenishment of those region stores and momentarily set the matter aside. In the ensuing 2 days, the situation indeed worsened. The number of individuals rushing to purchase pure ingredients increased dramatically, and the panic soon spread to other areas. Upon hearing reports of the chaos, the emperor was incensed. Subsequently, on the 3rd day, new vegetables and fruits, along with corresponding seeds, were released to the market. These new varieties were nearly double the size and weight of the previous ones, exhibiting superior color and freshness. Most importantly, the prices of the new products were somewhat lower than those of the old varieties. In response, various fresh produce shops have provided explanations, stating that the new varieties of vegetables and fruits have accepted price guidance from the Agricultural Science Institute and will only experience minor fluctuations around the guided price. Concurrently, the Agricultural Science Institute has issued an announcement regarding the guided pricing, informing the public that the newly launched 50 varieties of produce are of superior quality and yield an output 23 times greater than that of the traditional varieties. At present, the new seeds are available for purchase in major seed stores and the UU online marketplace, with an unlimited supply being implemented. Lastly, the Agricultural Science Institute has specifically issued a clarification, reassuring the public that the empire's supply of pure ingredients is ample and there will be no shortage of such materials. Citizens are urged not to believe in rumors, nor to spread them, and to refrain from hoarding or panic buying pure ingredients. Following this announcement, the media swiftly disseminated the information, prompting a flurry of public comments. The Agricultural Science Institute has finally come forward to dispel the rumors. I knew it. Since the ascendance of His Majesty, the Empire has never faced a shortage of pure ingredients. The recent closures of those fresh produce shops are likely due to other reasons. The closed fresh produce shops belong entirely to the Wang and Zhao families. The root cause, undoubtedly, is the investigation into their seed stores. The Wang and Zhao families are exerting pressure on the authorities. It's a pity that the Agricultural Science Institute's response is clearly dismissive of their antics. These conglomerates are willing to disrupt the market and threaten the livelihood of the populace for their own interests. The authorities must take decisive action against them. They should face severe penalties. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. Furthermore, have you noticed that the newly introduced 50 varieties of seeds are exclusively available from the Li family, Qian family, Agricultural Science Institute, and UU online marketplace? The Wang and Zhao families have been excluded. Could this be a signal that the authorities are preparing to deal with the Wang and Zhao families? Support the punishment of the Wang and Zhao. The populace has suffered under these four major conglomerates for far too long. It is high time to eradicate these parasitic entities from the empire. I just visited the nearby seed store of the Agricultural Science Institute, and there were many customers purchasing the new seeds. However, the store supply was abundant. I also checked out 2 nearby fresh produce shops, and there were still many people buying vegetables. By the way, the quality of the new varieties is indeed excellent, and the prices are quite reasonable. I couldn't resist buying 10 kilograms. It wasn't tea for hoarding, but because the vegetables looked too enticing. I just returned from a nearby vegetable shop as well, and there were plenty of new vegetable varieties, while the old varieties were in short supply. In the fresh produce shops near my home, fruits are still being sold. The flavor of the new fruit varieties is exceptional, and importantly, the prices are affordable. The Agricultural Science Institute has truly succeeded in benefiting the public. Kudos to the Agricultural Science Institute. I found the newly produced seeds from the Agricultural Science Institute at a local vegetable shop. The reserves of seeds at the Agricultural Science Institute must indeed be substantial, or they wouldn't supply the stores. As long as the seeds are not in short supply, we grassroots cultivators can also grow vegetables. If we can't consume all of them, we can sell some to the vegetable shops. How could there be any issue with the supply of vegetables in the market? There's no need to panic by ingredients. I tried the new seeds, and the vegetables I cultivated are simply unparalleled in quality. The yield is indeed more than double that of the old varieties, and furthermore, they require less wood spirit energy to produce. Everyone need not worry about a shortage of vegetables, with such high yields from the new seeds. We grassroots cultivators will supply even more vegetables to the shops. Enough said, I must go buy more seeds. I envy the intermediate cultivators. All 50 new seeds can be experimented with, while we novice cultivators can only watch. Agricultural Science Institute, when will you release new hydroponic vegetable seeds? Within the Agricultural Science Institute, Elder Jiang has also seen these comments. Seizing the momentum, he instructed the staff to publish recruitment announcements for cultivators on the Agricultural Science Institute's official website, as well as for those who could assist in recruiting cultivators. The Leaf family has provided the Agricultural Science Institute with a partially developed planting planet, and they truly lack manpower now. Of course, the recruitment for DQ001 planet cannot be delayed. The current policy of the Agricultural Science Institute is to cast a wide net and select the best, while the remainder will be allocated to DQ001 planet. Fortunately, DQ001 planet is in need of cultivators and is not picky about personnel. Half a month has passed since the initial contract with the Marshal's wife, and the recruitment progress has been relatively smooth. As the public notices the Agricultural Science Institute's recruitment information, another wave of discussions ensues. With DQ001 planet no longer restricting communication between domestic individuals and the outside world, some information about DQ001 planet has spread onto the star network, gradually forming influence within certain circles of cultivators. The rumors mainly encompass 3 points. First, DQ001 planet possesses methods that allow cultivators to advance rapidly. Some cultivators have reportedly progressed from novice to advanced status within just a month or two of arriving at DQ001 planet. Second, all new seeds originate from DQ001 planet, and the Man Food Culture Company holds a substantial quantity of other seeds as well. Third, the Man Food Culture Company has a close cooperative relationship with the Agricultural Science Institute and is highly regarded as a promising new grassroots consortium. Among these 3 points of rumor, the third is met with unwavering belief, while the first 2 are met with some skepticism. However, those cultivators currently residing on DQ001 planet are already convinced that the latter 2 rumors hold truth. During this time, they have witnessed many colleagues advancing to intermediate cultivator status the day after being listed among the outstanding novice cultivators. This is not an isolated incident, but rather a common occurrence. The very few who do not advance the following day still appear on the list and will succeed in their advancement by the 3rd day. Due to this phenomenon, the number of intermediate cultivators on DQ001 planet is rapidly increasing at a rate of over 4,000 per day, significantly enhancing the planet's productivity. Chapter 178. Firefighting. Having confirmed the situation, the cultivators are eager to reach out to other cultivators they know who have yet to join the Man Food Culture Company and assist them in gaining referrals to join as well. This eagerness is fueled by a recently announced reward program. For each successful referral of a cultivator, both the referrer and the referred will receive a reward of 2,000 star coins. Additionally, those who successfully refer 20 cultivators within a month will receive an extra reward of a meal featuring spiritual energy. Following the announcement of this program, cultivators enthusiastically participated, and many have indeed referred enough cultivators to claim their rewards. The number of cultivators on DQ001 planet is rapidly climbing. Moreover, as the number of cultivators increases, coupled with the influx of their families, the population of ordinary citizens on DQ001 planet is also rising quickly. Some of the cities that were built earlier, such as Man City and Day City, have become exceptionally lively. At this moment, Lin Man from DQ001 planet is also keeping an eye on the news from the Star Network. Upon seeing the announcement from the Agricultural Science Institute, Lin Man surmises that Elder Jiang must be feeling quite pleased while issuing this announcement. After all, this marks the first time the Agricultural Science Institute has openly severed ties with the Wang and Zhao families, even striking back at them. After browsing the Star Network for a while, Lin Man initiated a video call with Feng Qing to inquire about the shipping status of the online supermarket. Young madam, The additional 10 shipping warehouses and their corresponding staffing and robotic configurations are now in place and operational. If all goes smoothly, the backlog of pre-orders in the supermarket should be dispatched by midnight tonight. The Famao Express Company's branch in Man City has temporarily arranged for a total of 200 couriers to assist us with the pickups. The couriers will come to our warehouse every half hour to collect items. I have arranged a special passage for them at the spaceship base, ensuring that packages leave DQ-001 planet within 1 hour of being packed. The vegetables and fruits sold in their online supermarket are harvested fresh from the cultivation bases, arriving at the shipping warehouse within 2 hours of picking. Subsequently, the warehouse completes the packaging within another 2 hours and hands the parcels to the couriers for immediate dispatch. To ensure freshness, despite pre-selling the produce in the online supermarket, they have not cultivated them in advance. During this period, the senior cultivators of DQ-001 star have been focused on nurturing seeds, which, unlike vegetables and fruits, have a significantly longer shelf life. Meanwhile, the intermediate cultivators have been dedicated to growing soil-based vegetables and vine fruits for the military. Over a span of just a few days, DQ-001 star has supplied the military with nearly 2 to 3 months' worth of pure ingredients compared to previous supplies. Initially, this situation placed considerable pressure on Jung Sun, but upon Lin Man's assurance that payments could be made in installments, he expressed no further objections. After all, the efficiency of the military's purification agent production center is remarkably high. If the entire team works non-stop, they can process all received pure ingredients into purification agents without any backlog. Last night at 10 p.m., just 2 hours before the launch of the new varieties, DQ-001 star arranged for a portion of junior cultivators and all intermediate and senior cultivators to work overtime. All senior cultivators paused their breeding tasks and proceeded to the cultivation bases to develop the new vegetable and fruit varieties alongside the intermediate cultivators. Concurrently, all major cultivation bases began to operate at high speed, ensuring timely delivery of produce to the 110 shipping warehouses established in Man City. Upon receiving the goods, the warehouse managers promptly directed sorting and packing robots to process customer orders swiftly, handing them over to the couriers for immediate shipment. Since 10 p.m. last night, the operations at both the cultivation bases and warehouses have not ceased, all aimed at expeditiously fulfilling the backlog of pre-ordered items. This morning, Fang Qing noticed the shipping speed from the warehouses was rather sluggish and decided to temporarily increase the number of warehouses to expedite the shipping process. Given the current shipping pace, it seems feasible to resolve the backlog of orders before midnight tonight. However, it is anticipated that the intermediate and senior cultivators will face considerable strain. Additionally, I reviewed today's sales figures from the online mall and found that sales exceeded our previous estimates. It appears that the team will likely need to work overtime again tonight, Fang Qing expressed with a hint of concern. To expedite the dispatch of pre-ordered items, all intermediate cultivators are currently working overtime. By midnight tonight, they will have worked continuously for 26 hours. Although cultivators possess better stamina than the average individual, such a workload could be overwhelming. Lin Man furrowed her brow. Let the intermediate cultivators rest tonight. The senior cultivators can manage until tomorrow morning, at which point the intermediate cultivators can take over. Moreover, distribute 1 spiritual fruit to each senior cultivator tonight as a means of replenishing their energy. I will contact Director Zheng shortly to inform him that the supply of spiritual fruits to the military will be suspended for a few days. During this time, I will expedite the production of spiritual vegetables. Increase the quota for the junior outstanding cultivators to 20,000. And we must devise a plan to augment the number of intermediate cultivators. Sales of seeds in the online mall are thriving, and under these circumstances, senior cultivators can assist with the cultivation of vegetables and fruits for a few days. However, in a few days, to prevent a shortage of seed stock, they will need to return to their previous breeding roles. The number of intermediate cultivators must be increased. There is no other way. Fang Qing concurred. However, madam, you must act within your means. The agreed shipping time for our online supermarket is 48 hours post-order, so it would not be detrimental to slightly slow the pace. Lin Man nodded in agreement. While that is true, the shipping timeframe significantly impacts customer satisfaction. If possible, we should still endeavor to dispatch the goods to our customers swiftly. The shorter the time, the higher the rate of customer repurchase. The two continued to discuss for a while before concluding their video call. At 3 p.m., the Star Network erupted with news. The Market Supervision Administration announced the results of their investigations into the numerous cases involving the Wang and Zhao family seed stores. Both families face fines exceeding 100 billion star coins, and the licenses for their implicated seed stores have been revoked. The revelation sent shockwaves through the online community, with netizens applauding the authorities for finally taking action against the Wang and Zhao families. Upon seeing the announcement, both families were filled with panic and anger. The emperor had disregarded their threats entirely, refusing to accept their terms and delivering a significant blow to their pride. Having previously been confident, both families felt a sense of dread after learning about the Agricultural Academy's news earlier that morning. Now, with the Market Supervision Administration's announcement, their anxiety only deepened. Chapter 179. Desperate Resistance. Is the emperor genuinely preparing to take action against them? Wang Yin, the head of the Wang family, was so anxious that his mouth blistered. After a discussion with Zhao Qian, the head of the Zhao family, he finally entertained the idea of compromising with the emperor. While the Market Supervision Administration was merely imposing fines and revoking licenses for certain stores, they believed that timely compromise could safeguard their remaining seed stores. After deliberation, the two sought the Empress's assistance, hoping she could intercede on their behalf with the emperor. However, upon hearing their request, the Empress was furious. To compromise now would render all our previous efforts futile. You must understand, the new seeds do not involve the Wang and Zhao families. If you concede now, you are effectively ceding the market. You will allow the Agricultural Academy, the Li family, the Qian family, and Man Food Culture Company, Ltd., to gradually encroach upon your market share. Moreover, do you truly believe that the emperor will spare you after you yield? Once you are completely diminished, and the supply of pure ingredients no longer necessitates your involvement, what if the emperor takes action again? At that point, without any reservations, you will find yourselves utterly defenseless. The Empress declared vehemently. The Wang and Zhao families were her greatest support. If they capitulated to the emperor, she would lose her influence with him. At that point, the emperor might seek to recognize Qinzhou or Qinzhou's offspring, leaving her son Ru'er with no standing. Hearing the empress's words, Wang Yin and Zhao Qian hesitated once more. The empress's argument was not without merit. If they did not compromise, they might not face defeat. Yet, yielding meant surrendering their fate to the emperor and gambling on his goodwill. But did the emperor truly possess goodwill towards them? Although he appeared kind, he harbored a fierce desire for revenge. For years, he had grown weary of them but had been unable to deal with them due to practical constraints. Once the opportunity arose, it would be naive to think he would let them off the hook. Noticing their expressions, the empress softened her tone. Father, uncle, for my sake, and for Ru'er's, please endure a little longer. If we get through this, once Zhao gives birth to the little prince, we can unite with the ministers to pressure the emperor into establishing an heir. Ru'er is the only legitimate heir of the royal family. If he is a child, it will be only natural for him to become the crown prince. The emperor's procrastination in establishing an heir will draw the minister's discontent, and without a reasonable explanation, he will have no choice but to concede. Once Ru'er becomes the crown prince, who would dare to lay a finger on you? Wang Yin and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, their hesitation deepening. After a moment, Wang Yin nodded. Following his lead, Zhao Qian also nodded in agreement, meeting the gazes of Wang Yin and the empress. Very well, let us take this gamble, he said solemnly. The empress let out a sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally settling. She then returned to her seat and began discussing subsequent strategies with Wang Yin and Zhao Qian. The Agricultural Academy issued an announcement, attempting to stabilize public sentiment. Their intended message was clear. The supply of seeds was ample, and civilian cultivators could also participate in the cultivation of soil-based vegetables. However, the number of intermediate cultivators in the community is limited, and the seeds they provide may not necessarily be sufficient. At this point, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the queen's eyes.
What do you propose?
Wang Yin asked directly, turning to his daughter. Did they not claim to have ample seed reserves? Let us arrange for a large-scale purchase and deplete their inventory. I wish to see if their breeders indeed possess such quantities. Furthermore, as for the fresh produce stores, you shall continue to close them. Previously, only 1/5 was shut down. Now let us close 2/5. You are to execute this directly, without seeking the emperor's approval. Should his majesty choose to compromise, he will reach out to you. The queen's tone was stern. Wang Yin and Zhao Qian exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment before affirmatively responding. Subsequently, the three engaged in further discussions regarding the details before Wang Yin and Zhao Qian took their leave. After their departure, the queen remained seated on the sofa for a considerable time. She then activated her holographic device to contact Xiao Rui. requesting him to bring Li Jiao to see her. Upon receiving the queen's video call, Xiao Rui's gaze shifted to the heavily pregnant Li Jiao. A flicker of irritation crossing his features. It was all because of this woman. Had her father not suddenly turned against them and opposed the Wang and Zhao families, they would not be in such a passive position now. Li Jiao noticed the look in Xiao Rui's eyes, her own irritation surfacing as well. She had accompanied him back to seek her father and had earnestly tried to persuade him. If he refused to listen, what could she do? She was pregnant after all. And what did his gaze mean? Initially, upon returning from the Li family, she had been infuriated by her father's attitude. However, after a while, she calmed down. The Li family indeed had no need to become too tightly bound with the queen's influence. Her father had previously informed her that, rather than having Xiao Rui as the crown prince, the Li family preferred her unborn child to become the crown grandson. Since her pregnancy, her father had been increasingly ingratiating himself with the emperor. This time, the Li family's alignment with the Agricultural Research Institute may not necessarily be a bad thing. Perhaps her father had received some promise from the emperor? With this thought, Li Jiao could not help but reach down to caress her belly. Mother wishes us to come over. Let us go. After ending the video call, Xiao Rui grumbled at Li Jiao. You can go. I am not in a condition to move. Without a second thought, Li Jiao declined. Her treatment by the mother and child duo had improved somewhat since her pregnancy. Yet they still regarded her with disdain. She had no desire to subject herself to the old woman's scorn. How is it inconvenient to take a car? Your belly still has several months before you give birth. What are you being so melodramatic about? Xiao Rui was evidently quite impatient. Li Jiao retorted, Is it not valid for me to feel nauseous? You are not the one carrying a child. Of course, you are not being dramatic. If you were capable, you would bear one yourself and see how you would speak. As for the queen, I refuse to go today. If she wants to see me, she can come herself. Xiao Rui was infuriated. Li Jiao, however, leaned forward defiantly, an expression that conveyed, what can you do about it? In his anger, Xiao Rui slammed his fist on the armrest of the sofa and stormed off. Watching him walk away, Li Jiao revealed a smirk of disdain. Yet soon, her expression shifted to one of worry. She activated her holographic device and opened a chat window with Lin Man. The window displayed several missed video call notifications and text messages, all sent by her to Lin Man, with no replies forthcoming. After returning from DQ001 star, she discovered her pregnancy shortly thereafter. At that time, she was overjoyed and immediately contacted Lin Man. And Lang was her lover and a supporter of her and the Marshal. Her bearing the Marshal's child would undoubtedly be joyous news for Lang. Upon learning of her pregnancy, Lang had indeed been elated, even suggesting he return to the Imperial Star to accompany her. Naturally, she refused. Life was going well on the Imperial Star. Xiao Rui and the Queen, in their ignorance, would assume she was carrying Xiao Rui's child and would not pressure her further. With the royal heir in her womb, no one would dare to make things difficult for her. She preferred Lang to remain on DQ001 star, keeping an eye on the Marshal and Lin Man rather than coming to the Imperial Star. However, Lang did not heed her advice and quietly returned to the Imperial Star, seizing an opportunity to reunite with her. She felt both anger and excitement at his sudden appearance. That night, their brief separation felt like a honeymoon, due to the need to care for the child. They could not indulge fully, yet Lang remained on the Imperial Star, allowing her to meet him periodically. With Lang, a competent lover, by her side, she found life considerably more manageable. Yet, a month and a half ago, Lang abruptly went missing. She had attempted to contact him numerous times, but he was unreachable. Initially, her anger transformed into worry, and in recent days, it escalated into fear. If Lang had left without a word to return to the Marshal, she would feel at ease. Even if the Marshal discovered her relationship with Lang, given her pregnancy, he likely would not take action. In fact, letting the Marshal know beforehand that she bore his child might even prove beneficial. But what if Lang had not left and had fallen into the hands of others? She had previously worried whether Lang had been discovered by the Queen's people. However, the Queen's attitude towards her had not changed during this time, and despite her father siding with the Wang and Zhao families, the Queen had not made things difficult for her. This led her to conclude that Lang had not been captured by the Queen's forces. Each day, she sent messages to Lang, hoping he would respond swiftly upon seeing them. After sending the message, Li Jiao stared at the holographic screen for quite some time. Indeed, no reply came.
Meanwhile,
and Leng, imprisoned by the Li family, was informed of Li Jiao's message the moment it arrived. Li Chong, upon seeing the intercepted message from Li Jiao to Leng, wore a dark expression. After a long pause, he finally commanded the butler to bring Leng to him. The emperor had no intention of exposing Li Jiao's infidelity. That pretty boy could not fall into the hands of others. To keep Li Jiao steady, he could not allow that pretty boy to go missing again. Minutes later, Leng was brought before Li Chong. Upon seeing Li Chong, the man knelt down, weeping profusely, pleading for leniency based on his status as the father of Li Chong's grandchild. Li Chong's face darkened in response. He ordered Leng to be beaten, specifically instructing them not to strike his face. Leng howled in pain, no longer daring to mention the child, begging for mercy and promising to comply with all of Li Chong's arrangements. Only then did Li Chong allow the beating to cease, instructing Leng to reply to Li Jiao as he dictated. Leng, fearing for his life, complied with Li Chong's demands. On the other side, Li Jiao received a message from Leng, and her heart finally settled. Yet she remained cautious and initiated a video call with Leng. Only upon seeing that the person on the other side was indeed her lover did she feel completely reassured. The following day, news of the Wang and Zhao families closing even more fresh produce stores suddenly surged to the trending topics. Concurrently, within the Agricultural Research Institute, Old Zhang's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Many seed stores under the institute were reporting urgent stock shortages. Initially, only a few stores reported shortages. But since yesterday afternoon, the number of stores facing urgent shortages had suddenly surged. By this morning, many stores had completely run out of stock. The news spread too rapidly, leading to a buying frenzy at seed stores in other areas as well. Old Zhang had already issued orders for all major seed stores to verify the identity of breeders, restrict purchasing locations based on residency, and limit the quantity of seeds purchased per day. After the orders were disseminated, the rate of inventory depletion at the major seed stores slowed somewhat, yet it remained alarmingly swift. Simultaneously, the actions of these seed stores have rekindled public skepticism regarding the assertion that the Agricultural Science Institute possesses ample seed reserves. Furthermore, with the recent mass closures of fresh produce stores by the Wang and Zhao families, the resulting chain reaction has caused the previously subdued market panic to surge once more. And this time, the anxiety is far more acute than before. By 9 o'clock in the morning, Elder Jiang received reports indicating that not only were the major seed stores witnessing long lines of customers purchasing seeds, but fresh fruit and vegetable shops were also experiencing a wave of frantic buying. This phenomenon was occurring nationwide, with even the Dixing region not being spared. The Li family, the Qian family, and Lin Man, who is situated far away on DQ001 star, have also taken note of the situation. Upon realizing the gravity of the matter, the three families made corresponding arrangements and informed the Agricultural Science Institute. Following the directives issued by the institute, they adjusted their plans accordingly, sharing information to stabilize the situation at key seed stores, thereby preventing a complete stockout for the time being. However, the pervasive market panic continued to spread, with cultivators fearing a shortage of seeds, flocking to the seed stores in droves. The depletion of seeds was merely a matter of time. Additionally, with the overwhelming demand at various fresh produce stores, stocks would soon be exhausted. Upon noticing the unusual spike in online orders, Lin Man implemented a purchase limit for customers in her online marketplace. The restrictions allowed individuals to buy only a limited quantity of items per day, yet despite such limitations, the depletion of inventory accelerated. As customers found it increasingly difficult to purchase fresh ingredients offline, they all turned to online shopping. Ultimately, Lin Man had no choice but to confer with Feng Qing and adjust inventory to refresh every hour. The seeds would be controlled in terms of release, while the quantity of cultivated pure ingredients would be dictated by demand. This strategy led to the online supermarket gaining considerable acclaim, with customers eagerly waiting to seize the opportunity to buy. Indeed, as time progressed, the newly stocked items in the online supermarket became nearly instantaneous sellouts. Regardless of the type of ingredients released, as long as the purchase limit was not reached, they would fly off the shelves, for hesitation meant losing the chance to buy. At 10 o'clock, Elder Jiang convened a second video conference with Li Chong, Qianong, the head of the Qian family, and Lin Man gentlemen. The Agricultural Science Institute is once again in urgent need of seeds. For those of you with surplus, please assist us with another batch, Elder Jiang said, his eyes betraying signs of strain. Li Chong and Qianong exchanged glances. Ahem, Elder Jiang. Many of our seed stores are currently out of stock. Even if we tighten our belts to supply some seeds to the Agricultural Science Institute, given the current situation, I fear it may not alter much, Qianong replied. I can provide the Agricultural Science Institute with 1 million packets, each of those 50 varieties of vegetable and fruit seeds. However, as old Qian mentioned, without addressing the market panic, even a larger quantity of seeds would be but a drop in the bucket, Li Chang chimed in. Elder Jiang, has there been any directive from His Majesty? Chapter 181. A better course of action. Elder Jiang immediately looked toward Li Chang and Qianong, noticing their averted gazes. Sensing the tension, Lin Man interjected to ease the atmosphere. I can also supply the Agricultural Science Institute with 1 million packets, each of those 50 varieties of vegetable and fruit seeds, and I have a suggestion. Elder Jiang's attention turned to Lin Man. Please, Madam Marshal, go ahead. I propose that our families introduce several new seed varieties. As soon as this was said, the glimmers of hope in everyone's eyes extinguished. With a shortage of seeds for sale, the stores that had run out not only lacked the new varieties, but also other types of seeds. Cultivators were currently purchasing any seeds they could find. How could new varieties possibly resolve the issue? The new seeds I refer to are hydroponic vegetable seeds, Lin Man clarified, recognizing the misunderstanding reflected in their expressions. Hydroponic vegetables can be cultivated even by novice cultivators. Once the new seeds are available, amateur cultivators in the community can also contribute to the market supply. Upon hearing this, the group finally exhibited some signs of interest. Compared to soil-grown vegetables, hydroponic vegetable seeds are easier to cultivate and require less wood spirit energy during their growth. Should all cultivators pivot to hydroponic vegetables, the yield would drastically increase. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of time before soil-grown vegetable seeds and fruit seeds ran out. However, if cultivators persisted in cultivating only hydroponic vegetables, under a controlled limit on seed quantities, the available seeds should suffice to meet their purchasing needs, ensuring that the seed stores would not run dry. After contemplating for a moment, Elder Jiang looked at Lin Man. Are you suggesting that we abandon all other seeds and exclusively supply hydroponic vegetable seeds? This could indeed ensure a continuous supply at the seed stores, but the limited variety of seeds would have significant repercussions. Lin Man nodded. The Wang and Zhao families have already taken the step, and they will likely close the remaining fresh produce stores soon. Regardless of what decisions are made by His Majesty, if we can maintain an uninterrupted supply at the seed stores, allowing community cultivators to purchase seeds, we can safeguard the last line of defense. Elder Jiang's previously frantic thoughts began to calm in light of Lin Man's words. Your proposal is excellent, Elder Jiang quickly responded. Moreover, with hydroponic vegetables yielding high outputs, we can also increase our supply of hydroponic vegetables to our respective fresh produce stores. While soil-grown vegetables may run out, we must ensure a steady supply of hydroponic vegetables to maintain public confidence. Lin Man smiled. Not only can we sell the vegetables, but we can also purchase those cultivated by community cultivators. With so many seeds sold, we should be able to recoup some of them. This will allow fresh produce stores across the regions to circulate their stock quickly, alleviating the inventory pressure. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, Madam Marshal. We shall procure the sales rights for 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetable seeds from you, Elder Jiang declared, directly listing the 5 varieties. He was thoroughly familiar with the seed catalog previously forwarded by His Majesty and knew precisely which vegetables yielded the highest outputs. Thus, he did not need to consult the catalog to select the best hydroponic vegetables. Li Chang and Qianong exchanged glances, but refrained from commenting. After all, they would eventually need to buy seeds, so they would defer to the Agricultural Science Institute. Agreed. However, while the recruited cultivators can be expected to arrive next month, the payment for the seeds must be made immediately, Lin Man remarked with a smile. Of course, Elder Jiang replied amiably, having no intention of seeking Li Chang and Qianong's opinions. Neither Li Chang nor Qianong minded, responding with smiles. The 4 parties promptly signed the contract. Once the payment was received, Lin Man arranged for personnel to deliver the seeds to each family. This time, they did not require the families to come in person. Elder Jiang, I will send you the introductions for the 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetables shortly. Please refine them so that we can announce the information today. Our families need to expedite the breeding and cultivation. If all goes well, we can launch the new products by tomorrow. Oh, by the way, when shall we commence sales? The seeds are in her possession, and she can initiate production immediately. As long as permitted, she could launch the hydroponic vegetables on her online supermarket right away. The others clearly recognized Lin Man's advantageous position but turned their gaze towards Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang did not look at Lin Man. Let aim for dawn.
Additionally,
Once the Agricultural Science Institute's announcement is released, we could have the Madame Marshall streamers introduce these 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetables. Lin Man beamed.
all right,
I happily agree. Excellent. The 70 to 80,000 novice cultivators in Man City can start working overtime. Furthermore, regarding the seeds you pledged to support the Agricultural Science Institute with earlier, I would like to retract that request. If possible, I hope to substitute them with 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetable seeds, with a quantity of 2 million packets for each variety, Elder Jiang suddenly added. Oh, regarding the 20 million units, our Agricultural Science Institute will purchase them at the selling price, without profiting from the price difference. Currently, the public is closely monitoring our seed store, and I must ensure that the inventory of all seed stores is adequately stocked. There are no issues on my end. Lin Man was the first to express her stance. My online supermarket updates its inventory at the top of each hour. I can prioritize support for the Agricultural Science Institute by reducing the seed supply from the online mall. Our Li family has no objections either. Li Chong quickly echoed his agreement. I have no issues as well, added Qianong. Elder Jiang nodded in appreciation, thanking everyone. The meeting concluded after discussing a few collaborative details. In the palace, Emperor Shaolin was seething with anger at the actions of the Wang and Zhao families. 2 hours ago, he had heeded the advice of his ministers and sent them to negotiate with the Wang and Zhao families. Yet, those 2 families not only failed to recognize their mistakes, but boldly continued to make demands. Were it not for considerations of the people's livelihood, he would have ordered the confiscation of their entire assets. As Shaolin simmered with rage, he hesitated over whether to adopt a more conciliatory approach when Elder Jiang initiated a video call. Seeing the call notification, Shaolin suppressed his fury and accepted the call. Your Majesty, the video connection established, Elder Jiang respectfully greeted him. He then relayed Lin Man's proposal and the subsequent arrangements of the Agricultural Science Institute to the Emperor. Your Majesty, we have effectively devised measures to thwart the malicious purchasing of seeds by the Wang and Zhao families. Following the suggestion of the Marshal's wife, if our 4 families collectively cultivate hydroponic vegetable seeds in large quantities, we should ensure a continuous supply of those 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetable seeds. Chapter 182. No Compromise. The cultivation of hydroponic vegetables will enable numerous novice cultivators to participate as well. Under this positive cycle, the supply of fresh vegetables in stores should soon avoid any shortages. Upon hearing this, the Emperor felt a slight sense of relief, as it was the only good news he had received that day. Your Majesty, what about the Wang and Zhao families? Elder Jiang suddenly inquired. The Emperor's expression darkened, causing Elder Jiang to lower his head. After a moment, the Emperor sighed. I have sent Jiang Huai to negotiate with them. This time, they are resolute in their intentions to disrupt the market. Just before you called, I was on the verge of considering compromise. However, I now have a different plan in mind. Elder Jiang looked at the Emperor with a hint of excitement. A glint of cold determination flashed in the Emperor's eyes. Since the seed stores will not run out of stock, it would be better to take decisive action than to concede. Elder Jiang felt a surge of joy. Your Majesty, how do you intend to proceed? The Agricultural Science Institute has just opened new avenues and is experiencing its fastest growth in history. He certainly hoped that the Emperor would not compromise with the Wang and Zhao families at this critical juncture. In fact, driven by years of dissatisfaction with the Wang and Zhao families, he secretly wished for the Emperor to take action to suppress them completely. The Emperor's gaze sharpened. Since they no longer wish to sell seeds, let us revoke their seed licenses. Moreover, many of the vegetable stores they shut down are problematic. Since they voluntarily closed them, they shall remain closed. Additionally, any fines that are due should be imposed by the Market Supervision Administration. Elder Jiang was struck by a thought. If they still refuse to comply and close the remaining stores, he believed that the 4 of them should be able to meet market demand through large-scale cultivation of hydroponic vegetables. However, the prerequisite for that was to quell the prevailing panic in the market. If the Wang and Zhao families completely lost their senses and closed the remaining stores, chaos would surely ensue. Then let us also revoke their licenses for operating fresh vegetable stores, the Emperor declared gravely. He would rather see the market in disarray for a time than retreat. Since hydroponic vegetables could stabilize the market and the borders remain secure, even if the market experienced some turbulence, such growing pains would be temporary. With the rapid development of DQ001 Star and the Agricultural Science Institute, along with the Li and Qian families leveraging their advantages in seeds, they would soon be able to fill the gap left by the Wang and Zhao families in pure ingredients. Hearing this, Elder Jiang felt a surge of excitement and ceased his persuasion. The actions taken by the Wang and Zhao families were so significant that without making sufficient concessions, they could not expect to be treated gently. Not only did the emperor refuse to retreat, but Elder Jiang did not wish to either. Now that a response plan was in place, it was time to make arrangements. Furthermore, is the PU-007 star still not fully developed? We should utilize the funds we have. Once the penalties from the Wang and Zhao families arrive, I will instruct the Ministry of Finance to transfer them directly to you. Let everyone stay vigilant, prepare for the worst, and strive to win this battle. Elder Jiang's eyes sparkled. Yes, he replied excitedly. At noon, the Agricultural Science Institute once again announced 5 entirely ancient new seed varieties. This time, all 5 new seeds were hydroponic vegetables, boasting higher yields and more repeated harvests.
Additionally,
The consumption of wood spirit energy during the cultivation process was less compared to the old seeds. The Agricultural Science Institute also declared that all senior cultivators in the institute would be assigned to cultivate these 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetable seeds in large quantities to supply the market. Simultaneously, the institute had already contacted the Li family, Qian family, and Man Food Culture Company to cultivate these seeds extensively, ensuring that within a few days, the seed stores would not run out of stock for these 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetables, thereby guaranteeing a continuous supply in fresh produce stores. In the closing remarks of the announcement, the Agricultural Science Institute even issued a warning to certain illicit organizations engaging in malicious seed purchases, instigating panic and disrupting the market, stating that neither the Agricultural Science Institute nor the authorities would compromise on their unlawful actions. The news quickly ignited a frenzy on the Starnet, with the Agricultural Science Institute stopping short of naming the Wang and Zhao families directly, rendering them immediate targets of public ire. Subsequently, within an hour, the Market Supervision Administration imposed further penalties on the Wang and Zhao families. The first penalty revoked all business licenses of the Wang and Zhao family seed stores and suspended their seed sales licenses. The second penalty imposed a total fine exceeding 100 trillion star coins on these 2 major conglomerates. The third penalty mandated that all closed fresh vegetable stores under the Wang and Zhao families undergo rectification and accept investigation. Within half an hour of the news breaking, it trended on social media, with the public engaging in fervent discussion. The authorities really did a splendid job this time. Let the Wang and Zhao families never reopen their stores. Since the Agricultural Science Institute can guarantee the supply of hydroponic vegetable seeds, even without the Wang and Zhao families, we need not worry about acquiring pure ingredients. It turns out that the shortage of seeds at the Agricultural Science Institute was due to the malicious purchases by the Wang and Zhao families. Despicable capital conglomerates. May they be swiftly eradicated. Moreover, cultivators, please refrain from hoarding seeds and allow the Agricultural Science Institute some respite. As events unfolded, neither the Agricultural Science Institute, nor the Li and Qian families, nor the online supermarket of Man Food Culture Company had raised their prices on seeds and fresh vegetables, showcasing the organizational and coordination capabilities of the Agricultural Science Institute. Everyone should have confidence in our Agricultural Science Institute. The prices of the Agricultural Science Institute, the Li family, the Qian family, and the Yu online supermarket have remained stable, yet there are still many engaging in scalping in social circles. I suggest the authorities implement regulations to punish those profiting from national calamities. I look forward to the launch of the 5 hydroponic vegetables and hope that the Agricultural Science Institute's promises hold true, ensuring that we can always find pure ingredients, even if only hydroponic vegetables, in fresh produce stores. Everyone hurry to the Yu online supermarket. They have already begun pre-sales of hydroponic vegetables and seeds. Additionally, the Yu online supermarket maintains an hourly inventory update frequency. They have stocks of various fruits and vegetables and their seeds. If you act quickly, you can secure anything. Just now, I watched a culinary streamer on YoYo Live prepare dishes with hydroponically grown vegetables, and I even managed to snag a share of a free sample. Ladies and gentlemen, the new hydroponic vegetables not only yield more, but are also superior in flavor. Over on YoYo Live, numerous food streamers are whipping up dishes featuring hydroponic vegetables. If you head over now, you might still catch a free sample. Please, allow me to be your kind guide. With the enthusiastic guidance of netizens, a multitude flocked to YoYo Live. Simultaneously, the initial batch of pre-sale stock released by the online supermarket was swiftly snapped up. Chapter 183. A Surrender. Upon witnessing the situation, Fang Qing contacted Lin Man. Madam, should we not arrange for the junior cultivators to cultivate those hydroponic vegetables in advance? After all, they will be available for sale at midnight tonight. If we start nurturing and harvesting them a few hours earlier, The freshness will hardly differ. Lin Man smiled lightly. There is no need to scramble for that little bit of time. Have you completed the arrangements I previously instructed? Feng Qing composed herself. Everything is in place. The senior cultivators have all entered the breeding base to cultivate the 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetables. If all goes smoothly, we should gather the seeds required by the Agricultural Research Institute before 10 p.m. tonight. As for the intermediate cultivators, as per your instructions, they have been assigned to continue cultivating the 50 varieties of soil-grown vegetables and fruits, and they have volunteered to work overtime. The junior cultivators have also been notified, as you directed, to return home to rest and report back at 10 p.m. Lin Man nodded in satisfaction. The busiest 2 days have passed. From here on out, we shall do our utmost. After all, the inventory of the online mall is under their own control and can be refreshed every hour. Her situation was different from that of several other companies. There was no need for undue tension. She still hoped that the company's cultivators would assist her with internal recommendations. She could not afford to be seen as an unscrupulous employer. Working day and night may be tolerable occasionally, but doing so continuously would surely upset the staff. Moreover, the company had many profitable projects. She was not in dire need of every little bit. Very well. Feng Qing sighed internally. Lin Man pretended not to notice Feng Qing's expression. By the way, starting tomorrow, let the senior cultivators continue nurturing the seeds of those 5 hydroponic vegetables, and pause all other seeds for now. As for the intermediate cultivators, half should continue with the 50 varieties of vegetables and fruits, while the remaining half should join the junior cultivators in cultivating hydroponic vegetables. Additionally, for the newly promoted intermediate cultivators, arrange for half to cultivate the 50 varieties of vegetables and fruits, and the other half to continue with the hydroponic vegetables. Lin Man also mentioned the work arrangements for the following day. Understood. Feng Qing responded. From tomorrow, let everyone maintain the previous work pace. Each week, they shall complete a fixed workload, with overtime being voluntary. Furthermore, inform everyone that the list of 20,000 outstanding junior cultivators will only be maintained for 2 weeks. After that, it will revert to admitting only 5,000. She would intensify the training of intermediate cultivators, aiming to produce over 200,000 intermediate cultivators on DQ001 star in half a month. At that time, the productivity of DQ001 star would surge, sufficient to elevate the output of both the 50 varieties of fruits and vegetables and the hydroponically grown vegetables to a commendable level. Very well. Feng Qing agreed once more. The two conversed for a while longer before concluding their video call. At this moment, compared to the Agricultural Research Institute, all parties had already clarified their work arrangements. Meanwhile, the Wang and Zhao families were on the brink of chaos. They had not anticipated that despite their efforts, and after a conversation with Director Jiang of the Market Supervision Administration just hours earlier, which hinted at compromise, they would suddenly face severe penalties. The fines were not the most alarming part. The authorities had even revoked their licenses to sell seeds. In the past, they might have welcomed such a decision from the emperor, as they had been compelled to open seed shops at his behest. They had never wished to sell seeds to private cultivators, as they possessed ample cultivation bases and cultivators to supply the market directly. Private cultivators posed a competitive threat, undermining their market monopoly. At that time, they had felt unable to refuse the emperor's request, and considering the weak power of private cultivators, they had ultimately agreed to establish seed shops after numerous discussions with the authorities. In retrospect, their concession had been a grave mistake. Over the years, the establishment of seed shops had led to a surge in private cultivators. The Agricultural Research Institute had seized the opportunity to expand, becoming a formidable force. Recently, they had introduced numerous ancient seeds, threatening to overturn the status quo. The emperor's revocation of their seed sales licenses posed a significant risk to them. The Qian and Li families had already allied with the Agricultural Research Institute. If things went poorly, both families could face collapse, leaving them vulnerable to being consumed by the Agricultural Research Institute and others. The more they contemplated this, the more anxious the Wang and Zhao families became. The Market Supervision Administration had not only revoked their seed sales licenses, but had also filed cases against several of their fresh produce stores. What would the investigation's findings yield? If they continued to resist, would they face further revocation of their business licenses? Or even their licenses to sell fresh produce? The mere thought of such possibilities sent shivers down their spines. If their fresh produce sales licenses were indeed revoked, they would lose their sales rights, rendering their extensive cultivation bases and cultivators futile. They were well aware that the emperor had the power to crush them at any moment. Previously, He had refrained from doing so out of concern for potential market disruptions that could incite public unrest. However, it appeared that this time, the emperor was no longer willing to tolerate their transgressions. The Agricultural Research Institute had just produced 50 varieties of soil-grown vegetables and fruits, and now they had introduced 5 varieties of hydroponic vegetables as well. Moreover, so many individuals were rallying behind the Agricultural Research Institute. It seemed they were truly losing control over the clean food market. If they persisted in their defiance, opposing the emperor, he might indeed take decisive action against them. The Wang and Zhao families were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Meanwhile, in the empress's palace, she was infuriated, smashing numerous items in frustration. The situation continued to spiral out of control, heading in the direction she most dreaded. Just moments ago, her father and uncle had contacted her, disregarding her warnings and insisting on seeking a compromise with the emperor. This was disastrous. Everything would soon unravel. The Wang and Zhao families' capitulation would render them as mere meat on the chopping block for the emperor's slaughter. Furthermore, she would lose her voice before the emperor due to their downfall. Qin Zhou was truly returning to vie for the throne with her ruler. At 10 p.m., as the various cultivation bases on DQ001 star commenced their bustling activities, new news emerged on the Star Network. The Market Supervision Administration announced the results of the penalties imposed on the Wang and Zhao families' fresh produce stores. Each family had their business licenses revoked for over 1,000 stores, while the remaining stores spared from closure would require a week of rectification before resuming operations. Additionally, the fines for both families exceeded 10 trillion star coins. Upon hearing this news, the Star Network erupted in uproar. Netizens cheered in delight. Chapter 184. Market Recovery. Kudos to the authorities. The swift resolution showcases their determination. If the Wang and Zhao families remain unrepentant, they will undoubtedly face financial ruin. Why doesn't the government simply revoke the Wang and Zhao families' fresh produce sales licenses? It would be much simpler to crush them entirely. What a pity! The authorities still wish to stabilize the market. Otherwise, the Wang and Zhao families would surely lose their fresh produce sales licenses. Such unscrupulous capitalists deserve no sympathy. We look forward to further actions from the authorities. Wang and Zhao's blatant defiance against the authorities is akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, an act of self-destruction. While the majority of individuals expressed their delight, there were also those who voiced concerns regarding the situation. Although it was Wang and Zhao who instigated the conflict. As the 2 largest suppliers of pure organic ingredients in the empire, should they decide to halt their supply, the market would undoubtedly face a severe shortage of such products. The continuous penalties imposed by the authorities on Wang and Zhao could very well provoke them into a more vigorous resistance. Though reluctant to defend the Wang and Zhao families, I too worry that they might close the remaining fresh produce stores. I hope the authorities have contemplated these actions thoroughly and possess a contingency plan. Just as the Agricultural Research Institute announced the sale of 5 new hydroponic vegetable seeds, the Market Supervision Administration released the penalties for Wang and Zhao. One cannot help but wonder if the authorities' confidence stems from these new seeds. The authorities have made their stance clear. I hope Wang and Zhao can rein themselves in promptly. Enough said. We still have not exhausted our purchasing limit for pure ingredients today, so I shall go stock up on provisions. As Lin Man strolled through the Star Network, she felt a mix of joy and apprehension upon seeing the news. She was pleased that the emperor did not compromise with Wang and Zhao and maintained a resolute stance. However, she was worried that Wang and Zhao might resort to drastic measures, potentially closing their remaining fresh produce stores or even ceasing to supply pure ingredients to the market. While pondering these matters, Lin Man was suddenly alerted by another news update on the Star Network. To her astonishment, both Wang and Zhao issued statements, apologizing to the public for their violations regarding their seed and fresh produce stores. The 2 families also pledged not to arbitrarily close their fresh produce outlets in the future. Additionally, they committed to diligently rectify the issues at the stores that had been shut down and to reopen them within a week. Staring at the news, Lin Man was taken aback. So, has this been resolved? Have Wang and Zhao conceded? Coming back to her senses, Lin Man began to peruse the comments left by netizens. Congratulations. The arms of the Wang and Zhao families cannot outmuscle the legs of the state. They have finally abandoned their resistance. With Wang and Zhao's apologies and their commitment not to close any more stores, does this not imply that the potential shortage of pure ingredients may no longer be an issue? Haha. The hoarders must be taken aback that the goods have fallen into their hands so swiftly. So Wang and Zhao have realized their mistakes? Why did they not act sooner? They deserve to be dealt with. Even if their stores reopen in the future, I shall not patronize them. I staunchly support the Agricultural Research Institute. Am I the only one to notice that Wang and Zhao can only reopen those stores that were ordered to rectify? The stores whose licenses have been revoked are permanently closed, and they cannot reopen. Wang and Zhao must be feeling the sting now. To claim that the issue of pure ingredient shortages has been resolved seems premature. However, there is no need for panic as there was before. Those who have already stocked up on pure ingredients or seeds can refrain from hoarding further. For those who have nothing at home, it is still advisable to purchase some while nearby stores have stock. While Lin Man was scrolling through the comments, Feng Qing called her via video chat. Lin Man accepted the call. Madam, did you see the news about Wang and Zhao's apology? Feng Qing exclaimed excitedly as soon as the connection was established. Yes, I saw it. Wang and Zhao must have given up their resistance. Moving forward, they should not pose any more obstacles for us, Lin Man replied with a smile. Feng Qing beamed even brighter. The new products have launched to an enthusiastic response. With Wang and Zhao losing their seed sales rights and lacking any new varieties to cultivate, they will likely have a demand for new seeds. Lin Man nodded in agreement. After contemplating for a moment, she added, for now, let's not adjust our plans. We should observe the sales situation in the online marketplace first. Understood, ma'am. The two continued their conversation for a while before ending the call. 2 hours later, the online supermarket launched the 5 new hydroponic vegetables and their corresponding seeds. Feng Qing listed each type of hydroponic vegetable at 50 million pounds and the seeds at 1 million packets per variety. As soon as the stock was made available, it was sold out in an instant. Seeing this, Feng Qing thought, although Wang and Zhao have apologized, the panic remains. This nationwide scramble for goods is likely to continue for several days. It seems that the market will only return to normal once households have sufficiently stocked up on pure ingredients or seeds. Over the next week, the situation unfolded as Feng Qing had anticipated. Those who had previously failed to acquire pure ingredients and seeds continued their frantic purchasing. However, the height of the rush was over the first 3 days. In the subsequent days, the seed stores under the Agricultural Research Institute managed to maintain a consistent stock of seeds. Additionally, while some fresh-produce stores experienced temporary shortages, the hydroponic vegetables were quickly replenished. The continuous availability of stock or the swift restocking meant that customers queued up, confident they would be able to purchase seeds or vegetables. What could be more reassuring to the public than this? Gradually, the number of people lining up at the seed stores and fresh produce outlets diminished. By the second week, as the fresh produce stores belonging to Wang and Zhao reopened after their enforced closure and rectification, the public finally believed that the market for pure ingredients had returned to normal. In the Agricultural Research Institute, Elder Jiang, upon reviewing the latest sales report from the affiliated seed stores, nodded in approval. The sales at various seed stores had begun to decline significantly, which was a positive development. This decline in sales indicated that the local cultivators had recently stocked up on an abundance of seeds. With the current reduction in sales at the seed stores, they now had time to cultivate other previously out-of-stock seeds. Particularly, the 50 varieties of vegetable and fruit seeds he purchased from the marshal's wife required focused cultivation. Numerous cultivators had left messages on the Agricultural Research Institute's website, urging them to replenish those 50 varieties of seeds to the various seed stores as soon as possible. Furthermore, Wang and Zhao had even reached out to him, hoping that the Agricultural Research Institute would sell them those 50 varieties of seeds. He had to prioritize the demands of the seed stores and could not afford to accommodate their requests. To repay the marshal's wife, he had already referred them to her. The decision regarding how many seeds to sell and at what price would be entirely up to her. Chapter 185. Just hit the child. Ultimately, purchasing seeds from Wang and Zhao would cost them more than cultivating them themselves. Even if those two families introduced new varieties of vegetables and fruits, their profits would inevitably diminish. Elder Jiang introduced the matter to Lin Man, who was more than willing to entertain business inquiries. Wang and Zhao controlled a vast number of cultivation bases, maintaining their rankings as the first and second largest planting areas in the empire. A long-term partnership with these two families could potentially yield substantial profits. After receiving the directive, Feng Qing personally attended to representatives from Wang and Zhao. Ultimately, they signed a 6-month seed supply contract at a discounted price of 90% of the market rate. The reason for granting only a 9% discount was due to the current scarcity of seeds and the anticipated duration of this scarcity. Even if Man Gourmet Culture companies sold seeds at market price, they would likely face a supply shortage for at least 3 months. Providing discounted goods to Wang and Zhao would result in significant losses for Man Gourmet Culture Company. However, this calculation could not be made in isolation. as both families expressed their desire for a long-term partnership with Man Gourmet Culture Company. In the long run, such collaboration would clearly benefit the company. During the negotiation, Fang Qing proposed a condition to both families, requesting that they transfer some senior cultivators to Man Gourmet Culture Company. Fang Qing believed that with Wang and Zhao's seed sales licenses revoked, in the subsequent period, the market for pristine produce will predominantly feature new varieties of fruits and vegetables. While the market share of established varieties is poised to decline, the Wang and Zhao families, unable to cultivate new seed varieties independently, are compelled to source them externally.
Consequently,
A significant number of their breeders will find themselves without a purpose. Although reluctant, both families have agreed to procure seeds from Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, as their current circumstances do not necessitate the employment of such a large number of breeders. Assigning breeders to tasks more suited for mid-level cultivators would yield minimal benefit. The transfer fee offered by Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited is substantial, allowing for the possibility of transferring some senior breeders without issue. However, they must retain the majority, as their seed sales licenses, though revoked, may one day be restored. While hope is faint, one can never be too certain. Thus, in the following week, Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited successfully transferred over 3,000 senior breeders from the Wang and Zhao families. Although this figure fell short of expectations, it still represented a considerable productive force, sufficient to meet the procurement demands for new seed varieties from both families. Fang Qing calculated that after a month of work, the transferred senior breeders would essentially recoup the company's expenditure on the transfer fees. Consequently, this venture proved profitable for Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited, and significantly so. Over the next month, as the Wang and Zhao families began supplying new varieties of produce, the availability of these items in the market increased. As the populace exhausted their meager stock of previously accumulated pristine ingredients, they eagerly turned to the newly introduced varieties, which, with their exceptional cost-performance ratio, garnered widespread favor. The suppliers of seeds for these new varieties, Agricultural Science Institute, the Li family, the Qian family, and Lin Man, reaped substantial profits. In contrast, the Wang and Zhao families suffered damage to their reputations due to prior events, resulting in their fresh produce shops underperforming compared to their competitors. Moreover, since the best-selling new varieties were cultivated from purchased seeds, their profit margins were limited. This led to a notable decline in profitability for their fresh produce shops, which, while still generating income, fell significantly short of previous levels. Adding to their woes were the losses incurred from the closure of certain stores and the fines they had to pay, culminating in considerable overall losses for the Wang and Zhao families. Nevertheless, they had mentally prepared for such outcomes, and the situation remained within their tolerable limits. Over a month had passed, allowing the dust from prior events to settle. This duration was sufficient for them to confront reality and replan for the future. The Agricultural Science Institute, as an official entity, had gained complete control over the pricing authority in the pristine produce market through this incident. Currently, both seeds and produce were subject to guided pricing. This development, in fact, benefited them, as they could collaborate with Man Culinary Culture Company, Ltd. to acquire seeds at below-market prices, cultivate them into fruits and vegetables, and sell them in their own fresh produce shops. Although profits were lower than before, they remained assured under the Agricultural Science Institute's pricing regulations. Moving forward, as long as they maintained quality and provided good service, their business could continue without being pushed out of the market by the Li family, Qian family, or Man Culinary Culture Company, Limited through aggressive pricing strategies. In the Imperial Palace, within the chambers of Xiao Rui, having endured humiliation from his mother, he returned to his quarters and erupted into a fierce argument with Li Jiao. After the Wang and Zhao families compromised with the emperor, both the empress and Xiao Rui found themselves neglected by him. They attributed all blame to Li Jiao, believing that the Wang and Zhao families abandoned them due to her father's betrayal. Li Jiao, however, was not one to endure such accusations quietly. Following the heated exchange, she stormed back to her maternal home, disregarding her condition. Upon returning to the Li residence via a hovering vehicle, she expected to find her father absent, as had been the case previously. To her surprise, Li Chong permitted her to return home. In the grand hall of the Li family estate, upon seeing her parents, tears brimmed in Li Jiao's eyes. "Dad, Mom, why have you abandoned me?"
she wept.
Witnessing her distress, Mrs. Li's heart softened, and she instinctively moved to comfort her daughter, only to be halted by a warning glance from Li Chong, compelling her to remain seated. The sight of her parents' exchange intensified Li Jiao's tears. "Dad, The Empress and Xiao Rui are bullying me. They blame me for everything regarding the Wang and Zhao families. I am pregnant, and Xiao Rui, that heartless man, cares not at all. Upon hearing these words, Li Chang's expression softened slightly. However, what he uttered next stunned Li Jiao into silence. In that case, terminate the pregnancy and divorce Xiao Rui. Li Jiao felt as if struck by lightning, remaining dazed for some time before regaining her composure. What did you just say, Dad? She questioned, doubting her hearing. Li Chang averted his gaze from her. Mrs. Li, observing her husband's lack of opposition this time, finally stood up, approached Li Jiao, and grasped her hand. Jiao, haven't you always wanted to divorce Xiao Rui? Your father has agreed. Li Jiao's expression shifted from stiffness to elation. Really? She exclaimed with excitement, then turned to Li Chang to confirm the truth of the matter. Li Chang's face was grim, internally lamenting the fact that his daughter had been so ineffectively raised. This daughter of mine has truly been spoiled, he thought. Mrs. Li smiled gently at Li Jiao. Indeed, she affirmed softly, continuing with the most tender tone. As long as you terminate the pregnancy, we can publicly declare that the child was lost due to the Empress and Xiao Rui's actions. In due course, your father will be able to assist you in divorcing Xiao Rui. Li Jiao's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly stepped back, cradling her belly protectively while warily regarding her mother. Mother, what are you plotting? This child is of royal blood, and your grandchild. Can you not accept him? Finally, Li Chang turned his gaze back to his daughter, thinking, so, my daughter is not entirely devoid of sense. He snorted derisively. What is the point of explaining anything further to her? If I do not reveal her misdeeds, she may truly believe that her actions were flawless. Li Jiao's heart raced. She quickly turned to her mother, who wore a bitter expression. Jiao, Lin was captured by your father over a month ago. He has already admitted that the child is his. Li Jiao's pupils dilated, and she stumbled backward, only steadying herself with her mother's support. Then, she rushed toward Li Chang, exclaiming, that's nonsense. Dad, he is lying. I have had relations with him, but my child is not his. This is the child of the Marshal. It was during our time at the resort in Man City that I became pregnant. Truthfully, Li Jiao herself was uncertain of the child's father, as she had been entangled with Lang nearly every day at the resort without taking precautions. Yet she had consistently convinced herself that the child belonged to Qinzhou, recalling how they had spent an entire night together. The Marshal was robust and had taken her repeatedly. How could she not have become pregnant? Li Chang's face darkened ominously. He was truly cursed to have such a foolish daughter. Even now, she could not see that she had been manipulated. Be quiet, he shouted in fury, rising abruptly from the sofa. Without sparing Li Jiao another glance, he stormed out, determined to confront Lang and have him clarify whose child she was truly carrying. In a fit of anger, Li Chang stormed out, leaving behind a troubled Li Jiao who felt an urgent need to chase after him, yearning to explain that she truly bore the child of the Marshal. However, she was halted by Madame Li, whose eyes mirrored profound sorrow. And Lang was arranged by the Marshal's wife, and from the very beginning, he approached you with ulterior motives. When you vacationed at the Man City Resort, the cameras captured every moment of your interactions with Lang. Moreover, the incident you believed to involve the Marshal was also a fabrication. It was Lang who spent that night with you. Madame Li revealed the harsh reality. Li Jiao's complexion turned pale as she stood in shock. Madame Li continued. Initially, you and Xiao Rui conspired against the Marshal and his wife. Although your scheme failed, they retaliated immediately, lurking in the shadows, biding their time. If you were to give birth to this child, the Marshal's wife would produce the evidence in her possession. At that time, your reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Furthermore, it seems that His Majesty is also aware of this matter. When your father pledged allegiance to the throne, he presented conditions, hoping His Majesty would permit your divorce from Xiao Rui. His Majesty acquiesced on the spot while also mentioning your child. Your father then casually remarked that the child would be dealt with. His Majesty agreed, without a second thought. The royal lineage is already thin. Would His Majesty truly be so ruthless as to sever ties with a child carrying royal blood? Upon hearing this, Li Jiao felt a deafening roar in her ears, and her legs buckled as she fainted. Madame Li attempted to support her, but ultimately chose self-preservation, avoiding a fall alongside her daughter. She had delayed her menstrual cycle and confirmed her pregnancy with a test. Her husband was obsessively fixated on the child. Any mishap would be unbearable for her. Madame Li hastily summoned help to carry Li Jiao back to her room. After examining her, the doctor informed that the child might not be saved. When Li Chang learned of the situation, he issued a direct order to abandon any attempts to save the child, and he instructed the doctor to check on Madame Li as well. The revelation of Madame Li's pregnancy came to light. Li Chang was elated yet harbored dissatisfaction towards his wife. Return to your own courtyard. From now on, without my command, you are forbidden to leave. Moreover, until the child is born, you are not to see Li Jiao again, he asserted firmly. The downfall of Li Jiao could be traced back to the indulgence of his wife, who, despite knowing her own pregnancy, continued to associate with Li Jiao. It was fortunate that no harm had come to her. Madame Li wished to persuade her husband, but hesitated as she recognized his hardened resolve, understanding the nature of her daughter. If Li Jiao discovered her mother's condition, she might resort to actions that would harm her. She was not only a mother to her daughter, but also to the child she carried. She could not allow her unborn child to face further peril. Upon awakening, Li Jiao quickly learned of her mother's pregnancy, and predictably, she descended into madness, attributing her father's sudden change in attitude to the news of her mother bearing another child. They both seemed intent on abandoning her. Li Chang, unfazed by her outburst, summoned N Lang and insisted that he disclose the truth to her personally. And Lang, overwhelmed, fled as Li Jiao lashed out. In a moment of despair, she fell, resulting in the loss of her child. 3 days later, the news of the princess consort's miscarriage due to emotional distress and her intention to divorce the prince surged to the forefront of public discourse. A deluge of reports detailing the discord between the princess consort and the prince erupted, revealing frequent quarrels, separations, and infidelities on both sides. Upon seeing the news, Xiao Rui nearly exploded with rage. It was only then that he realized Li Jiao had been frequenting nightclubs behind his back, maintaining an affair with a young man named N Lang, who had deceived him. Speculations arose online regarding the legitimacy of the child she once claimed to carry, and he too began to doubt its paternity. When Li Jiao returned from planet DQ-001, she had actively pursued him, even resorting to drugging him to facilitate their intimacy. Reflecting on it now, he recognized it as her meticulous scheme to secure a father for her illegitimate offspring. In the depths of despair, Xiao Rui sought to confront Li Jiao, but she had retreated to her family home, leaving him unable to locate her. Moreover, he lacked the courage to approach the Li household at this moment. The Li family, particularly Li Chang, were truly vile and repugnant. It was his daughter who had strayed, carrying the seed of another man, yet they dared to cast blame upon him and the Empress. That wretched individual had previously betrayed them to ally with the Agricultural Research Institute. Could it truly be because of Li Jiao? Infuriated, he lamented that even in her pregnant state, she continued to defy them. Did he suspect all along that the child in her womb was not his? Xiao Rui unleashed his fury within his chamber, shattering various possessions. Meanwhile, the Empress, upon hearing the news, fainted. During this period, she had exercised considerable patience with Li Jiao. Even as the Wang and Zhao families disregarded her counsel and compromised with the emperor, she remained steadfast, primarily because of the grandchild she believed was growing within Li Jiao. With that child, she had hoped to unite with the ministers to compel the emperor to appoint an heir. But now, with the child lost, rumors circulated online questioning the legitimacy of the child, further exacerbating her distress. When the emperor learned of the empress's plight, he reacted with a momentary flicker of sympathy, instructing the doctors to attend to her without personally visiting. Xiao Rui rushed to the empress's chamber, only to discover the emperor had not come, igniting further frustration. When the empress gradually regained consciousness, Xiao Rui rushed to support her, unable to contain his tears. "Mother," he cried, feeling an overwhelming sense of weakness for shedding tears before her, desperately attempting to rein in his emotions, but the more he tried, the harder it became, and he found himself sobbing uncontrollably. "Do not worry, dear. Mother is here," the empress reassured him, holding him tightly. Initially, she comforted him, but soon they both succumbed to tears. "That wretched Li Jiao deceived me. What are we to do now? Father Emperor has abandoned us." The empress attempted to comfort her son, but her voice broke, drowning in sorrow. Xiao Rui, witnessing her despair, suppressed his grievances and turned to soothe her instead. "Do not weep, mother. That wretched Li Jiao wishes for a divorce. I shall not grant her wish. If Father Emperor desires Qin Zhou back, so be it. I will take you away from the palace. If need be, I shall renounce my position as heir and live as a lesser prince, far from the imperial star, ensuring that Father Emperor never sees us again." Finally, the Empress paused her weeping, turning to her son. This scandal had already escalated significantly. "Do not pursue Li Jiao any further. You have never been in harmony. It was my mistake to have you marry that wretched girl, allowing you to endure such suffering. However, given the circumstances, prolonging this entanglement will only incite greater public outrage. My son, please agree to the divorce swiftly. Only then can the tumultuous discourse surrounding us dissipate." After a brief pause to collect herself, the Empress added, "If all else fails, we shall petition your father to leave the empire. At this juncture, I no longer wish to fight. I have come to realize that the Emperor never intended to make my son the crown prince. Your Majesty is truly astute, orchestrating every move with masterful calculation. In the past, he deftly utilized her to secure the allegiance of both the Wang and Zhao families, ascending the throne to become emperor. Subsequently, he further leveraged her influence to stabilize the Wang and Zhao clans, compelling the four major conglomerates to gradually concede. Now, decades later, he has finally succeeded in dismantling their monopoly over the pristine food market, even seizing control of its pricing authority. Truly, Your Majesty's schemes are commendable. A splendid victory indeed." Xiao Rui, upon hearing the Empress's words, momentarily appeared dazed. He then resolutely nodded in agreement. The Wang and Zhao families have already distanced themselves from them, and those ministers who once maintained close ties now refuse to acknowledge their presence, sensing their declining fortunes. With Li Jiao's child lost, they have no cards left to play. His hopes of becoming the crown prince have been extinguished. At this juncture, what else is there to do but accept reality? Should he confront Qinzhou in a do-or-die scenario? Even if he were willing to engage in such a destructive struggle, it would only lead to his own demise, while Qinzhou would remain unscathed. He is lost and lost utterly. The Empress gazed at her son, tenderly wiping away his tears. Initially, she had worried that he might oppose her decision, but now she felt a sense of relief. "It's all right, I'm fine now. You may return. I shall tidy up and go to meet your father. I need to resolve the matter concerning Li Jiao." Having clarified certain thoughts, the Empress felt lighter in spirit. "I will accompany you," Xiao Rui replied, still not entirely at ease. The Empress gently patted her son's back. "Do not worry. Once I see your father, I won't quarrel with him. I will persuade him to assist you in resolving this matter," she assured earnestly. Xiao Rui, though still skeptical, nodded in agreement. Ultimately, he conceded and took his leave. Once Xiao Rui departed, the Empress had herself prepared before proceeding to meet the Emperor. In the Emperor's chamber, upon hearing the announcement of the Empress's request for an audience, he paused momentarily before instructing that she be admitted. The Empress entered the chamber and approached the Emperor. "Your Majesty," she said respectfully, bowing. The Emperor looked up, momentarily taken aback by the Empress's newfound compliance. "No need for formalities," he uttered. The Empress straightened, but kept her gaze lowered. "Your Majesty, I have come to request your assistance in quelling those scandals surrounding Rui Heir. I wish for Li Jiao and Rui Heir to divorce swiftly, minimizing the impact of this situation. Furthermore, after this matter is settled, I implore you to allow Rui Heir to leave the palace." The Emperor was taken aback. "If possible, I also ask that you permit me to depart the palace," the Empress added. The Emperor's expression shifted. "Empress, are you attempting to coerce me?" he said in a low tone. The Empress finally lifted her gaze, her demeanor far from confrontational, instead bearing a tinge of bitterness. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. How could I dare to compel you? Since you do not favor Rui Heir as the crown prince, would it not be better to let him leave the palace? As for myself, after decades of marriage, the affection we once shared has dwindled, perhaps it never truly existed." Chapter 188. A Clear Path Forward. "Very well," the Empress sighed. "Once Rui Heir leaves the palace, my presence here will serve little purpose, and it would be better to leave with him. When we are no longer here, the newcomers will not find us so bothersome. Should Qinzhou enter the palace, I doubt I could coexist peacefully with him. Is it not in your interest, Your Majesty, to make way for us?" the Empress suggested. The Emperor furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a considerable time before speaking. "I never intended to allow Qinzhou to reside in the palace." The Empress gazed at him in surprise, then lowered her head once more. The Emperor sighed. "Huiru, the misunderstandings between us over the years have been profound." Upon hearing this, the Empress offered a faint smile tinged with sorrow. "It is in the past, Your Majesty, For the sake of our marriage, I hope you will grant my request. I wish for Rue Air to go to LP019, a gift from my family. LP019 is a small but habitable planet. We would not cause you any trouble there. The Emperor regarded her, noting her respectful demeanor, which did not suggest she was speaking out of anger. I have already arranged for Rue Air's matters concerning Li Jiao Jiao to be handled. For the time being, let him remain in the palace and refrain from going anywhere else. The Civil Affairs Bureau will finalize their divorce within a week. The Emperor paused suddenly regarding the matter of Rue Air going to LP019. The Empress's heart raced. Once the storm passes, if Rue Air wishes to go, he may stay there for a while. However, I would prefer he remain on the Imperial Star. I can arrange a position for him within the administrative system to gain experience. As for you, you're the Empress. If you desire to live on LP019 for a time, I have no objections, but settling there permanently is out of the question. The Empress was taken aback. The Emperor, seeing her surprise, sighed internally. Rue Air is also my son. Though I do not favor him as a successor, I wish for him to have a bright future. Additionally, there is no need for you to worry about Qinzhou. I personally entrusted my sister and brother-in-law to him, allowing that child to become the heir of the Qin family. Once a child has been given away, there is no reason to reclaim them. Over the years, that child has largely ignored me, purposely keeping his distance. It is I who have been shamelessly pursuing him. Thus, he has no intention of competing with Rue Air. The Empress was once again astonished. The Emperor offered a bittersweet smile. It was my mistake, thinking that I only had Rue Air as my heir. After my wife and younger son were aware of my eldest son's situation, I failed to provide an explanation. Hoping to spur my younger son's ambition and prevent all ministers from siding with him, ensuring enough support remained for my reforms in the pristine food market.
Now,
my reforms have succeeded, yet a significant rift has formed between my two sons. Then, Your Majesty, who do you intend to name as your successor? The Empress asked, suppressing the surge of hope within her. The Emperor looked at her, revealing the truth. Zhou Heiress' wife is expecting twins. I will acknowledge the boy as a member of the royal family and raise him as the crown prince. The Empress felt a wave of frustration dissipate instantly. I cannot believe it, she murmured. I never imagined Your Majesty's intention was to establish Qinzhou's son as the heir. She had considered Qinzhou and even contemplated Li Jiao Jiao's child, yet she had never anticipated that her son's most formidable rival would be the unborn child of Qinzhou. Your Majesty is indeed in the prime of life, capable of personally nurturing an heir. A thought struck her, and the Empress chuckled to herself. Lin Man, truly, is that esteemed Lady Man. She had underestimated her initially, only to realize that the most formidable player was indeed Lin Man. Reflecting on the events of the past year, all the upheavals had stemmed from Lin Man's influence. The Emperor nodded. Qinzhou must guard the front lines and will not reside in the palace. Little Man is engaged in business, establishing her base at DQ001. Even if she occasionally returns to the Imperial Star to see the child, she will not linger in the palace. Besides, they have Greenfield Manor. Given her personality, she would likely prefer to reside there. In the future, only Xiaoan will enter the palace to accompany me. Xiaoan is but a child. If you treat him sincerely, he will reciprocate. Should you truly wish to maintain distance, that is also acceptable. He will still respect you as an elder. The Empress paused, envisioning the Emperor with a small child by his side, coexisting with her. Surprisingly, she felt no aversion. Perhaps the Emperor's reasoning had resonated. She had never considered that Qinzhou had no intention of returning to the royal fold. Previously, she had genuinely looked forward to the arrival of the grandchild from Li Jiao Jiao, but ultimately, that child was lost. Moreover, there are rumors suggesting that the child is not her biological grandson. At that moment, the Emperor's holographic brain suddenly emitted a video notification. The Emperor glanced at the notification and saw it was from Elder Jiang. Very well, you may leave for now. The matter concerning Rue will require some time to address. During this period, I hope you will contemplate my proposal thoroughly. We shall discuss it further once I am finished with my tasks, the Emperor stated. Understood, the Empress replied, turning to depart. After leaving the Emperor's chambers, the Empress did not return to her own quarters, but instead sought out Xiao Rue. She then shared the content of her conversation with the Emperor with her son. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui's emotions were complex. Rue, I can transfer the ownership of LP09 Star to you. Subsequently, you may choose to become the Lord of LP09 Star, or remain here on the Imperial Star. As you desire, the Empress said to her son. Xiao Rui appeared hesitant. And what about you? He queried. The Empress chuckled wryly. Your father does not permit me to leave. However, if you go to LP09 star, I should be able to visit for a short while. As the Empress, although not as occupied as the Emperor, she still had her own responsibilities, such as accompanying him to various events, hosting palace banquets, and charity galas. While she mentioned being able to stay at LP09 star for a brief respite, how long could she truly remain? Then I shall not leave, Xiao Rui decided after a moment of contemplation. The Empress was taken aback. LP09 star is but a small celestial body, and the authority of its lord is limited. Not to mention its considerable distance from you, my presence there would serve little purpose. Since Qinzhou will not return to the royal family, staying here on the Imperial Star is of little consequence to me. If your father is willing to allow me into the administrative system, I shall study diligently and achieve results. Perhaps I could even be promoted. Mother, the royal family is sparse in numbers. Even if Shaoan succeeds your father, he will require support. That child has yet to be born, yet I am still his uncle. His parents are absent. He may very well come to rely on me. I ought to be kind to him. Surely he shall not treat me harshly in the future? Chapter 189. Anan is the elder brother. Lulu is the younger sister. As the thoughts flowed, Xiao Rui discovered that he bore no aversion toward Shaoan. In fact, he found himself less disdainful of Qinzhou as well. After all, his father had proclaimed that the previous misunderstandings were just that, misunderstandings. Qinzhou had no interest in the throne and had never intended to compete with him. He had misdirected his animosity. The Empress gazed at her son in astonishment. You truly can accept Shaoan? She inquired with disbelief. She was well aware of the depth of her son's previous hatred for Qinzhou. When she had urged her son to marry Li Jiaojiao, he had indeed investigated her character. Yet, upon discovering that Li Jiaojiao was Qinzhou's fiancée, he had agreed to marry her without hesitation. Subsequently, when Qinzhou wed Lin Man, her son had acted foolishly due to Lin Man. Although the emperor had explained that Qinzhou had no interest in the throne and would not return to the royal family, would her son's intense jealousy and resentment dissipate so easily? Xiao and was not only Qinzhou's son but also the emperor's chosen heir, the very individual who had usurped her son's position as the crown prince. Why should he not? Xiao Rui replied with surprising candor, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Sensing the empress's skepticism, he continued, I merely cannot accept that Qinzhou defeated me and claimed the title of crown prince. As for Shaoan, he has yet to be born. What purpose does it serve to harbor resentment against him? Moreover, the royal family is indeed few in number. By all accounts, Shaoan is my nephew. Over the past year, unbeknownst to anyone, his prospects had significantly diminished. Thus, when Li Jiaojiao became pregnant, he had been eagerly anticipating it. However, the child had been lost, and it was highly probable that it was not even his. He now intended to divorce Li Jiaojiao, and he likely would not seek another partner, given that the woman he wished to marry had already wed Qinzhou. Furthermore, after this incident, his reputation had suffered considerably, making it challenging to find a suitable match. In light of these reflections, having a nephew could be quite advantageous. The Empress felt a pang of sentimentality. She had not anticipated that her son could genuinely accept Shaoan. As for whether to stay or not, we shall see once you have resolved matters with Li Jiaojiao, she suggested. Indeed, the news of Li Jiaojiao and Xiao Rui's tumultuous divorce only made a brief stir on the Star Network, soon overshadowed by the announcement of new seed varieties from the pure market. While some on the Star Network speculated that the seed news was intentionally aimed at suppressing the scandal of the royal prince's divorce, few were truly concerned. The overwhelming coverage of new seed varieties and videos introducing fresh produce quickly buried the news of Li Jiaojiao and Xiao Rui. Reports regarding the royal prince's divorce became increasingly scarce. A week later, Xiao Rui and Li Jiaojiao discreetly finalized their divorce. The royal family announced the matter with subtlety, simultaneously covering it with news of the new produce and seed varieties. Thus, the divorce of the prince and his princess did not create significant ripples on the Star Network. On DQ001 star, Lin Man's body grew increasingly cumbersome. Months passed, and the due date finally arrived. A week prior, Qinzhou had taken leave to remain at the residence of the city lord, accompanying his wife and no longer going to the front lines. The family doctor had made early preparations, with a specially customized medical chamber and an entire medical team stationed at the city lord's residence. On the morning of the routine checkup, the doctor assessed that Lin Man was ready for a cesarean section. Lin Man promptly requested that the doctor perform the surgery that very day. Qin-zhou, however, gazed at Lin Man's belly with a face full of concern. He ultimately instructed the doctor to prioritize the well-being of the mother. Lin Man glanced at her husband, somewhat speechless. The medical technology of this era was remarkably advanced. The incision for childbirth was minimal, the procedure swift, and the safety of the operation was high. With effective recovery medications, healing occurred rapidly. It was said that those who absorbed the medication could recover their wounds in as little as 3 days. Continuing to apply the medicine, one could expect to return to normalcy within a month. Half an hour later, the medical team was ready. Qin-zhou donned a sterile suit, holding Lin Man's hand to provide support during the delivery. The surgery took place within the medical chamber. Lin Man lay back, her body hidden from view by the instruments, leaving only her head exposed. Qin-zhou engaged her in conversation to ease her anxiety. Lin Man too wished to relax, so she began to chat with Qin-zhou. Before long, the couple suddenly heard the cries of a child. First, one child wailed, followed by a second. Lin Man was momentarily stunned. "Did I just give birth?" she asked Qin-zhou in disbelief. Qin-zhou turned to observe the doctors attending to the newborns. "Yes," he confirmed, turning back with a face full of emotion as he looked at his wife. Lin Man's surprise quickly transformed into joy, although she felt no pain during childbirth. The 2 children had been with her for 9 months, especially during the late stages of her pregnancy, when they often interacted with her through movements. Now that they were born, she longed to see them. "I want to see them," she exclaimed. Qin-zhou turned to inquire about the situation, just as 2 doctors approached with the infants. "Congratulations, Marshal and Marshal's wife. Both children are in good health. The firstborn is a son and the daughter followed 1 minute later," they announced, presenting the babies to the couple. Qin-zhou instructed the doctors to bring the children closer for Lin Man to see, then asked them to take the infants away. Lin Man felt a twinge of reluctance, but understood that the procedure was not yet complete and did not press the matter. After another 10 minutes, Lin Man's incision was sutured and treated. Following some additional procedures, she was required to remain in the medical chamber for an hour. During this time, the children were brought in to nurse. As a new mother, Lin Man was enveloped in maternal instincts. Cradling her child, she soon drifted off to sleep. When she awoke once more, she found herself back in the confinement room that Qin-zhou had previously prepared for her. Qin-zhou held her hand, his eyes gently closed as he lay beside her. At that moment, Lin Man felt a slight pain emanating from her abdominal wound. It wasn't particularly painful, but rather itchy, as if the wound was in the process of healing. As Lin Man moved her hand slightly, the man by her side stirred awake. Man, you're awake?" he exclaimed, sitting up immediately. "Are you alright? Does the wound hurt?" he inquired with concern. Lin Man grasped his hand. "It doesn't hurt too much, but it is a bit itchy. What about an and Lulu? I haven't seen the children since I woke up." Lin Man expressed her eagerness to see them. Qin-zhou reassured her, "The nanny is with them, they are in the next room. Let me apply some medicine to you first, and I will have someone bring them over shortly." Lin Man felt relieved and nodded in response. Qin-zhou retrieved the ointment and gently lifted Lin Man's loose confinement clothing. Upon seeing her sagging belly, marked with darker pregnancy stripes, and the scar left by the surgery, his heart ached. After witnessing her belly, Lin Man felt a flicker of fear in her eyes and instinctively tried to cover it. Prior to giving birth, she had researched the postnatal situation and was somewhat mentally prepared. However, seeing her belly, which now resembled the rough bark of a tree, was still difficult for her to accept. "It's all right. If you continue applying the ointment for the stretch marks, it will get better." Qin-zhou comforted her in a timely manner. He then leaned closer to Lin Man's abdomen, pressed his lips against it, and kissed. Subsequently, he patiently began applying the ointment to treat her wound and diminish the stretch marks. Once the ointment touched her skin, it brought a soothing coolness that alleviated the previous discomfort and itchiness. The ointment for the stretch marks proved effective as well. Once applied, her dry skin seemed to drink in moisture, revitalizing it. During her pregnancy, Qin-zhou had started applying stretch mark oil to her, and this ointment was a complement to that initial oil. On the Starnet, reviews for both the oil and the ointment were exceedingly favorable. Many women reported that with consistent use, their stretch marks significantly faded within a month postpartum, nearly disappearing by the 2-month mark. The only notable drawback of these products was their steep price, yet this concern clearly did not factor into Qin-zhou and Lin Man's considerations. After Qin-zhou finished applying and massaging the ointment, he went to fetch the children. Lin Man had awakened just in time to nurse them. As the new parents, They were a bit flustered, but fortunately, the nanny assisted them, and they managed quite well. That night, after Lin Man had fallen asleep, Qin Zhou went to the adjacent room to check on the children. After ensuring both were well, he headed to his study. The emperor had attempted to contact him several times via video call, which he had neglected to answer. With the birth of an and Lulu, it was indeed time to inform him. In the study, Qin Zhou initiated a video call to the emperor, who almost immediately answered.
Zhou,
I heard that little man has given birth. Is she all right? How are the two children? The emperor's face radiated joy. The doctor said Man's surgery was very successful, and both children are healthy. Qin Zhou replied. Can I see An and Lulu? Where are they? The emperor inquired eagerly. It's rather late, and they're both asleep. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Qin Zhou suggested, noting the emperor's disappointment, but also his acquiescence. Very well, we shall speak of it tomorrow. This time, little man has worked hard. You must take good care of her and ensure she rests well. Indeed. Qin Zhou quickly concluded the call and returned to Lin Man's room to keep watch. Newborns require nourishment every 2 hours, and with Lin Man having given birth to twins, restful moments were scarce. He could only remain by her side, ready to assist, to alleviate her burdens slightly. When the baby awoke for another feeding, Qin Zhou observed Lin Man's drowsy visage and contemplated weaning the children. However, Lin Man protested, insisting she could persist. It wasn't a matter of stubbornness, rather. In this world, there was no formula, only a nutritional liquid suitable for infants. Though composed of pure ingredients, it lacked adequate nutrition. In this world, mothers predominantly practiced breastfeeding. She hoped her children would benefit from her milk to grow stronger. For the ensuing month, Lin Man was required by Qin Zhou to remain in the confinement room, thereby observing the traditional month-long postpartum recovery. In truth, thanks to the advanced medicines of this era, her body had already healed significantly. Her wound had nearly returned to its original state, and the stretch marks on her belly had faded considerably. Generally, women in this world only needed to observe a 2-week confinement period, yet Qin Zhou insisted Lin Man remain for a full 6 weeks. Despite her repeated requests, she was only allowed to leave the room after 1 month, and even then, she could only move about on the same floor. A further 2 weeks were mandated before she could venture downstairs. Reluctantly, Lin Man acquiesced to his wishes. Now that she felt physically well, Lin Man inquired about the situation at Feng Qing's company. However, Feng Qing firmly refused to divulge any information, citing it was a directive from the young master. With no other option, Lin Man redirected her focus to her children, sidelining thoughts of the company. During this time, the emperor had contacted her several times to inquire about her and the children. In the last call, the empress even appeared on screen, expressing that she had prepared gifts for the 2 children and had already sent them to DQ001 star. Lin Man graciously thanked her and relayed the news to Qin Zhou, who responded that once the items arrived, they would be thoroughly inspected. Before long, a fortnight had passed, and Lin Man finally awaited the day she could leave confinement. On that day, Qin Zhou attended to her, ensuring she enjoyed a soothing bath and a refreshing wash of her hair, followed by a delectable feast prepared by the kitchen. During her confinement, Lin Man had consumed light meals and various lactation-enhancing foods, leading to a rather bland palate. Now that she was out of confinement, although she still needed to maintain a moderate diet for nursing, she could indulge in slightly more varied flavors. After relishing a delightful meal and nursing the children, she finally stepped outside. Technically, she didn't leave the city lord's residence, but rather, she visited the fields she had previously tended. The plots she used for growing vegetables had been left unattended for over a month, resulting in a profusion of weeds. The orchard fared a bit better, albeit still plagued by weeds. Lin Man sighed and promptly commanded the planting robots to commence weeding and preparing the soil. During her confinement, her wood-based abilities had gone entirely unused, and now that she was free, she could not afford to let them languish further. Just as the robots were about to finish tidying the fields, a video call interrupted her. Great, I have to return to feed the babies, she thought, hastily making her way back to provide nourishment for her son and daughter. After feeding them, Lin Man decided to have the nanny push the children along with her. The children shouldn't be cooped up indoors all day. They needed fresh air as well. Thus, their next outing became a delightful trio of mother and children. When Qin Zhou returned from his duties at the main base, he learned of his wife's activities. Ensuring that the children's protective measures were adequate and that Lin Man could manage, he refrained from intervening. After her delivery, he had ceased the supply of spiritual fruit to the military. Zheng Sun had approached him several times, stating that the high-grade purifiers in the military supply office were completely depleted and the personnel were clamoring for him to replenish the stock. Naturally, he had refused, which led some commanders to come to him directly, requesting high-grade purifiers to enhance their pregnancy metrics in hopes of matching with their wives. He had reprimanded them before sending them away. Now that his wife had completed her confinement, he intended to discuss this matter with her. Man. Although you have completed your confinement, childbirth takes a toll on one's vitality, so you must still rest adequately. As for the spiritual fruit from the military, you may oversee its distribution. In a time before the advent of spirit fruit, they relied on premium purifiers crafted from ordinary fruits. Chapter 191. Future Trends. It is illogical that after utilizing such superior purifiers, one would revert to lesser-grade purifiers. One must cherish what is dear to oneself. The personnel at the military department, devoid of high-grade purifiers, would still find no reduction in radiation pollution levels. Thus, there is no need to trouble his wife. Lin Man smiled. I merely intend to unleash a bit of my abilities. I shan't be laboring in the fields. It requires little effort. As for the military, I shall adjust the supply of spirit food ingredients to them. Since giving birth, she had not employed her wood-type abilities again. Not only did the military lack spirit food ingredients, but the company was likely in even greater need. Now that she had emerged from her confinement, it was imperative to replenish the cultivators. Qin Zhou expressed his satisfaction with a hum. The following day, Lin Man finally received a work report from Fengqing. With substantial financial support from a company, the development of DQ001 star had reached 20, with over 2,000 cities having been developed. The number of senior cultivators exceeded 150,000, while the intermediate cultivators surpassed 1 million and the junior cultivators approached 10 million. Despite Lin Man's absence due to childbirth and postpartum recovery, the growth rate of the cultivators had decelerated but remained steady. After all, with the Agricultural Research Institute and the Li and Qian families purchasing an increasing variety of seeds from Man Culinary Culture Limited, the cultivators had an expanding array of seeds to cultivate. This had a significant impact on honing their wood spirit power. With a larger population base, some individuals inevitably grew rapidly, surpassing their peers and distinguishing themselves, thus advancing ahead of the pack. Currently, our online supermarket had achieved a steady supply of goods. We were contemplating reopening the spice factory. The company had previously prepared to launch a spice factory, but the issue with the supply of pure food ingredients had caused the plan to be shelved.
Now,
the output from various cultivation bases was sufficient to meet the daily sales of the online supermarket. They needed to devise ways to consume the surplus production. Processing pure food ingredients into spices was an excellent option. Moreover, they held exclusive rights in this domain. Once the products were released, there would be no worries about sales, and the profit margins would be substantial.
Additionally,
they could select certain bases to cultivate grains and sell processed products like rice from paddy and flour from wheat in the online supermarket. Customers could then purchase these items and perform simple processing to prepare meals. Lin Man believed that there remained ample room for improvement and enrichment of the company's online supermarket offerings. Consequently, she summoned her light brain and shared her observations from her past life regarding supermarket operations and the corresponding categories of products that should be stocked with Fengqing. A supermarket should not only sell grains, oils, and seasonings and fresh vegetables and fruits, but also a variety of snacks and daily necessities. The more Lin Man elaborated, the more astonished and impressed Fengqing became, her heart swelling with excitement. A supermarket is indeed a supermarket, and its inventory should encompass a significant portion of the necessities of life. Next, I intend to kick off with the online supermarket, followed by an attempt to establish a physical supermarket offline. With the proliferation of natural food ingredients, I have a premonition that supermarkets will capture the market share of fresh fruit and vegetable stores, becoming the prevailing trend. Fengqing's eyes sparkled. I wholeheartedly agree with your vision, young madam. I will follow your lead to accomplish this goal. Gazing at Fengqing, Lin Man felt a surge of confidence and vigor. A month later, Man Culinary Culture Limited launched packaged rice, flour, and noodles. They also introduced bottled oil, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, and a variety of spices. The culinary live-streaming channel of Yo-Yo was abuzz with food hosts continuously broadcasting, demonstrating methods for cooking rice, frying rice, boiling noodles, and making pancakes. The newly launched products of Man Culinary Culture Limited were met with a frenzy of demand. The online supermarket once again faced a situation of replenishing stock every hour. The number of cultivation bases for grain planting began to increase, and the factories processing grains and spices operated around the clock, adding new production lines. Several competitors in the vegetable market observed this scene with envy. Consequently, the Wang and Zhao families were the first to emulate Man Culinary Culture Limited, embarking on the business of cultivating grains and processing them for sale. They initially followed Man Culinary Culture Limited in selling rice and flour, later adding bottled oil and noodles to their offerings. After all, these products were simple to process and could be easily figured out with a little thought. To diversify their inventory, these two families sought out Fengqing, hoping to purchase spices in bulk from Man Culinary Culture Ltd. to enhance the completeness of their fresh fruit and vegetable offerings. However, since Man Culinary Culture Limited was already struggling to meet its own demand, they could not accommodate such requests. Thus, the Wang and Zhao families resorted to quietly analyzing and researching, hoping to develop their own spice formulas and then negotiate market divisions with Man Culinary Culture Limited. As for the other competitors, holding rights to seed sales and enjoying ongoing success with their fresh produce businesses, they were far less eager for reform than the Wang and Zhao families, and had not even considered it. Nonetheless, upon witnessing the substantial profits of Man Culinary Culture Limited, they began to follow suit, planting grains and processing them. They then utilized their respective channels for grain sales. Gradually, the supply of grain in the market increased, alleviating the sales pressure on the online mall. Lin Man oversaw the overall situation on DQ001 star while simultaneously caring for her two children, leading a busy yet fulfilling life. The children became easier to manage as they grew, and soon, the 100-day celebration for an and Lulu would arrive. That evening, after finishing dinner at the city lord's mansion, a video call from the emperor on the Imperial Star came through. The emperor played with the two children for a while before broaching serious matters with Lin Man and Qin Zhou. Little man, you see, and Lulu will soon reach their 100 days. I believe it is time to acknowledge and back into the royal family. The royal family has not had good news for too long. Announcing the arrival of heirs during this celebratory time should bring joy to the people. Oh, father, you don't mean to take it away from you, do you? And is still too young. It would be inappropriate for him to be separated from his parents at this stage. The emperor looked at Lin Man with an ingratiating expression. Little man, how about you and Zhou heir return to the Imperial Star? The palace can host a 100-day banquet for an and Lulu. What do you think? Lin Man hesitated for a moment, then turned to Qin Zhou. The decision to return an to the royal family had been prearranged. In fact, she had initially advocated for this very outcome. However, after An's birth, having watched him and Lulu every day, she found it difficult to let him return to the Imperial Star.